On the day you awakened at the start of the semester, your school beauty girlfriend awakened the strongest S-rank talent and was recommended to the top academy. You, also a genius, however, awakened the most useless D-rank formation master. In an instant, the entire school mocked you for failing spectacularly, calling you a waste. Even your girlfriend abandoned you, choosing Tian, who also awakened an S-rank talent. The second she dumped you, an electronic prompt rang in your mind, ding dong. Detected host breakup, system activated. Gain 1 trait for every level up. D-rank trash? So what if you were dumped? With a body full of traits from the start, one casual skill can destroy the school. Chapter 1, Trash Profession, Am I Done For? Holy crap! Lynn, the top student in the grade, actually class changed to the most useless formation master? I'm dying of laughter, Lynn's life is over. Even I, who ranks last in the entire grade, am now qualified to pity him. Sigh, fate is cruel. Everyone, don't laugh, lest Lynn does something rash. Lynn, the student with the best overall performance at Jiangling First High, on this special day for seniors to class change professions, represented the Jiangling First High seniors as the first to enter the class change platform to perform a class change. The school's leaders, teachers, and students all had high expectations for Lynn's class change, as Lynn excelled in both physical fitness and intelligence. His 4-dimensional attribute points were close to the 10-point maximum for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic humans. Everyone hoped Lynn would class change into a powerful profession and set a good example. But unexpectedly, Lynn made a huge blunder, class changing into the universally recognized most useless profession formation master. Many students noticed the dark faces of the school leaders and teachers, their disappointment undisguised. Looking at the student they once admired most, their eyes now held disdain. Most students' gazes were also filled with schadenfreude and mockery. In an era where strength reigns supreme, if you're weak, you must be prepared to be looked down upon. But none of them noticed the slight smile on Lynn's lips as he looked down in silence. System, you're finally here. Lynn wanted to laugh uproariously. After 18 years of transmigrating to this world, he finally got the transmigrator's benefit. 18 years. Do you know how I spent those 18 years? He wasn't in a hurry to inquire about the system's functions, yet he was still occupying the class change platform. Turning around and stepping down from the divine platform, all he saw were gazes of pity, mockery, and disdain. Lynn's face was calm. Even the most rubbish profession couldn't withstand cheating. You thought the least of me, yet I was the one who strove the hardest. It'll infuriate you bastards. Lynn, congratulations. Becoming a formation master, if my family ever needs a formation arranged, you'll be the first one I call. An irritating voice disturbed Lynn's aspirations for the future. He turned his gaze to the owner of the voice, the rich second-generation kid in Lynn's class, who had always been at odds with Lynn. Although Lynn was poor, his good grades and extraordinary handsomeness always made him the most popular person in the school. Hong had always harbored resentment, and now that Lynn class changed to a formation master, how could Hong resist making some veiled sarcastic remarks? I'm just afraid your family won't be able to handle my formations, Lynn said indifferently. Ha. Lynn, your formations probably can't even kill a bug, so don't worry about my family's house. Just watch me class change into a powerful combat profession. Hong sneered, then walked past Lynn and stepped onto the class change platform. A light enveloped Hong. After about 5 seconds, an emotionless voice came from the class change platform. Swordsman. Hong class changed into a swordsman, a powerful combat profession with a bright future. Hong burst into wild laughter. The profession he most wanted to class change into was a swordsman, and he never expected to actually get it. Today was truly a double celebration. Lynn, who hadn't walked far, also heard the news of Hang class changing to a swordsman, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to go home and check his system. Student Hong, you've done very well. You haven't disappointed me. The principal's previously stern face finally relaxed considerably, and he praised Hang. Principal, I'm not like some people who appear strong but are weak inside, failing at critical moments, Hong said cheerfully, his words clearly mocking Lynn. Getting old, it's normal to misjudge, the principal said, glancing at Lynn's retreating back. How realistic. Before the class change, he was showering me with concern, and now he's mocking me, and he's the principal. Lynn sneered internally, quickening his pace. Staying here for another second felt disgusting. However, his actions, in the eyes of others, became a hasty retreat. It was truly regrettable that the top student ended up like this. Lynn left the school directly and headed home. School was over for the day, and of course, he wouldn't be coming back in the days to come. It took 20 minutes to get home. Lynn locked the door and immediately called out to System. System, are you there? Host, you need to tell me what it is first before I can confirm if I'm there or not, System teased. You're quite mischievous. Introduce yourself first, Lynn rolled his eyes. My name is System. For every level the host gains, there's an opportunity to draw a trait, with a 100% chance of drawing a trait, System replied. Can't you just make me invincible directly? Lynn said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Host, go to bed now, you'll have everything in your dreams, System retorted grumpily. Traits. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level traits, each one incredibly powerful, and the host still dislikes it. What do traits do? Lynn continued to ask. Traits can be integrated into the host's skills, enhancing their power. Traits are divided into 6 tiers: white common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic blue common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic purple common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic red common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic orange common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic and gold common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic. Each trait is incredibly powerful, and its amplification of skills is immeasurable, System said with pride. Not bad, not bad. I'm level 1 now, so can I draw a prize? Lynn smiled. Formation Master is the most useless? When my skills are enhanced by thousands or tens of thousands of times, I'd like to see who's the most useless then. Yes. Then draw. Extracting trait. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the trait, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. It sounds so evil and powerful. Lynn said, his face full of joy. Lynn silently mused about his skill panel. A small icon appeared. Lynn currently only possessed one skill, Weakening Formation, which he automatically learned upon class change. Everyone, upon class change, automatically learns a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic skill of their respective class. Swordsmen learn Uppercut, Mage's Chain Orb, Warrior's Hammer Strike, Priest's Basic Mana Regeneration, Assassin's Throat Slice, and Formation Masters learn Weakening Formation. Once laid out, it can weaken all attributes of enemies within the formation by 5%. Lynn opened his status window and carefully examined it. Name, Lynn. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength, 9, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 9, Spirit, 10. Attack, Physical Attack, 90, Magic Attack, 100. Defense, Physical Defense, 90, Magic Defense, 100. Skill, Weakening Formation, deploys a formation that weakens enemies within it by 5% of all attributes. Coverage range 5 meters, casting time 5 seconds, duration 5 seconds. Trait, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. A 5-second casting time is enough for monsters to kill me several times over. The coverage is so small, and the duration is so short. No wonder formation masters are despised even by dogs, Lynn mumbled, touching his nose with a helpless pout. Merge. Lynn thought to himself and merged Weakening Formation with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Fusion successful. Weakening Formation has been upgraded to Myriad Ghost Formation. Summons myriad ghosts to attack enemies within the formation. Attack damage per second is Magic Attack 10, and reduces all attributes of enemies within the formation by 20%. Coverage distance 30 meters, casting time 2 seconds, duration 30 seconds. Holy crap! This enhancement is outrageous! Lynn exclaimed, as if he could already see scenes of hordes of monsters being instantly killed by him. My magic attack is 100, meaning the skill's damage per second is 1000. Most level 1 monsters have around 1000 health, so they won't even last 2 seconds. Lynn calculated silently, his eyes brightening. With such a skill, leveling up would definitely be incredibly fast. Chapter 2, Hellish Difficulty. Unable to curb his desire to level up, Lynn grabbed compressed energy tubes and water and headed towards the dungeon hall. Lynn's parents in this lifetime had already perished at the hands of monsters during his second year of junior high. As for his grandparents on both sides, they had long since passed away, for in this tumultuous era, human life had little guarantee. Thus, he was now alone, having no one to worry about but himself. No one was there to oversee him. Hopping on his e-scooter in the garage, Lynn headed straight for the dungeon hall. The planet Lynn was currently on was named Tianyuan, and its initial development trajectory was similar to that of Earth, but everything changed 300 years ago when dungeons descended. Countless monsters emerged from the descended dungeons. Their skin was comparable to armor. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic firearms and ammunition had limited lethality against them. Initially, missiles could still be used to clear out the monsters, but later the rules changed, and all thermal weapons lost their effect. Fortunately, class change altars appeared across Tianyuan, allowing humans to class change into various professions and possess the strength to contend with the monsters. However, there were too many monsters, and even powerful class holders could not protect everyone. Casualties occurred daily. And every dungeon had a dungeon core. As long as the dungeon core was acquired and placed into the dungeon hall, the dungeon would become a repeatable, refreshable dungeon. After so many years of effort, humanity had conquered over 8,000 dungeons, providing strong support for the trials of class holders. Lynn arrived at the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall was massive, covering over 100,000 square meters, but even in such a huge place, the crowd was still dense. There were too many class holders coming here for trials. Looking for an NTH advancement priest to clear Death Swamp. Need an NTH advancement support class to farm the deep sea behemoth dungeon. Formation masters, get out. NTH advancement shield warrior, all gear is common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic and above. Any teams farming the City Lord dungeon willing to pull me in? Freshly forged level 25 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic heavy armor set, buy fast. The boisterous clamor made Lynn frown slightly. Teams looking for members, vendors selling items, and buyers acquiring materials were all shouting through loudspeakers. Lynn pushed through the bustling crowd, making his way toward the NTH Advancement Dungeon teleportation entrance. He was currently a level 1 formation master, belonging to a class change profession, and could only clear the NTH Advancement Dungeon. He did not qualify to enter any dungeons above NTH Advancement. Arriving near the NTH Advancement Dungeon entrance, Lynn slowly relaxed. The people here were all low-level class holders below level 10, and the NTH Advancement class holders he had just passed had put too much pressure on him. Lynn's arrival attracted considerable attention, though most of the glances directed at him carried pity and mockery. A formation master still wants to find people to clear a dungeon? Not even a dog would want him. Formation masters are only cultivated by large factions to set up guardian arrays for their strongholds. They have dedicated elite teams to level up their formation masters. TSK, what's a freelance formation master doing here? Hoping some kind soul will take him under their wing, I guess. Probably a student who just underwent class change today, hasn't left school yet, and doesn't know the cruelty of society. As Lynn walked by, he heard many whispers. No one thought highly of him, they just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Hearing the words formation master from behind him, Hang's heart stirred. Could it be such a coincidence? He looked back and, indeed, saw Lynn coming in his direction. The foot he was about to step into the teleportation portal retracted, and he then scrutinized Lynn with a look of amusement. Lynn had completely outshone him for 3 years in high school. No matter where he went, all he heard was classmates discussing Lynn. Lynn was the popular figure at Jiangling First High, and because of this, he was extremely jealous of Lynn. In terms of family background, his father was the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenaries, a powerful NTH advancement class holder, while Lynn was just an orphan. He wasn't an ignorant rich kid either. His father was very strict with him, and he studied very hard. Yet, he simply couldn't surpass Lynn. He hadn't won even once in 3 years, and it had driven him to obsession. Even the goddess he pursued, who had always given him the cold shoulder, frequently sought out Lynn for chats. He hated it. Now, Lynn had become the most useless formation master after his class change, while he was a powerful swordsman. He had finally won a round, and the most important one at that. He was in a great mood, and it would be even better if he could see Lynn make a fool of himself. Lynn also saw Hong, but didn't feel much. To Lynn, Hong was just a passerby, someone he had never paid attention to. "Isn't this the #1 genius of our Jiangling First High?" What a coincidence, Hong deliberately spoke loudly, wanting everyone to know that Jiangling First High's genius had faded into obscurity. Sure enough, the surrounding class holders looked at Lynn with even more pity. "Oh, look, you, the top lickspittle, are here too?" Lynn said with a sneer. Hang's face darkened. That was his nickname at the high school, and he hated it. He had pursued Yuding for 3 years, and they weren't even friends. "Haha Lynn, do you think you're still #1? You're a poor, useless formation master who can't even clear the goblin dungeon. You'll forever be stuck at level 1, while I'll soon achieve NTH advancement, NTH advancement, NTH advancement, becoming an existence you can only look up to." Hong sneered. "But that doesn't change the fact that you're the top lickspittle of First High," Lynn shrugged. "You." Hong really wanted to split Lynn in two with his sword, but he held back. Lynn alive would only suffer more than death. "I'd like to see who would team up with a trash formation master like you." Hong crossed his arms, waiting to watch the show. "Who said I'm looking for a team? Good dogs don't block the way." Lynn pushed past Hong directly and stepped into the teleportation portal. "Please select the dungeon and difficulty," a voice devoid of emotion entered Lynn's ears. "Goblin Dungeon, Hell difficulty," Lynn said firmly. Then Lynn found that his surroundings had changed. He was in a jungle, where 5 level 5 goblins with green skin, holding clubs, saw Lynn and rushed towards him, shouting loudly. Bludgeon Goblin. Level 5. Attributes: Strength, 20, Intelligence, 17, Constitution, 23, Spirit, 18. Skill: Give you a bludgeon. A Constitution of 23 means 2,300 HP, Myriad Ghost Formation, can deal 1,000 damage per second. Subtracting its 230 defense, it can deal 770 damage per second. They can't even last 4 seconds, Lynn quickly calculated in his mind. At the same time, his hand movements were different. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and a formation seal rapidly took shape. Lynn slammed the seal onto the ground, and Myriad Ghost Formation was generated, covering an area of 30 meters. The speed of the 5 bludgeon goblins that entered the formation instantly dropped by half, as if a giant boulder was pressing down on them. Ugh! I died so miserably. Little monster, do you want to play with me? I want your life. Screams rang out incessantly. Lynn seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and thousands of ghosts surged out, then pounced on the 5 bludgeon goblins. Chapter 3, Talent Holders: Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Chief. The 5 intellectually inferior goblins' faces showed fear. These ghosts were too terrifying, pouncing on them one after another, gnawing at their bodies, causing them intense pain all over. Fortunately, this intense pain only lasted for a little over 3 seconds. They fell to the ground, contributing experience to Lynn and leaving behind some low-level materials. Lynn stopped casting the skill, the formation disappeared, and the myriad ghosts returned to hell, awaiting Lynn's summons at any time. This skill is too strong. It casts quickly, lasts long, and doesn't consume much mental energy. If I'm not invincible, who is? Lynn broke into a joyful smile. He put the materials into his spatial backpack. Everyone, when they class change, would have a spatial backpack with a diameter of 1 meter opened up inside them. Lynn then looked at his experience bar and found that it was already half full, which made him even happier. One goblin could provide him with 100 experience points. After all, killing across 4 levels gave a high reward. It required 1,000 experience points to level up from level 1 to level 2. After slaying 5 more goblins, Lynn would be able to level up to level 2. Lynn was smiling happily inside, while Hang and the other class holders outside were dumbfounded. When they saw Lynn actually choose the Hell difficulty Goblin Dungeon, they all thought Lynn had gone mad. Even though the Goblin Dungeon was only the lowest level dungeon, it wasn't something a newcomer could clear. At least, no class holder had yet been able to clear the Hell difficulty Goblin Dungeon at level 1. Even among 5th level class holders, only a handful are able to clear it. Is this giving up on himself? Going in just to be instantly killed and experience the pain of death, then coming out? He probably couldn't handle the blow and has gone mad. Every year there are quite a few so-called geniuses who lose their minds. Pity, no matter how good his grades were, they can't contend with fate. Those class holders all shook their heads, believing Lynn had gone mad and was entering to his death. Ah, this fool. I'd like to see how pathetic you look when you come out later. Hong laughed wildly, his eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance, eagerly anticipating the sight of Lynn crawling out, covered in blood. He had turned on the AI terminal's recording function. He wanted to capture Lynn's disgraceful state and then post it on the school forum, allowing his classmates to admire the glorious image of the top student. Lynn was unaware that Hong was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. He followed the path through the jungle. As an academic top performer, the strategies for numerous dungeons were already clear in his mind. For Goblin Dungeon, he only needed to follow the small path directly to the dungeon center, reach the Goblin tribe, and defeat the Goblin chief to clear it. The difference in dungeon difficulty lies in the strength of the monsters. The map does not change. Dungeon difficulties are divided into common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic, adventure, hero, king, and hell. Teams can generally clear common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic difficulties, but adventure difficulty requires certain team compositions and equipment. As for hero difficulty, it is the ceiling for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic players, requiring multiple team wipes and accumulated experience to clear. As for solo runs, apologies, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic players haven't even considered it. They can't solo even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic difficulties. Only 2 types of people can solo dungeons. One is the powerful second generation, with excellent equipment and complete skills. The other type is talent holders. Some lucky individuals unlock talents during class change, and these talents are varied and mostly very powerful. Lynn wasn't a lucky person, nor was he talented, but he was more formidable than the talented, because he was cheating. Form up. Lynn once again activated the myriad soul-claiming Great Formation. A 30-meter radius was enveloped by myriad ghosts, and the 10 goblins charging towards Lynn screamed in agony again, quickly succumbing to death. A glow emanated from Lynn. He had leveled up, and this leveling speed was likely to break records. System, lottery. Lynn was full of anticipation. Extracting trait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the trait, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Can I also merge the Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon trait into Myriad Ghost Formation? Lynn asked. An NTH advancement skill can only be merged with one trait. Alright, then I'll wait for it to integrate with other skills, Lynn said indifferently. After all, Myriad Ghost Formation was already very powerful. After reaching level 2, he had 10 free attribute points. Lynn allocated 3 points each to Intelligence and Spirit, and 2 points each to Strength and Constitution. The Formation Master class was a magic-based profession, naturally focusing on intelligence and spirit. As he continued to advance, more and more goblins emerged. 20 goblins charged at Lynn, including various types, club goblins, stone-throwing goblins, and bone-blade goblins. Lynn activated the Great Formation again. Myriad ghosts raged, and all the goblins were nothing more than money-making tools. Experience points once again surged. After reaching level 2, each level 5 goblin only provided 80 experience points, but now upgrading required 3,000 experience points, meaning he needed to kill 38 goblins to level up. By the time Lynn broke through the 5 checkpoints and arrived at the goblin tribe, he was already level 3, and his experience bar was more than halfway full. He had drawn another trait called Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, and was just waiting to learn a skill. A goblin chief with bulging muscles led the tribe's warriors to attack Lynn. 1 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief, 5 elite chiefs, 50 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic monsters. Such a lineup is truly hell for class holders below level 5, Lynn murmured. Goblin chief, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic. Level 5. Stats: Strength 55, Intelligence 48, Constitution 60, Spirit 49. Skills: Hammer Strike, Punch, Boulder Throw. Die. The goblin chief picked up a large stone and threw it directly at Lynn. Lynn had no desire to experience being hit by a massive rock. He'd probably be instantly GG. He slapped the ground, and myriad ghosts surged out, blocking the boulder before charging towards the goblins within the formation. Get lost. The goblin chief unleashed a surging punch, and a fist print howled out, crushing the incoming ghosts. The common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief was very powerful. But the ghosts were endless. The goblin chief simply couldn't kill them all. At first, he could resist, constantly using skills to kill the ghosts, but when his magic power ran out, he was overwhelmed by ghosts and eventually fell dead. If even the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief couldn't hold on, other goblins definitely couldn't, having all already been annihilated. Lynn stopped the formation, and his level instantly soared to 5, faster than a rocket. Skill book. Lynn spotted the skill book lying quietly beside the goblin chief and quickly picked it up. Rockfall formation. Deploys a formation. After the formation is created, rocks fall, dealing magical damage equal to attack 2 per second to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cast time, 5 seconds. Duration, 5 seconds. It's a formation again. Heaven helps me. Lynn was very excited. System: 2 consecutive draws. Extracting trait. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the trait, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, and Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Chapter 4, Shocked Crowd, Who Stole My Battery? Rockfall formation is probably the most suitable to merge with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Lynn pondered. He slapped the skill book against himself and instantly mastered Rockfall formation. Then, he had the system merge Rockfall formation with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Fusion successful. Rockfall formation has been upgraded to Meteor Fall formation. Deploy a formation to summon meteorites, bombing a 30-meter radius area, dealing magic attack 10 damage per second, and causing enemies to enter a burning state, taking magic attack 5 burning damage per second. Cast time, 3 seconds. Duration, 30 seconds. Burning damage: most low-level monsters don't have fire resistance, so this burning damage is equivalent to true damage. TSK, truly satisfying. Lynn was in a cheerful mood. He was even stronger now. He opened his panel again, noticing significant changes compared to before entering the dungeon. Name: Lynn. Level: 5. Attributes: Strength 16, Intelligence 21, Constitution 17, Spirit 21. Attack: Physical attack 160, Magic attack 210. Defense: Physical defense 170, Magic defense 210. Skill: Myriad Ghost formation, Meteor Fall formation. I must achieve NTH advancement before the national exam. The top scholar of the national exam can only belong to me, Lynn. Lynn made a decision. The rewards for being the top scholar of the national exam were immense, potentially skyrocketing his net worth. He couldn't allow himself to miss it. He collected all the materials. There were many, and Lynn estimated they could sell for about 20,000. If combined with the skill book, it could exceed 200,000. This was the harvest from soloing a hell-level dungeon. Monsters in the dungeon do not drop equipment. All equipment is crafted by the forgemaster profession, making it very expensive, and Lynn currently cannot afford it. Lynn walked out of the newly opened portal, ready to return. Outside, Hong was already growing impatient. How can this Lynn hide so well, still not found? But what's the use of hiding? Is it fun? Hong said, exasperated. Those waiting to watch the show were also puzzled. Logically, a level 1 formation master should be sent out by a goblin as soon as they enter, but 10 minutes had passed, and Lynn hadn't emerged. Do you think he might be killing monsters in there? Are you kidding me? A trash support class, it takes 5 seconds to cast a skill. How can he kill monsters without anyone blocking them? If he can kill one monster, I'll cut off my own, expletive. Amidst a chorus of contempt, Lynn walked out of the portal, appearing in everyone's sight. Damn it, how is he at full health? Doesn't getting killed by a monster or forcefully exiting reduce your health by 90%? And you can't enter the dungeon again for 3 days. What's going on? Did he clear it? How should I know? Those people were stunned to see Lynn emerge unscathed. Only by completely clearing a dungeon would the power of the heavenly Tao restore full health. But to say Lynn could clear the hell difficulty goblin dungeon, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. But soon, they wouldn't have the luxury of disbelief. The record for goblin dungeon, hell difficulty, has been broken. The record breaker is Lynn, with a clear time of 12 minutes and 21 seconds. Special reward, 50 free attribute points. A grand voice echoed through the dungeon hall. Everyone's movements stopped, and then their gazes fixed on the divine pillar in the center of the dungeon hall. The pillar was covered with dense names, all famous names in the Federation, as they were the record holders for clearing various dungeons on hell difficulty. The divine pillar glowed with purple gold light, and then the name of the Goblin Hell Dungeon record holder disappeared, replaced by Lynn's name. Lynn, Goblin Dungeon, 12 minutes 21 seconds. Lynn didn't expect to break a record and felt quite good about it. The more fame he accumulated before the national exam, the more benefits he could gain during the exam. Moreover, he had already received 50 free attribute points, which was equivalent to gaining 5 levels. That was very nice. Heng's hand, holding his AI terminal, froze. He had originally intended to capture Lynn's disheveled state, but to his utter surprise, Lynn was not only not disheveled at all but had also broken a dungeon clear record. And the scariest part is that Lynn is only level 1. The previous dungeon record holder cleared it at level 5, the gap between them is huge. How did Lynn manage that? Holy crap! This kid actually broke the record. I, Old Wu, am fortunate enough to witness the birth of a new record. Heaven has been kind to me. I could tell at a glance that Brother Lynn was outstanding. With such a distinguished appearance, if he doesn't break the record, who will? Brother, that's not what you said just now. You clearly said you'd cut something if he could clear it. That's slander. When did I, Old Lu, ever say such a thing? Wait, what are you doing with that knife? The scene instantly erupted into chaos. The entrance to the NTH Advancement Dungeon was immediately swarming with people, many rushing over, eager to see if the person who broke the record really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Hong, why are you still here? Did you clear it too? Lynn asked Hong in surprise. Hong was on the verge of losing his mind. Clear it? No way. He was here to watch the show, and now he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. And no. Not yet. Lynn, how did you do it? Hong asked, his face stiff, completely unable to fathom it. Everyone else pricked up their ears, eager to know the answer. We're classmates, what's there to hide? The reason is... Lynn paused, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity. It's a secret. Lynn finished his sentence, leaving everyone speechless. Damn it, he's messing with me. Is breaking the record that amazing? Well, it actually is pretty amazing, damn it. Excuse me, everyone, I need to go home and sleep. Lynn called out, then pushed through the crowd and walked outside. Everyone only gets one chance to enter the dungeon per day, a restriction of the heavenly Tao. Even if Lynn was in a hurry, he could only take a breather first. Little brother Lynn, I'm the vice captain of the Lion Mercenary Group. Our group would be very happy to have a talent like you join us. A very tall NTH Advancement Shield warrior handed Lynn a business card. Brother Lynn, our Tiger Mercenary Group also welcomes you to join our Berserker Guild. Numerous factions extended invitations to Lynn. Those who could break records were extraordinary existences. Recruiting them into a faction would be a huge gain. Thank you all for your kind intentions, but I'm currently focused on preparing for the national exam. I'll consider joining a faction after the exam. Lynn politely declined the invitations, pushed through the dense crowd to the entrance, and then pressed the key to his electric scooter. Huh, dead battery? Lynn was surprised, not hearing the familiar chirp. He walked to his electric scooter and saw the seat was empty. The battery was gone. Damn it, which bastard stole my battery? Lynn let out a desperate cry. This was his only asset, and he felt like his world was collapsing. Chapter 5, Poaching from Various Schools. At this moment, a young man with long hair was walking home, carrying a battery. Parking an electric scooter outside the dungeon hall is basically walking home? What a big fool, another 300 in my pocket, I'll drink 2 bottles tonight. This young man had no idea how much trouble stealing this battery would eventually bring him. Many class holders who followed Lynn out couldn't help but laugh when they heard his battery was stolen. He really was young, daring to park an electric scooter here. Lynn had no choice but to push his small electric stove home. He swore that if he found the thief who stole his electric scooter battery, he would make him pay. The news that the Goblin Dungeon's clear record had been broken spread like a hurricane throughout the Federation. Almost all class holders knew that a high school senior named Lynn from Jiangling City had broken the record. The most important thing was that Lynn had set the record as a level 1 formation master. A talent, and an incredibly powerful talent at that, was the immediate reaction of many bigwigs. Orders were issued by these bigwigs, insisting that Lynn be brought into their sphere of influence. Talents were the true pillars of the Federation. Every talent was exceptionally precious and not to be missed. Many universities also received the news and were considering admitting Lynn early. Principal Sun of Jiangling First High was currently leisurely sitting on his sofa, drinking red wine. He enjoyed a glass every day. It was a pleasant routine. Overall, the class change situation for this year's senior students was quite good. The number of class changes for mainstream combat professions like swordsman, warrior, mage, priest, and assassin reached 10%, meeting the target set by higher authorities. It was just that Lynn had disappointed him somewhat. He had thought Lynn might awaken a talent, as Lynn's initial stats were close to the maximum of 10 points. But he never expected Lynn to class change into the useless profession of formation master. Fortunately, it didn't affect the overall situation, and he still received praise from the leader in charge of education at the Class Holders Association today. Beep, beep, beep. Esteemed Master, Director Chen is calling. The AI terminal nearby prompted. Why is he calling at this hour? Sun was slightly displeased. He didn't like to be disturbed during his leisure time, but he still chose to answer. Director Chen, what's the matter? Principal, great news. Our senior student Lynn, he broke the record. Director Chen's voice was extremely excited. Lynn, broke the record? Sun was momentarily confused. What record could a useless formation master break? What are you talking about? Explain clearly. Sun said, displeased. Principal, it's Lynn. He broke the record for the Goblin Dungeon, and the news is going wild outside. Our first high school is about to make a huge contribution. Director Chun grew more and more excited. He couldn't believe it was true when he first heard the news. Lynn? Are you talking about Lynn, the class change waste, the formation master? He broke the record? Sun stood up excitedly, spilling all the red wine in his glass, but he didn't care at all. What he cared about was this news. Yes, his name has been inscribed on the divine pillar.
Are you sure it's not someone with the same name?
Definitely and absolutely, the video is already trending on the class holder forum.
Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me.
Sun slapped his thigh in excitement. His #1 middle school cultivated a prodigy who broke a record, and he, as the principal, had made a great contribution. He already saw a bright and prosperous career path appearing before him. Sun hung up the phone, his face flushed with excitement. He paced back and forth, thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this matter.
Wait, I embarrassed Lynn in front of the entire faculty and student body today. Will he hold a grudge? Sun suddenly remembered his behavior today and couldn't help but regret it. Damn it, Sun, you're old enough, can't you control your mouth?
Sun wished he could slap himself.
If he had kindly comforted Lynn at the time, why would he need to worry about Lynn's feelings now?
No, the other 3 old guys will definitely try everything to poach him. I must keep him.
Sun grew anxious.
If Lynn were poached, he would be furious. Lynn, meanwhile, had already pushed his small electric furnace back home. After allocating all 50 reward-free attribute points, his abilities had greatly improved, and he didn't feel tired. Lynn had just sat down when the AI terminal on his wrist rang.
Dear Master, you have an incoming call from an unknown number. Don't answer. Lynn said decisively.
Spam calls are everywhere, and this world is no exception.
Understood, Master. Master, the previous caller is calling again. Answer it.
Lynn frowned slightly. 2 calls in a row might mean they were genuinely looking for him.
Hello, may I speak with student Lynn? An elder's voice came from the AI terminal. This is Lynn, what can I do for you? Lynn asked. Let me introduce myself first. I am Principal Lee of 2nd High School. First, congratulations to student Lynn for breaking the record.
Then, I heard that student Lynn suffered unfair treatment at 1st High School, and I am very indignant.
2nd High School is very willing to welcome your arrival, student Lynn.
Whether it's scholarships, skills, or equipment, our 2nd High School will make all the arrangements.
There's only half a month left until the national exam, and I can still transfer?
Lynn was surprised. As long as you, student Lynn, are willing to come, our 2nd High School will naturally take care of the rest of the procedures, Lee said with great confidence.
What exactly are the rewards?
Lynn showed signs of interest. Principal Sun of 1st High School had mocked him in public, and he remembered that. He'd be absolutely delighted to get one over on Sun if given the chance. A bonus of 1 million, 2 NTH advancement skills, and a set of NTH advancement equipment, Lee stated his conditions.
I understand, Principal Lee. I'll give it serious consideration. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be busy now, Lynn said with a smile.
The rewards were indeed good, but he believed other principals would likely call him too, so he needed to compare them carefully.
All right, 2nd High School looks forward to your arrival. Lee didn't press the matter further. Lynn's thoughts were correct.
The principals of 3rd High School and 4th High School also called him, both wanting him to join their schools. The conditions they offered were similar, except 4th High School's bonus reached 200,000.
Which middle school it is doesn't matter, it's just a nominal affiliation anyway.
I don't plan on actually attending, so I'll go with whoever offers more rewards, Lynn thought to himself. His first choice now was 4th High School. Just as Lynn was about to call back the principal of 4th High School, his AI terminal rang again, and this time the notification was different.
Dear Master, Jiangzhou High School is calling you. Jiangzhou High School. What does the key high school in the province want with me?
Lynn was surprised, then quickly connected the call.
Hello, may I ask if this is student Lynn? A very pleasant female voice came through the AI terminal, making Lynn's mood even more cheerful. Hello, I am Lynn. Hello, I am Ting, the director of the admissions office at Jiangzhou High School. I'm calling to ask if you'd be interested in transferring to our school. I believe you already know a bit about our school, so I won't introduce it further.
I'll just state the conditions: a bonus of 3 million, 2 NTH advancement skills, 1 NTH advancement skill, and a set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment.
Student Lynn, what are your thoughts? Ting said in an orderly manner. Chapter 6, The Regretful Principle. Can you arrange a full set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment?
Lynn proposed his conditions. Student, you know the price of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. Our school can hardly afford it. Ting's tone carried a hint of helplessness. A full set of that equipment would cost nearly 50 million, and it's part of the foundation of major powers, used to allow their young people to clear warrior dungeons. They were very rarely circulated on the market, with each auction's final transaction price hovering around 50 million.
All right, I'm willing. How do I complete the formalities?
Lynn said readily.
This was all unexpected wealth, and so substantial, he was very happy. I'll immediately send a transfer application to your AI terminal. You just need to authorize it with an electronic signature, and we'll handle everything else. Ting's tone was light and cheerful, finally having completed the task assigned by the principal. As Jianzhou High School, a provincial key middle school, they hadn't cultivated a talent for 3 years. The principal was under immense pressure and had been severely criticized by leaders today because no talent had been found among the senior high students during their class change. Although Lynn hadn't admitted to being a talent, no one would believe that a level 1 formation master who could solo a hell dungeon wasn't one. Lynn quickly signed and sent back the transfer application.
Ting asked Lynn to wait 5 minutes, and Lynn leisurely brewed tea, awaiting news. He had just taken a sip of tea when there was a knock on his door.
Lynn raised an eyebrow. Had they human trafficked his address so quickly?
He looked through the peephole and found that it was actually the principal, the director of academic affairs, and his homeroom teacher. That was fast, but unfortunately, a step too late.
Lynn sneered.
While he understood that adults being realistic was normal, he still felt displeased deep down. If he hadn't activated the system, class change to formation master would have been the darkest moment of his life. At that time, instead of comforting him, the teachers and leaders of these schools would have ridiculed him. Where was their professional ethics? Lynn opened the door, and the principal and 2 others quickly put on smiling faces, tinged with a hint of flattery, which made Lynn feel even more disgusted.
Oh, what an unexpected guest!
Lynn said with a forced smile.
Oh, Lynn, what are you saying? You are our best student at First High.
We've long wanted to visit, but we were afraid of disturbing your studies, so we kept putting it off until today, the principal said with great sincerity. No wonder you're the principal, you certainly know how to talk, Lynn sneered inwardly. That's right, Lynn, the principal has always wanted to visit your home. It's all my fault as the director. I kept advising the principal to wait until after class change for a home visit, the director said with an ingratiating smile. It's my dereliction of duty as your homeroom teacher. I haven't shown you enough care, Lynn, the homeroom teacher said with an apologetic look.
Ha.
Lynn's sneer grew deeper in his heart. He really wanted to see the splendid expressions on their faces when they received his transfer notice later. Come in and sit, Lynn said, then returned to his seat and motioned for them to sit down. Teacher Zhang, Lynn's family situation requires our school's support. Go back and prepare the relevant documents, and I'll sign them, the principal said, glancing at Lynn's worn-out furniture, and then addressing Lynn's homeroom teacher.
Principal, I'll prepare them immediately when I get back.
It's my dereliction of duty. I should have applied for a scholarship for Lynn a long time ago, the homeroom teacher said, blaming himself.
This charade they're putting on.
My enrollment file clearly stated I was an orphan, you couldn't possibly not know. For 3 years, not a single question, and now you come here to show goodwill. Lynn felt deep contempt for the 3 of them. Principal, thank you for your kind intentions, but I believe I no longer need it, Lynn said indifferently. Lynn, this is just a small token of the school's appreciation. Son said with a fawning smile. This feeling of practically begging to give money away was so awful, but he had to endure it, because his future was in Lynn's hands. You'll understand soon enough, Lynn said cryptically, then picked up the cup on the table and started sipping tea.
Just then, the director of academic affairs AI terminal chimed with a message notification.
The director tapped his AI terminal, and the message that popped up made his pupils dilate, his face instantly turning pale.
Lynn. Lynn, you transferred to Jiangzhou High School? The director's tone was filled with disbelief and anger. How could Lynn do this? What?
The principal and homeroom teacher completely lost their composure when they heard the dean's words.
Had their ladder to climb higher been broken? Regret, anger, unwillingness, various complex emotions surged across the three people's faces.
Lynn felt it was even more spectacular than the face-changing performances of his previous life, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Lynn, how could you transfer? The principal questioned. Why couldn't I transfer? Lynn scoffed. You.
The aura of the Sun NTH advancement class holder fluctuated due to emotional turmoil, putting immense pressure on Lynn. The principal was an NTH advancement class holder, capable of destroying a mountain with a single skill, incredibly fearsome. The disparity in life levels instinctively made Lynn's body tense.
Principal, are you still planning to attack me? Lynn's face turned completely cold. All right, to think I'd be outmaneuvered by you. The path of a professional is fraught with peril. I'd like to see how far you can go. Sun's gaze was icy.
Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for him to pretend to be friendly.
Just you wait and see.
Lynn's brow showed confidence. He, a cheat, was destined to soar.
I'll be watching, let us go.
The principal stood up, and the chair was flung directly against the wall and shattered. He stormed out with the grim-faced dean of academic affairs and the homeroom teacher. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Lynn's teasing voice rang out, making the faces of the principal and the other two even uglier.
Damn it, why couldn't I just hold my tongue?
The principal was furious with Lynn, and also with himself.
If he hadn't taunted Lynn, perhaps there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Principal, that brat Lynn is an ungrateful wretch.
We painstakingly cultivated him for 3 years, and he transferred without hesitation. It's infuriating.
The homeroom teacher said angrily.
Exactly, what a waste of 3 years of our cultivation.
With such a narrow-minded attitude, he has no future whatsoever.
In the performance evaluations section for his time at school, we'll just give him a bad review directly, the dean of students said indignantly.
Let's do as you say. His school evaluation will be the worst possible.
Let's see what school dares to accept such an ill-mannered person, the principal decided then and there. What the three of them didn't know was that they would soon regret this decision for the rest of their lives.
Lynn didn't know about the principal's and the other two's sordid thoughts.
He simply showered and went to sleep, waiting to clear dungeons first thing in the morning. As for Jiangzhou High School, he could just report the day before the national exam, no rush. While Lynn was showering, about a kilometer from his neighborhood, a young man was happily eating barbecue. The e-bike battery he'd just sold for 300 yuan meant he could treat himself well. Chapter 7 Guevara, Flame Goblin Dungeon.
1 e-bike battery for 300. If I just steal one a day, my monthly income can reach 9,000. Working a job is out of the question, and I don't have the brains for business. Stealing e-bike batteries is my only way out.
Guevara fantasized about a bright future. However, his fantasy was quickly interrupted by a group of fully armed city guards. 10 police cars sped towards him. A look of fear appeared in his eyes naturally. A thief fears city guards, just as a mouse instinctively fears a cat.
However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. 10 police cars meant 10 city police squads, capable of suppressing even some gangs. How could a mere e-bike thief, an NTH advancement assassin, be worthy of such a large-scale operation by the city police? Screech!
The piercing sound of brakes entered the ears of the surrounding crowd. All the police cars stopped in front of the food stall street. Before the cars had fully stopped, their doors were already flung open. 10 city guard squads rushed out of the vehicles. Such action startled everyone. Was there a rioter here? Some people turned and ran. Never watch a battle between class holders, people will die. Guevara also ran, he also feared death. But he soon realized something was wrong, because the 10 city guard squads instantly surrounded him. Stop, a city guard roared. He instantly froze, then raised his hands and stood still.
"Officers, you've got the wrong person, right?"
Guevara cried out, protesting his innocence. He was just a thief who stole an e-bike battery, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic petty criminal.
"Guevara, you're exactly who we're looking for." A city officer snorted, then tossed a pair of handcuffs to Guevara.
"I didn't do anything wrong," Guevara mumbled, bewildered. "He only stole an e-bike battery, it wasn't like he killed someone."
"Put them on, honestly." Guevara could only comply.
After being handcuffed, he was escorted into a police car, which then sped away. The surrounding citizens discussed heatedly, all believing Guevara was a murderer, and the rumors grew increasingly outrageous. It wasn't until he was in the car that Guevara realized the city officers were looking for him precisely because of the e-bike battery he had just stolen. He felt his world collapse.
Is stealing an e-bike battery a capital crime now? When did the law change? How did he not know?
Lynn came out after showering, and his door was knocked on again. Lynn was surprised, wondering who it could be this time. Through the peephole, he saw it was actually city officers.
Lynn wondered to himself, he hadn't committed any crime, had he?
Opening the door, he saw 5 city police officers escorting a young man with long hair, standing at his doorway.
"Officers, what is this about?" Lynn asked, puzzled. "Student Lynn, it's like this, your e-bike battery was stolen, wasn't it? We've already apprehended the perpetrator, and the battery is here.
We're returning it to you," the captain explained the whole story.
"Oh, thank you so much."
Lynn smiled, taking the battery with both hands. He had been planning to buy a new one tomorrow, but now he didn't need to.
"No need to be polite, it's our duty."
The captain was very courteous.
"Guevara, aren't you going to apologize?" The captain kicked Guevara.
"I'm sorry, sir, I shouldn't have stolen your e-bike battery." Guevara looked utterly dejected.
He finally understood why the city officers had made such a big fuss.
The e-bike battery he stole belonged to the record holder of the Goblin Dungeon. With such a huge public outcry, it would be strange if the city officers didn't deal with him. He had just checked his AI terminal while having a late-night snack, and news about Lynn almost dominated the screen, which helped him recognize Lynn.
Lynn didn't say anything Guevara would face legal consequences.
The officers left with Guevara. Standing at the door, Lynn inexplicably sighed. The status of talents in this world is too high, so high that even official authorities attach extreme importance to them. He took the battery downstairs and reinstalled it on his small electric stove. He still understood the basic fire safety rule that batteries should not be brought indoors. After a good night's sleep, Lynn woke up early. The dungeon entry qualification refreshes every morning at 6, and he couldn't wait. Having had breakfast, he rode his e-scooter to the entrance of Dungeon Hall, where he noticed a new row of surveillance cameras strategically placed to provide 360-degree coverage of the e-scooter parking area. TSK, that's really efficient, Lynn remarked again, before entering the dungeon hall. His arrival drew the attention of all the class holders. Lynn was currently the most famous person in Southridge City, as no one had ever set a record there before. "Brother Lynn, which dungeon's record are you planning to break today?" a self-assured young class holder asked with a smile. "Today, I'll be trying the Flame Witch dungeon. Whether I can break the record, I can't say for sure," Lynn replied with a casual smile. "Looking at you, Brother Lynn, you seem quite confident," the young class holder complimented.
"Ha, you can tell that much?" Lynn didn't bother with false modesty.
He knew the Flame Witch dungeon inside and out, and with his current strength, breaking the record wouldn't be an issue. A large group of class holders followed Lynn, trailing him all the way to the NTH Advancement Dungeon portal, then watched him enter. "I choose the Flame Witch dungeon, hell difficulty," Lynn's voice echoed out, earning admiration for his courage and confidence. At the same time, they were all eager to see if Lynn could indeed break the dungeon record again. If he did, Lynn's talent would need to be re-evaluated. Lynn's vision shifted, and he re-entered a jungle. Immediately upon arrival, he was greeted with a fiery reception from the flame goblins, as beams of fire shot towards him. However, Lynn's attributes were very high. 1 point of strength equated to 100 gene of punching power. Lynn's current punching power had already reached 2600 gene. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic humans were like easily shattered bubbles in front of a class holder. Lynn stomped the ground, his body instantly bursting sideways to dodge the fire beams. These beams could pierce steel plates, and Lynn had no desire to test them.
Flame Goblin. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 37, Intelligence 40, Constitution 39, Spirit 42. Skill: Fire Beam Attack. A total of 5 flame goblins line up, firing beams at Lynn. It's safe to say that whether monster or class holder, skills have no cooldown. They are similar to yokai and cultivators in this regard. Skill is a martial art or divine ability that can be unleashed anytime as long as there is still mana. Meteor Fall Formation, activate. Lynn clasped his hands together in a seal, then slapped the ground. A fiery red array quickly expanded, covering an area of 30 meters in radius and encompassing the 5 fire goblins. The surrounding temperature was rising rapidly, and the sky had turned fiery red. Lynn looked up and saw refrigerator-sized flaming boulders plummeting quickly from above, then indiscriminately bombing the array formation area. 31,680. 2 damage numbers appeared above the head of the fire goblin, one for bombardment damage and one for burn damage. Because the fire goblin has fire resistance, the burn damage was reduced. In 1 second, 5 flame goblins fell directly to the ground, a speed that greatly satisfied Lynn. Chapter 8, Breaking Records Again, Universities Can't Sit Still. The Flame Goblin Dungeon is quite desolate. The ground is fiery red, and flames erupt from various spots. Walking along the path, one might be suddenly attacked by these rising flames, so extreme caution is required. Lynn was burned once, losing over 500 health. He took out a primary health potion and drank it, restoring 500 hit points. Lynn identified the direction and headed towards the flame tribe where the Flame Witch resided. The map of the Flame Witch dungeon was already deeply etched in his mind, so he wouldn't get lost. Along the way, flame goblins constantly sniped Lynn, but under his formations, they were instantly obliterated. His damage was simply too high. Even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs couldn't withstand it, let alone common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic monsters, even if they were 5 levels higher than Lynn. Myriad Ghost Formation, open. Lynn slapped his hand on the ground again, and a pitch-black formation diagram quickly enveloped a 30-meter radius. A chilling wind howled, ghosts shrieked, and 20 flame goblins perished one after another under the ghosts' attacks. Lynn's experience bar rose again, directly leveling him up to 6. He gained another 10 free attribute points, which Lynn immediately allocated to his 4 main stats. All the way to the witch tribe, a bewitching witch in fiery armor led a large group of flame goblins and charged towards Lynn. Flame Witch, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief. Level 10. Attributes: Strength 138, Intelligence 189, Constitution 135, Spirit 192. Skills: Fire Beam, Fireball, Fire Resistance. His stats were formidable. With 189 intelligence and high magic attack, one hit would be enough to instantly kill Lynn. But Lynn wouldn't give her a chance to attack. An NTH advancement mage had an attack range within 10 meters and a casting time of 2 seconds. Lynn cast a formation skill first. By the time the witch entered the 10-meter range and tried to attack Lynn, Lynn's skill had already been cast. Still, Myriad Ghost Formation. After all, the witch and fire goblins have fire resistance, so casting Meteor Fall Formation would be less effective. The myriad ghosts reappeared, sweeping away all the flame witches and flame goblins. They couldn't even cast spells, as Lynn steadily gained experience and materials. 5 seconds later, all the monsters died, and Lynn also leveled up directly to level 8. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade, which is why common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic class holders spend their entire lives in the NTH advancement realm. A burning crystal lay quietly on the ground beside the flame witch. Lynn's eyes lit up. He had hit the jackpot this time. He quickly picked it up. This was a low-grade flame gem, which could be used to craft fire attribute staves,
priced at around 200,000.
As an orphan, when had he ever seen such a huge sum as 200,000? Of course, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. After collecting the other materials, the income from this dungeon run was approximately 250,000. While it sounds like a lot, class holders have very high expenses. Lynn's current assets would, at most, only be enough to buy a set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier and th advancement equipment, with some negligible stat bonuses. A set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic and th advancement equipment typically sells for around 300,000, which Lynn currently couldn't afford. However, with his current earning ability, becoming immensely wealthy is only a matter of time. High-tier class holders are the most lucrative group. Lynn glanced at the clear time, 11 minutes and 12 seconds, and couldn't help but smile. He had broken the record again. He stepped out of the teleportation exit, and when he appeared unharmed in the outside world, many people became excited. They had been timing him. They turned their gaze to the divine pillar in the center of the hall, and sure enough, they saw the pillar once again radiating a purplish gold light. The clear record for the Flame Witch dungeon on Hell difficulty has been refreshed. Refresher, Lynn. Clear time, 11 minutes and 12 seconds. Special reward, 50 free attribute points. The voice of the heavenly Tao chimed in simultaneously. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the name of the Flame Witch dungeon's record holder was successfully replaced by Lynn, accompanied by the new record time, which was more than 5 minutes faster. Simply outrageous. They couldn't imagine who could possibly break the record Lynn had set in the future. It was simply inconceivable. Brother Lynn, you're amazing. Brother Lynn, congratulations. Lynn, our Mad Lion mercenary group genuinely welcomes you to join. All conditions are negotiable. Our Overlord Guild too, name your price. Those class holders waiting for Lynn to break the record couldn't help but try to recruit him again. They truly desired such a prodigy. Thank you for your kind offers, but let's discuss everything after the national exam. Lynn reiterated his usual response, then squeezed through the crowd and left. 1 dungeon clearance per day was far too little. He wished he could grind infinitely to rise completely in a short time, but such thoughts were futile, as it was the will of the heavenly Tao. News of Lynn breaking another record swept through the Federation like a hurricane. Breaking records twice in a row, and by significantly surpassing the previous record times, Lynn's potential made many major powers and universities restless. Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. The admissions directors rushed to push open the president's doors. Principal, I've found a promising talent. The director's face was excited. Oh? It's been a long time since I've seen you this excited. Tell me, what kind of treatment do you want from me? The principal said calmly. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He was used to it. President, please take a look at his profile first. The director projected the AI terminal's content for the president to view. A low-level formation master soloing 2 dungeons? Interesting. His talent must significantly reduce the casting time of formations and provide a strong boost to formation skills. The president analyzed at his level, he could deduce many things. Principal, given such a talent, I suggest we directly offer him Class A treatment to recruit him, the director proposed. Approved. It's just going to be difficult to compete with Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. The president shook his head inside. Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University are also top-tier universities in the Federation, firmly holding the top 4 spots, but Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University consistently ranks first, recruiting most of the talented individuals. It's frustrating, but there's nothing that can be done. Principal, this time, we might have a chance, the director said mysteriously. How do you say? The principal was curious. As long as Lynn wasn't foolish, he would choose Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, or Beiyuan Adventurer University, wouldn't he? After all, they were the top schools. Look at his school evaluation. The director pulled up Jiangling First High's evaluation of Lynn, updated just last night, a very fresh assessment. Lynn is an ungrateful, selfish, and treacherous person. This was Lin Suwu's school evaluation. Is a student with such character worth recruiting with grade A treatment? The principal questioned. While talent is important, character is even more so. Who would want to cultivate an ungrateful wretch? Principal, I have a distant cousin who teaches at Jiangling First High. I asked him about the situation, and he said Lin's character is definitely not as described in the evaluation. He has always been a team player, respectful to teachers and elders at school. The reason for such an evaluation is because. The director recounted how Principal Sun of First High openly mocked Lin on the day of his class change, and his distant cousin also knew that Sun deliberately gave Lin such a terrible review purely out of revenge for Lin transferring schools. Chapter 9, Requirements for the NTH Advancement and Further Enhancement of Great Skills. A high school principal, cultivating the future of the nation, is actually such a selfish and narrow-minded individual. How outrageous! The principal was furious, wishing he could instantly strike Sun down. Principal, please calm down. I've already asked my cousin to collect evidence, which will naturally be submitted to the local class holders association for handling, the director said. Give the association over there a heads up. They better not think about covering for him, or they won't be able to bear the consequences, the principal said coldly. Understood. The director knew the principal was truly enraged. The principal always regarded education as more important than his own life, so it was natural for him to be angry upon hearing about such a black sheep. And as the principal of a prestigious school, a powerful 7-turn class holder, he certainly had the authority to warn the local class holders association. The director left the principal's office and then soared directly into the sky, swiftly flying towards Nanling City. As a 6-turn class holder, he had long been capable of soaring through the skies. The admissions director of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University also saw Lin's profile. Lin's performance greatly intrigued him, but Lin's school evaluation made him frown deeply. Forget it, we at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University don't need someone with such poor character. The admissions director tossed Lin's profile into the nearby trash can. A similar scene was playing out at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. The admissions director looked at Lin's school evaluation with disdain, thinking what a waste of talent. Such character is destined not to go far, and this kind of temporary school transfer must be for personal gain, showing no steadfastness. Bringing him into the school would only have a negative impact. We at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University don't need him. He also tossed Lin's profile into the trash can. At Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, the admissions director was also carefully browsing Lin's profile at this moment. Then his gaze stopped at Lin's school evaluation. He didn't show an expression of disdain but rather pondered deeply. A student with such a bright future wouldn't receive such a negative evaluation from the school unless there was a very deep conflict between them. But how could Lin, a powerless orphan, have such a significant conflict with the school? He could have been directly expelled long ago. The only possibility is that his transfer caused the conflict. Chen tapped his fingers on the table. His previous work was somewhat unconventional, accustomed to analyzing underlying reasons from superficial matters, and he wouldn't make decisions lightly. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of the president of the Nanling Class Holders Association, entrusting him to help inquire about Lin. The president readily agreed. It was a small matter, and he could gain a favor. Why not? Lin was unaware that due to Jiangling First High's evaluation, some prestigious schools had given up on recruiting him. He was currently studying the NTH advancement materials. After a class holder reaches level 15, they can accept the NTH advancement quest, and upon completion, they become an NTH advancement class holder.
The NTH advancement is a very crucial stage because it's the only opportunity to independently decide the class holder's path. The first class change is entirely up to fate, just as Lynn's class change into a formation master was not his decision at all. He actually wanted to become a swordsman, roaming the world with his sword. During the NTH advancement, a formation master can choose to class change into a geoscientist or a celestial scion. A geoscientist leans towards support, while a celestial scion leans towards combat. Lynn would definitely class change into a celestial scion. Why would a solo class holder like him change to support? Therefore, he was researching the class change information for celestial scion. The class holder quest for every class change to celestial scion is the same. The first task is to clear the warrior difficulty of a skeleton dungeon once, either solo or in a team. 99% of formation masters are carried through this stage. Every dungeon hall has teams specifically for carrying people through class changes, but the fee is expensive, costing 100,000 per run. The second task is to clear the 15th floor of the Necrotic Tower dungeon. This can only be done alone. Many formation masters get stuck at this step and can't make any progress, which is why formation masters are often considered useless. Only formation masters from powerful factions can clear it by relying on luxurious equipment. After all, the formation master class has genuinely weak solo capabilities. A 5-second casting time is simply too long for some men. It's already enough time to finish. Having reread the clear guides for both the Skeleton Dungeon and the Necrotic Tower Dungeon until he knew them by heart, Lynn showed a confident smile. He had 100% confidence. After allocating the rewarded 50 free attribute points, his intelligence reached 60 points, his magic attack reached 600, and the damage per second of his two formations exceeded 6,000. Monsters in the NTH advancement dungeon would be unable to withstand this, so he only needed to focus on dodging monster attacks. The AI terminal rang, and Lynn answered. He was told there was a delivery, which would arrive at his door momentarily. Lynn opened the door, and the delivery person arrived. "Are you Mr. Lynn?" the delivery person asked. "Yes," Lynn replied. "Because the item delivered is very important, please show me your citizen ID." Lynn handed his citizen ID to the delivery person, who scanned it with a device. After confirming everything was correct, the delivery person asked Lynn to sign for the package. "Sent from Jiangzhou High School, it should be skill books and equipment, great." Lynn was very pleased and quickly opened the package. The first thing that caught his eye was a set of blue armor, a set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic cloth armor. Both Earth Source Masters and Heaven Source Masters wear cloth armor. Lynn couldn't wear it yet, so after taking out the cloth armor, he quickly pulled out the two NTH advancement skill books. However, the NTH advancement skill books also had to be set aside for now. Fortifying Array deploys a formation that enhances the physique of the caster and allies by 5%, with a coverage radius of 5 meters. Cast time, 5 seconds, duration, 5 seconds. Intellect Array deploys a formation that enhances the intelligence of the caster and allies by 5%, with a coverage radius of 5 meters. Cast time, 5 seconds, duration, 5 seconds. The two skills were both buff skills. Lynn didn't disdain them, on the contrary, buff skills were exactly what he needed most right now, especially Fortifying Array, as he was lacking in defense. System, triple draw. Lynn still had 3 lottery draws unused. During trade extraction, congratulations to the host on obtaining Blessing of the Water God, Blessing of the Goddess of Wisdom, Blessing of the Nuclear Bomb. Lynn pondered carefully, then decided to fuse Fortitude Array with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, and Intellect Array with Blessing of the Goddess of Wisdom. Fuse, Lynn ordered. Fusion successful. Fortifying Array has been upgraded to Grand Array of Angelic Sanctuary. Deploys a formation that grants a physique 10 buff to the caster and allies, with a coverage radius of 30 meters. Cast time, 2 seconds, duration, 30 seconds. Intellect Array has been upgraded to Grand Array of Divine Wisdom's Blessing. Deploys a formation that grants an intelligence 10 buff to the caster and allies, with a coverage radius of 30 meters. Cast time, 3 seconds, duration, 30 seconds.
Chapter 10, Recruitment from Universities, Conditions. Excellent, very powerful.
Lynn was very satisfied with these two arrays. He had become powerful again, and the enhancement was significant.
Esteemed Master, you have 3 million incoming. The remitter is Zhengzhou High School. The AI terminal chimed. Haha, good. Lynn laughed happily. 3 million.
In his 2 lives, it was the first time he had seen so much money.
Tonight, I must have a good feast.
Lynn rubbed his hands. He had heard that the meat of many monsters was extremely delicious, and he had long wanted to try it, but he had always been short on cash. Now, he finally had the means. He put the cloth armor into the wardrobe, to be worn after the NTH advancement. By then, he would be much stronger, having upgraded his gear. Lynn continued to immerse himself in study, mainly researching strategies for various dungeons and the career path of a Heaven Source Master. The career path was complex, with everyone having their own understanding. Lynn didn't intend to simply copy others but rather to use them as reference.
Immersed in study, time always passed quickly.
Just as Lynn was about to cook dinner, there was another knock on the door. Through the peephole, Lynn saw a refined young man standing at the door. Of course, with continuous class changes, the lifespan of class holders greatly extends, so a person who looks young might actually be over 100 years old.
Therefore, a young man nowadays isn't necessarily truly young. Lynn opened the door and greeted the young man. Hello.
Hello, student Lynn. I am Fong Yu, admissions director for Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, Fong Yu said, extending his hand. Lynn reached out and shook his hand.
This is my ID. Fong Ping politely presented his identification. Lynn had the AI terminal scan it, confirming its authenticity. Teacher Fong, what a pleasure to have you. Please forgive my not meeting you sooner.
Lynn said courteously, welcoming Fong Yu inside as he spoke.
It's my intrusion that is presumptuous. Fong Yu adopted a very humble posture.
After the two were seated, Lynn served tea, and Fong Yu explained the purpose of his visit. Student Lynn, I'm here today on behalf of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University to offer you a special admission. There's no need to introduce our universities further. We are among the 4 prestigious institutions, with a long history and strong faculty. We are willing to offer you Class A treatment, 1 million contribution points per semester, which is equivalent to 100 million credit points in purchasing power. You can also freely choose a 6th-turn class holder to be your mentor. They will not refuse. Furthermore, for your NTH advancement and NTH advancement, the university will provide you with a set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment and 2 skill books. Fong Yu finished listing the Class A benefits in one breath. Lynn was genuinely tempted.
100 million per semester, that's 800 million over 8 semesters in 4 years of university.
Not to mention the 2 sets of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, whose value he already knew. The NTH advancement set costs tens of millions, and the NTH advancement set costs hundreds of millions. However, he didn't rush to accept. This was only one of the 4 prestigious universities. There were 3 others. And the university he most wanted to attend was still Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, the one firmly holding the top spot. Teacher Fong, I need to think about it, Lynn mused.
It's normal to consider. I'm not in a hurry. You wouldn't mind if I had some tea here, would you? Fong Yu chuckled lightly.
In his heart, he was actually very anxious, but he couldn't show it.
Teacher Fong, what are you saying? This is my honor.
Lynn chuckled. The two weren't awkward. Lynn asked Fong Yu questions about the heavenly origin master profession, and Fong Yu answered everything he knew. The two chatted for about half an hour. When Fong Yu thought it was time, he spoke about the NTH advancement.
Is student Lin waiting for the teachers from the other 3 prestigious schools? Fong Yu's gaze seemed to see through everything. Nothing gets past Teacher Fong. Lin wasn't embarrassed. This was his right.
They probably won't come, because your school evaluation isn't very good.
Let me show you. Fong Yu pulled up Lynn's school evaluation from the AI terminal and presented it to Lynn. What a thankless, selfish person.
Lynn's eyes radiated a deep coldness. He knew at a glance that this was Sun's deliberate retaliation, written because Lynn transferred to Jiangzhou High School, thereby removing Sun's ladder to promotion. Prestigious schools value character, and our federal university, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are no exception.
However, we don't blindly trust school evaluations. After investigation, we determined this was Sun's slander against you. Our principal has also looked into this matter.
To be frank with you, Sun won't have a good end.
But the admissions directors of the other 3 prestigious schools probably won't bother to investigate.
Your information might have already been thrown into the trash by them, which is why they haven't arrived yet.
Fong Yu said confidently. Please convey my thanks to Principal Zhu. Lin expressed his gratitude.
With a prominent figure like Principal Zhu intervening, no one could naturally protect a mere son.
Why bother conveying it? You can thank him in person yourself.
Our principal genuinely cherishes his students, and he would be very happy to see you.
Fong Yu said.
Since your university has shown such sincerity, it would make me seem indecisive if I didn't go. However, I hope to continue participating in the national exam, because I want to earn a fortune during the national exam.
Lin spoke frankly. That is your right.
Fong Yu looked pleased he had finally secured him. As the head of admissions, he had a yearly quota to recruit 10 talents, and failing to meet it would inevitably lead to criticism. Having secured one now, he was in a good mood.
Lin signed an enrollment agreement with Fong Yu.
Once Fong Yu approved, Lin would become a prospective student of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. The prospective status would be removed once school started.
Student Lin, on behalf of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, I welcome you. It's my honor. The two shook hands.
Fong Yu never imagined this would be the most significant moment in his recruitment career, because thanks to Lin, Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University would leap to become the #1 prestigious university in the Federation.
Fong Yu politely declined Lin's dinner invitation and took his leave.
Lin, in a joyous mood, opened the refrigerator and took out a can of beer to drink by himself.
It was worth celebrating.
Just as he finished one can of beer, there was another knock at the door. Lin opened it to find a powerful-looking middle-aged man.
Hello, Student Lin, I am Su Hu, the admissions director of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, the middle-aged man introduced himself.
Lin was stunned, not expecting another prestigious university to show up. He felt he might have been swayed by Fong Yu, but he didn't regret it. Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University were already excellent, a dream for countless students.
I apologize for not meeting you sooner. Come in.
Lin welcomed the guest first. Su Hu was about to explain his purpose when Lin interrupted him.
Teacher Su, I'm very sorry you're a step late.
I've already signed agreements with Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University.
I thought you wouldn't come because of my school evaluations.
Lin said with an apologetic expression.
Fong Yu moved really fast.
That son truly deserves to die. Su Hu's face showed regret and anger towards Sunday. If it weren't for investigating Lin's school performance, he would have come earlier. Congratulations, I hope you grow quickly and contribute to the Federation. Su Hu maintained his composure and extended his hand.
I'm sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing.
Lin held the other's hand and apologized again.
It was my slow action.
Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are the closest and could verify the truth fastest.
I can only say it wasn't meant to be.
Suhu laughed heartily, then bid farewell and left.
Chapter 11, Not from the Same World.
After seeing Suhu off, Lin's gaze turned completely cold. Sun was so despicable, he would absolutely not let him off lightly. And Director Chen, as well as his homeroom teacher, these two guys colluded with the principal and couldn't be let off either. Although Principal Zhu of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University had already spoken, tasking the Nanling Class Holders Association with handling the matter, there were different ways to handle it.
Lynn was determined to ensure the maximum penalty for the other party.
To achieve this, he needed greater fame, to draw the attention of more people in the Federation to him and to this incident. With public opinion rallied, the Class Holders Association would have no choice but to impose severe penalties. And becoming the top scorer in the national exam was the best way for him to make a name for himself in the Federation. Hiding his anger in his heart, Lin continued to immerse himself in his studies.
In the evening, Lin rode his electric scooter out. He was going out to celebrate.
Lin arrived at the square in front of the True Dragon Hotel, diagonally opposite the dungeon hall. After parking his small electric scooter, Lin walked towards the main entrance. The True Dragon Hotel is the best hotel in the Federation. It was named True Dragon because its founder once slayed a real dragon and used it to create a full dragon feast. To commemorate that moment, it was named True Dragon.
The True Dragon Hotel has branches in every city.
All the meat served there comes from monsters, and consuming it can boost one's attributes, making it very popular among class holders. These monsters are all sourced from the wild and unconquered dungeons, making them very difficult to capture.
Consequently, the prices here are exceptionally high.
Had Lin not recently made a small fortune, he wouldn't dare to come. His entire wealth wouldn't even cover a single dish. At the entrance, 2 rows of gracefully statuesque young women were greeting guests. As soon as Lin arrived, he was welcomed.
Welcome, esteemed guest. The women, dressed in kipeos, bowed slightly to Lin, their elegant figures perfectly outlined, a delightful sight.
Lin lingered for a couple of glances. It would be a waste not to look.
Hello, how many in your party, please?
As soon as he stepped through the door, a beautiful waitress came up to greet him.
Just one. Would you prefer to dine in the main hall or a private room, esteemed guest? The main hall, it's more lively. All right, please follow me.
The waitress led Lin to a table against the wall in the main hall. It was 7:30 p.m., dinner time, and the hall was already filled with many class holders. Most of them appeared to be NTH advancement or higher, with very few NTH advancement class holders like Lin. However, Lin's arrival changed the atmosphere in the hall. Lin was now the most famous person in Nanling City, and he was recognized as soon as he entered.
Holy crap, Lin, a young man exclaimed. Lin! The one who broke the record? Where is he? It really is Lin.
The mention of Lin startled all the class holders. After all, that name carried significant weight. They focused their gaze on Lin, and some class holders even started approaching him.
Lin nodded to the crowd.
Being famous had its drawbacks. He was the center of attention wherever he went.
Brother Lin, we have a spot over there. How about we have a meal together? Brother Lin, want to grab a drink?
Brother Lin, our Dawn Guild is a 5-star guild, and we would truly welcome you to join.
Invitations for meals and offers to join factions instantly turned the scene boisterous. Thank you all for your kindness, brothers.
I came here simply to quietly enjoy a meal.
Please don't affect the hotel's business, thank you. Lin clasped his hands and gestured for the waitress to continue leading the way.
The waitress hadn't realized that the handsome young man in front of her was so famous. Her class change profession was a tea brewer, a lifestyle profession, and she didn't follow the combat profession circles, which was why she didn't recognize Lin. After a moment of shock, they led Lin to a table for 2. The others, seeing that Lin had no intention of talking, did not disturb him further. The consequences of antagonizing a promising talent holder were more than they could bear. Lin was led to a 2-person table. Seeing that Lin had no intention of conversing, the others didn't bother him further. They knew the consequences of offending a talented individual with a promising future would be unbearable. Opening the menu, he found that the dishes here generally cost over 5,000, with the most expensive reaching 100,000. Lynn was astounded. This was truly beyond what a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic person could afford. Opening the menu, Lynn saw that most dishes were priced above 5,000, with the most expensive even reaching 100,000. Lynn gasped. This was truly not something common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic people could afford. Lynn ordered one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and a soup, spending 20,000 credit points and splurging for once. Lynn ordered one meat, one vegetable, and one soup, spending 20,000 credit points, a luxurious treat. Bored while waiting for his food, Lynn took out his AI terminal to browse the news. Bored while waiting for his food, Lynn took out his AI terminal to browse the news. Great news! The Baron suppressing army has conquered the Snow Mountain dungeon in the northern wilderness. Great news! The Wilderness Suppression Army has captured the Snow Mountain dungeon located in the northern wilderness. Congratulations! 7th Advancement Heavy Swordsman Jiang Fei has slain the 7th Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Chief, the Flame Sparrow, in the Central Wilderness. Congratulations! 7-star Heavy Swordsman Jiang Fei has slain the 7-star Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Chief Blazefire Phoenix in the Central Wilderness. The whole nation mourns. A new, nascent NTH advancement dungeon has opened above White Jade City, causing over 30,000 deaths. The nation grieves. A new NTH advancement dungeon has opened above White Jade City, causing over 30,000 deaths. As the news flashed before his eyes, Lynn shook his head inside. This world was too dangerous. One needed extraordinary strength just to survive. As each piece of news appeared, Lynn shook his head inside. This world was too dangerous to survive. One had to possess extraordinary strength. Just as he was browsing the news, a commotion came from the doorway, and he recognized one of the voices. He couldn't help but look towards the entrance. He saw Hong and a group of his classmates being led by a waiter in his direction. There were about 10 people in total, both male and female. He saw Hong and a group of his classmates, about a dozen people, both male and female, being led by a waiter in his direction. Let me tell you, the food here is amazing. One bite and you'll be thinking about it forever. With graduation coming up, I asked my mom for 200,000 for a party fund, otherwise, I wouldn't dare bring you guys here. Hong said, his tone filled with pride. I'm telling you, the food here is truly delicious. Once you eat it, the taste lingers. It's only because graduation is approaching that I got 200,000 for our party from my mom, otherwise, I wouldn't dare bring you here, Hong said, his voice full of pride. In all of Jiangling First High, how many people could ask their family for 200,000 just for a get-together? In all of Jiangling First High, how many people could ask their families for 200,000 for a party? His gaze fell on the face of a girl beside him, a fervent light in his eyes. It was Yuding, the belle of their senior class 1, and also the school beauty of Jiangling First High. He had pursued her for 3 years, but unfortunately, had made no progress. His gaze fell upon the face of a girl beside him, a burning light in his eyes. Yuding, the class beauty of their senior year class 1, and also the school beauty of Jiangling First High. He had pursued her for 3 years, but sadly, made no progress. The reason he was so generous as to invite all his classmates here was simply that he couldn't ask Yuding out alone. He had to invite her deskmate and friends to get them to bring her along. It had to be said, he had put a lot of thought into it. The reason he was so generous in treating his classmates here was simply that he couldn't ask Yuding out alone. He had to invite her deskmate and friends, hoping they would bring Yuding along. It had to be said that he put some thought into it. Yuding kept her eyes forward. Unlike the others who were marveling at the place, she was very calm. To her, this place was just so. Yuding looked straight ahead. Unlike the others who marveled at the place, she was very calm. This place was just okay to her. She and her classmates were not from the same world. She felt something and looked in one direction, meeting a pair of bright eyes. He's here too. Yuding said, slightly surprised. He's here too? Yuding was slightly surprised. Lynn offered a slight smile to Yuding. Squad leader Mu usually took good care of him. Of course, he had no romantic interest in Yuding. In his previous life, he had been 35 when he transmigrated, so his mindset was very mature. He was only interested in mature women. He looked at these young girls like nieces. Hong followed Yuding's gaze, and when he saw Lynn, his face immediately darkened. He had been in an extremely foul mood these past 2 days. He had believed that Lynn was destined to be a waste, but not only was Lynn not a waste, he had broken 2 dungeon records. Lynn's news was everywhere, which infuriated him to the point he couldn't sleep. Other classmates also noticed Lynn, sitting alone in the corner, and a stir arose. For the past 2 days, the most talked about topic in their class had been about Lynn. Initially, it was about Lynn, the top student in the entire grade, actually undergoing a class change to become a useless formation master, which drew pity from some and ridicule from others. Then came Lynn breaking 2 dungeon records, which shocked them considerably, and they still couldn't believe it. Chapter 12, What's so great about being guaranteed admission? Yuding walked towards Lynn with elegant steps. Hang's expression grew even uglier. Why did his goddess always have to pay attention to that scoundrel? Another reason he disliked Lynn was that Yuding enjoyed communicating with Lynn but showed no interest in talking to any other boys in the class. He had always thought Yuding was interested in Lynn, but why? What aspect of him wasn't superior to Lynn? His grades might be a little worse, and he might be a little uglier, but family background was the most important thing. Do you mind if I sit here? Although Yuding verbally sought Lynn's opinion, her body was already seated across from Lynn. If I said I minded, would you stand up? Lynn chuckled. I wouldn't, Yuding said, blinking. Classmate Lynn, congratulations on breaking 2 dungeon records. As expected of the top student in our grade, truly impressive. I've always said there are no useless professions, only useless people. Some classmates now offered Lynn compliments with fawning smiles. Anyone who broke a record, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would become a powerful class holder. Clinging to their coattails now might lead to being carried later. Facing these classmates' compliments, Lynn merely humored them a couple of times and then ignored them. It sounded good, but after his class changed to Formation Master, only Yuding had messaged him to comfort him and even offered to introduce him to a job. However, he forgot to reply, his mind solely focused on the system and leveling up at the time. Hong led the students to a large table nearby, but Yuding didn't follow. Hang's mood worsened, feeling like the meal was probably a waste. Damn it! Why didn't you reply to my message? Yuding rested her chin, staring directly at Lynn, wanting to see what excuse he would come up with this time. I've been busy these past 2 days. Lynn wasn't embarrassed, he was used to it. So busy you don't even have time to reply to messages? Yuding teased. Pretty much. Aren't you going over there? Hang's eyes are practically spitting fire. Lynn raised an eyebrow. You want me to go? Go if you want to. If you want me to go, I'll go. Guess if I want to? Bickering, who doesn't know how? Lynn wasn't some young man with a naive mindset. 3 years as classmates and I still haven't had a meal paid for by you. I heard you've made a lot recently, so today I'm going to make you treat me. Yuding smiled, dimming the dazzling lights of the place. What I've earned is just a drop in the ocean to you, Lynn said irritably. It's different. My money comes from my family, yours is self-earned. I thought mine was given by my family, wanna swap? Lynn pouted, implying that being a rich second generation wasn't all that. Perhaps he was the only one in the entire class who knew Yuding's family background was unusual. On one accidental occasion, he had seen the president of the Nanling Class Holders Association walking with Yuding, and the president's steps were intentionally or unintentionally half a step behind Yuding, which spoke volumes. The two chatted and laughed, making Hung burn with jealousy, wishing he could somehow eliminate Lynn. The dishes arrived quickly. Yuding asked the waiter for an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, then started eating with Lynn, completely without the air of a guest. I'm telling you all, my national exam is aimed squarely at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. I'm already level 5 now, and by the national exam, I hope to reach level 20. The chances of getting into Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are very high.
Hong deliberately spoke loudly, wanting to attract Yuding's attention. Hong, I really envy you.
You have no shortage of equipment or skills, and you even have someone helping you level up.
Hong, do you think I have a chance to join your family's mercenary group? Those classmates were very complimentary towards Hong.
Although they had class changed into combat professions, leveling up was too difficult. They needed to join a faction to have a chance to progress quickly.
Easy, easy. Talent holders are powerful, but without equipment and skills, they won't get far.
They might even get stuck doing the NTH advancement quest, and then they'll only be able to attend a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic university. Hong glanced at Lynn. These words were specifically meant for him.
Hong is right, class holder preparation and skills are the most important. A lone wolf won't get far no matter what. Some classmates continued to compliment Hong, not forgetting to put Lynn down in their words. Lynn smiled after hearing this, operated the AI terminal, and projected a piece of paper. Oh my! The admission letters from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are designed so beautifully, aren't they, Squad Leader Mu? Lynn also deliberately spoke loudly. Yuding burst out laughing. Lynn was definitely doing it on purpose. Wow! They're truly exquisite, I'm so envious.
Yuding's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, a look of astonishment on her face. Your acting is so fake, Lynn chuckled.
Not as fake as yours, Yuding rolled her eyes.
Heng's large table seemed to be flash frozen, the atmosphere heavy with low pressure. They were still worrying about whether they could get into a class holder university, while Lynn had already been guaranteed admission, and to one of the 4 prestigious schools at that.
Damn it! Is guaranteed admission such a big deal? It actually seems like a big deal.
Their morale crumbled. Having no mind to continue bothering with that group of childish brats, Lynn focused on eating. Damn it, a meal costing 20,000 ocean dollars, and Yuding had almost eaten half of it. It pained him terribly.
Which university do you want to apply to? Lynn asked, seizing the opportunity. I haven't decided yet. Do you want me to go to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University?
Yuding said with a half smile.
Go wherever you want, Lynn pouted.
Oof. I'm going to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University just to annoy you.
Yuding huffed.
I think I want to change my major. Lynn showed a hint of regret.
Go to hell. Yuding kicked Lynn.
In Heng's eyes, their actions were nothing short of flirtation. The delicious food that had once been savored suddenly turned sour and tasteless. Lynn was only half full, but he had no intention of ordering more. He wasn't willing to pay double, as it was all his hard-earned money.
Oh my! I'm so full.
Yuding rubbed her belly with a satisfied look. You ate it all, Lynn grumbled dismissively.
Whose fault is it that you eat so slowly? Yuding gloated. Who knew you were only pretending to be refined?
You look so quiet and gentle, but you devour your food like a hungry ghost reborn.
You're the hungry ghost.
Yuding fumed, trying to kick Lynn's toe again, but he dodged it and even raised an eyebrow at her.
Let's go.
Lynn wiped his mouth, ready to go home and continue studying, and break more dungeon records tomorrow.
Yuding also got up and followed Lynn.
Hong heard the sound of his heart breaking. He was strong, holding back his tears.
Check, please. Lynn walked up to the front desk. Mr. Lynn, our manager said your meal is on the house.
It's an honor for our hotel to have you dine here, the front desk smiled.
Then I'll come every day from now on?
Lynn showed a hint of interest. The front desk girl's smile froze. Brother, you really dare to dream big.
Can't you have some shame? Yuding was utterly speechless, practically dragging Lynn away.
She regretted not paying herself.
Chapter 13, Another Record Broken. What are you pulling me for? I haven't finished speaking yet.
Lynn grumbled. Brother, have some shame, Yuding said irritably.
Shame can't feed you, Lynn pouted.
Yuding rolled her eyes so hard they almost went to heaven.
She was completely defeated. Let's go, take me home. Yuding changed the subject. Take a taxi yourself.
Lynn was displeased.
You sponged a meal off me, and now you want me to take you home? What's next, flying to the moon? No way. Yuding immediately spotted Lynn's small electric scooter. In a plaza full of luxury cars, Lynn's scooter stood out uniquely.
Only Lynn would have the nerve to ride a small electric scooter here. Yuding directly sat on the back seat of the scooter, looking like she wouldn't budge until he took her home.
All right, you win.
I'll avoid you like the plague next time I see you, Lynn said, sitting in front, pulling out his key to start the scooter. A hand reached for the soft flesh on his waist, then gave it a sharp twist.
Ouch. What are you doing? Lynn swatted Yuding's hand away. That's for trying to avoid me. Yuding huffed.
Heading towards the villa area where Yuding lived, Lynn coincidentally learned that Yuding's home was there. That time, he went to tutor a high school student in a house within the area and saw Yuding entering Villa Number 1 with the president of the Class Holders Association in the garden.
The two chatted casually, talking about everything under the sun. Lynn asked Yuding why she hadn't leveled up yet, and Yuding replied that she was waiting for equipment and skills. Lynn superfluously asked what grade the equipment was, and the answer was a set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic gear, plus a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade weapon. Lynn felt he shouldn't have asked. His 3 million couldn't even buy 1/10 of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade weapon. After dropping Yuding off at the villa entrance and waving goodbye, Lynn went straight home. Yuding watched Lynn leave, a hint of an unidentifiable smile in her eyes. She herself wasn't sure what her feelings for Lynn were, only that she enjoyed spending time with him. Skipping and humming a little tune, she ran into the residential area. The security guards at the gate saluted sharply, the powerful aura of an NTH advancement class holder deterring all petty criminals. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Lynn returned to the dungeon hall. This time, he chose the Cat Demon dungeon, still at hell difficulty. Wild Cat Demon. Level, 13. Attributes, Strength, 117, Intelligence, 97, Constitution, 119, Spirit, 120. Skill, Lacerating Blade. As soon as Lynn entered, he was fiercely greeted by 10 cat demons. The cat demons raised their front paws and swiped at Lynn, a claw blade tearing through the air and slashing towards him. This claw blade could even tear through steel plates. Angel's Blessing Array. Lynn pinched an array seal with his right hand and slammed it onto the ground. An array quickly formed, and Lynn instantly felt his body filled with vitality. His constitution rose from 43 to 430, his HP reached missing value, and his physical defense also reached 4,300. There were too many claw blades, and he couldn't dodge some of them, but it didn't matter, he only sustained minor injuries. Meteorite Drop Array. Lynn dodged the cat demon's attacks, then cast a skill, slammed the ground, and a large array descended. Countless fiery boulders fell, bombarding the cat demon. The cat demon tried to escape, but before it could get out of the array, it collapsed, leaving behind a pile of materials. Lynn's experience grew further, breaking through to level 9. Lynn continued to advance. The cat demon dungeon truly had a lot of monsters, often 20 or 30 would rush at Lynn together, but all of them perished under Lynn's array bombardment. Lynn actually liked this kind of dungeon because his experience bar grew incredibly fast. He had already broken through level 10 even before reaching the cat demon tribe. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief cat demon chief led hundreds of cat demons to attack Lynn. Lynn first cast Myriad Ghost Formation, and 10,000 ghosts appeared,
besieging the pouncing cat demons while also concealing Lynn's figure. Then Lynn cast the Wisdom God's Blessing array again. His intelligence instantly rose from 60 to 600, magic attack reached 6,000, and the array's damage per second reached above that, instantly killing all monsters within the array. The monsters that hadn't yet entered the array stopped, planning to wait for the array to pass before entering. They already possessed basic intelligence and weren't foolish enough to willingly commit suicide. But Lynn, who cast the Angel's Protection array again, had his physique reach 430, greatly increasing his movement speed. Movement speed is related to physique. The stronger the physique, the faster the movement speed. Lynn chased after those cat demons, his hands constantly forming array seals, and one array after another descended, taking them down. Ultimately, all of them collapsed. Lynn immediately returned to the cat demon chief's corpse. A gem lay on the ground. Lesser strength gem, enchanting equipment with it increases strength by 3%. Good stuff, another 200,000 in hand. Lynn happily collected the gem and all the other materials. He glanced at the time. This run took 14 minutes and 43 seconds, longer than the previous 2 dungeons, but it didn't matter. He still broke the record and was a full 6 minutes faster than the previous record. There were too many monsters here, and the dungeon was also very large. Lynn primarily spent time traveling, otherwise, he could have been faster. Lynn exited the dungeon, and then the Heavenly Tao once again announced that Lynn had refreshed the Cat Demon Dungeon's clear record, adding another of Lynn's names to the Divine Pillar. Those onlookers were already somewhat numb, as if they had always believed in their hearts that Lynn could set another record. Unconsciously, Lynn's monstrous talent had become deeply ingrained in people's minds, as if any astonishing feat he accomplished was simply expected. News of Lynn's third record-breaking achievement once again swept across every corner of the Federation, even reaching the darkest places. Such a monster should not exist in this world. Send him to meet Allah, a hoarse voice commanded. Yes, a voice replied from the darkness, accepting the order and departing. The Federation itself was not a monolithic entity. In chaotic times, ambitious individuals were never content to remain idle. They formed various evil organizations, dreaming of overthrowing the Federation's rule, and assassinating powerful potential class holders of the Federation had always been their most common method. Unaware that he had been targeted by some, Lynn hummed a tune as he returned home, feeling quite cheerful. System, 3 consecutive draws. Trait extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Curse of the Quick Man, Curse of the Demon God, Blessing of the God of Magic. Curse of the Quick Man? A strange chill inexplicably ran between Lynn's legs, and he felt a deep coldness. This trait was poisonous. System, how can there be a curse trait? Lynn complained, wondering if it would merge into some strange skill. The functions of the trait are for the host to explore independently. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. You old man, Lynn grumbled. Chapter 14, Yuding breaks the record. Lynn was too lazy to argue with the system and instead opened his panel. Name, Lynn. Level, 11. Attributes, Strength, 58, Intelligence, 84, Constitution, 59, Spirit, 84. Attack, Physical Attack, 580, Magic Attack, 840. Defense, Physical Defense, 590, Magic Defense, 840. Skill. Myriad Ghost Formation, Meteor Fall Formation, Angel's Blessing Grand Formation, God of Wisdom's Blessing Grand Formation. Trait, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, Water God's Blessing, The Art of Explosion, Curse of the Swift, Demon God's Curse, Magic God's Blessing. The NTH advancement only has 5 skill slots, so I can learn one more. I'll go buy one later and sell the materials I have, Lynn decided. Beep. Rich Lady Moo has sent you a message. A prompt sound came from the AI terminal. Is this little girl that idle? Lynn grumbled and then opened the message interface. Student Lynn, congratulations on breaking another record. When are you treating me to dinner to celebrate mischievous? Another day, next time, if there's a chance, if I'm free, Lynn replied. Scorn. Proud. Lynn stopped paying attention to Yuding and instead rode his scooter directly to the classholder trading center. He first sold the unused materials in his backpack to merchants, earning 510,000, and then took out 100,000 to purchase a batch of healing and mental potions. Next, he came to the skill selling shop and found the formation master's skills.
Strength formation, God summoning formation, gale formation, gravity formation, armor enhancement formation.
There were many NTH advancement skills, and their prices were not expensive compared to skills of other professions, generally around 50,000. Lynn deliberated, considering that higher-level monsters would have increasingly higher intelligence and their skill attack range would become longer. For him, a squishy character, survival was paramount. Therefore, he decided to purchase the Armor Enhancement Formation to enhance his defense. The Armor Enhancement Formation deploys a formation enhancing the defense of himself and allies by 5%, with a coverage range of 5 meters, a cast time of 5 seconds, and a duration of 5 seconds. Spending 52,000 to acquire the skill, Lynn slapped the skill book onto his body and learned it on the spot. He also spent 1 million to buy 5 skill upgrade books. After NTH advancement, these books could be used to upgrade NTH advancement skills, greatly enhancing their power. He also purchased a formation scroll, which serves as the weapon for a formation master. Lynn bought an NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier formation scroll, which he could equip after NTH advancement, costing 520,000 credits. Back home, Lynn pondered which trait the Armor Enhancement Formation would best merge with. He found that there didn't seem to be a suitable one, as those traits didn't appear to have much to do with enhancing defense at first glance. Then I'll just keep it for now. I can draw once every level anyway, Lynn thought, not in a hurry. With his current abilities, he was confident enough to handle the NTH advancement dungeon. Lynn made his own lunch, and after eating, he continued to dive into his studies. Just then, the AI terminal chimed again. "Dear Master, Miss Moo, the rich lady, has sent another message." He clicked it open, and an unyieldingly heroic selfie entered Lynn's vision. Yuding was wearing a noble magic robe, holding a magic staff glowing red, exuding an air of nobility that almost blinded Lynn. This whole outfit must cost tens of millions. Should I rob her with my face covered? Lynn stroked his chin, considering the feasibility of the plan. This girl is going to clear a dungeon. You just wait for my good news about breaking the dungeon record, Yuding sent another message. This rich snob is really confident, Lynn grumbled. I wish you success, then treat me to a big meal, Lynn replied. You'll only get a chance to eat malatang. The $6 kind? Get lost. Lynn happily closed the message and continued studying. About 20 minutes later, Yuding sent him another photo. In the picture was a divine pillar, one Lynn was very familiar with, and he even saw his own name on it. He mainly looked at the line Yuding had circled, Yuding, Crystal Mine Dungeon, 14 minutes 44 seconds. This girl really broke the record. Good heavens, she's a talent user after all. Lynn gasped. He couldn't get complacent even with his cheats. The talent users in this world were essentially cheaters too, just not as terrifying as his. Principal Zhu of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University was a talent user. Talent greatly boosted fire-type skills, doubling their range, damage, and duration. According to estimates, the boost was roughly threefold. The reason it was an estimate was that every talent user's talent was their biggest secret and wouldn't be disclosed, so outsiders could only guess. Congratulations, congratulations, amazing, amazing. Time for a meal, Lynn replied. I'll pick you up tonight and take you for something delicious. Wrinkled nose. Alright, waiting for you. Lynn ended the chat. He'd get a free meal tonight again. Nice. When Lynn was eating lunch and browsing the news, he indeed saw overwhelming reports about Yuding breaking records. He randomly clicked on one, which included a career introduction and talent speculation for Yuding. Has her background still not been revealed? Her background must truly be extraordinary, Lynn thought to himself. His own news had mentioned his orphan status multiple times. Previously, Lynn had noticed other record-breaking class holders whose backgrounds were also dug up, but these news reports said nothing about Yuding's family background.
Lynn didn't make wild guesses.
Whatever her family background, he never judged friends by their family background, because every one of them was richer than him. In the evening, Lynn arrived at the community entrance. Just as he stepped out, he saw Yuding gracefully riding a pink electric scooter, which she then stopped in front of Lynn.
Squad leader Moo, you're riding an electric scooter?
Lynn's tone carried disdain.
What kind of look is that? Aren't you riding an electric scooter yourself?
Yuding shot Lynn a sideways glance.
Can we be the same? I'm a helpless orphan, and you're a super rich second generation.
If you take me out like this, I'll lose a lot of face, Lynn pouted. What face do you have? If you talk any more nonsense, I'll go eat by myself. Yuding gritted her teeth, really wanting to bite this scoundrel Lynn to death.
All right.
Lynn cheerfully sat on the back seat.
A delicate fragrance wafted from Yuding. This girl had even sprayed perfume.
Next time, spray a little less perfume, Lynn reminded.
Go to hell. Yuding snapped, flushing with embarrassment.
This was her first time wearing perfume, and this jerk actually found fault with it. They made their way through the streets and alleys, eventually stopping in front of a Malatang restaurant.
Can't you act like the rich second generation you are and take me to the True Dragon Hotel for a proper meal? What's the deal with coming here?
Lynn complained again. Eat if you want, don't if you don't, Yuding replied, too lazy to bother with Lynn, and went straight to pick her ingredients.
Lynn shrugged and followed. He was just teasing Yuding. He didn't really care what they ate. The two famous figures of Nanling City were, of course, recognized. Some people tried to approach them, but Lynn shooed them away.
After giving their selected ingredients to the owner, the two found a small table and sat facing each other, beginning to chat about class holders. Some young people started gossiping, wondering if the relationship between the two record breakers, who were classmates and friends, was more than just that. He secretly took a photo, intending to upload it online to attract traffic, but he was taken away by two plainclothes officers just as he turned the corner.
Chapter 15, NTH Advancement in Progress. Lynn, I've received news that an evil organization is planning something against us. I'm not afraid, but do you want to move into our residential area? The security in your area is too poor, Yuding reminded Lynn. Troubles from within and without, alas. Lynn sighed. I understand.
After my NTH advancement, I'll go rent an apartment in your community, Lynn said, not being stubborn.
This was a matter of life and death. Why rent? I know the owner of the villa next to my house.
She doesn't live here, and I've already spoken to her. You can just move in, Yuding chuckled.
Thank you, class monitor Moo.
My admiration for you is like a surging river, unending, Lynn said cheerfully, earning an eye roll from Yuding.
The Malatang meal was quickly finished.
Yuding then rode her scooter to take Lynn back to his community gate.
The two waved goodbye, Lynn entered his community, and Yuding returned home.
The next day, Lynn entered the dungeon early in the morning. This time, he chose the Frost Witch dungeon. He selected this dungeon because its monsters were notoriously numerous, making its difficulty extremely high among NTH advancement dungeons.
Upon entry, Lynn was greeted with a warm welcome from 20 frost goblins, who launched a volley of ice arrows his way.
Lynn quickly formed hand seals, simultaneously performing a carp roll to dodge the attacks. He slapped his hand on the ground, and the meteor fall formation descended, bombarding a 30-meter radius with fiery boulders, instantly eliminating the ice goblins. As Lynn made his way towards the Ice Witch tribe, hordes of goblins continuously swarmed him, but they were all swiftly dispatched by Lynn's formations. The ice goblins had less than 10,000 HP, while Lynn's formations dealt 8,600 damage per second. How could these goblins possibly withstand that? Even the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic Chief Ice Witch couldn't last more than a few seconds, contributing experience and materials to Lynn.
Lynn, in turn, leveled up to 15, directly reaching the NTH advancement requirement.
Lynn, of course, broke another record, and his appearance outside the dungeon naturally caused quite a stir. Lynn headed straight for the class change platform, as the NTH advancement required him to accept a quest there. The dungeon hall conveniently housed a class change platform. As Lynn stood on it, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded. Please choose your advanced class, Geomancer or Othermancer. Othermancer. Lynn had already made up his mind. To class change to Othermancer, your first quest is to clear the skeleton dungeon on warrior difficulty or higher. Your second quest is to clear the 15th floor of the Tower of the Undead, completing it solo. Lynn noticed 2 new class change quests on his panel and immediately set off to complete his class change. Class change dungeons are unique, they do not consume dungeon entry qualifications. Therefore, if Lynn had the strength, he could complete his class change today. Lynn arrived at the entrance of the class change dungeon. Here, he could see teams equipped with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic gear. They were all class change teams, helping others with their class change. Some were assisting with the NTH advancement, others with the NTH advancement, but there were no teams helping with anything beyond the NTH advancement. For that, one had to go to larger cities. Brother Lynn, do you need help? A team captain saw Lynn approaching and knew he was preparing for his NTH advancement. Taking this opportunity to build a relationship with Lynn seemed like a good idea. Thank you for your kindness, brother, but I'd like to try it on my own first, Lynn politely declined. He didn't want others to learn about his skills. Then I wish Brother Lynn immediate success, the team captain didn't press further. Seeing this, others didn't come over to build relationships either. Of course, no one mocked him. It was normal for someone who could break 4 dungeon records to accomplish extraordinary feats. Lynn entered the dungeon entrance and selected the skeleton dungeon on hell difficulty. Upon entering, Lynn felt a slight chill. The temperature here was very low, only a few degrees, and the entire dungeon was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. This mist was poisonous. As soon as Lynn entered, his HP began to drop by 2% per second. Lynn quickly drank a tube of intermediate antidote, and the poison status on his body disappeared. 1 bottle of antidote was effective for 1 minute and cost 3,000 credit points, which Lynn found quite painful. Skeletons emerged one by one from the jungle and lunged at Lynn. Skeleton Monster, Elite Chief. Level, 15. Attributes, Strength, 124, Intelligence, 103, Constitution, 135, Spirit, 145. Skills, Claw Blade, Bite. The skeletons moved very quickly. Lynn first cast Angel's Sanctuary Array, directly boosting his Constitution to 770. His movement speed was like a gust of wind, and his HP reached 77,000, giving him a great sense of security. Dodging the skeleton's claw blades and bites, Lynn's hands moved incessantly. He slapped the ground, and, meteor fall formation, descended, with countless flaming boulders continuously falling and bombarding the skeletons. Soon, 25 skeleton corpses and a pile of materials were left on the ground. The entire dungeon was filled with elite monsters or higher, and there was more than 1 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief, but none of them could stop Lynn. It was just that the mental potions and antidotes were used up quickly, making Lynn feel even more distressed. It was all money. He made his way to the center of the dungeon in front of the skeleton tribe. He saw a vast horde of skeletons, led by a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level monster skeleton Grand Chief, charging towards Lynn, numbering over 100. What defines hell level difficulty? It truly felt like being in hell. This was the difficulty for a single player. If a 5-person team entered, there would be even more monsters, and their HP would double, making it even more terrifying. Class holders who could clear hell level difficulty were all exceptional individuals. Lynn observed the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level skeleton chief in front of him. Its stats were very impressive. Skeleton Chief, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level Great Chief. Level, 15. Attributes, Strength, 380, Intelligence, 360, Constitution, 365, Spirit, 356. Skills, Blade, Bite, Evil Blade / Ground Splitter / The skeleton chief, wielding a bone blade, rapidly charged towards Lynn, its speed startling. Lynn first cast the Angel's Blessing Array to boost his constitution, then moved quickly to evade the skeleton chief's blade aura. The skeleton chief horizontally slashed its bone blade, sending a blade aura cutting across a 5-meter range. Given the skeleton chief's skill damage, if this slash hit, it could take away nearly half of Lynn's HP. One must know that Lynn's current HP was 77,000, which highlights the skeleton chief's power. The skill damage of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level Grand Chief is usually more than 10 times its physical or magical attack. Not to mention there were 3 other common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs, and all the rest were elite chiefs. Such power was despair-inducing. Lynn slammed his hand on the ground, and the myriad ghost formation dropped, thousands of ghosts howling out and rushing towards the skeletons. Lynn then cast the Athena's Blessing Array again, increasing his intelligence tenfold to 1110. With that magic attack, the array's damage per second instantly broke 100,000, and all monsters within the array were instantly eliminated. This was Lynn's attack damage now, unmatched by most NTH advancement class holders. The skeleton chief was instantly defeated, terrifying the skeletons that had not yet entered the array. Lynn used his speed to chase down and kill the remaining skeletons, clearing the dungeon once more. Chapter 16, Tower of the Undead, NTH advancement successful. The first quest was completed. It was a pity that before NTH advancement, experience would be capped at level 15, otherwise, Lynn would probably have already leveled up to level 18 by now. Lynn's eyes lit up as he looked at a gray, misty gem lying next to the skeleton chief. The advanced poison gem, when enchanted on a weapon, can increase poison damage by 10%. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Lynn was uncontrollably excited. It's important to know that even 5 advancement powerhouses would scramble for this advanced poison gem. Percentage-based damage never goes out of style. The higher the base damage, the higher the bonus damage. If a monster has no poison resistance, it's equivalent to true damage. The lowest auction record for an advanced poison gem exceeded 100 million credit points. That's 100 million. How many people go their entire lives without seeing so much money? After putting all the materials into his backpack, the other materials alone amounted to over 1 million. The hell-level dungeon's returns were simply too high. Of course, Lynn was lucky this time. Not every chief drops good items. Once out of 10 times is already excellent. When Lynn exited the dungeon, the class holders saw that he was at full health and turned their attention to the divine pillar. Sure enough, Lynn had refreshed the clear record, 19 minutes and 32 seconds, improving the record by over 7 minutes. 2 words described it: terrifying. Amidst another wave of congratulations, Lynn gave a brief response and then re-entered a dungeon, this time choosing the Tower of the Undead dungeon. The Tower of the Undead is a special dungeon. It's a tower with a total of 50 floors, and no class holder has been able to completely clear it to this day. The monsters inside will level up with you, all staying at your level. The higher you go, the higher the monsters level. The first 10 floors are all common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic monsters. Floors 11 to 20 are elite chief monsters. Floors 21 to 30 are common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic chief monsters. Floors 31 to 40 are common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grand chief monsters. Floors 41 to 48 are common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lord monsters. Nobody knows what's beyond floor 49, as no class holder has ever reached it. The highest anyone has gotten is floor 48, where they met their demise. The person who reached floor 48 is now the Federation's god of war, marshal of the military, the Federation's foremost individual, and 8 rebirth swordmaster. Lynn entered the first floor of the Undead Tower. The first floor was a small space, just a circular platform 10 meters in diameter. A level 15 cudgel goblin cursed and ran towards Lynn. Lynn distanced himself from the opponent. A formation descended, instantly taking down the foe. The second floor had 2 monsters, a rock-throwing goblin and a boneblade goblin, both also easily taken down by Lynn. As he went up, there were more and more monsters, and the space grew larger. By the 10th floor, there were a total of 10 monsters, goblins, cat demons, fox monsters, all sorts of chaotic creatures. After Lynn unleashed his formation, these common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic monsters were instantly annihilated. On the 11th floor, there was an elite chief level flame witch. After dodging her fireball bombardment, Lynn instantly killed her with a myriad ghost formation.
The elite monsters were also instantly killed by Lynn. He smoothly reached the 15th floor. Once he passed this stage, Lynn would complete his class change and become a heavenly origin master. 5 elite monsters swiftly charged at Lynn from 5 directions. Before they even reached him, their attacks were unleashed, but Lynn was faster. The meteor fall formation descended, instantly killing the 5 elite monsters. Lynn didn't choose to immediately proceed to the next floor, as he had successfully completed his NTH advancement, officially becoming a source master. Lynn first used the 5 skill upgrade books to upgrade all 5 skills he possessed. The range, damage, and duration of his skills all increased, but the casting time did not, which was very nice. Then, he learned the NTH advancement skill, Lightning Array, a reward from Jiangzhou High School. His NTH advancement also granted him 5 additional skill slots. Moreover, Lynn had a full set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic cloth armor, which he could finally wear. A complete set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment generally provides a 90% to 110% increase in attributes. Equipment in this world also boosts attributes by a percentage. Lynn put on his top, shoulder pads, belt, leg guards, and shoes. Instantly, his entire aura transformed. The cloth armor featured beautiful stripes and emitted a faint blue light. Clothes make the man dressed in the cloth armor. Lynn looked even more dashing. And this set of equipment, for him, provided exactly a 100% attribute boost. Jiangzhou High School certainly knows how to pick him. He then took out the NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic array book he had purchased. Weapons don't boost attributes, they only enhance skills. The effect of Lynn's array book was a 10% reduction in skill casting time, which was what he needed most. Enhancements in skill damage, skill coverage, and skill duration were not as urgent. Upgrading his gear significantly boosted Lynn's strength. Of course, the main event was that after skill NTH advancement, he could integrate new traits, and he still had quite a reserve of them. System, a 4 consecutive draw. Lynn called out. He hadn't drawn any traits since leveling from 11 to 15. Trait extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Titan's Blessing, Blessing of the Life Goddess, Curse of the Fallen Angel, Curse of the Apostle. First, I'll merge the lightning-inducing formation with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Fusion successful. Lightning Array has been upgraded to Violet Heaven Divine Thunder Great Array. Deploy an array to summon Violet Heaven Divine Thunder, dealing magic damage 20 per second to enemies. Coverage, 60 meters. Cast time, 3 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds. I must say, this skill is truly powerful. Lynn even felt an urge to go out into the wilderness and hunt NTH advancement monsters. System, fuse, strong armor array, with Titan's Blessing. Fusion successful. Strong armor array has been upgraded to Titan's Bulwark Great Array. Deploy an array to bestow a layer of armor upon yourself and allies, increasing defense by 20 times. Coverage, 60 meters. Cast time, 3 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds. TSK, with this great array, I could stand there, and even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic chiefs of the same level wouldn't be able to break through my defense. Haha, Lynn was overjoyed. Such a stable sense of security was reassuring. Next, it was time to consider incorporating new traits into the 6 skills. Lynn pondered, and quickly made his first decision. System, fuse, Angel's Blessing Great Array, with Blessing of the Life Goddess. Fusion successful. Angel's Blessing Great Array has been upgraded to Divine Blessing Great Array. Deploy an array to grant a Constitution 20 buff to yourself and teammates, and restore 20% of HP per second. Coverage, 60 meters. Cast time, 2 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds. With this array, it'll be hard to die. Lynn was very satisfied. The added effect of restoring 20% HP per second would greatly increase fault tolerance,
making monster grinding much less nerve-wracking. System, fuse, meteor fall formation, with blessing of the nuclear bomb. Lynn made another decision.
Chapter 17, Great increase in strength, why can't I go up? Fusion successful.
Meteor fall formation has been upgraded to Meteorite Bombardment Great Array. Deploy an array to summon falling meteorites, bombarding enemy targets within the array, dealing magic damage 20 per second, and causing enemies to enter a burning state, taking magic damage 10 per second from burning. Coverage, 60 meters.
Cast time, 3 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds.
System, fuse, myriad ghost formation, with Curse of the Demon God, Lynn decided.
Fusion successful.
Myriad Ghost Formation has been upgraded to Myriad Demon Soul Snatching Formation, summoning myriad demons to attack enemies within the formation's area. Attack damage per second is magic attack 20, and all enemy attributes within the formation are reduced by 40%.
Cast time, 2 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds.
Fuse, Blessing Formation of the God of Wisdom, with Blessing of the God of Magic.
Fusion successful.
Blessing Formation of the God of Wisdom has been upgraded to Blessing Formation of Wisdom and Magic, deploying a formation that grants a buff of Intelligence 20 and Spirit 20 to yourself and allies.
Range, 60 meters. Cast time, 2 seconds. Duration, 60 seconds. Only Titan Barrier Formation and Violet Cloud Divine Lightning Formation are left. Which trait should I fuse these two formations with? Lynn scanned through the traits.
Damn it, this Curse of the Quick Man hanging here is annoying to look at.
Better to use it sooner and have peace of mind.
That's it, fuse it with Titan Barrier Formation, Lynn decided, then instructed the system.
Fusion successful. Titan Barrier Formation has become an instant cast skill.
The quickness of the Quick Man is beyond your imagination. The system's voice carried a hint of mischief.
Holy crap, you scared me to death. It's an instant cast effect, that's amazing.
Instantly increasing defense by 20 times means I'll have time to react even to an assassin's ambush. Survival capability is greatly enhanced. Lynn jumped up in excitement. An array skill could actually be instant cast. He wouldn't have dared to dream of it.
There was one more formation left. Calming down, Lynn's gaze locked onto the traits, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. He noticed that these unguessable traits often had unexpected effects.
System, merge the Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Grand Formation with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon.
Fusion successful.
Violet Cloud Divine Lightning Formation has become a free skill. The host can choose to place the formation anywhere within a 1,000-meter radius.
This surprise, a huge surprise.
Lynn was so excited he almost fainted. Formations had a major drawback: they had to be centered on his current location, and their coverage was limited, making it impossible to attack distant enemies. Now, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Array can be arbitrarily deployed in any area within 1,000 meters. This means his attack range has extended to 1,000 meters. Among peers, even mages with the longest attack range are far from being able to compare with him. This NTH advancement, Lynn felt himself truly taking off, soaring into the sky. Lynn looked at the panel, the magnificent skills dazzling him.
Name, Lynn. Level, LV 15. Attributes, Strength, 153, Intelligence, 222, Constitution, 154, Spirit, 222. Attack, Physical Attack, 1530, Magic Attack, 2220. Defense, Physical Defense, 1540, Magic Defense, 2220.
Skills, 10,000 Demon Soul Reaping Array, Meteor Bombardment Array, Divine Protection Array, Wisdom Mage's Blessing Array, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Array, Titan's Bulwark Array. Traits, Blessing of the Water God, Curse of the Fallen Angel, Curse of the Apostle. Lynn's gaze turned to the portal leading to the next floor, and he stepped through with confident strides. The 16th floor featured 6 elite chiefs. 6 city lord guards, wielding tridents, charged at Lynn. The tridents glowed, and streaks of halberd light shot out, rapidly closing in on Lynn.
Titan's bulwark array! Lynn roared. The array instantly manifested, increasing his defense by 20 times.
Physical defense broke 30,000, and magic defense broke 40,000. He stood still, letting 3 streaks of halberd light strike him.
1, 1, 1.
They couldn't break his defense at all, only deducting a single point of health through forced damage.
10,000 demon soul reaping array.
Lynn quickly formed a hand seal, pressing his right hand, which glowed with the seal, onto the ground. An array diagram was branded onto the ground, covering an area of 60 meters.
Chilling winds howled, and demonic wails were piercing.
Tens of thousands of demon souls were summoned, instantly tearing the 6 city lord guards to shreds.
Simple, too simple.
Lynn felt no pressure at all. He cleared all the way to the 20th floor, feeling no pressure whatsoever. He could stand there and let monsters attack him, unable to break his defense, making him invincible. On the 21st floor, a LV-15 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief appeared, a missionary. Missionary, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief.
Level 15.
Attributes: Strength 154, Intelligence 213, Constitution 224, Spirit 235.
Skills: Weakness, Curse, Mental Shock, Evil Judgment. As soon as Lynn cast Titan's Bulwark Array, the missionary's Weakness Curse skill was already prepared and landed directly on Lynn. Lynn's full attributes dropped by 10% for 30 seconds.
Although this skill did not penetrate defense, Lynn could not be immune to its effects and could only dispel it with another skill or reduce its impact through extraordinary physique.
But it didn't matter.
Lynn cast Meteor Bombardment Array, and car-sized meteors, burning with flames, fell from above, exploding instantly upon impact, like a missile strike. The missionary immediately fell, leaving behind a piece of material. Clearing all the way to the 30th floor, Lynn didn't feel much pressure. Even 10 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs couldn't instantly kill him. Once his skill was unleashed, the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs were simply annihilated. Gathering all the materials into his backpack, Lynn strode towards the 31st floor. He harbored an ambition to clear the Tower of the Undead entirely, achieving an unprecedented feat. However, his dream was soon shattered as he discovered he couldn't ascend further. The upper space is shrouded in divine power.
One cannot ascend without reaching NTH advancement, the voice of Heaven's Tao echoed in Lynn's ears. Damn it, what the hell? They won't let me up. Lynn was spitting blood in his mind. He wanted to go up and farm common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, to get common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. He could become a billionaire in minutes.
One must know that any single common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic material traded for over $1 billion.
But one cannot argue with fate.
Lynn wanted to question Heaven's Tao further but was forcibly teleported out. Perhaps he was the first to be forcibly ejected from the Tower of the Undead. Other class holders were usually killed before being teleported out.
Damn it! And they even put me in a weakened state.
Lynn cursed Heaven's Tao in his heart. He thought it would be acceptable to be in a weakened state after being killed by monsters, but he was forcibly sent out.
Why should he be in a weakened state?
The weakened state was very annoying, all attributes reduced by 50% for 3 days, and it couldn't be removed. And the fact that he was in a weakened state and couldn't enter a dungeon was the worst news imaginable for Lynn.
Chapter 18 Assassination arrives, thrilling. Phew!
I thought Lynn could clear the Tower of Death, but it turns out there are dungeons he can't pass either. A class holder, seeing Lynn's pale face, immediately knew he had fallen into a weakened state.
Brother, this is the Tower of the Undead, a dungeon even the God of War couldn't clear. What are you thinking? No choice, the feeling Lynn has given me lately is that there's no dungeon he can't clear. The class holders near the dungeon entrance discussed animatedly. It was their first time seeing Lynn in a weakened state, and it was quite a sight. Lynn had no time to bother with this group of spectators. He headed directly to the class holder trading center.
He needed to buy 4 NTH advancement skills, as he still had 4 skill slots open. On the way, he first allocated all 30 free attribute points from reaching level 16. After NTH advancement, he gained 30 free attribute points with each level up, which was much better than before NTH advancement. Then he drew his trait. To his surprise, he actually drew Curse of the Quick Man again, meaning he would soon have another instant cast skill, which significantly dispelled the gloom of being in a weakened state. All the way to the class holder trading center, Lynn went straight to the item consignment area and entrusted the high-grade toxin gem to the trading center for auction. This was an official auction house, so he wasn't worried about any tricks, though the handling fee was a bit expensive. Lynn didn't care, safety came first. The auction method was very scientific. The auction center would place the item on an online auction platform, set a time limit for the auction, and anyone could bid. The highest bidder at the end of the auction would win. There was no need to worry about people colluding to get it at a low price, as a reserve price would be set. If bids fell below the reserve price, the item would be withdrawn. Then Lynn sold all the materials he had on him, earning over 5 million. After all, he had killed too many common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic chiefs. He then went to the skill sales shop and began selecting NTH advancement skills for the Celestial Sourcemaster. There are many skills for a Sourcemaster, and they aren't worth much, because most formation masters cannot achieve NTH advancement. The supply of Sourcemaster skills far exceeds demand. Getting a skill book is exciting, but seeing that it's a Sourcemaster's skill book is frustrating because it's so cheap. While NTH advancement skills for other professions go for 500,000 and up, a Sourcemaster's skill is about 100,000 per book, pick as you please. After careful consideration, Lynn finally chose Raging Wave Formation, Fluctuation Formation, Gale Formation, and Falling Steel Formation. Then, after purchasing a large batch of potions in the north for emergencies, Lynn returned home. The credit points from the auction would naturally be transferred to his account, so there was no need to rush. Lynn began to fuse skills and traits. First, he fused Fluctuation Formation with Curse of the Quick Man, turning Fluctuating Formation into an instant cast skill. Then he fused Fluctuation Formation with Curse of the Fallen Angel, upgrading it to Fallen Angel's Guardian Grand Formation. This formation summons a fallen angel upon deployment, repelling all enemy targets within the formation to its outside, and preventing them from re-entering its range. It covers 60 meters, is instant cast, and lasts 60 seconds. With this skill, Lynn's life-saving ability was greatly enhanced. Even if an enemy got close to him, he could instantly repel them, and no one would be able to approach him for a minute, giving him a great sense of security. Then Lynn once again fused Raging Wave Formation with Blessing of the Sea God, upgrading it to Raging Sea Grand Formation. This formation summons a tsunami upon deployment, impacting enemy targets within the formation, dealing magic attack 20 damage per second, and reducing enemy targets' movement speed by 50%. It covers 60 meters, has a cast time of 3 seconds, and lasts 60 seconds. Then he fused Falling Steel Formation with Curse of the Apostle, upgrading it to Apostle's Death Steel Grand Formation. This formation summons death steals upon deployment, suppressing enemy targets within the formation, dealing magic attack 20 damage per second, and immobilizing enemy targets. It covers 60 meters, has a cast time of 3 seconds, and lasts 60 seconds. The traits were all used up. Gale Formation would have to wait for trait fusion. The newly upgraded skills could also still incorporate one more trait, so upgrading was imminent, but Lynn couldn't enter a dungeon for these 3 days, a thought that made him want to vomit blood. Lynn began packing his belongings, preparing to move into Yuding's neighborhood. Since he knew the evil curse was targeting him, he certainly wasn't going to gamble with his life. Being a lone wolf, he didn't have much. Everything was stuffed into his spatial backpack. It was incredibly convenient for a class holder to have this spatial backpack, allowing him to store many items. However, Lynn gradually noticed that the backpack's space was becoming insufficient. He needed to buy space stones to expand his spatial backpack, but this material was only available at auction houses. He hadn't seen any listed recently, which was frustrating. After packing, Lynn left his house, locked the door, and walked down the stairs. The neighborhood he lived in was an old one, so there was no elevator. Lynn lived on the 5th floor, and he would nod to neighbors he met on his way down. A middle-aged man in an electrician's uniform was carrying a two-person ladder up the stairs, likely heading to a home with faulty wiring, a common occurrence in old neighborhoods. The staircase was narrow, so Lynn had to wait on the landing for him to pass. "Thanks," the electrician said with a smile, thanking Lynn. "You're welcome," Lynn responded with a smile. The electrician passed by Lynn, and Lynn continued his descent. But suddenly, Lynn felt all the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Danger, intense danger. Shelter of the fallen angel. Lynn instinctively cast the skill. A fallen angel with 6 black wings on her back appeared. Her face was incredibly beautiful, but utterly devoid of color, a terrifying pallor. Her wings burned with flames, and 3 pairs of them flapped, unleashing powerful waves that swept everything away. Lynn felt a pain in the back of his neck, and a cold touch landed there. Fortunately, this cold sensation quickly withdrew from his neck because the waves blasted the enemy away, slamming him hard against the wall, which cracked inch by inch. Lynn turned, only to see the electrician holding a blood-stained dagger in his hand, glaring at him with murderous intent. He struggled to stand, but the powerful waves held him firmly in place. "You're looking for death." Lynn was absolutely furious. It was so close, just a fraction of an inch. His neck was almost severed. He was filled with extreme dread, unable to believe the enemy came so quickly, and with such an insidious method. "You can instantly cast formations?" The assassin's eyes showed regret. He had almost completed his mission. Lynn didn't respond. Instead, he directly cast Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Great Formation. He didn't unleash the full power of the formation, confining it within a 2-meter radius. A bolt of lightning struck, directly inflicting severe injuries on the assassin. He kept the opponent alive, hoping the city police could interrogate him for some clues. However, the assassin's decisiveness shocked him. The assassin's mouth was bleeding, and his life force was rapidly dissipating. Poisoned himself. Lynn frowned. These cultists were too terrifying. They didn't even cherish their own lives. "To the true God, your faithful servant comes to see you." A look of reverence appeared on the assassin's face, and then he completely died. Chapter 19, The Inevitable Path of the Strong. Lynn could only grimly call the police, explaining what had happened and providing the address. Some neighbors who heard the commotion came out to investigate. When they saw the assassin's body, they were so terrified their legs turned to jelly, and they stumbled back into their houses, locking their doors. Lynn shook his head. He didn't offer any explanation. The city police arrived quickly. In less than 2 minutes, ANTH Advancement Swordmaster, riding a flying sword, descended from the sky. The city police inspected the assassin's body and immediately recognized him as a cultist of the true God. They would bite down on poison hidden in their teeth to commit suicide if their mission failed. After taking photos and recording a video of the assassin with his AI terminal, he put the body into his backpack and took Lynn to the city police station to make a statement. It was Lynn's first time experiencing flight, and he can only say it felt very different. If he hadn't been shaken by the assassination, he might have been very happy, but he wasn't in the mood right now. The city police didn't make things difficult for Lynn. He knew Lynn. There wasn't a class holder in the entire Southern Ridge City who didn't know Lynn. After recording Lynn's account, they allowed Lynn to leave, promising to notify him if any clues were found. At the same time, they warned Lynn to be careful. The true God's followers would not rest until their objectives were achieved, and the police would also intensify their investigations. Lynn walked out of the city police station. Although the sun was blazing, he felt a pall hanging over the sky. Being targeted by such an evil organization weighed heavily on his heart. Although he was considered very strong among his peers, cults wouldn't play fair. If today's assassin had been ANTH Advancement Assassin, Lynn estimated he would have been finished. Still too weak. Lynn now had a more urgent desire to level up. In the world of class holders, level was extremely important. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes and skills, and the greater the boost from equipment. ANTH Advancement class holder could wipe out an entire district with one skill. Facing such an attack,
the current Lynn would have difficulty even escaping with his life. He took a taxi back to the residential area, then rode his e-bike towards Binjiang community. Along the way, Lynn actively distanced himself from others. If anyone approached him, he would eye them with vigilance, like a frightened bird. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first time experiencing an assassination attempt. The more he thought about it, the more he was filled with lingering fear. He had almost died. His current mindset was still that of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic person. Arriving at the community gate, he sent a message to Yuding, who told Lynn to wait a moment. Before long, Lynn saw a striking figure quickly approaching the main gate. "Lynn!" Yuding cheerfully greeted him. Lynn replied, but his spirits were low. "What's wrong?" Yuding noticed Lynn's low mood and couldn't help but ask with concern. "Let's talk inside." Lynn shook his head and followed Yuding into the community, eventually arriving at Villa number 2. The villa was very luxurious, but Lynn wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Yuding entered the password, opened the door, and led Lynn inside. Lynn collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling heavily. "What happened to you?" Yuding watched Lynn with concern. "I just encountered an assassination attempt by an assassin from the True God cult. I almost didn't make it." Lynn's tone still carried lingering fear. His class holder physique was strong, and the scar on the back of his neck had already healed, leaving no mark. Therefore, Yuding didn't notice that Lynn had been injured. "What?" Yuding was shocked, and her eyes also showed intense lingering fear. Fortunately, Lynn was okay otherwise, she didn't know how heartbroken she would be. Damn True God cult! Yuding then became very angry. These traitors to humanity should all be humanely destroyed. "Lynn, don't worry. It's very safe here. Get some good rest for 2 days, Yuding said tenderly. I'm in a weakened state now, I can't not rest even if I wanted to." Lynn shook his head. Yuding didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Lynn's low spirits, she made a decision. She stood up and then told Lynn to stand up as well. Lynn didn't understand why but still stood. Suddenly, an astonishing softness crashed into Lynn's arms as Yuding directly embraced him. "Is that better now?" Yuding's voice was tinged with shyness. "I'm feeling a bit better. If you hugged me all day, I'd probably be almost completely fine." Lynn chuckled, a hint of emotion in his heart. It takes a lot of courage for a girl to willingly embrace a member of the opposite sex, and Yuding had gone all out to comfort him. "You wish." Yuding released Lynn, giving him an eye roll. Lynn looked at Yuding's flushed face, the smile on his lips widening. "You're taking advantage of me, and you say I wish?" Lynn scoffed. "Go to hell." Yuding kicked towards Lynn's foot, but Lynn dodged it, provocatively raising an eyebrow at Yuding. Yuding was fuming. She shouldn't have comforted this jerk. After a short playful tussle, the two sat down quietly. Lynn brewed tea, pouring a cup for himself and Yuding. "Lynn, to borrow the words of a rank 7 class holder, assassination is an essential path for the strong. You and I both need to be prepared," Yuding said with a serious expression. "I understand. I won't let this assassination break my conviction," Lynn replied earnestly. The two chatted for a while. Seeing that Lynn's mood was stable, Yuding excused herself to go clear some dungeons. Not long after, Yuding sent him another photo. Her records on the Divine Pillar had one more entry. Lynn had dinner at Yuding's house. Only Yuding and her energetic older sister lived there. Her sister was probably 27 or 28 years old. Although she wasn't wearing equipment, making it impossible to discern her profession, the aura she inadvertently exuded startled Lynn. "This aura feels even stronger than the president of the Southern Ridge Class Holders Association," Lynn muttered to himself. Although this sister was introduced as Yuding's life assistant, Lynn suspected she was more likely Yuding's bodyguard. From the moment Lynn stepped into the villa, he felt that Sister Meng, as Yuding called her, was frequently scrutinizing him. Her intense gaze made him quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Sister Meng was also conflicted. The young lady had brought a boy her age home. This was a monumental event, and she didn't know whether to report it to the madam.
Reporting would offend the young lady, but not reporting would offend the madam and the chairman.
This is truly a dilemma.
She was very troubled, and thus the more she looked at Lynn, the more displeased she became.
A perfectly good job, she now estimated, was probably going to be gone.
At the dining table, Yuding and Lynn chatted and laughed, and Yuding even served Lynn food. Mengyu was going crazy. It was over, everything was over. Miss seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with this little rascal, and she was only finding out now.
Negligence, serious negligence. Tomorrow I can also NTH advancement. To celebrate, I've decided to invite you to the amusement park tomorrow. Yuding said to Lynn. Then I'll await your good news.
Lynn readily agreed under Mengyu's murderous, threatening gaze. You despise me, but I'm still going. It'll make you so mad.
Chapter 20, Lucky Yuding, Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Lord. Early the next morning, Yuding excitedly left the house. She was going to level up and then NTH advancement. Lynn also woke up very early. He was used to getting up early and couldn't sleep in. After breakfast, with nothing else to do, he continued to study information related to class holder. Around 10 o'clock, Yuding sent Lynn a message she had successfully NTH advancement and become a summoner. For a mage's NTH advancement, there were two career choices, Elementalist and Summoner. Elementalists mastered the power of elements like light, darkness, ice, and fire, casting various elemental skills. As for summoners, they mastered the power of contracts, signing contracts with beings from various spaces and summoning them to fight for themselves. Not long after, Lynn's villa door was knocked. Yuding rushed in energetically, then leaped onto the sofa. Xiao Wuzi, fetch this girl a cup of water. Yuding commanded. Drink it or don't. Lynn said grumpily. And you call yourself a host, with no hospitality whatsoever. Yuding sat up, poured herself a glass of water, and gulped it down. It was clear she was truly thirsty. You class changed, but instead of contracting a summoned beast, why are you running to my place? Lynn asked, puzzled. Summoners were different from other professions. This profession had only one skill, and that was summon. Upgrading and class changing allow for more summon slots. Currently, Yuding is an NTH advancement summoner, possessing 5 summon slots. And each summoned beast requires the summoner to communicate with space to form a contract. What kind of summonable creature can be contracted depends on the summoner's own ability and luck. The strength gap between summoners is vast. Some summoners never contract a summon above common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief in their lifetime, while others contract common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, dominating entire regions. I just came here to rub off some of your luck. You're a talent, and I'm a talent too. With our luck combined, maybe I'll even contract a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord, Yuding said, her voice filled with longing. It's the middle of the day, why are you daydreaming? Lynn poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Across the entire Federation, the summoners who possess a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord can be counted on one hand. It's not that easy. Can't you say something nice for once? Yuding rolled her eyes at Lynn. I can, but I don't want to say it to you. Go to hell. Yuding threw a nearby pillow at Lynn, who casually caught it. After drinking enough water, Yuding pulled out a contract scroll, used to form a contract with summoned creatures. Gods and immortals above, I'm willing to trade Lynn's lifelong bachelorhood for my contract with a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. Yuding even bowed to the sky. Get out, get out. Lynn was speechless. To swear by his happiness, how despicable. Yuding placed her hand on the contract scroll, then closed her eyes, following an ethereal sense to seek out a fated summoned creature. In the world seen by summoners, it's a collection of light points, each representing a different life. Therefore, contracting is all about luck. Before contracting, one cannot even determine what species they will contract. Yuding navigated through the light points. Many of them expressed an affinity for Yuding. Yuding's talent was related to summoning, which is why she chose to become a summoner. It wasn't until she encountered a pure white light point that filled Yuding with warmth.
She reached out her hand to that light point, and it didn't evade her, landing in her palm. Lynn saw the contract scroll in Yuding's palm spontaneously combust without wind, knowing that Yuding had successfully contracted. Yuding opened her eyes, her gaze filled with joy, an immediate sign that the contracted summoned beast must be quite impressive.
"Come forth, unicorn!" Yuding directly summoned the beast.
A summoning array appeared on the ground, then a figure of light and shadow rapidly solidified, and a unicorn radiating a sense of sanctity emerged. TSK, it's actually a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier great chief.
Student Moo, you've hit the jackpot. Lynn clicked his tongue in amazement.
You're just jealous.
Yuding beckoned, and the unicorn lowered its head, nuzzling Yuding's hand.
The unicorn possesses powerful support abilities, comparable to an excellent priest. If Yuding were to take the unicorn to the dungeon hall, countless teams would want to recruit her. After playing with the unicorn for a while, Yuding recalled it to her summoning space, then took out another contract scroll and continued contracting. The contract scroll once again spontaneously combusted without wind, and then Yuding, her face beaming with joy, summoned an ice wand.
Roar!
The ice phoenix soared in the living room, emanating waves of intense cold that rapidly dropped the air temperature.
Holy moly, another common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier great chief.
Lynn's voice was filled with surprise. With two common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier summoned beasts, Yuding's current strength was extraordinarily formidable.
Humph, now you know how amazing I am, right?
Yuding lifted her chin, full of pride. Alright, you're the most powerful, you can ascend to the heavens, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun.
Too lazy to bother with you.
Yuding played with the ice wand for a bit, then recalled it and continued contracting. Lynn's shock had not yet ended, because the next two summoned beasts Yuding contracted were also common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier. One was a fire elemental, possessing powerful fire elemental skills, acting as a mobile turret with incredibly fierce firepower. The other was a dark angel, which left Lynn slightly dazed. The dark angel's figure was too curvaceous, dressed particularly provocatively, with her magic robe slid up to her thighs, revealing a pair of crystalline white long legs before Lynn's eyes, topped with an angelic face. Her destructive power was anything but ordinary. To sum it up in one sentence, a girl with the charm of a mature woman with the innocence of a girl most men couldn't resist.
Bastard, I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Yuding snapped. You can gouge them out, but put them on her. Lynn pointed at the dark angel. Little brother, am I pretty? The dark angel even winked at Lynn. Beautiful, even more beautiful than your master. Lynn said with a smirk. Go to hell. Yuding lunged at Lynn, punching him with her dainty fist. Lynn, quick as a flash, caught her fist. Bastard, let go. Yuding's face flushed crimson with anger and embarrassment. You want to hit me, only a fool would let go. I'll bite you to death. Yuding bared her small fangs and bit down on Lynn's arm. Are you a dog? Lynn yelped. Yuding summoned again, and this time the summoning took the longest. It wasn't until over half an hour later that the contract was finally successful. Yuding was ecstatic, eager to summon her pet. Holy shit! Lynn cursed, truly overwhelmed by the visual impact of the summoned creature. The villa Lynn rented was a duplex, with a living room ceiling 7.5 meters high, and the head of this summoned beast directly touched the ceiling. Its explosive muscles further declared the tremendous power within its body. Its appearance was very similar to King Kong, but it had an added sense of primal ferocity compared to King Kong. Primal Chaos Ape, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. Lynn gasped in shock. Yuding had actually managed to summon it. His face turned slightly grim. Damn it, she didn't actually trade my lifelong bachelorhood for this, did she? Chapter 21, Cruel Cultists, Dungeon arrives. It's so imposing. Yuding marveled, feeling very joyful. Possessing a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord meant she had a pass to become a top-tier class holder. The primal Chaos Ape glanced at Lynn, a look of disdain in its eyes. It paid no mind to the weak. Oh, my temper. Lynn fumed. A mere common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord dared to be presumptuous in front of him? Could it withstand one of his skills? The primal chaos ape's gaze shifted to Yuding, revealing a hint of a simple, honest smile. This was the partner it had chosen itself, so of course it was satisfied. It extended its hand and placed it at Yuding's feet. Yuding stepped onto it, and the primal chaos ape picked her up and placed her on its shoulder. He. So tall, Lynn, you're so short. Yuding giggled. I'd be tall if I climbed onto the roof. Lynn pouted. Yuding played with the mischievous ape king for a while before putting it away. Xiao Wuzi, I'm in a good mood today, so I've decided to treat you to a big meal. Yuding said with a touch of arrogance. Again with the mala tang? No, come with me. Yuding returned to the entrance of her villa, got on her pink electric scooter, and motioned for Lynn to get on. Can't we take that sports car? Lynn pointed to the flashy red lightning bolt nearby. That car isn't comfortable to sit in. This one is the most comfortable, and it won't get stuck in traffic. Sigh. I'd rather sit in a sports car stuck in traffic than ride an electric scooter unhindered, Lynn muttered. Can't you have some dignity? Yuding was speechless. Where does dignity come from without money? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Money isn't everything. Nothing beats money. Lynn shrugged. Lynn was actually reflecting on his previous life, where he had hustled for a living until the day he died. He certainly wouldn't lack money in this life. After all, once his advanced venomous gem was auctioned off, his assets would exceed 100 million, and they would only grow from there. Are you really that short on money? Yuding's tone held concern. Do you want to be my sugar mommy? Lynn chuckled mischievously. Go die. The two arrived at a fast food restaurant and stopped. Lynn felt he shouldn't have had any expectations. What are you standing around for? Let's go in, Yuding called out. Can't I scorn you for a bit? Lynn said as he walked in. Fast food is fast food, a free meal is a free meal. After finishing their fast food, Yuding took Lynn directly to the largest amusement park in Nanling City, as they had agreed yesterday. Yuding bought 2 package tickets and then took Lynn inside. Lynn and Yuding had learned their lesson. At this moment, they were wearing sun hats and large sunglasses. As 2 celebrities, this was the only way to avoid causing a commotion. Lynn didn't know that he had, by a twist of fate, stumbled into a terrifying vortex. Yuding took Lynn to play various rides, and both were in good spirits. Playing is always fun. At this moment, inside the public restroom, a man of about 30-odd years old, with a fanatical expression, pulled out a gem from his backpack. This was a top-tier spatial gem, imbued with powerful spatial energy. In the name of the Almighty, bless your devout follower to open a high-level dungeon, preferably an 8-turn dungeon. The man knelt on both legs, respectfully bowing 3 times in one direction. Then, holding the top-tier spatial gem with both hands, he activated its power, directly destroying the gem. A powerful spatial force erupted, tearing space apart, and the spatial energy continuously delved into the void. In the void, spherical orbs drifted. These were dungeons, home to various forms of life. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation swept over a dungeon. Drawn by the spatial power, the dungeon plummeted. Outside, in the amusement park, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded outwards. Everything around it was swallowed by the vortex. Its powerful suction could even pull 100-ton objects. Some people near the restroom were swallowed by the vortex before they could react. Class holders below 7 turn have almost no chance of survival once they enter the void. The immense upheaval startled everyone in the amusement park. Screams, cries, and angry shouts pierced Lynn's ears. A spatial vortex, this is bad. Lynn's face changed dramatically. This was the prelude to a dungeon's descent. How could this be? Yuding was also greatly shocked. A dungeon's descent was the most terrifying event, always causing a large number of casualties. All retired military personnel immediately assist other citizens. The voice of a middle-aged man suppressed the other clamor.
He was an NTH advancement shield warrior, now fully equipped, holding a large shield, his imposing presence startling.
Received. Received. Responses rang out as class holders swiftly dashed forward, grabbing those closest to the spatial vortex and leading them to safety.
As retired military personnel, they always stepped forward without hesitation when faced with any crisis.
Combat professionals, rescue people.
An NTH advancement elementalist hovered low, using a skill to form a large hand that snatched citizens being pulled by the vortex and placed them further away.
Save people. Each combat class holder acted swiftly.
Humanity is peculiar in times of peace, they tend to be selfish, but when disaster strikes, they can unite to resist it.
Let's go, save people.
Yuding called to Lynn, and the two quickly ran towards the vortex.
Come forth, summoned beasts.
Yuding pointed her staff obliquely, and 5 summoning arrays appeared.
5 summoned beasts burst out from the arrays. Save them. Yuding commanded. Roar. Roar. Yes.
The summoned beasts responded in unison, quickly using their skills to rescue people. Lynn stopped about 100 meters from the vortex.
Any closer and he would be swallowed.
His skills were powerful, but he was only a level 16 celestial origin master with a weak physique.
Divine Protection Array.
Lynn slapped the ground, and an array quickly enveloped a 60-meter radius.
Holy cow, this array!
My physique actually increased 20 times.
This is amazing, I feel invincible now. Taking off. The class holders covered by the array instantly cheered.
Their speed greatly increased, and they continuously brought out people who were still struggling. Lynn's physique also instantly increased by 20 times, rendering the powerful devouring force ineffective against him. He moved forward again, then cast the Arcane Blessing Array and the Titan Bulwark Array. The intelligence, spirit, and defense of the class holders within the arrays were boosted, allowing them to rescue people even faster. This is a strategic talent. The retired military shield warrior gazed at Lynn with burning eyes. For such a talent not to join the army was simply a waste of talent. Chapter 22, Slaughtering and Blocking the Gate with Arrays. With the rescue efforts of the battle class holders, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic civilians all fled from the vortex and rapidly escaped for their lives. The news quickly shocked the entire Nanling city. The Class Holders Association president immediately issued orders and personally led a team to the amusement park, preparing to suppress the dungeon. The news was also quickly reported upwards, with the province and the major region rapidly deploying. However, the dungeon descended too quickly. Lynn and his team had just finished evacuating the civilians when they saw monsters emerging from the spatial vortex, one after another. The dungeon had already descended, connecting with Tianyuan Star. The spatial vortex at this time had expanded to a 50-meter radius, with hordes of monsters pouring out of the dungeon, a scene of utter despair. There were fewer than 100 battle class holders in their location, while the monster count was in the thousands, continuously increasing. Brothers, our home is right behind us. As battle class holders, guarding the Federation is our destiny. Those with guts, stand your ground. The shield warrior's face was resolute. If the monsters broke through, there was no telling how many casualties it would cause. Brother, no need to say more. As a retired soldier, I swear to fight to the death and never retreat, an NTH advancement swordsman declared spiritedly. Fight to the death. Some battle class holders were infected, shouting slogans. Of course, many were already terrified and fleeing in a panic. So many monsters, am I not taking off this time? Lynn's eyes gleamed with fervor. In dungeons within dungeon halls, there were only a few hundred monsters at most, but in these original dungeons, the monster count easily exceeded 10,000. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array, kill them for me. Lynn immediately took action. The monsters rushing out now were all below NTH Advancement Elite Chiefs. With his current strength, no matter how many came, they would be instantly killed. Although he was in a weakened state with only 116 intelligence, with his intelligence amplified 20 times, it reached 2320. His spell attack was such that a single skill could deal over 400,000 damage in an instant.
What kind of concept was this? How many NTH advancement monsters could have 400,000 HP?
At the vortex entrance, a formation diagram suddenly appeared on the ground, covering an area of 60 meters. Then, dense dark clouds abruptly formed in the sky, followed by countless bolts of lightning striking down. The monsters that had just emerged were instantly killed under the rampage of the thunder, leaving behind a ground full of materials. Those battle class holders who were initially ready to die were instantly stunned. It seemed the situation wasn't so bad after all. They looked at Lynn with admiration. Although Lynn's level was lower than theirs, Lynn's strength was far greater than theirs. Lynn is simply too strong. Yuding's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had indeed judged him correctly. Everyone just needs to watch out for the stragglers. Ordinary monsters won't be able to break through. Lynn spoke with confidence. Even NTH advancement monsters would find it difficult to break out, unless they possessed a particularly powerful skill. In less than 10 seconds, Lynn had already reached level 18, and his experience bar was rapidly filling, pushing towards level 19. Lynn immediately added all 60 free attribute points, as every bit of strength mattered right now. The monsters that were scrambling out of the dungeon and into the vortex realized something was wrong. The lightning outside was too terrifying, causing the monsters at the front to halt their advance. However, the monsters behind continued to push forward incessantly, forcing the ones in front out, making them experience fodder for Lynn. Roar! A majestic roar echoed throughout the dungeon. A mighty silver tiger king was roaring in the high sky, and all the monsters stopped their advance. This was the king's command, not to be disobeyed. Fushan Turtle, you go deal with that array. The silver tiger commanded.
Yes, my king.
The Fushan Turtle replied. Animal-type monsters above the NTH advancement level are capable of human speech.
The mountain-bearing tortoise was like a villa, its body exceeding 40 meters.
As an NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief, its immense power was beyond doubt. It quickly swept across the sky, rushing towards the spatial vortex.
Aren't they coming out?
Lynn frowned. He had only reached level 19, which was far from enough. The king of the dungeon must have given an order.
The real battle is coming, brothers.
We must protect Brother Lynn at all costs. He is the key to victory in this war, the shield warrior announced loudly. Don't worry, if monsters want to harm Brother Lynn, they'll have to ask my sword first, an NTH advancement blademaster said with a firm tone. We won't let Brother Lynn suffer a single scratch until we die. Other class holders also expressed their determination, touching Lynn's heart. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for monsters to break through my formation. Lynn's confidence infected everyone. As the mountain-bearing tortoise emerged from the spatial vortex, dense lightning struck its body, causing it to show a pained expression. This lightning was too terrifying. It quickly conjured a shield covering 100 meters in radius, isolating the lightning. Kill! The voice of the mountain-bearing tortoise echoed back into the dungeon, and the monsters, poised for battle, charged out once more. Without the rampant lightning, they swiftly rushed towards Lynn and his group, the ground trembling under their sheer numbers.
Don't leave my formation, healer, restore my mana.
Lynn instructed, pressing his hands together again to form seals. A formation appeared, the wind howled eerily, and countless demons emerged, rushing to attack the monsters charging towards them.
5 people per squad, maintain battle formation, block all monsters.
The shield warrior commanded. They quickly formed squads according to standard class ratios: warrior, swordsman, mage, healer, assassin, and stood in front of Lynn.
With the enhancement of Lynn's formations, their strength was now not to be underestimated. Meteor bombardment array. Lynn cast another formation.
With 2 formations damage stacked, even NTH advancement monsters could only obediently await death. However, the Silverlight Tiger wouldn't sit idly by while Lynn reaped the rewards. It gave another command, and an NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief level flame bird swiftly burst out of the vortex, soaring above Lynn and his allies. Die! The flame bird opened its beak, spewing forth a raging torrent of flames that transformed into a river of fire, descending upon Lynn and his group.
Let me! The NTH Advancement Shield Warrior flew above Lynn and his allies, raising his shield. Earth's Guardian.
A giant shield's light and shadow appeared, blocking the flames.
If Lynn hadn't enhanced his physique and defense 20-fold, he probably wouldn't have lasted a second.
But now he held his ground. His health was dropping a bit fast, but with the formation's healing, it was completely fine. A large number of NTH advancement monsters rushed out, casting ranged skills to indiscriminately bombard Lynn and his group with cover fire. A shield warrior activated a defensive skill, blocking the attacks.
Lynn and his team weren't standing still either. They moved quickly and cohesively.
When monsters entered Lynn's skill range, Lynn would cast a skill, harvesting them once more.
Chapter 23, Bloody Slaughter, Unstoppable. However, the exit was guarded by the mountain turtle. Lynn was no longer able to blockade all the monsters.
At this point, many monsters had already rushed to other places they wanted to kill to their heart's content.
NTH advancement monsters rushed out of the dungeon one by one.
The elements fluctuated violently as they cast powerful skills, preparing to first destroy the areas around the amusement park. Kill! Kill! Angry shouts descended from the sky. The powerhouses of Nanling City had finally arrived.
Lacerating slash.
The Class Holders Association president wielded two axes, cleaving them out to create two intersecting axe rays that tore through the air, striking towards an NTH advancement swift leopard.
You beast, how dare you act so brazenly in Nanling City?
The president of the Roaring Lion Guild, a shield warrior, raised his massive shield to block in front of an NTH advancement monster. Class holders above NTH advancement appeared one by one, beginning to establish a defensive line to repel the monster's assault. Other combat class holders were also rapidly arriving. There were too many monsters, and relying solely on powerful individuals could not establish a solid defensive line.
Many Class Holders Association staff members were also evacuating citizens.
These experienced individuals were constantly clearing traffic, allowing the populace to escape Nanling City. Powerful individuals from surrounding cities were continuously rushing over. They only needed to hold out for half an hour, and the Federation was confident in completely conquering this dungeon, as it was only a medium-sized one after all.
The defensive line was initially established, and all class holders in combat breathed a sigh of relief. They just needed to withstand the pressure for half an hour. Reinforcements would arrive.
However, when the Silverlight Tiger emerged from the spatial vortex, everyone's expressions changed. Silverlight Tiger, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade Great Chief.
Level 110.
Attributes, Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Spirit. Skills, Silverlight Impact, Tiger's Roar echoes through mountains, Silverlight Guard, Split Shadow Clone. Such a panel was despair-inducing. Its constitution and speed were enough to break the sound barrier. One would be killed before even having time to react. The Silverlight Tiger darted out, a sonic boom reverberating. It transformed into a silver streak, rapidly appearing before the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster only had time to cross his arms over his chest before being slammed away. Its health instantly bottomed out. If an NTH advancement light priest hadn't healed the president in time, the president would have been gone. The gap between 5th advancement and NTH advancement was too vast, and coupled with the incredibly powerful skills of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade Great Chief, which were 10 or 20 times stronger than normal attacks, a single strike dealt over 1,000,000 damage. The Silverlight Tiger's momentum didn't stop. It charged at the Guildmaster again, intent on finishing off the strongest individual here.
President, many exclaimed. The Silverlight Tiger was too fast. Their skills couldn't lock onto it at all, so they couldn't help even if they wanted to. In the battles of the strong, the weak didn't even have the qualification to participate.
Lynn remained very calm. The spot where the president fell was about 50 meters away from him. He stared intently at the rapidly descending Silverlight Tiger. The Silverlight Tiger's massive maw was already open, radiating an intense silver light. In the next moment, it would unleash a skill to completely finish off the president, and no one could stop it.
Fallen Angel Guard Array. Lynn cast a skill instantly. A phantom of a 6-winged fallen angel floated behind Lynn.
Its wings flapped violently, and a powerful shockwave swept across a 60-meter radius, directly sending the Silverlight Tiger flying and interrupting its skill. From the moment the guild leader was attacked, he had already begun to form array seals. By the time the Silverlight Tiger was swept away by the shockwave and lost its balance, Lynn's array had also been completed. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array. Lynn uttered a low shout, and an array diagram instantly formed with the Silverlight Tiger at its center. Dark clouds pressed down, and thousands of lightning bolts instantly tore through the clouds and struck, causing the Silverlight Tiger's HP to drop rapidly. Currently, Lynn's damage per second reached 400,000. Although the Silverlight Tiger's magic defense was 300,000, it could still lose 100,000 HP per second. Silverlight Guard. The Silverlight Tiger roared in pain and quickly cast a defensive skill. Its defense increased tenfold to 3 million, making Lynn unable to break through its defense. What a pity, it reacted in less than 2 seconds. High-intelligence monsters are really troublesome, Lynn said with a look of regret. It makes sense when he thinks about it. He was only level 25. How could he easily kill a level 110 monster? Human brat, you have successfully enraged me. The Silverlight Tiger's vertical pupils locked onto Lynn. That it was injured was unforgivable. Boom! The sound barrier broke again as the Silverlight Tiger charged directly at Lynn. Lynn remained calm with the protection of the fallen angel. The Silverlight Tiger couldn't get within 60 meters of him. The Silverlight Tiger crashed into the shockwave, instantly stopping its charge, its head nearly stunned. It hadn't expected Lynn's skill to be so powerful that even it couldn't force its way through. Roar! The Silverlight Tiger opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. It cast the skill Tiger Roar shakes mountains and rivers, and a powerful shockwave rapidly spewed from its mouth, surging towards Lynn. A 5 advancement monster's skill range had already exceeded 100 meters. It didn't believe Lynn could block it. This attack dealt over 2 million damage. What could a small NTH advancement fellow use to defend against it? Solid bulwark. At the crucial moment, the leader of the Savage Lion mercenary group, Savage Lion, arrived. He held up a shield, blocking Lynn. As a pure tank shield warrior, he was confident he could withstand the Silverlight Tiger's attack. The powerful shockwave hit the shield. Berserker was prepared for his health to plummet, but he found that his health was dropping very slowly. He checked his panel and was shocked. His physique had increased 20-fold, and his defense had increased 40-fold. He was invincible. Brother Lynn, your array's buffs are invincible. Savage Lion even had the presence of mind to turn back and praise Lynn. Brother, stable. Lynn chuckled softly. Silverlight Tiger frowned. Its attack was actually blocked? Roar! It let out an angry roar to vent its fury, then charged towards the other class holders. Class holders gain experience by killing monsters, and monsters can level up by devouring people. Therefore, the conflict between monsters and humans can never be reconciled. 2 doppelgangers split off from the Silverlight Tiger, then quickly charged into the ranks of the class holders. Even 4th-tier class holders couldn't stop them. Other class holders were mere children in front of the Silverlight Tiger. The main body and its doppelgangers instantly killed over 100 class holders, and the casualty count was still rapidly increasing. Damn it! The Mad Lion's face changed, and he swiftly flew out, trying to block the Silverlight Tiger. But having left Lynn's formation, one swipe from the Silverlight Tiger sent him flying, his health dropping significantly. The Silverlight Tiger was about to use a skill to finish off the Mad Lion. At the last moment, an NTH advancement assassin appeared behind the Silverlight Tiger, stunning it with a backstab. However, a skill that should have applied a strong crowd control for 2 seconds failed to last even 1 second under the Silverlight Tiger's exceptionally high constitution immunity. The assassin was startled, quickly threw out all several control skills, then merged into the shadows to escape, buying the Mad Lion precious time to flee. Chapter 24, Turning the Tide, Rapid Leveling. Nevertheless, the Silverlight Tiger was now once again in an uncontrollable state. Nanling City was ultimately a small city. The strongest were only NTH advancement class holders, and their numbers were very limited, countable on one hand. Furthermore, there wasn't even an NTH advancement priest, otherwise, the situation wouldn't have been so desperate.
Even the Mad Lion Shield Warrior couldn't hold on. The other few NTH advancement class holders would nearly be instantly killed if they went up. Despair had already surged in most people's hearts. They could already envision Nanling City's destruction, and sorrow welled up within them. System, 9 consecutive draws. Lynn secretly grumbled. He knew he had to try his luck. Trait extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, Carefree and at Ease, Curse of the Wind God, Curse of the Fast Man, Gaze of the God of Curses, Favor of the God of Fate, Blessing of the Goddess of Dawn, Blessing of the God of Light, Curse of the God of Darkness. 9 traits in a row. Lynn's eyes shot out a sharp gleam. Finally, Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. This trait appeared again. He had been waiting for a long time. System, merge the Apostle's Tombstone Grand Formation with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon. Fusion successful. Apostle's Tomb Array has become a free skill and can be cast anywhere within 1,000-meter range. System, fuse, Gale Array, with Curse of the Wind God. Fusion successful. Gale Array has been upgraded to World-Ending Storm Array. Deploy the formation to summon a world-ending storm, bombing enemy targets within the formation, dealing 20 magic attack damage per second, and causing enemies to enter a chaotic state, unable to distinguish direction. Covered range 60 meters, casting time 3 seconds, duration 60 seconds. System, fuse, World-Ending Storm Array, with Carefree and Unfettered. Fusion successful. World-Ending Storm Array has become a super free skill, allowing it to be cast anywhere within 1,000-meter range and to move rapidly according to the host's will. This is amazing. It can move freely, completely eliminating the biggest drawback of array skills. Lynn couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. System, fuse, Raging Sea Array, with Curse of the Fast Man. Fusion successful. Raging Sea Array has become an instant cast skill. Everything happened in a short instant. When that NTH advancement assassin stealthily fled, and the Silverlight Tiger recovered from its paralyzed state, Lynn had already fused the skills and traits. Roar! Silverlight Tiger roared, venting its anger. Its gaze fell upon a shadow below, sensing that the damned assassin was hiding there. It once again transformed into a silver flash and descended, swatting its claw at the shadow and knocking a figure out. Damn it! The NTH advancement assassin cursed. The Silverlight Tiger has incredibly strong perception. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Silverlight Tiger's mouth. Its body radiated dazzling silver light, which condensed. The next second, it was about to shoot out a silver light beam of powerful destructive force to kill the assassin. World-Ending Storm Array. Lynn unleashed the skill at the critical moment. The formation unfurled with the blazing lion at its center, then a super hurricane formed, enveloping both the blazing lion and Silverlight Tiger. The Silverlight Tiger instantly entered a dizzy state. Its skill was interrupted again, and because of the dizziness, it couldn't defend itself. It could only endure the damage with its inherent defense, losing nearly 100,000 HP per second. Currently, its HP remaining was just over 1.6 million. If there were no surprises, it would be taken down by Lynn in just 16 seconds. However, just as class holders know how to cooperate, highly intelligent monsters naturally also know how to cooperate. Earth's Protection. The mountain-bearing tortoise directly cast a defensive skill on the Silverlight Tiger. 1S appeared above the Silverlight Tiger's head, and Lynn could no longer break its defense. But at least Silverlight Tiger was still dazed and couldn't cause any trouble. Great Fireball. The blazing phoenix flapped its wings, and fire elements fluctuated violently. A house-sized fireball appeared and quickly shot towards the hurricane. Lynn manipulated the hurricane to move rapidly, continuously sweeping other monsters, with over 200 monsters being instantly killed every second. However, the blazing phoenix could also manipulate the fireball to move quickly, and at an even faster speed. In just 3 seconds, the fireball approached the hurricane, then exploded violently. Flames rolled, and the powerful impact passed through the hurricane, landing on Silverlight Tiger, directly blasting it out of the hurricane's range.
After escaping, Silverlight Tiger instantly returned to its normal state.
It was absolutely furious now.
The mountain-bearing turtle reacted quickly, but it still lost about 400,000 HP, and it was injured again.
You damned brat! The Silverlight Tiger's eyes blazed with fury.
This time, it was determined to kill Lynn. It summoned its two still rampaging clones, forming a pincer movement with its main body to surround Lynn. The three Silverlight Tigers gathered all their radiance, their bodies emitting a dazzling silver glow. They were about to unleash their ultimate moves, and they didn't believe anyone could stop them. Lynn also felt a deep sense of crisis at this moment. Mad Lion had once again positioned himself in front of him. "Brother Lynn, I can't be sure if I can block it, I can only do my best." Mad Lion's tone was very solemn. "Don't worry, old brother, it's not that easy for this little tiger to take my life." Lynn remained calm in the face of danger. He still had a control imprisonment skill in his hand, and the world-ending storm array had not yet ended. 3 dazzling beams of light pierced through the air, instantly descending from 3 directions.
Wall of Mount I.
Mad Lion unleashed a defensive skill, and a small mountain-shaped barrier rose, protecting him and Lynn 360 degrees without any blind spots. But even with Lynn's buff, the Silverlight Tiger and its 2 clones' attacks caused Mad Lion's HP to drop rapidly, estimated to last only 5 seconds.
Apostle's Monument Array. Lynn finally prepared his skill.
Centered on the Silverlight Tiger, an array covering a 60-meter radius was generated, then the sky above split open, and huge 10-meter-tall tombstones abruptly fell. The Silverlight Tiger's main body entered a state of imprisonment. Its skill was interrupted, relieving Mad Lion's pressure. Then, the world-ending storm also forced one clone away. The Silverlight Tiger's main body didn't want its clone to enter a stun state.
With only one clone's attack remaining, Mad Lion could completely withstand it. Why is this kid so hard to kill?
The Silverlight Tiger was so frustrated it wanted to spit blood. Lynn always had a way to turn danger into safety. The Silverlight Tiger clone shot a silver beam that hit the main body, knocking it out of the array again.
Damn it, this Silverlight Tiger is really hard to kill. Didn't Lynn feel the same way?
This Silverlight Tiger always had a way to turn crisis into safety. The Silverlight Tiger abandoned Lynn again, taking its 2 clones to continue its rampage. Lynn didn't have much of a solution. The Silverlight Tiger's speed left him helpless. He could only manipulate the world-ending storm to quickly sweep towards other monsters, continuously clearing the monsters in front of the class holder defense line, and his level was also rapidly rising.
Chapter 25, Heavy Casualties, Reinforcements finally arrive.
Lynn's level quickly broke through the 30 mark, and his experience bar was still rapidly jumping, but he had no joy in his heart, because the casualties on the class holder side were too severe. NTH advancement class holders were now blocked by NTH advancement monsters, and even if they weren't blocked, they couldn't stop the Silverlight Tiger. Each of the Silverlight Tiger's attacks could take away dozens or even hundreds of class holders.
Moreover, its 2 clones also had the same killing efficiency.
The 2 clones had already flown out of the amusement park, wreaking havoc on the outside world. Buildings collapsed one after another, and even an entire residential area was destroyed, with an incalculable number of civilian casualties.
Cries of agony were everywhere.
Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic civilians were too fragile in front of the monsters, as fragile as paper.
Many class holders wept bitterly, and Lynn's eyes were also wet.
He hated himself for not being strong enough, for being complacent about mastering powerful cheats, but in the face of powerful monsters, he was still far from enough. In fact, if not for the protection of others, he wouldn't even be able to save his own life.
Level up, I'll level up at all costs.
Lynn made up his mind. Leveling up was the most important thing. His mindset had changed. He had always seen himself as a high school senior, believing that if the sky fell, the federal strongmen would hold it up.
But in front of monsters, your identity didn't matter. You were just their food. I will shoulder a sky myself.
Lynn's mindset underwent a significant transformation.
Damn beasts, you're asking for death.
A roar came from the sky. Before the person arrived, 3 long swords had already cut through the high air, rapidly shooting towards the 3 silver glow tigers, repelling them.
The federal reinforcements had finally arrived.
A 5-turn sword master was the first to appear.
Roar!
The Silverlight Tiger roared, battling the Blade Master. As a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier great chief, it was not afraid of a 5 advancement class holder. With someone holding back the Silverlight Tiger, everyone else's confidence greatly increased.
Lynn continuously cast formations, meteor bombardment, surging waves, sweeping hurricanes, rampaging demon souls, thunderous rage. Monster after monster fell.
It was no exaggeration to say that Lynn's presence alone was comparable to an entire army. Under Lynn's immense destructive power, even though the number of class holders below in TH advancement was far less than that of the monsters, they firmly held the defensive line, blocking the monsters within the amusement park.
Li Jia, I'm here to assist you.
A few minutes later, a 5-turn axe warrior arrived, joining the 5-turn sword master Li Jia and ganging up on the Silver Glow Tiger. The Silverlight Tiger sensed danger and began to retreat back into the dungeon. Other monsters also retreated back into the dungeon, only their home base could give them a sense of security.
The class holders frantically pursued and killed, finally eliminating all the monsters outside.
They successfully resisted the disaster of this dungeon's arrival.
Many class holders were so exhausted they collapsed directly to the ground. Lynn was also drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The mental strain of being highly focused was far more tiring than physical labor.
I know you all are very tired, brothers and sisters, but please stay here to prevent another monster rush until the Boundary Breaker army arrives, Li Jie pleaded.
President Li, we won't leave.
That's right, as long as we're here, the monsters won't take a single step out of the amusement park. The class holders spoke up one after another. If they wanted to leave, they would have left at the beginning, not fought to the death until the monsters retreated.
Thank you all, Li Jie clasped his hands.
He was the president of the professional association in the neighboring Lingbei city.
Since Lingbei city was a medium-sized city, his strength was also greater than that of the local president. Lynn, are you okay? Yuding came to Lynn's side.
She had also been directing her summoned beasts to kill monsters, and her face was abnormally pale from excessive mental exhaustion. Beside her was Mengyu.
As an NTH advancement elementalist, Mengyu also came to participate in the battle immediately and eliminated many monsters. Her gaze towards Lynn was no longer one of scrutiny, but of admiration.
She had been watching Lynn's performance the entire time.
One could say that if it weren't for Lynn, the class holder's defense line would have collapsed long ago, and the entire Nanling city would have been ravaged by monsters. By the time the main reinforcements arrived, perhaps only ruins would have remained. Many people looked at Lynn with admiration.
It was this 18-year-old young man, a high school student, who saved the crumbling edifice and successfully defended Nanling City. Although the Silverlight Tiger caused a lot of damage, it was much better than previous instances of 5th-turn dungeons descending upon small cities. In this turbulent era, death is the most common occurrence.
I'm fine, are you okay? Lynn asked Yuding. I'm fine too. Yuding shook her head. The two did not continue to converse, as their spirits were low.
Both of them were participating in a war for the first time, seeing so many compatriots die before their eyes for the first time, and their minds were greatly impacted. A whooshing sound came from mid-air, and a vast contingent of soldiers in military uniforms arrived. They were members of the Boundary Breaker Army Legion, specializing in conquering dungeons and then placing the dungeon cores into dungeon halls, making them repeatable dungeons. It wasn't that they arrived late, but rather that they were stationed in Jiangzhou City, a considerable distance away from here, and they had been rushing as fast as they could.
Thank you all for your contributions to guarding Nanling City. The rest will be left to us.
After the Jiangzhou Boundary Breaker Army Legion arrived, the Legion commander saluted everyone present.
Everyone returned the salute. Everything was understood without words, residing in their hearts. Advance!
The Legion commander led the Legion warriors into the spatial vortex. Li Jie, the 5th-turn axe warrior, as well as the local guildmaster and other NTH advancement class holders, also followed inside.
Lynn also stepped forward. He needed to go in too.
He could be of great help, and he needed to seize every opportunity to level up.
Lynn, I'll go in with you.
Yuding followed suit. She also wanted to do her part.
Manhwa's mouth slightly agape, ultimately did not try to dissuade her.
She stayed by Yuding's side, protecting her safety.
Dying in these descending dungeons means truly dying. The danger is extremely high. However, the path of a class holder is inherently accompanied by a journey of crises, which no one can avoid. Seeing Lynn enter, many class holders followed him in.
Lynn might not know it, but he already held significant weight in the hearts of Nanling class holders. It was Lynn who protected their homeland.
Upon entering, the battle had already begun.
A fifth-turn dungeon is a small world, with a diameter of 500 miles, inhabited by a vast number of monsters.
The monsters that had just come out were not even 1/10 of the total.
The people in the Boundary Breaker Legion were all elites, and their equipment was also very common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic, and they had a team of fifth-turn class holders. Under the attack of the elite squad and 2 5-turn class holders, the Silver Light Tiger, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief, was put at a disadvantage.
World-destroying storm array.
Lynn directly cast the array, enveloping the Silver Light Tiger, which then fell into a dizzy state.
Its 2 clones were also blocked by Li Jia and a 5-turn axe warrior, unable to rescue it. Full output, the Legion commander shouted.
All team members attacked with full force, and the Silver Light Tiger's health dropped rapidly. It fell to the ground in just a few seconds, mainly because Lynn's damage per second was too high, dealing 100,000 HP to the Silver Light Tiger each second.
How could it possibly withstand that? Chapter 26, Studying is a waste of your time.
Lynn's level suddenly soared by 3, because his damage contribution was the highest, and he also received the most experience. As for the materials dropped by the Silver Light Tiger, they would first be collected by the Boundary Breaking Legion members, and rewards would be distributed based on merit afterward. This also included materials dropped by other dead monsters, which would be picked up by the Boundary Breaking Legion members and distributed uniformly according to war merits. In the past, there were instances of class holders infighting over materials during wartime. Later, the Federation uniformly stipulated that all materials dropped by monsters during wartime would be collected by the Border Breaking Legion and then distributed according to merit.
Counting combat merits was simple. Every participating class holder's AI terminal would automatically record everything around them during combat.
When the videos were uploaded to the Border Breaking Legion, there would naturally be someone to tally the combat merits.
Is this the Lynn who broke 5 records in a row? As expected, he's powerful. Such a talent should join the army. The Legion commander gazed at Lynn with fervent eyes.
He had never felt such a strong desire to recruit someone into the Border Breaking Legion. Lynn's skills were truly too powerful. At this moment, all 10 grand arrays had been unleashed by Lynn. 10,000 demons frantically tore at the monsters, even more ferocious than the monsters themselves. Mountain-sized meteorites continuously fell and exploded, destroying the monsters. Thunder raged, and countless lightning bolts devastated the earth. There were also 10-meter-high giant waves, 10-meter-high massive tombstones, and all-consuming storms. Monsters were annihilated in swaths, and one person killed more monsters than their entire legion. Furthermore, with the blessing of Lynn's arrays, the class holders' physique, intelligence, and spirit all increased by 20 times, greatly enhancing their strength. They could also regenerate health every second. If anyone was low on health, they just needed to enter Lynn's, God's Blessing Grand Array, and they'd be back to full health in a few seconds. Lynn alone had the destructive power comparable to an army and auxiliary capabilities comparable to a group of priests. He was a perfect class holder. With the Silver Light Tiger subdued, other monsters were even less able to resist the class holder side. They advanced all the way to the center of the dungeon, leaving behind a pile of monster corpses and materials in their wake. Lynn's level has already risen to 45, reaching the level requirement for NTH advancement. Since there is no NTH advancement, his experience bar has been locked. Otherwise, he estimates he could have broken through the 50 level mark. Fighting their way to the center of the dungeon, they saw an irregular gem suspended in a cave. This was the dungeon core. The Legion commander put it away, and this dungeon was finally declared conquered. Many class holders were in tears. They had done it. They had protected the peace of the Federation and expanded its territory. The conquered dungeons were now the Federation's domain, a training ground for class holders. The Legion commander walked straight to Lynn. He absolutely had to recruit Lynn. "Hello, classmate Lynn, let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Nji, and I am the Legion commander of the Jiangzhou Barrier Breaking Legion." Nji extended his right hand. "Hello, Commander N, my name is Lynn." Lynn reached out and shook Nji's hand. "What are your plans after graduating from high school, classmate Lynn?" And she asked directly. Soldiers don't like to beat around the bush. "I will attend Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, or Beiyuan Adventurer University," Lin replied. "Brother Lin, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? It's my honor. Listen to an old brother's advice, studying is a waste for you. You should join our barrier-breaking legion. Conquering various dungeons is a man's romance," and she said, putting his arm around Lin's shoulder, acting very familiar. Those watching Lin and Nji were speechless. When did studying become a waste? Why hadn't they heard this news? Lin was also speechless. He didn't know how to respond to that. "Senior Brotherin, if you say that, aren't you going to arrange for me to report you to Principal Zhu?" Meng Yu, who was beside them, interjected. "Oh, junior sister Meng, you're here too? What a coincidence." And she scratched his head. He had been so focused on Lin that he hadn't noticed his junior sister, Meng Yu. Whether it's a coincidence or not is another matter. "If I recall correctly, Senior Brotherin, you're also a graduate of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. And yet, you're now saying that Lin going to our alma mater is a waste. I really must report this to Principal Zhu," Meng Yu said with a half smile. "Junior sister Meng, what are you saying? Senior brother just misspoke for a moment. Please don't take it to heart. Principal Zhu is an old man with many responsibilities, so there's no need for us to bother him with such a small matter," and she said, forcing a smile. If those words reached Principal Zhu, he'd probably be strung up and beaten. Even the commander of the Jiangnan Realmbreaker army couldn't protect him. After all, Principal Zhu's contributions to the Federation were immense. He was a venerable figure in the Federation. Lin going to college doesn't stop him from defending the Federation. He needs a little time to choose his life path, so why is Seniorin in such a hurry? Meng Yu said with a smile. "Brotherin, I really do need some time to consider. I'm sorry." Lin politely declined. He wasn't ready to join the Legion yet. "The doors of the boundary-breaking Legion are always open for you," and she said with regret, patting Lin's shoulder. Everyone left the dungeon, and Lin, Yuding, and Meng Yu returned to the villa. Yuding pulled Lin into her house, saying it would be livelier if the three of them were together. Lin didn't refuse. Now, every time he closed his eyes, scenes of dead bodies strewn across the ground would flash in his mind, tormenting him. He was afraid of developing psychological problems if he stayed alone. As someone who had been through it, Meng Yu certainly understood Lin and Yuding's current feelings. She began to share her experiences of how she got through it in the past, hoping it might help the two young people. For dinner, the three of them were too lazy to move, so they ordered a large spread of takeout. They still had to eat. After dinner, Yuding immediately dragged Lin to the K-room in the villa to sing, specifically choosing high-pitched songs. After howling like ghosts for a night, the two finally vented their suppressed emotions. Lin returned to Villa number 2, showered, and then lay in bed for a long time unable to sleep, only falling asleep around 4 or 5 in the morning. He slept until noon, awakened by a video call from Yuding. Connecting the call, Yuding's exquisite face came into view. She was wearing cool pajamas, likely having just woken up herself. Her graceful body was faintly visible. Lin silently told himself, "Don't look at what is improper," but his eyes didn't blink. Beautiful things always make people linger. Yuding noticed Lin's slightly burning gaze and then realized she hadn't changed her clothes. "Ah," she shrieked, quickly grabbing the blanket to cover herself. "You're still looking." Yuding gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin. "What's there to see in a little kid?" Lin pouted. "You're the little kid."
Yuding was even angrier. Was she somehow in the wrong? Chapter 27, The Big Shots Can't Sit Still. If I'm a little kid, then what are you afraid of me seeing? Lynn teased. Cook for yourself. I was going to invite you over for dinner, but now I regret it, Yuding said, wrinkling her little nose. Thanks, I'll be right over. Lynn hung up the video with a grin, and after washing up, came to Villa number 1. Yuding's face was full of arrogance, which Lynn ignored. He went straight to the kitchen with Mengyu to carry out the dishes, showing no signs of being a guest. The two even started snatching food from each other at the dinner table, leaving Mengyu quite speechless, wanting to kick both of them out. Lynn, when are you planning to go to Jiangzhou? After playing around, Yuding started a conversation. The day before the national exam, Lynn replied. Are you going to stay in Nanling City this whole time? After completing the NTH advancement quest, I'll head to the wilderness, Lynn said, stating the decision he had pondered all night. One can only clear one dungeon per day, and leveling up is too difficult. It gets harder the further one progresses. Only in the wilderness, where monsters are everywhere, can Lynn level up the fastest. Having experienced a dungeon descent, Lynn's desire for strength became even more urgent. The wilderness, I'm coming too. Yuding's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to experience the wilderness. No way, Mengyu interjected. My dear aunt, if you go to the wilderness, aren't you going to put Lin Wu's life at risk? Why not? Yuding retorted, unconvinced. Your father and mother won't agree, Mengyu said, full of helplessness. I'm already an adult. I don't need them to control me. Yuding looked displeased, a little annoyed at the mention of her parents. Yuding, if you insist on going, I can only report it. At that point, you might not even be allowed to stay here, Mengyu sighed. I'm full, I'm not eating anymore. Yuding put down her utensils and ran upstairs to the second floor, with Mengyu following her. Lin was bewildered at this moment. Should he continue eating or follow them up? Never mind, I'll just eat. Lin shook his head. He had no right to interfere in other people's family matters. After Lin finished eating and saw that the two girls hadn't come down, he cleaned up the dishes, then rode his electric scooter to the dungeon hall. Brother Lin. Lin, the hero of our Nanling city. Good afternoon, Hero Lin. Along the way, almost everyone greeted Lin. The battle that happened at the amusement park yesterday was uploaded online by many, and everyone following the matter saw the important role Lin played in that battle. Many powerhouses spoke out, stating that without Lin, at least a third of Nanling City would have been reduced to ruins. There were also many different speculations about Lin's talent, but one point was universally recognized: Lin's potential was immeasurable, and his role on the battlefield was comparable to an army. Yesterday, after Nji returned to the barracks, he immediately sent Lin's information to the commander of the Jiangnan military region, packaging all video footage of the entire battle process. He then called the commander, asking him to request Lin from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. Lieutenant General Lu Qingzong, commander of the military region, was quite impressed after seeing Lin's profile. Such a talented individual not joining the military would truly be a waste of talent. He immediately called Principal Zhu, and the call was answered instantly. Lu Chang, what's gotten into you today that you'd call an old man like me? Principal Zhu's tone carried surprise. Principal Zhu, you flatter me. Although I'm not a student of your school, my admiration for you. Stop. Get to the point. The principal interrupted Lu Chang's pleasantries. Principal Zhu, it's like this. I'd like to ask to borrow someone from you, Lu Chang said, carefully choosing his words. Are you borrowing or taking? Principal Zhu's tone made it impossible to discern his emotions. Lend, Lu Chang said, his tone firm. He would definitely lend him, but when he'd return him was another matter. Lend to whom? A freshman named Lin. He's very suitable for the military. Are you saying our university doesn't cultivate talent? Old Zhu, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. It's just that Lin is truly too suited for the military, Lu Chang said earnestly. You little rascal, Don't think I don't know about the Southern Ridge dungeon invasion. And you want to borrow people? I think you have no intention of returning them at all. No deal. Principal Zhu burst out, immediately hanging up the phone. Lu Chang rubbed his forehead. How did the news spread so fast? Lynn's profile once again landed on the desks of many influential figures, presidents of large guilds, chairmen of major corporations, principals of various universities, and commanders of the Wilderness Guard Army and the Boundary Breaker Army. Almost everyone had a copy. At this moment, they all shared a common goal, to bring Lynn into their respective factions. Not many factions knew that Lynn had already been recruited by Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. Moreover, studying and joining their forces didn't conflict, except for the major universities. At Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, in the principal's office, Principal Xiao He was meticulously reviewing Lynn's profile. To have such a talent emerge from this year's high school graduates, we must secure him, Xiao He said, calling the admissions director to his office. Soon after, Zhang Jian, the admissions director, rushed into the principal's office. Principal, do you have any instructions? Zhang Jian inquired. You must personally go to Nanling City immediately and recruit this student, Lin, into our school. The conditions are negotiable. The principal handed the file to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian's expression changed. He remembered Lin because of the highly negative school evaluation, which had left a deep impression on him. Principal, I know this student. I wanted to recruit him a couple of days ago, but his school evaluation was very bad, so I gave up, Zhang Jian truthfully stated. Oh? Xiao He's gaze was suspicious. A student willing to fight to the death for his home, yet his school evaluation was very bad? Let me see. Zhang Jian pulled up Lin's profile and projected it for Xiao He to see. Xiao He saw the transfer date and the evaluation update date for Lin, and he could roughly guess the reason. Director Zhang, have you thoroughly investigated student Lin's performance at school? Xiao He's tone became serious. I haven't. Director Zhang dared not lie. Is this how you handle things, believing whatever others say? Look at this information. A child who sheds blood and sacrifices his life to protect the Federation, would his character be bad? Would he be ungrateful? Would he be selfish? The principal tossed the latest information to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian reviewed it carefully. Lin's array formation power startled him. Its destructive capability was no less than that of an NTH advancement elemental mage, and Lin was only NTH advancement. Furthermore, Lin dared to actively engage a 5-turn Silverlight Tiger and did not retreat an inch when facing countless monsters. How could such a person be selfish? Principal, I'll go investigate myself. Zhang Jian said with a serious expression. Recall the people first, go quickly. Yes. Zhang Jian soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the southeast. Chapter 28, Sun's Doom, NTH Advancement. At Beiyuan Vocational Battle Team University, Suhu was also reporting to the principal about Lin. When he learned that Lin had already been admitted by Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, the principal felt very regretful. He didn't blame Suhu, as Suhu had been meticulous enough in his work. One could only say that Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University had the geographical advantage and were the first to uncover the truth. The principal of Jiangling First High is really something. How dare he act so recklessly? If old Zhu hadn't already intervened, I would have wanted to arrest him and hold him accountable directly. The more the principal thought about it, the angrier he became. At the Federal Class Holder University, the best university in the Federation, the principal was a beautiful and graceful woman. She held Lin's dossier in her hand, and the director of admissions stood before her desk. Xia Ping, you've disappointed me. This isn't the first time a school has deliberately given negative reviews, but you haven't learned from experience. You're not suitable for this position. Resign.
The principal's voice was indifferent.
Yes, principal.
The director of admissions' tone was bitter, but he dared not refute, because the person sitting in front of him was one of the 8-turn class holders at the pinnacle of the Federation, a pillar of the Federation. Old Zhu has truly found a treasure this time, Bai Rou said with emotion. She already knew about Lynn's admission to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. With her authority, she could ascertain most matters in the Federation. At Jiangling First High, in the principal's office, Principal Sun was slumped in his seat. The news about Lynn was overwhelming, and he wasn't blind or deaf, so he naturally knew. He knew he was finished. Lynn's performance was enough for all parties to thoroughly investigate Lynn's school evaluations. He knew that this matter could not withstand scrutiny. He could ask teachers to lie, but he couldn't ask so many students to. And lying is useless. The entire school is covered in surveillance cameras, including the classrooms. The authorities can completely review Lynn's performance at school through these monitors. Moreover, Lynn has been one of the top 10 outstanding students at the #1 high school for 3 consecutive years, with award records to prove it, and the awards were presented in front of all teachers and students. How could it be concealed? So you're here. Sun's eyelids flickered. He had already sensed 5 powerful presences arriving at the door. Bang! The door was violently pushed open, and 5 class holders in full gear appeared before him. He recognized all of them. They were all leaders from the Nanling Class Holders Association. The one leading them was the vice president in charge of education. Sun, do you know your crime? The vice president was deeply disappointed. On the day of the third-year students' class change, he had praised Sun, never expecting Sun to cause such a huge problem. The president had just severely reprimanded him. The charge of being a poor judge of character was inescapable, and his future was over. He was still young and had a promising career ahead, but Sun had ruined it. Some might find it unreasonable, but these are the rules. I know my crime. Sun's spirit and energy were drained. Today was his doomsday. Also, the director of academic affairs and Lynn's homeroom teacher, today was their doomsday too. A serious disciplinary action awaited them. Their jobs were definitely gone, and they would even face imprisonment. Lynn was unaware of all this. When he arrived at the dungeon hall, class holders came forward one after another to greet him. Lynn's prestige even surpassed that of the Class Holders Association's president. Lynn enthusiastically greeted everyone, then ascended the class change platform to begin accepting the NTH advancement quest. The NTH advancement consisted of 3 quests in total. The first quest was to clear the guard dungeon on heroic difficulty or higher. The second quest was to independently clear the 30th floor of the Tower of the Undead. The third quest was to collect 100 soul stones. None of the 3 quests posed much difficulty for Lynn. He entered the guard dungeon and directly selected Hell difficulty. For many, the guard dungeon on common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic difficulties was incredibly challenging, but for Lynn, it was a matter of instant annihilation. Immediately upon entering, he was attacked by 3 king guards, all level 50 elite chiefs. Lynn instantly cast the Raging Sea Array, and the 3 guards fell to the ground, dropping 3 soul stones. Proceeding further, the second guard encountered was a light guard. He possessed a blinding skill, and as he met Lynn, his lightsaber was gathering dazzling light, about to unleash a blinding flash that would deprive Lynn of his sight. However, before it could even activate its skill, it was instantly killed by Lynn. The third one encountered was a flame guard. As long as you were within 20 meters of it, a violent explosion would occur after 2 seconds. Except for shield-wielding warriors, any other class, even if equipped with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic gear, would be instantly killed. Its movement speed was also incredibly fast. You simply couldn't outrun it. Most class holders got stuck at this stage. However, Lynn's Raging Sea Torrent Array instantly swept it away and killed it. Next, the Ice Guard and Dark Guard were also instantly killed by Lynn. The Dungeon Lord was a level 50 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic Grand Chief, 8 meters tall, wielding a massive hammer. A single strike on the ground would cause a powerful shockwave, stunning anyone within a 50-meter radius, leaving them at its mercy. It was a pity that he encountered Lynn, a person who could even contend with a 5th advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic Grand Chief. Lynn instantly cast the Raging Sea Torrent Array, killing him instantly and dropping a high-grade soul stone worth over 20 million. Lynn was quite excited. Lynn once again broke the record for guarding the dungeon, directly receiving a reward of 100 free attribute points. It's a shame that a person only gets free attribute points for breaking dungeon records during the first 10 times, otherwise, I'd want to break all dungeon records once, and my attributes would explode, Lynn lamented. The crowd had already grown numb to Lynn breaking records and eagerly congratulated him. Then Lynn re-entered the Tower of Undead dungeon. The 30th floor still posed no difficulty, but floors above 31 were still inaccessible. For the last quest, 100 soul stones, which could be purchased directly, Lynn went to the Classholder Trading Center and bought over 90 of them to make up the 100. With the 3 quests completed, Lynn officially became an NTH Advancement Heaven Origin Master. After tossing the high-grade soul stone to the auction house, Lynn headed back to the villa. This time, the method of travel was different. After advancing to NTH Advancement, his sensitivity to the elements of heaven and earth greatly increased, allowing him to fully mobilize the power of wind elements for flight. Lynn, carrying the electric scooter with one hand, floated back to the villa unsteadily. It was his first flight, so he didn't have much experience, but the novelty of it made him very satisfied. He originally intended to buy skill upgrade books and skill books, but an NTH Advancement skill upgrade book cost 500,000, meaning 10 skills would be 5 million. The money from auctioning the high-grade venomous gem hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't have enough. The battle contributions for resisting the dungeon fight still needed some time to be tallied. By Lynn's estimation, the value of the materials he could be allocated would be at least over 300 million. He had killed too many monsters. He was the primary force in killing the Silverlight Tigers, after all. No sooner had he returned to the villa than Yuding came into his villa. She was very dejected, and after entering, she sat silently on the sofa. Lynn didn't know how to comfort her, so he sat with her on the sofa and started browsing the news. Many of the articles were about him, so he skipped them. They praised him to the heavens, and he felt a little embarrassed. Sun, the principal of Jiangling First High, has been removed from his position due to maliciously falsifying student information, causing a severe negative impact. He now awaits legal judgment. Lynn noticed the news, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. That'll teach you to slander me. Chapter 29, Yuding's Misunderstanding, Stronger Again. Then Lynn continued browsing other news, and he also saw news about Yuding. The new Empress of Summoners Yuding, 5 summoned beasts, for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic and 1 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic. The news also included a video of Yuding's performance during the amusement park battle. Her 5 summoned beasts were each more powerful than the last, especially the chaotic demon ape, which fought across 20 levels with no pressure at all. Yuding also reached level 33 during the major battle. If she seized the time, she might have a chance to achieve NTH advancement before the national exam. Zhang Tianming, a third-year student from Yuzhou Middle School, has been leveling in the wilderness with his family's battle team since his class change. He has now reached level 35, with NTH advancement in sight. Rumor has it he is a talent. Lin Shui, a third-year student at Jiangzhou High School, has already reached level 34. Su Gaolin, a third-year student at Nanzhou Middle School, has already reached level 34, suspected to be a talent. Many third-year high school students have already started to show their potential, especially those from well-off families. Guided by class-holder teams, they head into the wilderness to slay monsters and level up, a method much faster than leveling in dungeons. After all, dungeons can only be entered once a day, whereas monsters in the wilderness are abundant, allowing for continuous grinding from morning till night, naturally leading to faster leveling. This is also the path chosen by most children of the powerful. The gap between people is vast. If not for Lin's cheat, without any support, his class change formation master would probably only be able to find a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic job. Although I've already undergone my NTH advancement, I cannot be complacent. I must maintain this level advantage to ensure the top scholar position in the national exam falls into my hands, Lynn said with a determined look.
Lynn, what are you looking at so intently? Yuding asked.
Beautiful women, Lynn replied.
You big pervert, Yuding spat. Looking at beautiful women is good for your physical and mental health, what do you know?
Perverted, and with so many excuses.
I want to see which beautiful woman it is. Yuding leaned over and found a gentle girl in a priest's robe appearing on Lynn's AI terminal screen.
Yuding was immediately drawn to the girl's magnificent bosom. She glanced down at her own, a hint of inferiority showing on her face.
You pervert! Yuding's hand landed on Lynn's waist and gave a hard twist. What are you doing? You're killing me!
Lynn said exasperatedly. He wasn't actually looking at beautiful women at all, he had just stumbled upon this news. This was a genius from another large region, suspected to be a talent, who was already level 40 and very powerful.
Lynn had clicked in to take a look. That's for being a pervert. Yuding said fiercely. You know I'm a pervert, yet you still come to my villa yourself? Lynn eyed Yuding with a half smile. Am I afraid of you?
Yuding puffed out her chest, looking arrogant. Don't bother puffing it out, it's not even half the size of others, Lynn said, projecting the priestess girl and gesturing with his eyes.
Go to hell. Yuding picked up a pillow and threw it at Lynn.
Lynn grabbed a pillow, and the two began a pillow fight. After a long session, the two were exhausted, half lying on the sofa, panting.
The pillow is already deformed, remember to compensate them for it.
Lynn rubbed the deformed pillow.
It was mine to begin with. If you broke that one, you owe me $1 million. Yuding said grumpily. Isn't this your friend's house? That friend is me. What, does that mean I don't have 2 villas?
Yuding was quite smug.
Damn rich snob. You're the rich snob. Lynn and Yuding went out for dinner.
After dinner, a message came from the AI terminal. Lynn had received 90 million. The high-grade highly poisonous gem had been auctioned off, selling for 100 million, with a 10 million tax. Lynn showed a joyful smile, and everything seemed beautiful to him.
Can you stop smiling so lewdly? Yuding cast a scornful glance at Lynn.
This young master is happy, I won't bother with you. Lynn drove Yuding to the class-holder trading center, waved his hand grandly, bought 10 skill upgrade books, and then purchased 5 skills.
NTH advancement added 5 more skill slots.
Although the NTH advancement skills for a formation master were relatively cheaper, their prices still ranged from 400,000 to 600,000, so buying 5 cost over 3 million again.
Lynn also needed to purchase a set of NTH advancement equipment.
His money was only enough for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tiers, so he spent over 10 million more to buy a complete set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. He then bought another NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic formation book for over 4 million. Sigh, I earn fast, but I spend even faster.
Lynn felt a pang of pain. Class holder spent money too quickly, it was deadly. Did you sell yourself? So much money? Yuding was surprised. How did Lynn suddenly get so much money? That's right. Do you want to patronize my business? Lynn teased.
You wish. Having completed his class change and equipped his gear and skills, Lynn planned to head to the wilderness tomorrow. Of course, before heading out, he still needed to fuse his skills and traits.
Lynn's 5 newly learned skills were Giant Strength Formation, Gravity Formation, Wood Spirit Formation, Earth Spirit Formation, and Gold Spirit Formation.
Trait Lynn possesses 29 traits, more than enough to integrate with formations. Lynn combined Giant Strength Array, Blessing of the Giant Spirit God, along with Reaper's Curse, Vulcan's Blessing, Angel's Blessing, Thor's Blessing, Freedom's Pardon, and Blessing of Jonan, to form the Great Array of Giant Spirit God's Protection. Deploying this array bestows a Strength 30 buff upon himself and his teammates, covering a range of 100 meters. The casting time is 3 seconds, duration is 240 seconds, and it can be deployed anywhere within a 2-kilometer radius. Gravity Array, after integrating 3 traits, transformed into Super Gravity Grand Array. Deploying this array increases gravity by 30 times, covers a range of 100 meters, is cast instantly, and lasts for 240 seconds.
Wood Spirit Formation, upgraded to Life Ancient Tree Great Formation.
This formation, once set up, summons a clone of the Life Ancient Tree to descend, binding enemy targets, and granting a HP 30 buff to oneself and friendly targets within a 100-meter coverage area, with a casting time of 4 seconds and a duration of 120 seconds.
Earth Spirit Formation, upgraded to Blessing of the Great Earth God Great Formation.
This formation, once set up, condenses the power of the earth to form a barrier, protecting oneself and friendly targets within it. The barrier's durability is equivalent to 30 times one's own HP, with a coverage area of 100 meters, instant cast, and a duration of 120 seconds. Metal Spirit Formation, upgraded to Shelter of the Metal Spirit God Great Formation. This formation, once set up, condenses the power of the metal spirit to attack enemies, dealing magic damage 30 per second, with a coverage area of 100 meters, instant cast, and a duration of 120 seconds. It can be deployed in any area within a 2-kilometer radius. The 10 other skills he had already mastered were also further integrated into traits for major upgrades, mostly becoming instant cast and free skills. After equipping his gear, Lynn's power made another huge leap. Monsters of the wilderness, prepare to be favored by your master Lynn. Lynn's lips curled into a wild smile. Chapter 30, Yuzhou City, a Sensation. Lynn opened his panel, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Name, Lynn. Class, NTH Advancement Heaven Origin Master. Level, 45. Attributes, Strength, 896, Intelligence, 1624, Constitution, 898, Spirit, 1624. Attack, Physical Attack, 8960, Magical Attack. Defense, Physical Defense, 8980, Magical Defense. After switching to NTH Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic, his attributes doubled again. Casting, Great Array of Wisdom Law's Blessing, boosted his intelligence by 30 times, his magic attack reached 480,000, and the DPS of his offensive arrays reached over 14 million per second. Even a 5th Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Grand Chief wouldn't last a second. Aside from Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Lords and Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Overlords, other monsters are no different to me. Lynn's face radiated confidence. Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Lords and Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Lords possess many abnormal attributes, some even immune to 80% of attack damage, making them not so easy to kill. Lynn slept until dawn. After washing up, he left to catch a taxi to the high-speed rail station to take a train to the border. The Jiangnan region originally faced the sea to the east, but after the arrival of dungeons, several dungeons above 6 rotations descended upon the ocean. Following their formal integration with planet Tianyuan, the continents within these dungeons landed in the sea, forming a new continent that now borders the Federation continent. This continent was named the Eastern Desolation Continent, a paradise for monsters. Nanling City is located in the southern part of the Jiangnan region, bordering the sea to the south. This particular sea also experienced a dungeon descent, but by then, human class holders possessed sufficient strength to conquer the dungeon and place it in the dungeon hall, thus preventing the formation of a new continent. Lynn had purchased a high-speed rail ticket to Yuzhou City. Yuzhou is located in the eastern part of the Jiangnan region, bordering the Eastern Wilderness Continent, and it is also the center of the Jiangnan region. Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are all situated in Yuzhou City. Just as he stepped out of the villa gate, preparing to fly over, a dazzling red sports car drove out from the villa and stopped beside Lynn. The car window rolled down, and Yuding raised an eyebrow at Lynn. "Get in, I'll take you to the station." Yuding had already known about Lynn's trip to Yuzhou City today. "Oh, thanks, Miss Mu, for letting this country bumpkin experience riding in a sports car." Lynn grinned as he opened the car door. "It's not like you can't afford one," Yuding rolled her eyes. "I'd hate to spend it, I'd hate to. That's my hard-earned money, only for buying equipment. If I bought a car, it would break my heart." Lynn shook his head.
You money slave.
Yuding drove the sports car, conspicuously parading Lynn through the city all the way to the high-speed rail station.
Thank you, Miss Moo, for taking the trouble to drive me.
Lynn was still very polite.
No trouble, it's on my way, Yuding said indifferently. On your way? Where are you going? Here, are you allowed to go to Yujo, but I'm not allowed to go? At your age, you're not going to pull a runaway stunt, are you? You're only so old, and I've already talked to my mom.
I told her you'd be my bodyguard from now on, and she allowed me to go out with you, Yuding said cheerfully. Being a bodyguard isn't impossible, it's just.
Lynn rubbed his two fingers together, implying you know. Next time, Yuding raised an eyebrow, clearly intending for Lynn to work for free.
The two got out of the car and entered the high-speed rail station. The sports car would drive itself back. The intelligence on Tianyuan Star was much more advanced than on Earth. When the high-speed train arrived, Lynn was still thinking of queuing, but Yuding unexpectedly led him directly through the VIP passage and into the business class. Having money truly meant being able to indulge.
The scenery outside the window quickly receded. Nanling City was over 600 kilometers from Yuzhou City, and it took less than an hour to arrive.
The high-speed rail's speed had already exceeded 800 kilometers per hour. Stepping out of the high-speed train station, Lynn witnessed the prosperity of a big city for the first time in his life. Skyscrapers stood tall, and figures darted through the air.
There were too many powerful individuals here.
It's still early, let's go clear today's dungeon first, Lynn suggested.
Exactly what I was thinking, Yuding had no objections. Are you ready? Lynn suddenly asked. Ready for what?
Yuding was puzzled. Ready to fly, Lynn grabbed Yuding's hand and directly took her airborne.
Big brother, watch where you're going, we're going to hit a building. Yuding shrieked. What are you afraid of, it won't kill us.
Lynn said with a grin. Moral decay, showing off their affection up in the sky, a class holder flying by grumbled. Lynn completely pretended not to hear, while a blush rose on Yuding's cheeks.
What was he talking about?
The two leisurely floated through the air to Yuzhou's dungeon hall, attracting a lot of attention as soon as they landed. Lynn and Yuding were both celebrities in the Federation now, one, the hero of Nanling City, and the other, the new Empress of Summoners.
Is this brother Lynn? A familiar-looking man had already approached. It is I, may I ask what you need from me, sir? Lynn inquired. Hello, brother Lynn. I'm from Triple Group. Our company is a large conglomerate with assets in the trillions. I just wanted to ask if you're interested, brother Lynn, the man said. Brother Lynn, our Sky Network group would be very happy to have you join. Brother Lynn. Miss Moo, our Summoner Guild greatly welcomes your joining. The scene instantly became chaotic. Everyone wanted Lynn and Yuding, these two promising newcomers. Thank you all for your kind intentions.
We both intend to focus on our studies for now, Lynn said, pushing his way into the dungeon hall with Yuding.
Lynn headed to the NTH Advancement Dungeon teleportation entrance, while Yuding went to the NTH Advancement Dungeon main entrance.
Upon entering, Lynn chose the Snowfield dungeon. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a world of ice and snow. 10 elite chief-level ice snakes rapidly slithered towards Lynn, simultaneously spewing ice arrows in his direction. However, elite monsters were no match for Lynn, instantly falling before him. He cast the instant, myriad demon soul reaping array, and the thousands of demonic souls struck terror into the ice snakes.
10 against 10,000? No one would dare play a game like that, right?
Leaving behind a few materials, Lynn picked them up and headed towards the center of the dungeon. The Dungeon Lord, a level 50 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade chief, was instantly obliterated by Lynn's instantaneous, purple cloud divine thunder array. His luck wasn't great this time, no good materials dropped, and Lynn only made about 1 million.
Upon exiting the dungeon, the divine pillar in the center of the dungeon once again glowed with purple golden light.
Lynn had broken another dungeon record, earning 200 free attribute points. This naturally caused a stir, and the class holders in Yuzhou City could only sigh, acknowledging Lynn's well-deserved reputation. Soon after, Yuding also emerged from a dungeon, breaking another dungeon record, which again caused a sensation. News of Lynn and Yuding's arrival in Yuzhou City quickly spread. Chapter 31, Legendary Figure Principal Zhu. Having already cleared the dungeons for the day, there was no point in staying. Lynn decided to head directly to the eastern wilderness continent. They were currently in the center of Yuzhou City, approximately 300 kilometers from the border. Lynn planned to take a taxi. But Yuding said there was no need. She made a call, and soon another sports car pulled up in front of them. Lynn could only once again marvel at what a rich woman Yuding was, summoning a car with just a phone call. After the driver respectfully handed the keys to Yuding, he left. Yuding playfully tossed the keys, motioning for Lynn to get in. They had only driven a short distance when Lynn's AI terminal rang. Esteemed Master, Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University calling. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Answer." "Hello, Student Lynn, this is Zhu Tianqi." A kind voice came from the other end of the phone. "Principal Zhu!" Lynn exclaimed in shock, his tone involuntarily rising. He was overwhelmed that such a legendary figure would personally call him. Yuding also looked surprised. "Grandpa Zhu personally called this guy, what's going on?" "It's me." "You've come all the way to Yuzhou, and you haven't thought of coming to visit this old man?" Principal Zhu said with a chuckle. "This principal, you are so busy with a myriad of affairs, how dare I disturb you?" Lynn's attitude was very humble, not because Principal Zhu was powerful, but because Principal Zhu had contributed so much to the Federation. If one were to write a book detailing the principal's achievements, that book would be 2 bricks thick. "I'm quite free. Bring that girl Mu over." "I'm at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University." "You wouldn't not come, would you?" The principal chuckled softly. "How could I? I would be honored." Lynn readily agreed. "Let's go, change course." "Okay." Yuding made a left turn, heading in the direction of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. Arriving in front of a small gate, Lynn thought the navigation had led them to the wrong place. This gate was too small, not even comparable to universities of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic quality. At a glance, the teaching building also looked very old, quite different from what he imagined a prestigious school should look like. "Surprised?" Yuding asked with a smile. "A little. Principal Zhu spends all the funds on students' equipment, skill, and training. He says a school just needs a gate. Its size doesn't matter. Whether the teaching building is old or new doesn't affect their teaching, as long as the students' level, equipment, and skill are well managed." Yuding's tone carried admiration. There was a reason why Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University could cultivate so many excellent class holder. "I am indeed short-sighted." Lynn also showed an expression of admiration. "Mainly, it's just too poor." A voice came from outside the car door. An amiable old man in a mage's robe appeared outside the car window without them noticing. "Greetings, Principal Zhu." Lynn's demeanor was respectful. "Leave the car here. I'll take you on a good tour of our campus." Principal Zhu stroked the beard on his chin. "Troubling you, Principal?" Lynn got out of the car, and Yuding followed. "Grandpa Zhu, I've missed you so much." Yuding cheerfully ran towards Principal Zhu, then linked her arm with his. "Oh, Mua girl, you're not even blinking when you lie now. If I hadn't called Lynn, you wouldn't have thought to come and see this old man." Principal Zhu's tone was full of doting affection. Lynn eyed Yuding suspiciously. What was this girl's background, to be so familiar with someone like Principal Zhu? "Where? I was originally planning to come here first." "It was Lynn who said to go to Dungeon Hall," Yuding pouted. "Already following the husband's lead?" Principal Zhu teased. "Grandpa Zhu, what are you saying?" Yuding's face turned beet red, her heart filled with shyness. The smile in Principal Zhu's eyes deepened. As someone with experience, he roughly understood Yuding's current state.
Lynn looked calm and collected. His psychological resilience was absolutely excellent.
Principal Zhu walked in the middle, with Lynn and Yuding on either side of him, listening to Principal Zhu introduce the buildings here.
There weren't many students on the road.
University students were mainly led by teachers to gain experience in the wilderness, spending only a small amount of time at school.
Students they met along the way would enthusiastically greet the principal. "Principal, you look great, old man."
"Are these two your juniors?" A boy with a swept-aside fringe greeted the principal with a cheeky grin.
"Chen Air, why are you still level 50?
"If you don't reach level 52 this week, I'll trim your fringe flat," Principal Zhu said with a stern face.
"Principal, this is my life,"
Chen Air exclaimed, grimacing as he clutched his bangs.
"Nag one more time and I'll chop them off right now." "I was wrong, I'm going to level up right away."
Chen Air fled in a panic, not forgetting to nod to Lin and Yuding.
The trio arrived in front of a very classical-looking building. "This is our school history museum, recording every detail of our school's over 400-year history."
"I'll take you to see it," Principal Zhu introduced.
The three entered the University History Museum.
There was no one guarding the museum. Anyone could enter, even people from outside the university. The gates of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University were merely archways with no security guards. One could enter as they wished.
As for whether anyone would come in to cause trouble?
Who would be so foolish as to stir up trouble here? The true church was already crazy enough, but even they hadn't dared to cause trouble at any prestigious university. The power here was comparable to a military district. Our university was established 200 years before the founding of the Federation. Our first principal was a great literary figure, a great writer who awakened the national will.
Although there were no dungeons back then, it was still a magnificent era.
My dear reader, there's more to this chapter.
Please click next page to continue reading, the rest is even more exciting.
The principal began to introduce the school's history to Lin and the other. Lin and the other were engrossed in listening. Although many events were only briefly mentioned, those few sentences represented the lives of generations of Jiangnan teachers and students who braved fire and water for the Federation, dedicating their all to the cause of peace. Lin felt nothing but respect. After touring the University History Museum, the principal led the two to his office. There wasn't much else to introduce, and Lin and the other would naturally learn about other places after school started.
Why two? Because the principal had already planned to bring Yuding into the school. "Mu girl, have you decided which university you want to apply to?" Principal Zhu asked casually.
"Grandpa Zhu, I haven't decided yet." Mu girl blinked her big eyes, intending to tease Grandpa Zhu.
"Grandpa Zhu has already given you a detailed introduction to our school's history.
If you don't choose our school, then you'll have to return what I've told you," Principal Zhu said with a chuckle.
"How do I return it?"
"It's simple, just compile our school's history into a book and give it to me," Principal Zhu stroked his beard.
"Grandpa Zhu, aren't Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University good enough for me to choose?" Yuding surrendered. Wasn't compiling books going to be the death of her? "Excellent, quickly sign the application form." The principal pulled out a document from his spatial backpack.
"Grandpa Zhu, you must have prepared this long ago."
Yuding pouted.
"Your parents both came from this school. Where else would you go if not here?"
Principal Zhu gave Yuding a sidelong glance.
"I'm only here because of you, Grandpa Zhu." "It has nothing to do with them," Yuding wrinkled her nose.
Had. Is the little girl having trouble with them again? Principal Zhu knew a good deal about Yuding's family. Chapter 32, Rewards, Heading to the Wilderness.
"You don't know, Grandpa Zhu, they're simply awful right now." Yuding was very aggrieved. "Tell Grandpa Zhu, I'll tell them off for you."
Principal Zhu doted on Yuding.
Yuding poured out her grievances to Principal Zhu, and it was then that Lynn realized that even being a child of a wealthy family doesn't mean everything goes smoothly. At the very least, there are significant restrictions on freedom. But he didn't interrupt. This was Yuding's family matter, and he pretended not to hear. Principal Zhu comforted Yuding, saying he would definitely speak to her parents for her, and Yuding gradually cheered up. Lynn, your leveling speed has exceeded our imagination.
It's time to give you the conditions we promised.
Here are 2 sets of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, 1 set for NTH advancement, 1 set for NTH advancement, and 4 skill books. 2 are NTH advancement skills, and 2 are NTH advancement skills.
The principal took out a pile of items. Principal, this junior will gratefully accept.
Lynn took them with a joyful expression. He could put on the NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment immediately. As for the others, although he no longer needed them, he could sell them. He had no qualms about it. After all, these were the conditions for him to join Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University.
This is what you deserve.
If you complete your NTH advancement in your freshman year, I'll reward you with another set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, Principal Zhu promised.
Thank you, Principal.
Lynn was delighted, thinking that a set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment would cost over $1 billion, and he was 100% confident he could get it. Moo Girl, this set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment is for you.
The principal took out a set of equipment and handed it to Yuding.
Grandpa Zhu, I already have one, Yuding politely declined.
Take it.
What you have is yours. School rewards are school rewards.
Without rules, there's no order.
The principal was very persistent.
Thank you, Grandpa Zhu. Yuding could only accept it.
Lynn immediately put on the NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, and his stats doubled again. There was a good reason why common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment was expensive. With his current skill damage, he could easily instantly kill anything below 6th advancement, except for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords and common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords.
Monsters above 6th advancement had already mastered the deeper powers of elements and were not so easy to deal with. Lynn couldn't claim he could kill them.
The principal also took Lynn and the other person to eat at the school cafeteria.
The senior students in the cafeteria also knew that 2 remarkable prospective freshmen had arrived at the school, and the principal had personally led them.
They weren't jealous, they just thought about having a good showdown with Lynn and his companion once school started to see what they were really capable of.
After dinner, Lynn and his companion said goodbye and headed straight for the wilderness.
Knowing they were going there for training, Principal Zhu didn't stop them, only told them to be careful.
Yuding drove all the way to the border.
The car's performance was incredible, speeding at 400 km/h, reaching the border in just an hour. There was no speed limit on the highway here, and class holders had excellent physical constitutions, so even an accident at 300 km/h wouldn't have a major impact. Vehicles were racing at full speed all the way. Lynn had seen the border city walls in his AI terminal and books, but witnessing them in person was a whole different experience. He saw endless steel city walls towering ahead, dividing this world into 2. One side was the thriving land of humanity, the other a paradise for monsters.
Lynn and his companion had already put on their masks. This was Yuding's idea. They were currently on the cult's hit list, and the wilderness was unlike the federal territory.
If the cult knew they were in the wilderness, they would send strong individuals to hunt them down.
Moreover, they were also on the monsters' kill list.
It was not advisable to be high profile when entering monster territory, lest they be surrounded and killed by monsters. Soon, I won't need to wear this anywhere I go, Lynn thought to himself, touching the cold mask. Once he completed his 6th advancement, he was confident he could roam the world freely.
The 2 queued to leave the city.
The city gates were heavily guarded, and everyone had to take turns entering a small, enclosed room to verify their identity before being allowed to exit. This was to prevent wanted individuals from escaping.
As for climbing over the city wall? Patrol teams patrolled day and night every 2 kilometers along the wall.
If one wasn't afraid of being shot dead, they were welcome to climb over. Lynn entered the small booth, removed his mask for facial recognition, and a green light came on, indicating Lynn was cleared to exit. Lynn put on his mask, then exited the small booth, walked straight out of the city gate, and Yuding followed him out. Beyond the gate was a barren wasteland, the ground scorched black. This area was once lush, but due to too many major battles, the land was severely damaged by skills and soaked repeatedly with blood, turning it into its current state. Lynn pulled Yuding directly into the sky and flew. It wasn't until they had covered 10 kilometers that greenery began to appear on the ground.
Lynn looked out into the distance. Not far ahead was a jungle, a paradise for monsters.
Fighting fluctuations emanated from many places, where class holders were battling monsters. Lynn and Yuding landed in the jungle, and no sooner had they descended than they were greeted enthusiastically by monsters. 5 level 30 rabid dogs bared their fangs and charged towards Lynn and his companion.
"Come out, summoned beasts." Yuding summoned all 5 of his summoned beasts.
The summoned beasts' levels were consistent with their summoners, all now at level 34, making it far too easy to deal with 5 small monsters. Just by standing there, they made the 5 mad dogs tremble. They turned and fled. The class disparity among monsters was far greater than among humans. Higher-ranked beings held the power of life and death over lower-ranked ones.
Howl!
The ice one opened its mouth, and a breath of ice quickly swept over one mad dog, instantly freezing it. The fire elf directly hurled a massive fireball, incinerating a mad dog. The dark angel smirked alluringly, flapping its wings as dark elements rapidly converged, forming a cage that trapped a mad dog, then continuously constricting until it crushed the dog. As for the chaos ape, it sprang, covering a distance of over 20 meters, and directly stomped a mad dog to death. The last one was also taken down by a beam of light shot by the unicorn. Although most of the unicorn's skills were support-oriented, it also possessed offensive skills. 5 rabid dogs. Lynn didn't even have the inclination to act. Why use a cannon to kill mosquitoes? The two continued to delve into the wilderness. The monsters in the wilderness generally had higher levels because the dungeons that initially appeared there were of higher tiers. Initially, Lynn didn't even need to lift a finger. Yuding's summoned beasts could handle everything. The two pushed forward, and after advancing 100 miles, the monster levels here were all above level 40. The monsters also began to appear in groups, overwhelming Yuding, which is why Lynn finally intervened. His first move was extraordinary. An area spanning 100 meters was ravaged by lightning, instantly becoming a death trap. The monsters within were utterly annihilated, without even a trace of strength to react. More and more monsters appeared, but no matter how many came, they were just easy pickings. With one of Lynn's skills, they instantly turned to ash. Chapter 33, Night Beast Roars, Plea for Help. Yuding gazed at the ground, shattered and ravaged by the formation, and fell into deep shock. Although she had 5 powerful colored pets, an enviable asset for many class holders, they were still insignificant compared to Lynn. Didn't she see that even the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord, Chaos Ape, looked at Lynn with fear? That was a fear born from the instinct of life itself. After a day's travel, Lynn and Yuding had advanced over 150 miles, but they were still on the periphery. Most of the monsters they encountered were below NTH advancement. Class holders have strong physiques and minds, so going without sleep for several days and nights is not an issue. However, fighting at night, the light from skills would become a beacon guiding monsters. To avoid being continuously besieged by an endless stream of monsters, it's best to avoid combat at night. Lynn didn't take any risks either. Dying in the wilderness meant truly dying, unlike in a dungeon, so he had to be cautious. Yuding had the Chaos Ape dig a burrow halfway up the mountain, then she recalled her summoned beasts and followed Lynn inside. Lynn moved a few small trees to cover the entrance of the cave, then squeezed inside with Yuding. Life in the wilderness was this simple, they had to adapt. Each of them took out a straw mat and casually spread it on the ground. This was their bed. Yuding left the fire elemental outside to keep watch. The two sat on a straw mat, took out compressed biscuits, and began to eat. Class holders already possessed night vision, so there was no need for a light.
While eating, they browsed the news. The wilderness also had internet. This world's satellites were very powerful, covering every corner of Tianyuan Star with a signal, unless one was inside a dungeon, where there would be no signal. Being alone in a room with a single man and a single woman, Lynn felt nothing, but Yuding's heart was pounding. Her gaze occasionally fell on Lynn's handsome profile, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Why are you staring at me? What, are you afraid I'll turn into a beast and do something animalistic to you?" Lynn asked with a half smile. "Even if I gave you a pumpkin for courage, you wouldn't dare, humph." Yuding retorted, chin raised, showing no fear at all. "Don't you know men shouldn't be provoked?" Lynn stood up. "What do you want to do?" Yuding involuntarily recoiled. She wasn't as bold as she pretended to be. "What's constantly on that little girl's mind?" "I'm going out to brush my teeth." "Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy and wise," Lynn said impatiently, taking out his toiletries and water from his spatial backpack, then went outside to wash up. Yuding watched Lynn's retreating back, secretly grinding her teeth, wishing she could bite this hateful fellow to death. She followed him out. She also needed to wash up. Taking a shower was definitely not an option, and the smell of sweat made Yuding frown. "Lynn, don't come in yet, I'm changing clothes," Yuding said. "Okay." Lynn thoughtfully walked a bit further away. This was no laughing matter. Before long, Yuding had changed her clothes and emerged from the cave. "Lynn, do you want to change?" Yuding asked. "I'll change too." Lynn went inside, changed into a fresh set of clothes, lay down directly, and then gestured for Yuding to come in. Lynn immediately fell asleep, but Yuding couldn't. It was her first time sleeping outdoors, and she was very unaccustomed to it. "Lynn, are you asleep?" Yuding asked. "Miss Moo, I was just about to fall into a dream. I'd seen the beauty, half undressed, and you woke me up," Lynn said in an annoyed tone. "Will you die if you don't look at or think about beautiful women all day long?" Yuding was speechless. "I wouldn't die, but it would be more painful than death." "You big pervert. If I were a big pervert, would you still dare to sleep here with me? What are your plans for the future?" Yuding suddenly asked a more profound question. "I haven't thought that much, but I like being free and independent. If I have the ability, I think I'll completely solve the dungeon problem," Lynn sighed. "I believe you can do it, after all, you're so amazing," Yuding said, her voice filled with admiration. "That's true. Give me a year, and I'll be able to dominate Tianyuan Star," Lynn said confidently. "Can you not be so narcissistic? I'm handsome and powerful, why shouldn't I be narcissistic? With that face of yours, you could randomly grab someone off the street who's handsomer than you," Yuding rolled her eyes. "Humph, I'm the campus heartthrob of #1 high school, you think I don't know that? My drawer is stuffed with love letters every day." Lynn pouted. "So many classmates like you, how come I don't see you dating anyone?" "I'm not interested in little kids." "You like older people?" "Watch your words. I just like mature people, not necessarily older." Yuding's eyes dimmed slightly. She looked down, realizing she might not be mature enough. "What about you? What are your plans for the future?" Lynn noticed Yuding's low spirits and changed the subject. "I don't know either. My parents have already arranged everything, but I don't want my life to follow a prescribed path. I want to make my own decisions," Yuding sighed. "Actually, having your life arranged is what many people dream of. How many work from dawn till dusk just to get by? They wish someone would arrange their lives." "You're already very lucky," Lynn remarked with emotion. "I understand all that, but I don't want to be a puppet. I'm afraid they'll even arrange my marriage eventually, and that's something I absolutely cannot accept." Yuding's expression grew dim. "Arranged marriages are still a thing in this era? As a friend, if your parents force you to marry someone you don't like, tell me, I can help you," Lynn promised. "Aren't you afraid of being an enemy to the whole world?" Yuding's eyes shimmered slightly. Lynn's words made her feel sweet. "You should ask if the world dares to be my enemy," Lynn's words revealed a domineering air.
At this moment, he had an "I am the only one" presence that left Yuding momentarily stunned. "Stop staring, or I'll start charging," Lynn squinted at Yuding.
"Who's staring at you, you narcissist?" The blush on Yuding's face grew more vivid. The conversation ended there.
Just as Lynn thought he could finally get a good night's sleep, his sweet dreams were disturbed once again.
Furious roars of beasts came from afar.
Lynn opened his eyes, seeing the constantly changing colors of the sky through the gaps in the trees outside the cave entrance that was the glow of skills. The light grew more dazzling, and the beast roars got closer. The battlefield was approaching their location.
Yuding was also awakened. The two exchanged glances, quickly put on their gear, and then exited the cave. Beep, beep, beep. The AI terminal emitted an alarm.
This was a distress signal from a class holder, which would be received by AI terminals within a 10-mile radius. Students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University are requesting assistance.
The monsters are powerful.
Class holders who have not reached NTH advancement or above are advised to evacuate immediately.
The AI terminal broadcasted the distress call. Chapter 34, The Monster Tide is Coming. Listening to the AI terminal's broadcast, Lynn immediately made a decision: rescue them.
After all, they were his fellow students, his seniors. Estimating the location of the skill burst to be about 3 kilometers away, Lynn grabbed Yuding and flew directly towards it. Looking into the distance, a standard combat squad was being pursued by hundreds of monsters.
Ice and snowstorm.
The NTH advancement elementalist in the team finally completed her skill incantation. Her staff glowed with an icy blue light, and ice elements from heaven and earth rapidly converged, forming an ice and snowstorm with a 100-meter diameter that swept towards the monsters. One by one, the monsters were frozen, but these monsters were all at NTH advancement or above, many still in TH advancement.
With powerful physiques, they struggled free, shattering the ice and snow.
Others dodged the storm and unleashed skills to attack the squad. The shield warrior in the team raised his shield, forming a giant barrier to block the attacks, while the light priest continuously buffed the shield warrior's stats. The attacks were simply too numerous. Even with the priest's buffs, the shield warrior was quickly losing ground, his HP rapidly dropping.
Phantom sword.
The sword fighter in the squad rapidly wielded his long sword, which had already transformed into a phantom. Streaks of sword energy, slicing horizontally for tens of meters, whistled out, blocking the approaching monsters.
And behind some of the monsters, a dagger would occasionally appear, striking them at the back of the head, stunning them. That was the assassin in the team making her move.
As students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, their combat discipline was far superior to that of ordinary class holders. Even in such a harsh environment, they remained calm and fought back.
Roar! Roar! Sharp cries rang out.
Lynn noticed 10 flamingos chirping in unison, then casting a skill together.
A sea of flames quickly spread, engulfing the small squad.
The shield warrior erected a defensive barrier, protecting everyone, but his health was plummeting too fast. Despair crept onto his face. Rescue hadn't arrived, and this was going to be bad.
I can only hold on for 10 more seconds. After that, you'll have to escape on your own.
The shield warrior showed a look of resignation, ready to cover their retreat.
Captain, if we came together, we'll go back together. Have you forgotten our motto, never abandon, never give up?
The duelist's eyes were red.
Yes, Captain, we'll go back together. The elementalist's voice was firm.
They had formed a team since their freshman year, and now, about to graduate as seniors, their bond was closer than that of brothers.
To abandon one of them was something they absolutely could not do. Captain, even if we die together.
Although the priestess was a girl, her bravery was no less than any boy's.
Don't be foolish, all of you live well, the shield warrior roared. Captain, either we live together, or we die together.
The teammates were very stubborn.
Just as they were preparing to bravely face death, an unexpected change occurred.
A formation instantly unfolded around them as its center, then dark clouds pressed down from above, and countless bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, instantly wiping out all monsters within a 100-meter radius, including the 10 flamingos. Everyone in the small team was shocked. What a terrifying formation! When did such a powerful formation master appear? They turned their gaze to the rear and saw two young people approaching quickly, with the boy continuously forming array seals with one hand. Meteor fall formation. Lynn shouted again, and another formation, covering a 100-meter radius, appeared. Car-sized meteorites fell, crashing into the monsters with violent explosions, directly blasting all the monsters within the formation to death. At this point, half of the monsters in the sky were gone, and those further away were terrified, turning and fleeing. Can they escape? Lynn revealed a sinister smile, instantly casting Myriad Demon Soul Reaping Array and Raging Sea Torrent Array. 10,000 demons furiously tore at the monsters, and tens of meters high tidal waves swallowed them, instantly clearing out all monsters. The team members were utterly stunned. The monsters that had pushed them to the brink of despair were instantly annihilated? Who was this expert? Thank you, Senior. The shield warrior bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior. The other team members also bowed respectfully. The lifespan of a class holder could be greatly extended, so looking young didn't necessarily mean they were young. In their minds, Lynn was a senior who maintained a youthful appearance. They didn't dare to scrutinize Lynn too closely, otherwise, they would have noticed that Lynn's equipment was just a set of NTH advancement gear. Lynn touched his nose. Was he that old? He. Yuding even burst out laughing. Senior? This was truly too amusing. Everyone, I am not some senior. I am just a prospective freshman at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, Lynn explained. Prospective freshman, what does that mean? The 5 students couldn't process it for a moment. It wasn't that they didn't understand Lynn's words, but rather that they found it incredible. Are prospective freshmen really this strong? Then what are they, as prospective graduates? Junior, you are too amazing. You are the strongest formation master I have ever seen or even heard of, the shield warrior exclaimed. You flatter me. It was just good luck, Lynn said very humbly. My name is Yuding. We are all senior students and formed a team called Bronze Wall and Iron Fortress since our freshman year. How should I address you, juniors? The shield warrior asked. My name is Lynn, and she is Yuding. Senior Yuding, why are so many monsters chasing you? That's exactly what we wanted to say. The monsters inside seem to have gone mad, gathering together and constantly moving towards the outer areas. We were unlucky enough to encounter the vanguard. If we hadn't met you, we would have been finished. I suspect the monsters are preparing to launch a monster tide again. You had best return to the city first, Yuding said with a solemn expression. Monster tide? Lynn and Mu Yuding's expressions also became grave. Monster tides are terrifying and overwhelming surge of monsters charges towards the city, always causing a large number of casualties among class holders in common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic citizens. We have already reported the information, and the military is investigating. If it is confirmed, a notice will be issued, Yuding continued. Just then, everyone's AI terminal rang. Attention everyone, a large number of monsters in the eastern wilderness are charging towards Yuzhou. A monster tide is imminent. All citizens active in the eastern wilderness should immediately return to the city. The Jiangnan district is entering a first-level combat readiness state. All class holders please proceed immediately to the nearest Yuzhou city for support. The announcement was broadcast at maximum volume, making everyone's hearts pound. The monster tide was really coming. Hurry back! Bronze exclaimed urgently. Individuals were too insignificant before the monsters. It was a charge of millions of monsters, and even a 7th-tier class holder couldn't resist. Chapter 35 Surrounded, Kill. Go! Lynn also understood this and quickly took Yuding back towards Yuzhou City.
Bronze and the other 5 followed. They then realized Lynn's speed wasn't fast.
Upon seeing he was an NTH advancement Heaven Source Master, their shock grew even greater.
An NTH advancement was already this strong?
The luminous priest immediately cast buffs on Lynn, enhancing his physique and agility, making Lynn move faster.
Roar! Chirp! Caw! Cries of flying beasts came from behind. The vanguard of the avian monsters had already arrived.
Lynn turned his head and saw that the monsters behind them were already covered by avian monsters. The flight speed of avian monsters common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic was faster than other monsters of the same tier and class holders. This was a talent.
Oh no, at this speed, we can't make it back to the city before they arrive, the elementalist said anxiously.
Don't panic, it's not a dead end yet, Bronze, as the captain, was the calmest.
The others looked at the composed Lynn and couldn't help but relax a little. With Lynn's destructive power, there was hope of breaking through the encirclement.
As the monsters approached within 2,000 meters, Lynn directly cast a free skill.
World-ending storm array.
Lynn directly threw the array to its maximum range of 2,000 meters. A world-ending storm, connecting heaven and earth, swept across the rapidly approaching monsters under Lynn's control.
The vanguard consisted of monsters below NTH advancement and simply couldn't withstand Lynn's skill damage.
Monsters continuously turned into materials and dropped to the ground, but there was no way to pick them up. However, there were too many monsters, forming a semicircle and surrounding Lynn and his group. Being dumpling wrapped was an inevitable outcome due to the huge speed difference. Descend to the ground, reducing attacks from one direction, Bronze decided promptly. Flying in the sky in this situation was unwise. Lynn and his group quickly dropped to the ground, then swiftly dashed towards Yuzhou City, throwing out skills one by one to block the monster's advance. Yuding summoned all her summoned beasts, once again shocking Gutong and the others. To have common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lord-level summoned beasts was truly enviable. The Chaos Demon Ape punched out, a fist print the size of a car burst forth, smashing through more than a dozen monsters along its path. The Unicorn, on the other hand, cast a mana regeneration skill on Lynn.
Lynn's only weakness was mana, and potions couldn't fully replenish it. The priests were also helping Lynn regenerate mana. This was their sole task. As for applying other buffs, they weren't needed. Lynn threw out the Wisdom Mage's Blessing Array and the Divine Protection Array, increasing everyone's attributes 30-fold, instantly reaching the peak of their respective professions. This is amazing.
The Elemental Mage's staff glowed with white light, then a shower of light erupted. Previously, this area of effect skill would only chip away at the health of same-level monsters, but now it instantly vaporized them, taking out a large swathe in one go. Hurry up and kill more once you're out of the array's buff, it's gone, Lynn reminded them. Currently, only his World-Ending Storm Array and Raging Sea Torrent Array were ultra-free skills that could be moved. Other skills remained fixed where they were cast.
Alright.
The others responded, continuously unleashing skills to bombard the monsters. Under Lynn's buffs, Yuding's attributes exploded, and her summoned beasts' attributes also greatly increased. Although they were only NTH advancement, their attributes were comparable to those of NTH advancement monsters. Coupled with the fact that all of them were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic great chiefs or above, their combat power became terrifying. The Ice Phoenix let out an ice breath, freezing all monsters within tens of meters in front of it, then shattering them into fragments on the ground. The Fire Spirit, meanwhile, cast a volley of fireballs, continuously conjuring fireballs that then transformed into cannonballs and blasted into the monster horde. Continuous explosions rang out, and brilliant flames surged, blasting monsters into pieces. The Dark Angel manipulated the power of dark elements to form a small black hole, devouring monsters within dozens of meters around it. As for the Chaos Demon Ape, it directly charged into the monster horde, continuously unleashing fist prints that obliterated all nearby monsters. Gutong cast defensive skills, shielding everyone. With the enormous attribute buffs, even though monster skills rained down like a torrent, his health remained at a safe level. The swordsman continuously swung his long sword, and streaks of sword energy tore through the air, cleaving monsters in half. As for the assassin, he constantly appeared behind monsters, instantly killing them one by one.
Of course, in terms of monster kills, everyone else combined couldn't match even a tenth of Lynn's.
Blessing Array of the Golden Spirit God, Apostles Tombstone Array, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Array. Lynn successively deployed 3 arrays, forming a protective chair corner formation around them, instantly killing all monsters that entered the arrays. In the Blessing Battle of the Golden Spirit God, golden elements formed sharp threads, shredding monsters within the array into pieces of flesh. These threads could easily cut through even 10-centimeter thick steel plates. Huge tombstones fell from the sky, suppressing monsters one by one, crushing them to death directly. Thunder raged, destroying everything, with nothing able to stop it. Lynn and his team maintained their advance, but monsters had surrounded them from all directions. There were too many monsters to kill them all. Skills constantly rained down like a waterfall. If not for the enhancement of Lynn's arrays, they would be instantly killed. This environment severely tested one's psychological fortitude. Before Lynn stepped into an amplification array, he would deploy another amplification array in front. He was very glad that he hadn't learned only offensive arrays, otherwise, no matter how strong his attacks were, he would need to be alive to cast them. Blessing Array of the Earth God. Lynn cast the skill instantly. Earth elements quickly condensed, forming a solid barrier to protect them, allowing them to attack with peace of mind. The sky was dyed various colors by the light of skills, and the ground had been completely destroyed by skills. Lynn and his team were in a hilly area, but the places they had passed through had been blasted into a pitted landscape. The skills were even more terrifying than an indiscriminate bombardment by a heavy artillery brigade in the past. Every moment, thousands of skills rained down, and the unleashed power was comparable to a missile strike. Such a terrifying environment made people anxious. If Lynn made even the slightest mistake, everyone would perish. Without the amplification of the arrays, they couldn't last even a second. Lynn remained very calm. He paid attention to controlling his mana, primarily casting amplification skills to protect their safety. Killing monsters was left to his teammates. Only when too many monsters blocked their path forward would Lynn cast offensive skills to clear the monsters in front. Although they were running, their speed was very fast, maintaining a sprint of about 100 kilometers per hour. Chapter 36, Situation Worsens. The group ran all the way, steadily closing the distance to Yuzhou City, but they were still too far from Yuzhou City, over 100 miles, which would take half an hour even at full speed. At this point, they were still dozens of miles from Yuzhou City, and Lynn felt heavy-hearted. His mana wouldn't be enough to support him until they reached Yuzhou City. However, he didn't show any panic. If he panicked, the team would lose even more hope. Arrays were thrown from Lynn's hands, paving the way in front of him. They stepped from one array into another, consistently maintaining powerful defenses or extremely high health. For attack skills, Lynn cast the ultra-free skill, World-Ending Storm Array, sweeping forward and clearing out the monsters blocking their path. With so many monsters, Lynn's level was rapidly increasing, steadily approaching level 85, the limit for a third-class change. He was currently level 68, gaining 60 free attribute points with each level up. To increase his mana, Lynn could only allocate most of his free attribute points to spirit. Nothing was more important than staying alive. The free attribute points from constant leveling were truly what allowed him to persist until now. 1 point of spirit meant 100 points of mana. Investing 40 points into spirit per level up could add 4,000 points of mana, enough for him to cast skills 10 times. If only leveling up could restore full status, Lynn sighed. Even with the mana boosts from the Light Cleric and the Unicorn, Lynn couldn't keep up, let alone the others. They could only rely on mana potions to recover mana, but the body's ability to digest mana potions was limited. A low-grade mana potion only restored 30 points of mana per second, taking over 10 seconds to gather enough mana for one skill. At this moment, Yuding's mana had run out, and she couldn't continue to maintain all summoned beasts active outside. Only the Unicorn remained to replenish Lynn's mana. While summoned beasts used their own mana to cast skills, their active presence outside required the summoner's mana. It was only because Lynn's arrays were strong enough that everyone, including the squishy characters, could be protected. After all, Gadon, the shield warrior, was already out of mana and couldn't even cast protective skills. Everyone felt heavy-hearted, not even thinking of communicating, simply following Lynn forward in a rush. Lynn and his group could still manage, but the other class holders active in the eastern wilderness were in dire straits. This monster surge was too sudden, leaving no time to react. They were directly surrounded and then annihilated by the monsters. Even fifth-turn class holder teams perished at the hands of monsters. The power of individuals and teams is too insignificant in the face of the monster tide. It's like an ant tide. No matter if you're a tiger or an elephant, when the ants pass through, there's only death. Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. At this moment, the entire Yuzhou city has sounded its air raid siren. All teachers and students in the universities reacted immediately, quickly heading towards the border under the teachers' organization. The moment the principal received the news, he immediately ascended into the sky, then transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the east. I hope Lin and Muyatu are alright. Principal Zhu's face was anxious. He tried to call Lin but couldn't reach him at all. The battle fluctuations were too violent, disturbing all signals, and the AI terminal had already lost its signal. The only thing he could do now was to quickly rush to the eastern wasteland and then find Lin and the other person. These two are not only the future of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, but also the future of the Federation. They absolutely must not come to harm. Lin didn't know that Principal Zhu had already come to find him. His mana was already at the dangerous 1/3 mark, and even if he conserved it further, it wouldn't last much longer. And they were still about 40 li away from Yuzhou City, an impossibly long distance. Human strength is finite. Facing an endless stream of monsters, there will eventually be a day when one falls. Continuous skill bombardment rained down on them, and their HP was rapidly decreasing. Then Lin set up the Heavenly God's Blessing array in front. After they stepped into it, their HP recovered 30% per second, and their HP began to slowly rise again. This was an extremely tormenting process, feeling like they could die at any moment. Most importantly, their mana was already gone, and they couldn't even fight the monsters with all their might. Lin's level was still continuously rising, having already surpassed the 70 mark. All his free attribute points were added to Spirit. Lin wished so much that this place was like a real online game, where every level up restored full status, but unfortunately, there was no such benefit here. After another 10 minutes, Lin and the others advanced another 20 li, with 20 li still remaining. This time, Lin was truly at his wit's end, because his mana had dropped to the extremely dangerous threshold of 1/5. Lin decided not to proceed. His mana was definitely insufficient, so he stopped. The others stopped as well, understanding that Lin could no longer continue. I will cast Wisdom Magic Blessing Array to multiply our mana by 30 times. I'll be responsible for casting the Amplification Array, and you'll be responsible for killing the monsters, Lin said. Alright, the others agreed. Lin cast the Grand Array, and everyone's mana instantly surged, rising from only a few hundred remaining to directly over 10,000. Lin cast Divine Protection Array, again to preserve everyone's lives, then got on, and the others began to use their skills to kill the rushing monsters. Because their intelligence was increased 30-fold, elemental mages gained a massive boost. One area of effect skill could clear a large swath, significantly alleviating the pressure. Furthermore, Yuding's fire sprites, ice phoenix, and dark angels were all magic-based monsters and also received a significant boost each casting a skill. They continuously cleared the waves of monsters. As for the shield warriors, swordsmen, and assassins, because they did not receive a strength buff, their effectiveness could only be described as ordinary. The priests and the unicorn were responsible for restoring Lin's mana, and Lin himself also continuously drank mana potions. His mana wasn't decreasing quickly, because all the mana he recovered now received a 30-fold amplification. If the monsters maintained this kind of assault, Lin was confident he could last another 10 minutes or so. What he feared most was an unexpected turn of events. What you fear will invariably come to pass. 3 to 4 minutes later, deafening roars entered Lin and the others' ears. Although their vision was obscured by the multitude of monsters, Lin and the others knew that monsters of Tier 5 and above had arrived. Stop! With a roar, the monsters continuously assailing Lin and the others stopped. Then over a dozen tall figures entered Lynn and the others' line of sight. All of them were Tier 5 monsters, and all were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief or higher. The monsters possessed intelligence and understood commands. The leading Tier 5 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade great chief, golden feathered sparrow, scanned Lynn and the others, as well as the array, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. Chapter 37, The Might of Forbidden Spells. All warriors, listen to my command. Form a sphere around them and then collectively unleash your skills to kill them, Lin ordered. Upon hearing the command, the monsters began to array their formation. They formed a hemisphere, completely encircling Lynn and his group. Every space was occupied by a monster, allowing them to attack Lynn simultaneously with the maximum possible numbers. This is troublesome, Lynn muttered, his brow furrowed. Before, the monsters had charged at them chaotically, each monster casting skills as they pleased. This resulted in a time lag between skill impacts, with only about 1 to 200 skills landing each second. Now, with all monsters arrayed in formation, casting skills together meant that over 1,000 skills would strike them in a single second. The instantaneous burst of damage was terrifying, and Lynn wasn't confident he could defend against it. This was the disadvantage of a positional battle. If they had fought while retreating, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Lynn certainly wouldn't sit idly by. He could only cast all his amplification and defensive arrays. As Titan's Bulwark Array and Blessing of the Earth God Array were cast, the monsters' attacks also arrived. The barrier condensed from earth elements instantly shattered, then slammed into the armor covering their bodies. The armor rapidly fractured, and their health began to drop quickly. Lynn knew he couldn't just stand there. He instantly cast 3 offensive arrays, wiping out the monsters in 3 directions. However, under Gene Link's command, the monsters behind them neatly lined up and pressed forward, then collectively unleashed their skills. Using so many skills simultaneously caused Lynn's mana to deplete rapidly. When his mana ran out, it would be their end. The situation was extremely critical. Despair, unwillingness, and regret crept onto everyone's faces. They seemed to already envision themselves turning into a bloody mist under the monster's skill bombardment. Yuding's mana ran out the fastest, and all her summoned beasts returned to the summoning space. Her eyes were red and watery, and many images flashed through her mind, the joy of her family in childhood, the quarrels with her parents during her rebellious phase, until finally, her determination to leave the suffocating home and return to Nanling City, where her grandparents had once lived. Only now did it seem that she was half to blame for the estrangement with her parents. She had been too headstrong, too much of a spoiled princess, always throwing tantrums. "Dad, Mom, your daughter can only repay your kindness in the next life," Yuding whispered, tears rolling down her cheeks. Ancient Bronze and the others also had many unforgettable memories flash through their minds. People often say that one's life quickly flashes before their eyes at the moment of death, and it seemed all of it was true. Suddenly, a soft touch came from behind Gudong, and a pair of small hands were already wrapped around his waist from behind. Although he didn't turn his head, he knew that it was Niao, the light priest. He knew that Niao had always been interested in him. In this situation, she probably wanted to embrace her beloved and go to the underworld together. Seeing this scene, Yuding couldn't help but look at Lynn next to her. Before, she wasn't sure if she liked Lynn, but now she was certain, because half of her regrets were due to not being able to continue with Lynn and face a beautiful future together. She inexplicably hugged Lynn. Lynn was startled, then sighed without saying much. His mana was almost depleted, and arrays were beginning to disappear one by one. When the amplification arrays disappeared, it would be the moment they completely became a thing of the past. He clasped Yuding's hands. Compared to dying alone in his previous life, having a beautiful girl hug him as they died together in this life was already a huge improvement. He figured in his next life, he might even live long enough to marry and have children. If he kept reincarnating, he would one day become a great emperor who could suppress an era. He had a bright future. "Monsters, you're looking for death." Just at that critical moment, an angry roar came from the distant horizon. Lynn and the others' eyes instantly lit up after hearing the sound. It was the light of hope. It was the principal's voice. The temperature between heaven and earth rapidly rose, instantly surpassing 5,000 degrees Celsius.
Then Lynn and the others heard countless dragon roars.
Through the gaps between the monsters, they saw the entire sky as if it had been set ablaze. Then, in a brief moment, they saw the monsters surrounding them being swept away by countless flaming dragons.
Even the super strong flames instantly cremated the monsters.
The flaming dragons swiftly darted in all directions, directly clearing out monsters within a 10,000-meter radius. Lynn's arrays had completely vanished, but they were no longer in danger, because within a 10,000-meter radius, not a single monster could survive. Even 5-star common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chiefs were instantly killed. After 6-star, every NTH advancement brings earth-shattering changes.
The gap between 5-star and 7-star is far greater than the gap between 5-star and NTH advancement. Fire element forbidden spell 10,000 dragons chaos. The elemental mage's tone was filled with envy.
This was a true master of magic. One forbidden spell could clear out a large area.
In terms of group destructive power, everyone was a junior in front of an elemental mage.
Principal Zhu flapped a pair of wings condensed from wind elements and descended rapidly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lynn and the others were safe. What a close call, he thought. 2 young people crucial to the Federation's future almost perished in the mouths of monsters. Then, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes.
These 2 young people were progressing so fast, already embracing each other? Ahem. Principal Zhu coughed.
Yuding and Niaro quickly let go of each other's hands, like startled sparrows, then lowered their heads, not daring to look at anyone, their faces flushed like ripe apples.
Let's leave here first.
The principal didn't say much, directly channeling the power of wind elements to bless Lynn and the others, then quickly led them away. Behind every monster tide, there was a high-tier monster serving as a commander. If they didn't leave now, even he would find it hard to escape later. Under the principal's leadership, the group quickly returned to the city wall. You all rest for a bit, then await the teacher's instructions. Principal Zhu left this message and departed. He still had to manage the overall situation.
Lynn sat directly on the city wall and let out a heavy sigh.
He couldn't describe the feeling of surviving a disaster. Just thinking about the scene earlier filled him with endless lingering fear.
Yuding didn't dare to sit next to Lynn, instead running to sit on the other side.
She didn't know how to face Lynn now. The thought of actively embracing Lynn made her blush, her whole body feeling hot. Niaro also wanted to escape, but Yuding directly pulled her hand and embraced her.
Where else do you think you're going? Yuding's tone carried a hint of dominance.
Niaro was shy at first, then her heart filled with sweetness. She wrapped her arms around Yuding, holding him tightly.
Boo!
Their teammates were all cheering, having just escaped death only to be fed dog food. It was just ridiculous.
Chapter 38, Monster Siege.
The teammates' teasing simultaneously attracted Lynn and Yuding's attention.
A hint of envy appeared in Yuding's eyes. Others were lovers eventually finding their partners, while she, a secret admirer, was witnessing it firsthand?
She subconsciously glanced at Lynn, just as Lynn also subconsciously looked at her. The moment their gazes met, Muyu's heart felt like it had been heavily struck, and her heart began to flutter again. Her gaze instantly retracted, her hair falling down to cover her once again reddened cheeks. Lynn chuckled. Having lived 2 lives, he wasn't embarrassed. He stood up and walked towards Yuding. If he didn't handle this today, Yuding probably wouldn't dare to face him for a long time.
He directly sat down next to Yuding.
Yuding didn't dare to turn her gaze, because she could already feel Lynn's presence. Miss Mu, just because you took advantage of me doesn't mean I won't settle the score if you hide away, Lynn teased.
Who took advantage of you? I was the one who got the raw end of the deal, okay?
Yuding retorted crossly. Whoever's passive gets the short end of the stick.
I won't ask for much, charged by the second. 100 million per second.
You held me for over 10 seconds, so round it up to 1 billion. Just give me that, Lynn said nonchalantly, as if he were talking about 10 yuan.
Why don't you just rob someone?
Yuding was speechless, her teeth itching.
She wanted to bite him. Aren't I doing that right now? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Not a single penny, Yuding snorted.
If you don't pay, I'll have to hug you again, otherwise I'll be at a huge loss. Lynn reached out, feigning a hug.
In your dreams.
Yuding shoved Lynn away and then fled in a hurry.
You can't run away,
Lynn quickly chased after her.
The two chased each other on the city wall.
After Lynn caught up and playfully messed around with Yuding for a while, they heard the call to assemble from the school teachers. All students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University were to gather at the East Parade Ground.
Lynn and Yuding also walked over. They were ready to do their part in this battle.
Walking side by side, Yuding's awkwardness had significantly eased after their playful interaction. She would likely return to her lively and adorable self in a few days. Old Bronze and his team also arrived at the East Parade Ground with Lynn. By now, many young men and women had gathered, all students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University.
Most came from school, which had dedicated aerial transport vehicles, allowing them to arrive quickly. A small portion were doing missions nearby or training in the East Wilderness. Because of their proximity to the city wall, they rushed back upon hearing the alarm. Now, hearing the teacher's assembly order, they gathered according to their grades.
Lynn and Yuding were a bit bewildered.
Which grades formation should the two prospective freshmen stand in? Lynn, junior sister Mu, why don't you join us?
Gudong also saw Lynn and Mu's awkward situation and couldn't help but invite them.
Okay.
Lynn agreed, and Yuding, who was beside him, also nodded. Then, they followed Gudong and the others to the squad where the seniors were. The students were gathered in small teams, as the school had always trained students using a team combat approach. Gudong and his group joining attracted some students' attention. After all, there were two new people.
Gudong, when did your team find two new teammates? A student asked with a smile.
Students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University were all prodigious talents. They rarely paid attention to those in lower grades, so many of them didn't know Lynn and Yuding.
Su Gang, I wish they were my new teammates, I'd be more than happy.
Gudong sighed, having teammates like Lynn and Yuding was a dream for many.
Oh, not going to introduce them?
Su Gang was curious, and the surrounding students also cast scrutinizing glances. They knew all the prodigies in their grade, so if they didn't know these two, it meant they were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic students.
Was it really necessary to say that?
These two are probationary freshmen specially recruited by our school. As soon as Gudong spoke, most of those interested gazes instantly diminished.
What was there to say about a probationary freshman?
Look at you all, later you'll be so shocked your eyes will pop out.
Gudong pouted, too lazy to explain. Strength was the best explanation.
Gudong, if what you say is true, I really need to observe the strength of these two probationary classmates of ours.
Su Gang replied, without any sarcasm.
The senior student's thinking was already quite mature.
Just open your eyes wide and watch. Gudong said confidently. Lynn and Yuding's strength was enough to shock everyone. All students, quiet. Junior and senior students will go out of the city to confront the monsters.
First year and second year students will be responsible for killing any monsters that cross the defensive line within the city, protecting the safety of the citizens.
Is that clear?
The teacher's voice echoed throughout the entire school training ground.
Understood.
A unified roar resounded through the sky, and then the students followed the teacher's instructions, heading separately to either fly out of the city walls or disperse onto the rooftops of residential buildings. Of course, defending against the beast tide cannot solely rely on students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. The Class Holders Association and the Frontier Guard Army have already arrived successively and begun to set up defenses according to their own pace. There are also battle class holders in society who are rushing to this place. Jiangnan District is their home, and they must protect it well. The monster tide didn't arrive immediately. The first wave of monsters was merely clearing out class holders in the eastern wilds. Launching an assault on the city requires the leadership of high-level monsters. Lynn and the others stood outside the city wall, waiting quietly.
The roars of monsters echoed from the wilderness. Lynn looked into the distance and saw that the already dim sky ahead had turned completely black, obscured by countless monsters. The ground vibrated, and distant trees continuously collapsed. The jungle turned into barren land, crawling with monsters. Although it was still night, class holders already possessed night vision, and seeing this scene shook many people to their core. It was too terrifying. Ascend! We're responsible for dealing with intermediate-level monsters, Yuding called out, then led the team to fly into mid-air. Yuding couldn't fly, so Lynn directly put his arm around her waist and brought her up. Yuding was very shy. Although she had actively hugged Lynn before, that was a desperate situation, and the circumstances were different now. She could actually ride Ice Phoenix, but Ice Phoenix was an important fighting force and shouldn't be wasted as a mount. Later, when I cast the formation, I'll need both hands to form seals. You hold me, Lynn said softly. Oh, okay, Yuding said, lowering her head, very obediently hugging Lynn. This second hug was more experienced. The monsters hadn't arrived yet, but the strong winds they stirred up had already reached them, lifting the class holders' hair and revealing their resolute eyes. Chapter 39, Lynn's role in large-scale battles. Lynn watched the rapidly approaching monsters with cold eyes. When they entered Lynn's 2-kilometer range, Lynn made his move. Violet Cloud Divine Lightning Array, Meteor Bombardment Array, Protection Array of the Golden Spirit God. Lynn immediately unleashed these 3 super free skills. Thunder raged in a 100-meter radius, meteorites continuously exploded within the same 100-meter space, and sharp metallic threads frantically sliced through the 100-meter zone. In just a single second, over 1,000 monsters died at Lynn's hands. And those monsters behind, unable to stop in time, were annihilated as soon as they entered the formation. The terrifying formation struck fear into the monsters, disrupting their attacking formations. Holy crap, whose formation is this strong? Is this really the formation master I remember? This formation, besides Lynn, I can't think of anyone else. This is a strategic level weapon. Lynn's formation appeared, energizing the class holders. With such a powerful formation master, their confidence surged. The students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University near Lynn were the most shocked. How could a freshman be this strong now? They finally understood why Yuding had said it was an unexpected boon. With such an incredible formation master, if he joined their squad, wouldn't the squad just take off? The monsters attacked quickly, and Lynn's ability to block was limited. After all, the battle line had now stretched to nearly 400 kilometers. The mages in each team raised their staves, various lights gleamed, and one magical skill after another was cast, launched towards the monsters, bombarding them. Naturally, the monsters had also launched their attacks. Shield warriors stood at the very front, raising their shields to protect their teammates behind them, while priests had already unleashed their buff skills, enhancing their teammates in all aspects. There were too many monsters, it was impossible for mages to completely stop them. Soon, the class holders engaged the monsters in close combat. Shield warriors blocked the monsters' attacks, damage-dealing classes began their furious output, and priests provided support. Monsters fell in droves at the feet of the class holders. Of course, class holders also inevitably fell. Large-scale wars are meat grinders, and both humans and monsters pay a heavy price in lives every time. At this moment, the class holders within a 100-meter radius centered on Lynn were the safest, because any one of Lynn's buff skills could increase their strength by dozens of times, and that feeling was too wonderful. Before, it would take them 2 or 3 skills to kill a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic monster, but now, any single skill could instantly take down an elite chief. Even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic chiefs couldn't hold out for long. Their monster killing speed was incredibly fast, and their life safety was greatly guaranteed. Even with a sky full of skills raining down, the shield warriors could still hold steady. Holy crap, I never thought I could be this strong. Lynn's amplification array truly opened my eyes. I feel terrifyingly strong right now. Bring on a 6-turn monster, let me have a go. The class holders within Lynn's amplification range were extremely excited. The thrill of instantly killing monsters was beyond words. All priests, focus all your mana on Lynn. Gu Tong shouted. Understood.
The priests responded in unison. As long as Lynn had enough mana, they would be an invincible team.
Higher up in the sky, the elements were extraordinarily violent.
Class holders and monsters above 6 turns had already engaged in a battle tens of thousands of meters in the air. The entire sky was illuminated in 7 colors by the multicolored light. The battlefield above was not for those below 6 turns. Even the aftermath of a skill could destroy anyone below 6 turns. At this moment, Lynn was at full power. With ample mana, he unleashed all his skills. Monster after monster was instantly killed by Lynn, and a vacuum even appeared in the monster formations within a kilometer radius of Lynn. Lynn was killing too fast, so fast that the monsters couldn't replenish themselves in time.
Follow me in.
Lynn roared, then charged into the wilderness. The strategy for the monster tide and human class holders had always been defensive, but Lynn intended to break tradition today. He wanted to counterattack. Kill! The class holders accompanying him roared, venting the pent-up anger in their hearts. Lynn was like a sharp knife, directly piercing into the heart of the monster horde. Without the interference of 6-turn monsters, Lynn was simply invincible. The monster formation was torn open by Lynn, and chaos began to spread through their ranks. Kill! Seeing this, other class holders also roared and pressed forward. Following Lynn, this sharp knife, they vowed to counterattack the monsters. Who said only monsters could besiege cities? They, class holders, could equally sweep across the wilderness. The front lines continuously advanced into the wilderness. The monsters were very unaccustomed to this at the moment, having only defended until now. How had the humans started attacking? And so unstoppably at that. Under Lynn's control, a hurricane capable of destroying everything swept across a 2-kilometer radius. Dozens of meters high colossal waves continuously surged in mid-air, obliterating all monsters blocking their path. These 2 mobile skills were Lynn's ultimate weapons, killing a large number of monsters every moment. Kill that kid! A 5-turn common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic Grand Chief level mountain moving ape roared, summoning over 25-turn monsters to attack Lynn. They unleashed their most powerful skill towards Lynn. The mountain moving ape gathered the power of earth elements, forming a 300-meter high mountain that it hurled towards Lynn. There were also poisonous fog, flames, water waves, ice arrows. The 5-turn monster skill were extremely powerful. Each skill could destroy an entire district. All the skill rained down upon Lynn. Shield warriors, block with me! Gudong shouted, raising his shield high. Earth elements converged, forming a gigantic shield that blocked Lynn's front. Other shield warriors also cast their defensive skill, surrounding Lynn from all directions. As the skill struck, violent fluctuations erupted, but the shield warriors braced themselves, desperately fending off the damage from the skill. Lynn activated formations, myriad demons dancing, gravestone suppression, ancient tree entanglement. Even those 5-turn monsters couldn't withstand it. They could only use their life-saving abilities to quickly flee from the formation's attack range. Kill! Lynn roared again, determined to kill all monsters. With all his skills unleashed, he continuously cleared out the surrounding monsters. His spear-like charge plunged straight into the wilderness, aiming directly at the monster's heart, unstoppable. Such a talent should come to our Xinhuang army. The poaching army isn't worthy. Although the commander of the Jiangnan Xinhuang army was battling a 7th-tier monster high in the sky, he didn't forget to observe the overall situation. Lynn's outstanding performance made it hard for him not to notice. He knew Lynn. Lynn's profile had been placed on his desk by his staff. He also wanted to recruit him, but he heard that the guy from the poaching army had been rebuffed by Principal Zhu, so he decided to plan for the long term. Now, his admiration for Lynn could no longer be contained. After the battle, he would personally negotiate with Principal Zhu. Chapter 40, A Temporary Truce. Not only the chief of the Xinhuang army noticed Lynn's performance, but other high-tier class holders and those high-tier monsters also took notice of Lynn. The area within 2 kilometers of Lynn had become a forbidden zone for monsters. Any monster that entered this zone would be mercilessly slain by Lynn. Lynn is the future of the Federation. As long as Lynn achieves 7th tier, what monster threat can't be resolved?
Principal Zhu smiled. Lin was already so strong at NTH advancement, how strong would he be at 7th tier? He could completely resolve this battle single-handedly. Other high-tier class holders also showed undisguised admiration in their eyes. They had all thought about recruiting Lin but never had the right opportunity. Lin wasn't home, so they couldn't even pay a visit.
As for those high-tier monsters, their eyes were filled with pure killing intent. A prodigy like Lin was born for battle. If he were allowed to fully mature, it would be the end for them, the monsters.
Kill that kid!
The 7th tier monster Golden Striped Tiger roared, its mouth opening to unleash a super powerful sonic wave that spread 10,000 meters, aiming to blast Principal Zhu away.
Golden Striped Tiger, you wish!
Principal Zhu coldly snorted, his staff glowing with blinding light.
A thick, sturdy light shield condensed, blocking the sonic wave.
The Golden Striped Tiger's figure NTH advancement rapidly swooped down, as did other 7th tier monsters. They wanted to eliminate Lin first. The 10-meter long wings behind Principal Zhu flapped, propelling him to quickly catch up with the Golden Striped Tiger. At the same time, he continuously chanted a spell, and his staff emitted a fiery red light.
Finally, the spell was complete.
A hundreds of meters long fire dragon roared out from the staff, quickly catching up to the Golden Striped Tiger and knocking it away.
Old ghost, I'll kill you first.
Golden Tiger unleashed a claw slash that cut across the high sky, blocking the approaching fire dragon.
Just you?
Principal Zhu sneered, manipulating the fire dragon to entangle Golden Tiger. The other Tier 7 class holders also used their abilities to block their opponent's Lin. This precious treasure absolutely could not be harmed.
High-tier class holders and monsters fought even more fiercely because of Lin.
One side was determined to kill Lin, while the other was determined to protect Lin.
The battle grew increasingly brutal, with injuries already appearing on their bodies.
Lin looked up at the sky. Intense fluctuations came from above.
He could clearly feel the battle above becoming more and more fierce. He retracted his gaze. He could not yet participate in that battlefield.
His physique was insufficient, and his speed couldn't keep up. He focused on the battlefield before him, where the elemental forces of heaven and earth boiled, transforming into lightning, fire, and massive waves, destroying the monsters within range. Lin, this sharp blade, penetrated deeper and deeper, tearing a complete gap in the monster ranks, mainly because the monsters were also afraid of Lin and began to intentionally avoid his direction. If the monsters don't come for me, I'll go for the monsters.
Lin changed direction, charging diagonally northeast, hunting down the monsters.
The monsters continuously fled, a ripple effect spreading throughout. When one side was in disarray, other areas were also affected, and the overall offensive became increasingly unorganized. The human class holders' morale surged, pushing forward relentlessly.
Monsters fell in droves, with humans holding the advantage. Damn it, retreat!
Golden Tiger knew that continuing like this would only deplete their own strength, so he had no choice but to give the order to withdraw.
Kill!
Principal Zhu's command was relayed, and all class holders pursued the monsters, chasing them for 30 miles before stopping. Pressing further away from the city walls would be disadvantageous to their side. The Baron Suppressing Army and the Class Holders Association were responsible for clearing the battlefield, while other class holders stood guard to prevent the monsters from a counterattack. They retreated in an orderly fashion back to the city walls. Lin followed Gutong and the others back to the east training ground.
This time, Lin's treatment was completely different from 3 hours ago.
Back then, his classmates viewed him with scrutiny or simply indifference, but now their faces were filled with admiration, especially the classmates who had been near Lin. Empowered by Lin, their strength had greatly increased, killing a large number of monsters, and their levels had generally risen by 5. One must know that previously it took a week to level up once. Now, in less than 2 hours of combat, they had already gained 5 levels. The feeling was just too exhilarating. They decided that they would follow Lin again when the monsters attacked. Lin received star treatment, with students spontaneously gathering around him, making him their center.
Student Lin, your formations are too strong.
I personally believe you deserve the most credit on the intermediate battlefield. Su Gang said with warmth and admiration, a stark contrast to his previous indifference.
I also think Lynn should get the most credit.
Before, we could only defend passively, but under student Lynn's leadership, we can now counterattack.
Those monsters were slaughtered and fled in disarray. It felt amazing.
Everywhere Lynn went, there was praise. Lynn could only respond with a smile, not daring to take all the credit.
Lynn, how about we go for a class change first? Yuding touched Lynn's arm.
She was already level 45, and Lynn had reached level 85, both meeting the requirements for a class change.
We're currently in battle. Can we leave? Lynn asked.
He actually really wanted to go after all. His strength would increase after a class change, and he could level up by killing more monsters, becoming stronger with each fight. Student Lynn, just go say hello to the Desert Guard army. With your strength, a class change will be quick, and they should approve it, Gudong suggested.
Yes, we'll go with you and ask, Su Gang also agreed.
Other students also wanted to follow, but Lynn politely declined. Going all together might seem like pressuring the Desert Guard army, which was unnecessary. In areas on high alert, the local military automatically becomes the highest authority. All civilians and class holders are subject to military management, especially since Lynn and his companions are currently on the front lines, automatically categorized as temporary soldiers.
Any action they wish to take must be approved by the military.
Lynn arrived at the Desert Guard army camp, explained the situation to the sentry, then went to the temporary affairs camp to request leave for a class change. Upon realizing it was Lynn and Yuding, the quartermaster immediately approved Lynn's leave, telling them to return to the battlefield after their class change. He also praised both Lynn and Yuding, highly commending their contributions to the battle. Especially Lynn, the quartermaster held Lynn's hand, not wanting to let go.
What a talent! Why wasn't he part of their Desert Guard army? They desperately needed such great talent.
Lynn took Yuding to the nearest dungeon hall and went straight to the class change platform. Standing on the class change platform, he received 4 NTH advancement quests. The first quest was to clear the Minotaur dungeon on warrior difficulty or higher, the second was to clear the altar dungeon on warrior difficulty or higher, the third was to clear the ultimate dungeon on warrior difficulty or higher, and the fourth was to collect 100 large flame crystals.
Chapter 41 NTH advancement in progress. Lynn went straight to the class change dungeon entrance and selected the Minotaur dungeon.
As soon as he entered, he saw a vast wilderness where many minotaurs were grazing in groups of 3 to 5. Looking around, there were countless such herds, an astonishing number. Lynn, the uninvited guest, completely broke the tranquility of the place.
Moo!
A minotaur saw him and let out a bellow, followed by a chorus of bellows spreading across the wilderness.
Dust billowed as the minotaurs charged towards Lynn on all fours.
Because it was hell difficulty, all minotaurs were elite chiefs or higher, with the smallest being 10 meters tall. The common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic chiefs were even 15 meters or more. They gathered into a large herd and charged, a truly terrifying sight. But this didn't scare Lynn.
Gathering together was perfect for him. A formation fell, lightning raged, and the minotaurs were instantly cleared.
Lynn flew towards the center of the wilderness. Along the way, an endless stream of minotaurs ambushed Lynn, but they were eliminated by Lynn before they could even get close.
He arrived at the center of the dungeon.
The dungeon lord was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level great chief. Its powerful strides cracked the ground, and then it charged towards Lynn with a fierce wind. Before the bull arrived, a gigantic minotaur phantom quickly formed, over 100 meters long, and slammed into Lynn. This force could even topple a large mountain. But Lynn was even sturdier than a mountain. A defensive formation fell, his physique and defense greatly enhanced, blocking the Minotaur King's skill. Then the Great Array of Life Tree's blessing, and Great Array of Super Gravity, descended, directly binding the Ox King in place.
The rest was easy. Lynn just cast an attack array to take it down.
Then Lynn unleashed the Great Array of World-Ending Storm, and Great Array of Raging Seas, to ravage the entire dungeon core. All the monsters attempting to escape were slain by Lynn, completely clearing the dungeon. Lynn picked up the pair of horns dropped by the Ox King, a smile on his face. These were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade materials, capable of crafting common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade weapons, worth over 100 million.
Another fortune made.
Lynn exited the dungeon, once again breaking a record without a doubt, and was rewarded with 200 free attribute points.
Next, Lynn entered the altar dungeon. The altar dungeon was a very special one.
Upon entering, there was a 1,000-meter platform, and on the platform, an array could be seen. As Lynn entered, the array activated, and Lynn saw numerous monsters summoned. The first wave consisted of skeletons, all level 90 elite monsters, over 100 in number. They immediately rushed towards Lynn upon appearing.
A confined space like this? Isn't this just handing me a victory?
Lynn chuckled, casting an array. The world-ending storm quickly swept across the entire space, annihilating all the skeletons.
When all the skeletons were destroyed, the second wave of monsters was summoned, level 90 elite guards, wielding tridents, lunging at Lynn. Streaks of trident light tore through the air, hundreds of them unleashed simultaneously.
The scene was somewhat terrifying, but Lynn found it ordinary. Having just gone through a major battle, he was used to a sky full of skills raining down. Instantly cast, Great Array of Divine Protection, increasing Constitution by 30 times, and restoring 30% of HP per second.
It was simply impossible to die.
Then, he continuously cast attack arrays, once again wiping out all the monsters in the second wave.
Wave after wave, a total of 9 waves of monsters.
The ninth wave consisted of 100 level 90 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs. Even an NTH advancement class holder team would be crushed by such a lineup, but Lynn took less than 10 seconds to kill all the monsters, with no effort at all. Once again, I broke the record for the altar dungeon, earning another 200 free attribute points as a reward. Then Lynn delved into the extreme dungeon. The monsters in the extreme dungeon are very special. One could say there are no monsters there. The opponents within are all class holders of the same level as oneself, but they are not real human class holders, they are more like projections.
Lynn chose Hell mode.
The first class holder he encountered upon entering was a shield warrior clad in common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic gear, wielding a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapon. As soon as Lynn stood firm, the shield warrior cast a charge skill, traversing 50 meters quickly to ram into Lynn. Being hit by a charge skill would result in a stun, leaving one at the mercy of the opponent.
Favor of the Fallen Angel.
Lynn instantly cast the skill, and a 6-winged fallen angel appeared behind Lynn. With a powerful flap of its wings, a violent wave centered on Lynn swept across a 100-meter radius, directly knocking the shield warrior flying.
Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array.
Lynn clapped his right hand, forming a seal, and an array map quickly unfurled centered on the shield warrior. Then, thunderbolts descended, turning the 100-meter area into an ocean of lightning. The shield warrior activated defensive skills. Even a shield warrior, renowned for defense, could not withstand Lynn's array even with all defensive skills activated, and his health was instantly depleted.
10 seconds later, another figure appeared in Lynn's sight.
This was an axe warrior, wielding a giant axe with both hands, rapidly charging towards Lynn. The first thing a melee class does is close the distance with squishy targets.
Due to high physique, the axe warrior was incredibly fast, approaching the speed of sound.
A common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic person might not even have time to react before being cleaved in two by the dual axes. But Lynn was not among them. With his instant cast arrays, no matter how fast the enemy, he could react. The super gravity array descended, increasing gravity by 30 times, causing the axe warrior's movements to halt. The sudden change in gravity made him extremely uncomfortable. Then meteors fell, directly bombing him to death. These class holders were exceptional among their peers in the outside world, but Lynn could crush them effortlessly. The disparity was simply too great. The third one to appear was a sword master. He merely pointed his finger at Lynn, and the sword on his back swiftly shot out, heading towards Lynn. The sword master's skills were very cool and sharp. This was the profession Lynn had always wanted to switch to, but fate had other plans. Using the blessing array of the earth god to block the long sword, Lynn instantly cast the blessing array of the gold spirit god. Sharp threads furiously sliced through the sword master, directly cutting him into pieces before he even had time to react. The fourth was a blade wielder, wielding a long sword and unleashing sword chi. The blade wielder performed a flourish, and dozens of sword chi attacks shot out from all directions towards Lynn, but it was useless, they couldn't penetrate his defenses. Lynn then instantly killed him with an attack array. The fifth was an elemental mage. A mage who needed to chant spells had too many vulnerabilities in front of Lynn. He was instantly killed by Lynn before he could even cast a skill, let alone demonstrate his abilities. Chapter 42, NTH Advancement, Heavenly Origin Master, Strength increased again. Next was the Summoner. As soon as he appeared, he summoned 5 summoned beasts, 4 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic, and 1 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic. The lineup was formidable, but it was completely insufficient in front of Lynn. A raging wave swept over, annihilating them all. Then came the assassin. As soon as he appeared, he disappeared from sight, and Lynn couldn't detect him. However, he didn't need to. The blessing array of the fallen angel descended, sweeping away the assassin who had lurked nearby, and then Lynn killed him with an attack array. After that was the explorer, with even stronger stealth abilities, but still no match. The array directly broke his invisibility, and Lynn instantly killed him. Following that were the light priest and the dark priest, both of whom were essentially free kills. The dark priest was different from the light priest. His skills were mainly debuffs, not to weaken teammates, but to weaken monsters. A figure reappeared in front of Lynn. It was an Earth Origin Master, who immediately began forming array seals upon appearing. By the time you finish, I'll have already eaten my fill. Lynn once again instantly cast an array, dispatching the opponent. The last one was a Heaven Origin Master, the same profession as Lynn, and their entire set of equipment was common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic, which was quite luxurious. Because common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade formation books can reduce skill casting time by 30%, and common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic sets have set attributes, Lynn wasn't very clear about the Heaven Origin Master's equipment attributes, but he surmised it was related to reducing skill casting time. Because in just 2 seconds, the Heaven Origin Master cast the Lightning Guidance formation, and bolts of lightning struck down, aiming to turn Lynn into ashes. Unfortunately, even with his common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, he couldn't break through Lynn's defense. Formation Masters started to rise after the NTH advancement, relying on powerful equipment. A 2-second casting time is already sufficient for effective support or offense. This is also why major factions spare no expense to cultivate Formation Masters. After the 5th advancement, it would be too difficult for a small team to clear a dungeon without a Formation Master, Lynn mused. Formation Masters were considered weak before the NTH advancement. After the NTH advancement, the higher the level, the greater their role. If they reach the 7th advancement, they become strategic level talent. Lynn didn't attack, allowing the Heaven Origin Master to continuously use skills against him, purely out of curiosity. Once the opponent had cast all their formations, Lynn took him away. Very good, after intelligence buffs, he almost managed to break my defense. This is a very promising profession, Lynn evaluated. The extreme dungeon was also cleared, and the 4th task was just to buy. The record was naturally broken, and another 200 contribution points were gained. Lynn planned to save these 600 free attribute points for future contingencies. He sent a message to Yuding, then headed straight for the class-holder trading center. Anyway, after Yuding's NTH advancement, she would be able to fly and could fly to meet him. Lynn cleared 3 dungeons in just over 20 minutes. The monsters hadn't organized another attack, and it was unclear what they were plotting. Arriving at the trading center, he immediately bought 100 large flame crystals, each costing 60,000, for a total of 6 million. Money flowed like water. However, as soon as he sold his materials, 6 million came back into his pocket. Once the horn was auctioned off, he would net over 100 million again. His money-making ability was truly impressive. The large flame crystals disappeared from his inventory, taken by the Heavenly Tao. Lynn also successfully class-changed, becoming an NTH Advancement Heavenly Source Master. Lynn bought 15 skill upgrade books, each costing 1.2 million, spending a total of 18 million. He then exchanged for an NTH Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Array book, which cost him over 6 million.
Money came quickly and went quickly.
Lynn also took out all the NTH Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic equipment and NTH Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic equipment for auction, which would bring in another large sum of money. Then Lynn began to buy skill books. NTH Advancement skills were a bit different. They were passive skills, or rather, amplification skills, including amplifying 4-dimensional attributes or skill damage, or enhancing elemental power. NTH Advancement skills were universal. It was up to each person how to choose, and a total of 5 could be learned. Intermediate Strength Mastery, Intermediate Intelligence Mastery, Intermediate Fire Element Mastery, Intermediate Water Element Mastery. After much thought, Lynn chose Intermediate Intelligence Mastery, Intermediate Spirit Mastery, Intermediate Earth Element Mastery, Intermediate Fire Element Mastery, and Intermediate Lightning Element Mastery. After applying the 5 skills, Lynn noticed that his intelligence and spirit attributes had doubled again. He also had stronger control over earth, fire, and lightning elements. Elemental power is tiered, with intermediate elemental power being 5 times stronger than basic elemental power. This is why class holders become stronger later on. Their mastery of elemental power deepens, and some high-tier skills cannot be learned without mastering the corresponding elemental power. Moreover, Lynn could continue to integrate traits into his skills. System: 40 consecutive draws. Drawing traits. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Carefree and Unfettered, Curse of the Quick Man. Lynn didn't overthink the 40 traits he drew. He integrated 8, Carefree and Unfettered, and 6, Curse of the Quick Man, into his active skills, making them instant cast and freely movable. This was the most suitable combination. The range of his NTH Advancement skill had expanded to 200 meters in radius, and he could move freely within a 4-kilometer radius. It could only be described as invincible. A 4-kilometer strike range was further than even a 6-turn mage's attack distance. Lynn opened his panel again, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment. Name: Lynn. Class: NTH Advancement Heavenly Source Master. Level: 85. Attributes: Strength, 3092, Intelligence, 7185, Constitution, 3096, Spirit, 7185. Attack: Physical attack, Magic attack. Defense: Physical defense, Magic defense. Free attribute points, 600. Skills: Myriad Demon Soul Reaping Array, Meteor Fall Formation. Traits: Gaze of the God of Curses, Favor of the God of Destiny. I wonder if these passive skills can be fused with traits. Let's try it first, Lynn thought to himself. If they could, he would become even stronger. System: Fuse Intermediate Intelligence Mastery with Blessing of the Goddess of Wisdom, Lynn commanded. Host: Passive skills can only be fused with one trait. Are you sure? The system uncharacteristically asked for Lynn's confirmation. Confirm, Lynn said. Fusion successful. Intermediate Intelligence Mastery has been upgraded to Advanced Intelligence Mastery. TSK, this is a mastery that only a 6th tier class holder can acquire, and I, an NTH Advancement, have it already, hee. Lynn expressed his satisfaction. His base intelligence had doubled again, which was very nice. So-called base attributes refer to the attributes Lynn added using free points. Equipment bonuses are not counted. Chapter 43, Another Assassination Attempt. Then, Lynn fused the other 4 passive skills and traits. The 4 skills were upgraded to Advanced Spiritual Mastery, Advanced Earth Element Mastery, Advanced Fire Element Mastery, and Advanced Thunder Element Mastery. Everything was ready. He just needed to return to the frontline camp, then find Principal Zhu to get a set of NTH Advancement Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic equipment, and his strength would increase once again. At this time, Yuding also messaged him back, telling him that she had completed NTH Advancement and asked him to wait for her at the trading center. Lynn arrived at the main gate and waited for 2 minutes. A beautiful figure descended from the sky. Who else could it be but Yuding? Let's go, come in with me to buy things. Yuding pulled Lynn and walked inside again. Aren't all your equipment ready?
What else are you buying? Lynn asked, puzzled.
Buying contract scrolls, and skill upgrade books, and potions, Yuding replied. Yuding didn't dither when buying things like most girls do, perhaps because she was rich. With a grand gesture, she bought, and bought, quickly finishing her shopping. After NTH advancement, her summon slots increased by 2, and she gained 3 skill slots. A summoner's skills are related to summon beasts, such as life sharing, spiritual sharing, and overall buffs.
Yuding learned the skill books, then eagerly pulled Lynn into a room.
Don't misunderstand, they opened a training room, because she was about to contract new summoned beasts. The reason she pulled Lynn was because she felt he could bring her good luck.
The contract scroll burned again, and then a turtle, pure white all over, appeared before the two. It was a white jade turtle, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade great chief. Yuding touched the white jade turtle's forehead, then continued to summon.
Oh God, I'm willing to trade Lynn's lifelong celibacy for a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic summoned beast. Yuding mumbled, while Lynn rolled his eyes beside her.
Again? Did she really think sacrificing his happiness would work?
However, his expression soon turned grim again. Yuding joyfully summoned a white flood dragon, and all flood dragons are common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, which are extremely rare. The white flood dragon flew around Yuding, then landed on Muyuwating's shoulder and rubbed its small face against Yuding's cheek.
Yuding giggled, finding the white flood dragon utterly adorable.
Yuding, you can't swear on my happiness again in the future, Lynn said with a darkened face.
Twice already, he suspected that his red thread at the matchmakers had probably been cut twice by the heavens. What would happen if it got cut again?
I will, Yuding puffed out her small chest, her face full of arrogance. I think you're defying heaven, Lynn said, reaching out to pinch Yuding's cheek, then took off running.
Ah, I'll kill you, you old hag.
Yuding chased after Lynn, and the two playfully exited the trading center, then quickly headed towards the front line. While Lynn was doing his NTH advancement quest, the 7-turn monsters of the Eastern Barrens gathered for a meeting, the sole purpose of which was to eliminate Lynn.
If that kid isn't removed, our warriors are just sent to their deaths. He must be eliminated, Jin Jianhu said.
But those old geezers like Zhu Tianqi are protecting him desperately, we have no chance, Huoluan Yao said. It's difficult with so many people watching on the battlefield, so the best chance is to kill him within a human city, Jin Jianhu's eyes glinted coldly.
You mean?
Ban Shan Yuan asked, puzzled.
Contact the True Church.
They've received so many benefits from us, they need to do something. Tell them to deal with that kid as soon as possible, Jin Jianhu said coldly. Alright, I'll contact them now, Huoluan responded, then issued commands. A tiny gale falcon swiftly crossed the city walls and landed on a beggar's shoulder, relaying a message to the beggar. Holding a plate, the beggar returned to their dilapidated home and relayed the gale falcon's message to those above. In a dimly lit hall, a person seated in the shadows received the message.
Give the order, Lynn must be killed before dawn.
I do not wish to see this kid active in this world anymore, a hoarse voice commanded.
Understood. The order quickly trickled down.
The True God Church was highly efficient even as Lynn was still shopping, a kill plan had already been prepared for him. When Lynn and Yuding left the trading center and flew towards the front line, they officially began their operation. At this time, numerous class holders were flying in mid-air, all rushing to the front line, usually in teams.
Some class holders above 6 turns were traveling alone. People were coming and going in the air near Lynn and Yuding, and the two did not notice that they were being targeted. A figure hidden in the darkness slowly approached Lynn. As a 6th-tier assassin, and given that it was night, he was confident he wouldn't be discovered even by other 6th-tier class holders, let alone a 4th-tier class holder. His distance from Lynn was now less than 10 meters. For a 6th-turn assassin, this distance was not much different from being at close quarters. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to get closer. Within 5 meters, he was confident he could kill in one blow, giving Lynn no time to react. Finally, the assassin's distance to Lynn narrowed to 5 meters. His dagger was already raised, and the next moment, Lynn's head could be pierced. As the assassin approached within 5 meters of Lynn, the necklace Yuding wore around her neck suddenly vibrated. Yuding's expression tightened, and then she yelled a warning.
Lynn was startled by Yuding's sudden shout, but instinctively and instantly cast the Divine Protection Array, increasing his physique by 40 times.
Just as the formation landed, a dark blade energy struck Lynn, knocking a small chunk off Lynn's health bar.
Even though Lynn's physique had increased by 40 times, he could still be penetrated because the 6th turn assassin mastered advanced elemental power, giving him a significant advantage against lower-level class holders. Damn it, the assassin roared in anger, not expecting Lynn to escape this time.
He merged with his dagger, transforming into a dark shadow and quickly plunged towards Lin Su's back. As long as he could control Lin, he was confident he could quickly kill Lin. However, ideals are rich, but reality is stark. A 6-winged god hovered over Lin, flapping its wings violently. A powerful fluctuation struck the assassin, sweeping him 200 meters away. "You damn trash!" Lin was furious. Assassinating him once, twice, did they really think he had no temper? Lin instantly unleashed all his super free skills: Meteor Bombardment, Thunderous Rampage, Gale Annihilation, and Tsunami Ascent. In just a brief moment, the assassin was bewildered and his health plummeted wildly. Even activating Advanced Elemental Protection couldn't withstand it. Chapter 44, Duel with a 6-turn Assassin. Phantom Trace. The assassin reacted the moment he was bombarded by the skills. Then, a burst of black mist erupted from his body, turning into a phantom that quickly darted out of the formation's coverage. In just 1 second, he had already lost nearly half of his health. This is Lin's power. Having mastered Advanced Fire Elemental Proficiency and Advanced Lightning Elemental Proficiency, when he casts Meteor Fall Formation and Violet Heaven Divine Thunder Array, he mobilizes the deeper powers of the elements. Even a 6th turn class holder cannot resist. The assassin chugged a potion, his gaze filled with murderous intent, locking onto Lin. Lin's eyes were cold. His murderous intent towards this assassin was no less than the other party's. He manipulated the formation to pursue the assassin, but the assassin was very fast. His skills provided a very high speed bonus, and Lin's formation couldn't keep up. The assassin once again concealed himself in the darkness. Suddenly, Lin sensed something and looked in a certain direction, only to see a dark figure swiftly breaking through the fluctuations created by the Fallen Angel's Blessing Array, and rushing towards him. It was the assassin. Go, kill him. Yuding had already summoned all her summoned beasts at this point. With a sweet shout, all the summoned beasts charged towards the assassin. Clone phantoms. The 6-turn assassin instantly split into 6 phantoms, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Many of the assassin's skills carried the power to break through restrictions. For example, his Overlord body skill, once cast, could not be blocked by strong crowd control skills like the Fallen Angel's Blessing Array. Lin was not flustered. Even if he couldn't repel the opponent, he was confident that the opponent couldn't do anything to him. Angel's Blessing Array, Titan Barrier Array, Ancient Tree of Life's Blessing Array, Super Gravity Array, Apostle's Tombstone Array. Lin cast 5 defensive skills, increasing his physique by 40 times, defense by 40 times, and gravity by 40 times, along with Ancient Tree Entanglement and Tombstone Suppression. With so many skills, the assassin was greatly hindered. Although his Overlord body made him immune to crowd control, his vision was obstructed by the tombstones and ancient trees, preventing him from seeing Lin's location. Lin continued to unleash attack skills, covering an area of 200 meters, which greatly frustrated the assassin. He only had time to cast one area of effect skill before he had to flee. Suddenly, he transformed into a whirlwind, and countless dagger storms swept across a 200-meter area. Lin and Yuding couldn't evade, but their incredibly high HP and defense meant they weren't afraid of the opponent's attacks. Any lost HP was instantly replenished. The assassin's figure transformed into a black mist and quickly drifted outwards. As a black mist, he could reduce 50% of the damage taken. Although his health was dropping, it wouldn't be completely depleted so easily. The black mist escaped the formation and then recondensed into the assassin. Glaring hatefully at Lin, he turned and fled. He couldn't deal with Lin, and if he didn't escape now, he would face certain death, as high-level class holders were already arriving. Trying to leave? Lynn sneered. He tried to assassinate him and now wants to escape? Does he really think Lynn has no temper? He cancelled all his attack skills, then instantly cast formations around the assassin. A 400-meter area was completely covered by the formations he didn't believe the opponent could escape. Bastard! The assassin, furious, activated his overlord body skill, turning into a black streaking light and shooting outwards. His speed had broken the sound barrier, and a distance of 400 meters could be crossed in just 1 second. However, Lynn's formations were mobile, constantly shifting outwards in the direction the assassin was fleeing. It took the assassin 2 seconds to pass through the formation, and his HP suddenly dropped to 1/5. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a formation pattern reappeared centered on him. 4,000 meters around him became Lynn's attack range. Lightning and meteorites bombed again. Before the assassin could react, his HP was cleared, and he fell to the ground as a corpse. Lynn withdrew the formations and walked towards the assassin. He wanted to see who had tried to assassinate him. At that moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the White Dragon roared simultaneously, then unleashed skills to attack behind Lynn. Watch out! Yuding cried out again. Through the shared vision of her summoned beasts, she saw a sword rapidly piercing towards Lynn's back. Fortunately, the senses of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords were extremely powerful, immediately sensing a strong crisis and reacting quickly. Lynn instantly cast the defensive formation and amplification formation again. The moment the formations landed, the sword had already struck him, knocking him flying, and his HP suddenly dropped significantly. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the White Dragon, being of too low a level, couldn't block the long sword, but they bought a precious instant of time. Bastard! Lynn cursed aloud, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. That was a close call, just by a hair. One ring after another, the swordsman attacked when Lynn was most relaxed. If it weren't for the powerful instincts of his summoned beasts, he couldn't imagine what his fate would have been. After all, he was just a squishy target in cloth armor, with low physique and low defense, completely unable to withstand the skill of a 6th advancement Imperial swordsman. The hidden Imperial swordsman, upon realizing he had failed to kill Lynn with one strike, showed disappointment in his eyes. He abandoned his sword and vanished into the darkness. Lynn did not remove the array, only the array could give him a sense of security. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he let out a heavy sigh. His body felt a bit weak. When one is scared stiff, the body often loses its strength, and that was exactly how he felt now. Yuding summoned all her beasts to surround herself and Lynn. She looked at Lynn with concern, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. Lynn, are you all right? I'm fine. Swoosh! A violent whooshing sound erupted, and a figure sped towards them. The fierce air current caused the wind and clouds to churn, and a figure quickly landed beside Lynn. It was Principal Zhu. When he heard the news, he didn't even bother to continue his meeting and rushed to the location. But the assassin's movements were too fast. No matter how quickly he arrived, he couldn't make it in time, as there was a 20-kilometer distance from the front line. Seeing that Lynn and Yuding were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't say much. Lynn needed to adjust to all of this himself. However, he secretly made a decision: he would definitely arrange for a capable person to protect Lynn's safety, at least until he successfully reached 5th advancement. A 5th advancement Lynn, with his comprehensive strength, was estimated to be comparable to a 7th advancement class holder. By then, there would be nothing to fear. Greetings, Principal. Lynn greeted the principal. Grandpa Zhu. Yuding also greeted him. Let's check out that assassin first. The principal led the way to the assassin's corpse. It was a middle-aged man. The principal directly pried open the assassin's mouth and found a small bottle of poison inside. A scoundrel from the true church. Principal Zhu's face was grim. Again and again, this true church had been targeting the Federation's prodigies. This was truly outrageous. Chapter 45, Friendly Competition. Lynn clenched his fist. This was the second time this cult leader had tried to assassinate him twice. He swore he would make the cult leader pay a bloody price.
Since they were cultists, there was nothing to investigate further. After handing the bodies over to the city police, Lynn and the principal returned to the front lines. One couldn't just do nothing out of fear of assassination. Such a mentality would not lead to becoming a strong individual. The principal handed Lynn a set of NTH advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment to enhance his strength before returning to the meeting. As Lynn and Yuding returned to the camp, their classmates came to offer their condolences to Lynn. The news had already spread, as many people in the city had witnessed Lynn's assassination firsthand. However, the strong individuals in the city were all concentrated here. Otherwise, many class holders would have intervened to protect Lynn, not giving the Imperial Swordsman a chance to exploit a vulnerability. The president of the Jiangnan District Class Holders Association also arrived. The authorities were taking this matter very seriously. Lynn was a strategic talent, with a record at the Federal Class Holder General Association, and if anything happened to him, the president would be held accountable. Of course, accountability was secondary. His primary concern was Lynn's safety. Lynn absolutely could not be harmed. Throughout the entire night, the monsters did not attack the city. They hadn't expected the true bishop to be so useless, unable to even handle an NTH advancement class holder. Lynn slept in a tent, 10 people to a tent, all sleeping on the ground. As for night watch, the Wilderness Suppression Army would be responsible, and any incident would trigger an alarm. The next morning, personnel from the professional association arrived at the training ground with a food truck. After unloading all the breakfast, Lynn lined up to collect his meal. Grabbing an ear of corn, a meat bun, an egg, and a bowl of soy milk, Lynn casually sat on a small stool and began to eat. Not long after, Yuding also came over with her breakfast and sat next to him. Seeing Lynn peeling an egg, Yuding handed her own egg to Lynn. "One is enough for me," Lynn said. "I meant for you to peel it for me while you're at it," Yuding said with a cheerful smile. "No time," Lynn retorted grumpily. "I don't care if you have time or not." Yuding snatched Lynn's peeled egg directly and popped it into her mouth, even raising an eyebrow triumphantly. "You little rascal," Lynn gave Yuding a flick on the forehead. "Ouch." Yuding covered her forehead, it hurt so much. She stomped her foot towards Lynn's foot, but Lynn dodged it. "Ha ha, little trickster." It was Lynn's turn to be smug. The monsters didn't attack the city during the day either. The senior students, feeling bored, decided to hold a class holder sparring competition. The venue was in mid-air, so nothing would be damaged. Lynn and Yuding also joined in the fun. As prestigious universities, Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University had students who had already reached 5th advancement. Lynn mainly wanted to challenge the 5th advancement senior students, especially those with talents. A normal 5th advancement class holder would be wiped out by one of his formations. There were no specific rules for the competition. You could challenge whoever you wanted, as long as they accepted. Many people wanted to challenge Lynn but were afraid of being instantly defeated. For a senior student to be instantly defeated by a prospective freshman would truly be a loss of face. Yuding's target was a 4th-tier summoner. She watched as her opponent defeated her rival, then quickly scurried over and pulled that senior student into a spar. Yuding is also a celebrity, a summoner with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords, possessing a bright future. As long as she doesn't die young, becoming a 7-star class holder is inevitable. Her battle with that senior sister attracted numerous onlookers, all eager to witness the power of Yuding, the future summoner empress. As the sparring began, both quickly summoned all their beasts. Yuding was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, as the senior sister had 9 summoned beasts, all of which were NTH advancement tier. 5 elite chiefs, 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs, and 1 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level grand chief. This lineup was already luxurious enough. There are no mediocre individuals who can get into prestigious schools. However, everyone's attention was still focused on Yuding's summoned beasts, especially the Chaos Demon Ape and the White Flood Dragon. The Chaos Ape's height had already exceeded 20 meters at this point, and its mere presence exuded a powerful oppressive force. Although the white flood dragon was still about 10 meters long, flood dragons hold a special emotional significance among the Federation's populace. It is known that flood dragons have a slight chance of advancing to true dragons, which are common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level creatures, capable of conjuring wind and rain, changing the climate, and easily destroying a state. The senior sister looked at the two common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords with great envy. These were the summoned beasts she had dreamed of, but unfortunately, such beasts were not easily contracted. It was extremely difficult, and only a handful of summoners in the entire Federation possessed them. The battle commenced, with the Chaos Demon Ape and the White Flood Dragon leading the charge against the senior sister's summoned beasts. Although they were fewer in number and relatively lower in level, the two common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords were simply too powerful. The White Flood Dragon's skills were all area attacks. With an open mouth, water elements quickly converged, forming a river tens of meters wide that surged towards the opponents, directly sweeping away three summoned beasts. Then, the primal chaos demonic ape was responsible for sniping the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief, continuously striking with its fists. Its fist imprints, like cannonballs, blasted the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief, leaving it disoriented. Ice Phoenix, Fire Elemental, and Dark Angel also displayed formidable power. Under their combined attacks, the senior sister's summoned beasts retreated steadily. The senior sister continuously cast skills to buff the summoned beast, but it still wasn't enough to contend, ultimately leading to defeat. Junior sister Mu, your summoned beasts are so strong, the senior sister could only admit defeat. Senior sister, it was all luck. Yuding showed no pride and continued to search for other opponents. Lynn also couldn't sit still. He ran up to a 5 Revolutions swordmaster. His classmates said that this swordmaster, Wen Tao, was from the university's professional team and was one of the faces of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, and also a talent. Senior brother Wen, why don't we spar? Lynn invited. Alright, I was just thinking of sparring with junior brother Lynn, Wen Tao said with a gentle smile, transforming into a streak of swordlight and rapidly ascending into the air. Lynn also followed along. The two stood 1,000 meters apart, their gazes fixed on each other. At this moment, not only were the students of Jiangnan University paying attention to this battle, but other class holders and all the important figures present were also watching. Lynn's reputation was too great. They were eager to see what astonishing performance Lynn would show when sparring with a class holder. A figure appeared beside them. It was Principal Zhu. I'll be the referee. You two can fight freely, Principal Zhu said. With his reaction speed and powerful skills, he could fully protect someone at a critical moment. Thank you, Principal Zhu, both expressed their gratitude. Begin, Principal Zhu announced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense sound of rushing air rang out. 9 long swords, under Wen Tao's control, rapidly shot towards Lynn. This was his talent. An ordinary swordmaster could only control 1 flying sword, but Wen Tao could control 9. The flying swords were extremely fast, covering 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how fast they weren't as fast as Lynn's instant cast skills. A formation instantly formed around Wen Tao, and then a cascade of lightning fell, striking towards Wen Tao's head. Chapter 46, Everyone Wants to Challenge. However, Wen Tao also knew that Lynn could instantly cast skills, so after casting his skill, he also instantly fled his original position. Even so, it was too late. Lightning struck, and Wen Tao activated a defensive skill. A sword chi enveloped him. The lightning struck the sword chi, causing it to fluctuate violently, almost on the verge of shattering. This skill damage is too terrifying. If my talent didn't boost my sword skill's power by 9 times, I wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Wen Tao was secretly alarmed. He transformed into a streak of swordlight, flying irregularly to prevent Lynn's method from tracking or predicting him. The flying sword descended before Lynn, but Lynn had already cast his defensive skill and amplification skill. The God's Blessing Array, the Titan's Bulwark Array, and the Blessing Array of the True God of Earth were all activated. A thick barrier protected Lynn, with his physique boosted by 40 times and defense boosted by another 40 times. Although Wen Tao's sword skill was powerful, it couldn't break through Lynn's defense. Holy crap, Wen Tao grumbled. If he couldn't even break the defense, how was he supposed to fight? Lynn continued to unleash offensive skills, bombarding Wen Tao. Even Wen Tao's irregular movements were ineffective, because Lynn's skills were instant cast. Each skill could bombard him for at least a second, and his HP was rapidly dropping even with his extremely high defense. He couldn't withstand it. Wen Tao didn't give up, still casting skills. The 9 swords split into hundreds and thousands of sword chi, continuously attacking Lynn. Unfortunately, even sword chi that 5-turn common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic monsters could barely block, still couldn't break through Lynn's defense. Junior brother Lynn, I surrender. Wen Tao was numb. He didn't want to be abused anymore. He swore he would never spar with Lynn again. His little heart couldn't take it. Before, he thought he was a peerless prodigy, unafraid of anyone his age. But after facing Lynn, he realized he was nothing but trash. Thank you, senior brother one. Lynn stopped the formation's attacks. Holy crap, though I felt junior brother Lynn would win, I never expected such a decisive victory. This power gap leaves me speechless with shock. Is this really an NTH advancement class holder? Are you sure he's not a 6-turner? Tisk, TSK, I'm really looking forward to the Inter-University League. With junior brother Lynn as our trump card, the school teams of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University will probably turn pale with dread. Everyone was engaged in heated discussion. Lynn's demonstrated strength was simply too astonishing. Even the school's instructors were shocked, wondering if they themselves would be a match for Lynn. How do you teach a student like this? This was their common question. Instructors couldn't defeat their students. Gosh, how embarrassing. Just as Lynn was about to land, a figure swiftly ascended into mid-air. Junior brother Lynn, wait a moment. How about we spar a bit? The newcomer was Sun Xing, another member of the school team. He was a 5-turn assassin and also a talent holder. Senior brother Sun, the honor is all mine, please. Lynn said politely. Begin, the principal announced. Sun Xing instantly went into stealth, and Lynn's skill was cast instantly. Sun Xing's figure was directly blasted out. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't get far in an instant. Sun Xing could only transform into a wisp of black mist and quickly fled outwards, only to be met by an endless barrage of formation attacks. Clone Shadow. Helpless, Sun Xing could only transform into 6 phantoms and escape in 6 different directions. Lynn instantly cast 6 formations, attacking 6 phantoms respectively. Forced stealth. Sun Xing used one of his strongest life-saving skills, which allowed him to forcibly enter stealth even while attacking, and then disappeared from Lynn's sight. That was close, only a little health left. Good heavens, this damage is inhumane. Sun Xing was extremely fearful. He had originally intended to keep some trump cards, but now it seemed he couldn't hold back anything. He drank a tube of healing potion. Potions were allowed during challenges. After all, they were allowed even in life and death struggles. He crept towards Lynn's direction, but found that Lynn was now like someone staying in a very sturdy fortress. A towering tree spread its branches, guarding an area of 200 meters, and these branches were alive, constantly rotating, making it too difficult to sneak in. There were also gravestones, 40 meters high, constantly falling, carrying powerful restraining forces that even reduced the activity of elements. And a solid barrier tightly enclosed the 200-meter radius, making it impossible to sneak in. Junior brother Lynn, when prepared, is simply the bane of assassins, Sun Xing couldn't help but exclaim. However, he dared to come up and challenge, so he must have some confidence. He was looking for an opportunity for a one-hit kill. As an excellent hunter, he always had enough patience. He was waiting for Lynn to expose a weakness. Lynn was not sitting idly by either. He would randomly cast formations to bomb the surroundings, but whether Sun Xing was lucky or had hidden far away, he just couldn't hit him. Sun Xing was looking for an angle. He saw Lynn's shadow through the branches and tombstones.
Shadow manipulation.
At this moment, Sun Xing moved. His body vanished from its original position, and then, to everyone's astonished gaze, Lynn's shadow suddenly came to life. It then conjured a dagger in its hand and plunged it towards the back of Lynn's head. "True pierce," the shadow growled, emitting Sun Xing's voice. The dagger in the shadow's hand pierced directly through the armor on Lynn's body surface and landed on the back of Lynn's head. The speed was too fast for Lynn to react, and he entered a stun state. Assassins excel at crowd control skills and also have high burst damage. Powerful assassins can control an enemy to death. Moreover, True Pierce dealt true damage. One after another, 120,000 damage numbers popped up above Lynn's head. Sun Xing's physical attack had already reached 120,000, and when casting skills, he could even take away 500,000 to 600,000 of Lynn's HP. However, Sun Xing showed no excitement. Lynn's condition seemed perfectly fine, not at all like he was injured. A smile appeared on Lynn's lips. Although his current physique was only 3090, it was multiplied by 40 under the Divine Blessing formation, meaning his HP was 123,600. The Life Ancient Tree's Blessing formation could further increase HP by 40 times, although this increase only applied to base HP. That still amounted to an increase of 4,944,000 HP, bringing his total HP to over 20 million. Even if he stood there and let Sun Xing kill him, it would take a very long time. Not to mention, within the Divine Blessing formation, Lynn's HP could recover 40% per second. The recovery speed was much faster than Sun Xing's damage output. Sun Xing was constantly attacking, but Lynn was practically always at full health. After casting all his skills, Sun Xing revealed himself and surrendered directly. He was done playing. There was no point in continuing. "Junior brother Lin, your HP is enough to make anyone despair," Sun Xing said with a wry smile. "Senior brother Sun, you're joking. Your talent is very strong, and assassination is definitely top-notch." "It's my first time being controlled by an assassin," Lin praised. "Hearing you say that, I've got a bit of confidence back, haha." Sun Xing cheered up again. He was an optimist. Chapter 47, Assassination from a 7-turn Monster. Originally, there were a few other students who wanted to challenge Lin, but seeing that even Sun Xing, a high-burst assassin, couldn't do anything after controlling him, they gave up the idea. They liked challenges, but not being abused. The others, however, were still challenging each other lively. Although Lin was just observing, he gained a lot because he learned about the skills and combat styles of various professions. If he ever fought them in the future, he would at least be mentally prepared. The sparring tournament continued until noon. After lunch, just as everyone was about to take turns resting, the alarm sounded. The desolate town army had already detected continued monster attacks. Everyone quickly arrived at their defensive areas according to the deployment. Lin still followed the bronze team to defend the mid-air. Beside him, next to their team, there were 80 elemental mages, 18 light priests, and 2 shield warriors. Under Lin's amplification, only the elemental mages could inflict the greatest damage. On one hand, their attack range was far, and on the other hand, they had many area of effect skills. The 18 priests were responsible for refilling Lin's mana, and the 2 shield warriors were to handle emergencies and block attacks for Lin. Monsters quickly flew over. Lin now had more free skills. World-ending storm, raging tides, meteor bombardment, and thunderous fury. These 4 formations, under Lin's control, swept through monsters within a 4,000-meter radius. Any monster engulfed by the formations could only turn into materials and fall to the ground. Those monsters were truly scared. Upon seeing Lin, they turned around and went to other places to kill. They could still put up a fight against other class holders, but in front of Lin, they were no different from NTH advancement monsters. They were destined to be instantly killed. However, Lin's current speed was too fast. With his physique enhanced by 40 times, his speed rivaled that of a 6-turn class holder. The Divine Blessing Array was also already a free skill and could move freely with him. He constantly shuttled among the monster hordes, then activated the formations to bombard the monsters frantically. Although Lin's skills were not comparable to forbidden spells, his skills lasted a long time and could constantly move, causing no less damage than forbidden spells. Moreover, they were forbidden spells that could be cast instantly, much stronger than elemental mages who needed to chant spells for a long time.
Lynn displayed immense power, and the morale boost was evident.
Those class holders roared and charged at the monsters, who were frightened by the class holders' madness. The elemental mages following Lynn felt incredibly good with every skill they casually cast. They could instantly clear large groups of monsters, their levels soaring rapidly. Progress had never been this fast. As for Lynn's level, it was also increasing rapidly. His monster killing speed was simply too fast, his experience bar was jumping up. In just 10 minutes of combat, his level had already broken through the 100 level mark and was quickly heading towards the peak of NTH advancement. This kid is indeed a prodigy, no wonder Golden Tiger invited me here. A pair of chilling vertical pupils stared at Lynn, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. It was a monster from the southern wasteland, a 7-revolve common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grand chief black-scaled king snake. Its venom was one of the deadliest in the world. If struck by its poison, almost no one could be saved without a 7-revolve light priest present. And since there was no 7-revolve light priest on this battlefield, Golden Tiger had specifically brought it in. However, it had to find a perfect opportunity. While others hadn't noticed, it had discovered a 6-revolve assassin who had been following Lynn all along, likely a bodyguard assigned to Lynn by the high-ranking officials here. Lynn had no idea that the principal had already tasked Fong Yu, the director of admissions and a 6-revolve assassin, to secretly protect him. Principal Zhu highly valued Lynn's safety even at the cost of sacrificing a high-tier class holder's combat power. Lynn's safety had to be guaranteed. He did not want what happened last night to happen again. The black-scale king serpent was very small, about the size of a thumb and less than half a meter long, completely inconspicuous among a group of monsters generally exceeding 5 meters in size. It secretly gathered a group of 5-revolve monsters around it, then hid within a feather of an iron-winged eagle, ordering all 5-revolve monsters to charge at Lynn with maximum speed. Lynn's formations raged continuously. The 5-revolve monsters broke through one formation but couldn't break through two. Most of the 5-revolve monsters turned into materials and fell. However, the iron-winged eagle, under the black-scaled king snake's secret protection, broke through the blockade of 2 formations. Lynn didn't bother with the monsters that broke through the formations. The elemental mages beside him would naturally take care of them. He was only responsible for eliminating the main forces. The iron-winged eagle was targeted by the elemental mages and was quickly killed, but for the black-scaled king snake, it was enough. It had entered within 1,000 meters of Lynn. With its speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, 1,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye, even surpassing the reaction speed of a 5-revolve class holder. A black thread rapidly approached Lynn, and even the earth barrier Lynn had erected was quickly pierced through by the black-scaled king snake's venom. "Look out!" Fong Yu let out a roar. He emerged from behind Lynn, then quickly blocked in front of Lynn. However, the black-scaled king snake was fast, and its skill was already prepared. The black-scaled king snake opened its mouth directly, and then venom rapidly sprayed out, turning into a toxic mist that enveloped a radius of several hundred meters. Both the armor and the ancient tree of life were rapidly corroded by the toxic mist. 7 revolution monsters have mastered top-tier elemental power, and the black-scaled king snake had mastered the power of top-tier poison elements. The destructive power of top-tier elements is incredibly strong. Even if Lynn mastered advanced earth elements, he couldn't stop it, let alone the fact that Lynn's wood element was only at an elementary level. In an instant, everyone within the formation was poisoned, and everyone's HP was plummeting. The Divine Blessing Array was also difficult to restore because this grand formation only mobilized the power of beginner-level life elements, rendering it less than 1/10 effective under the attack of top-tier poison elements. Originally, they could recover 40% of their HP per second, but now they could only recover 3% per second. If it weren't for Lynn's buffs, which increased everyone's HP to over 20 million, they would have been instantly killed. This is the power of a tier 7 monster. High-tier monsters and class holders are completely on another level. Even now, their situation was dire. Their HP was dropping too quickly. Lynn's gaze was fixed on the black-scaled king snake. He couldn't even discern its attributes, but according to publicly available data online, a tier 7 monster's 4-dimensional attributes are at least over 100,000. Coupled with skill damage and mastery over top-tier elements, a single skill from a Tier 7 monster can destroy an entire street, which is terrifying.
Damn it! Lynn cursed, then cast a self-centered instant attack array. The black-scaled snake couldn't be completely immune to Lynn's attacks, his damage was too high. However, killing the black-scaled king snake wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 48, Dharma Idol Heaven and Earth, the Terror of the Black-Scaled King Serpent. Kid, you're dead. The black-scaled king snake endured the damage and quickly charged towards Lynn. Don't even think about it. Fan Yu blocked in front of Lynn, stabbing his dagger towards the black-scaled king snake. With the boost from Lynn's array, Fan Yu's strength had also greatly increased. 1,000 strikes. Fan Yu's dagger vibrated rapidly, instantly oscillating 1,000 times, sending a high-frequency vibrating blade energy towards the black-scaled king serpent. Get lost. The black-scaled king snake's tail whipped violently, and a giant phantom of a tail condensed, sweeping towards Fan Yu and Lynn. Solid bulwark. Adamantite shield. Two Tier 5 shield warriors stepped forward, unleashing their strongest defensive skills to protect Lynn. They could fall, but Lynn absolutely could not. The blade energy struck the black-scaled king serpent, pushing it back. The 40-fold power boost allowed Fan Yu to contend with the opponent. The black-scaled king snake's skill also landed on the two shield warriors. One of them was directly sent flying, his health dropping rapidly. If it weren't for Lynn's array buff, he would probably have been instantly killed. The other only staggered back a few steps and wasn't sent flying. He was Manga, the captain of the school team and a talent user. His talent provided a significant boost to his physique, and with the added buff from Lynn's array, he was able to withstand the black-scaled king snake's attack. Lynn was also pushed back a few steps by Manga, feeling a tightness in his chest from the powerful impact. Myriad Serpent Strike. The black-scaled king snake's vertical pupils grew incredibly sinister. Countless snake shadows burst forth from its body, then all shot towards Lynn. These snake shadows not only possessed super strong damage but also carried poison attribute attacks. Earth's Guardian. Manga steadied himself, then activated his skill. He raised his shield forward, and earth elements quickly converged, forming a solid barrier that protected him and Lynn. However, his HP was dropping even faster. The poison gas effect hadn't worn off, so his HP was already plummeting. Not to mention, he was currently resisting the black-scaled king cobra's powerful skill. By his estimation, he could only hold on for 6 seconds at most. Myriad Demon Soul Snatching Formation, Fallen Angel's Guardian Formation, Apostle's Demise Monument Formation. Lynn instantly cast 3 formations, and myriad demons appeared, charging towards the black-scaled king cobra in unison. The myriad demon life-claiming array also had the effect of weakening enemies. Although its effectiveness was greatly reduced against the black-scaled king cobra, it still weakened its overall attributes by 6%. The fallen angel continuously flapped its wings, and wild shockwaves impacted the black-scaled king cobra. However, the opponents surprisingly possessed a super armor skill, which greatly frustrated Lynn. Giant tombstones continuously crashed down, carrying binding power, but they were also immune to super armor. However, control could be immune, but damage could not. Under the barrage of all of Lynn's skills, the black-scaled king cobra's HP was rapidly declining. This solidified his resolve to kill Lynn. The NTH advancement was already capable of damaging it. If Lynn reached the 6th advancement, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill it? Shapeshift. Fan Yu instantly swapped places with the black-scale king snake's shadow. His dagger, gleaming with cold light, swiftly plunged into the black-scaled king cobra's spine. The speed was so great that the black-scaled king cobra could barely react, its body instantly stiffening, and its skill interrupted. The backstab skill could forcibly break super armor. Every professional skill was inherently interdependent, with no invincible skill, only invincible people. Healers, cast group heal skill and purify skill. Prioritize single-target healing skills for classmates with low HP, Captain Manga shouted. Having experienced numerous battles, he wasn't flustered by the attack of a 7 advancement monster. Healers, we need healers, the more the better. Manga's voice echoed far and wide.
The Black Scale King Snake's poison would last for at least 5 minutes, and without enough healers, all those poison wouldn't be able to hold on. Stop the others. The Black-Scaled King Cobra flung Fong Yu aside and commanded the other monsters. Both sides went mad. The class holders desperately tried to come to the rescue, while the monsters frantically blocked them. All classmates within the formation, maintain order and retreat within the formation. Manga issued another command. Lynn moved the formation and retreated. Everyone kept pace with him. What they needed most now was to find a safe place for the healers to sustain their lives. From high above, only I, among the 6 and 7 advancement individuals, noticed Lynn's predicament here and desperately tried to come down to rescue him. But this time, it was the monsters' turn to block their path. The monsters knew that such an opportunity might only come once. With Lynn's leveling speed, he would soon reach the 6th advancement. By then, it wouldn't be 7 advancement monsters assassinating him, but him hunting down 7 advancement monsters. As for monsters above 8 advancements making a move? The human 8 advancement class holders were watching them. They would know the moment they stirred. Under the group healing and group purification of the healers, although the poison problem couldn't be completely resolved, the situation was somewhat alleviated. And under the frantic charge of the class holders, some teams rushed over. They were all 5th advancement class holder teams. After the priests entered the formation, they used the formation's buffs to cast healing and purification skills, continuously alleviating the condition of their classmates. Shield warriors, charge with me! A 5-turn shield warrior roared, launching an excited charge at the Black Scale Snake King. Other arriving shield warriors also initiated charges, using their shields to continuously ram into the Black Scale King Snake. They were responsible for blocking the Black Scale King Snake's attacks. A bunch of ants, you're looking for death. Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation. The Black Scale King Serpent cast another skill. Its body, originally only half a meter long, suddenly grew to 300 meters, as thick as a semi-truck. Its 4-dimensional attributes also instantly surged 20-fold. At this moment, just the aura it exuded made people's bodies tremble. A 7th advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief, its strength was simply too formidable. With its extremely high physique, coupled with its active overlord state, even overlord breaking skills found it difficult to control it, let alone common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic control skills, which were utterly useless. The elemental mages felt powerless at this time. Control skills were ineffective, and damage skills could barely penetrate its defense. A 7th advancement monster was truly terrifying. All of you, die. The Black-Scaled King Serpent's tail swept across, and the elemental mages it struck saw their health rapidly decline, with some even dying instantly. This was war, a meat grinder between humans and monsters. Where was the good fortune of only monsters dying and humans suffering no losses? The Black-Scaled King Serpent swept twice, and nearly half the people within the formation were hit, either dead or crippled. Fortunately, the sky was a 3-dimensional space, and everyone was spread out. If they had been on the ground, no one would have escaped. Yuding rode on the back of the White Flood Dragon. The White Flood Dragon had a strong perception of danger and carried her away from the Black Scale King Serpent's attacks. She was deeply saddened to see her senior brothers and sisters die, and also angry at herself for being so weak. Although the Chaos Demon Ape and the White Flood Dragon were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, they were only NTH advancement, and the level gap was too great to pose any threat to the Black Scale King Serpent. Chapter 49, Tonight I'm Eating Snake Soup. The Black Scale King Snake's gaze fixed on Lynn. The small fries had been dealt with. Now it was time to kill Lynn. Die! The Black Scale King Snake opened its mouth and lunged directly at Lynn, sure that once Lynn was swallowed into its belly, its venom would be more than enough to finish Lynn off completely. Never! Fong Yu roared in anger. He would absolutely not allow anything to happen to Lynn. He instantly conjured a clone. His main body shielded Lynn, while the clone led Lynn away. Shadow kill! Fong Yu cast a skill again, and his entire blade transformed into a streak of light, rapidly moving through the air. The dagger repeatedly struck the Black Scale King Snake. With Lynn's buffs, he could still inflict damage on the current Black Scale King Snake. Sparks continuously erupted from various parts of the black-scaled king serpent's body that was the collision between the dagger and its scales.
I'll kill you first.
The black-scaled king serpent's wide-open mouth suddenly unleashed a powerful devouring force, and Fong Yu's body plummeted towards its maw.
Healer, boost my intelligence. Lynn shouted. I'm on it. A 5 reincarnation healer cast an intelligence buffing skill on Lynn.
Lynn's base intelligence tripled, reaching, and then, with a 40x array buff, it hit 1 million.
Meteor fall formation, purple cloud divine lightning array.
Lynn instantly cast 2 large arrays. House-sized meteors continuously smashed into the black-scale king snake, causing violent explosions. The lightning bolts had become as thick as buckets, also continuously striking the black-scale king snake. Lynn mastered advanced fire and advanced lightning elements. Under the massive intelligence boost, the array's damage became terrifying. The black-scale king snake was racked with pain, and its skill was interrupted, allowing Fong Yu, who was at its mouth, to escape.
You deserve to die.
The black-scale king snake opened its mouth again, spewing a waterfall of venom rapidly towards Lynn.
The earth barrier protecting Lynn continuously vibrated, its durability rapidly dropping.
However, before the earth barrier shattered, Fong Yu's clone carried Lynn another few hundred meters away.
I'd like to see who dies first.
Lynn also grew fierce, continuously moving and attacking with the arrays to bombard the black-scale king snake. He didn't believe the black-scale king snake could last much longer. His damage per second had already exceeded 100 million. Even with the black-scale king snake's strong defense and the reduction from elemental power, its health was rapidly decreasing. The black-scale king snake writhed its body, quickly pursuing Lynn, and its large mouth once again lunged to swallow Lynn.
Its speed was faster.
Seeing no escape, Fong Yu's clone put Lynn down, then burrowed directly into the black-scale king snake's mouth. He unleashed a dagger storm, countless blade energies erupting and piercing the black-scale king snake's mouth, causing it intense pain. The black-scale king snake's mouth closed, swallowing Fong Yu's clone directly, then continued to lunge at Lynn.
Lynn, facing the rapidly approaching giant maw, didn't panic excessively.
A solid earth barrier formed, protecting him. The black-scale king serpent bit into the barrier. Its immense strength and venom quickly corroded the earth barrier. Its eyes gleamed ferociously, looking at Lynn as if he were already dead. Other class holders attacked the black-scale king serpent frantically, but couldn't break its overlord body. They were completely unable to stop its movements. As the earth barrier was on the verge of breaking, at this critical moment, Fong Yu's main body arrived beside Lynn, then used a skill to swiftly escape with Lynn. The barrier shattered the next instant. Lynn felt a wave of nausea and dizziness from the foul smell emanating from the black-scale king serpent's mouth. The powerful wind pressure made Lynn feel a hint of suffocation. The black-scale king serpent's tail whipped towards the two of them. The attack speed was too fast. Fong Yu only had time to cast a defensive skill, then shielded Lynn behind him, taking the blow himself. Blood spurted wildly.
Fong Yu's aura plummeted, his health reaching a dangerous edge.
And the black-scale king serpent's tail was whipping towards them again.
Fong Yu certainly couldn't withstand another hit.
But he still firmly stood in front of Lynn.
He deeply understood Lynn's importance. The Federation didn't lack him, a 6-turn assassin, but it did lack the existence of a talent prodigy like Lynn. Director Fong, no.
Lynn tried to push Fong Yu away, but his strength wasn't enough.
Lynn, you must live well, Fong Yu admonished. Director Fong. Lynn exclaimed in a panic, tears streaming down his face.
Although he had only had one brief encounter with Fong Yu, and their emotional connection was shallow, the other party was willing to die for him. Such righteousness deeply shook Lynn's heart.
Wall of Mount Tai. A furious roar echoed, and before the person arrived, the skill already had.
A small mountain formed with Lynn and Fong Yu at its center, radiating an aura of immortality. The black-scaled king snake's tail struck the small mountain. The mountain vibrated continuously but did not shatter.
Old Fong, I'm here.
A tall figure descended beside Lynn and the other man. It was the dean of the Shield Warrior Academy from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, a 6th-turn peak class holder. He had finally broken through the monster's blockade and arrived. Old Lin, if you hadn't come, I would have been reporting to heaven, Fang Yu sighed in relief. Who would willingly die if they didn't have to? You scumbag, you still want to go to heaven? You're only fit for the underworld to get whipped, Lin Zhan said with a chuckle. You old man, getting whipped is still better than you staying single your whole life, Fang Yu retorted grumpily. I really want to throw you out, Lin Zhan pouted. With Lin Wu's formation boosting him, Lin Zhan, the shield warrior, firmly withstood the black-scaled king snake's relentless bombardment. He was a talent user, his physique enhanced ninefold. Even without Lin's formation buff, he could withstand a 7-turn monster for a period. With Lin's method providing a buff, he felt no pressure at all. Damn it! The black-scaled king cobra knew the tide had turned. With Lin Zhan here, it had no chance to kill Lin, so it wanted to escape. Lin's formation was continuously attacking it, and its HP was already dangerously low. The black-scaled king snake turned and fled, as if having made some kind of decision. Trying to run? Old Fang, Lin, interested in slaying a 7-star monster with me? Lin Zhan asked spiritedly. I can't wait. Fang Yu brandished his dagger. Tonight, I'm having snake stew. Lin licked his lips. Then let's kill it, charge. Lin Zhan unleashed his charge skill, shield raised, breaking through the air to slam into the black-scaled king cobra. The immense force shook it. War God's taunt. Lin Zhan roared, and a powerful sonic wave erupted, causing the air to explode and engulf the black-scaled king snake's body. The black-scaled king cobra was instantly enraged and turned to attack Lin Zhan. The god of war's roar could stimulate an enemy's emotions, driving them into a state of frenzy and causing them to lose their minds. Venom cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing Lin Zhan. Haha, what can you do to me? Lin Zhan roared with laughter, using a defensive skill to firmly block the black-scaled king cobra's attacks. Chapter 50, Killing the Black-Scaled King Cobra. With a shield class holder blocking in front and drawing aggro, it was incredibly comfortable for other class holders. Lin unleashed skills to bombard the black-scaled king cobra to his heart's content, and Fang Yu was also outputting damage like crazy. Other class holders also continuously pounded the black-scaled king cobra with skills. Its HP was now down to only 1/5. The black-scaled king cobra quickly regained consciousness and was shocked to discover its state. If it had woken up any later, it would have been finished. Unwilling to entangle with Lin Zhan, it reverted to its original half-meter-long body and shot out like a sharp arrow. You can't escape, Earth Prison! Lin Zhan roared. Earth elements rapidly condensed, forming a cage to trap the black-scaled king cobra. Damn it, break! The black-scaled king cobra was anxious. If it didn't escape now, it would truly be over. Endless attacks overwhelmed it. After cancelling the Dharma phase heaven and earth skill, its physique was greatly reduced, and its HP dropped even faster. It used a skill to break open the earth cage. At this moment, Lin Zhan closed in on it. Mount Tai suppression. 100-meter-tall hill quickly materialized and then pressed down on the black-scaled king cobra's back, forcing it to the ground. Get lost! The black-scaled king cobra spun rapidly, its scales erect, drilling through the small mountain like a sharp electric drill to escape. Shapeshift, stay put. Fang Yu emerged from the black-scaled king cobra's shadow, then landed a backstab on its spine, sending it into a brief daze. Lin's formation followed up, and a barrage of furious attacks engulfed it. This time, it could no longer escape and was directly cleared of its HP by Lin. Lin's level instantly rose by 4 levels. The experience was too rich. Good! Lin Zhan shouted. Every 7th-tier monster was an overlord among monsters, and killing one was incredibly rare. Yay! The surrounding students cheered. Although they had only contributed a small effort, they had participated in killing a 7th-tier monster. How could they not be excited? Retreat! Jin Jianhu, who had been watching the battle, saw the black-scaled king cobra die and knew the tide had turned, preparing to withdraw his troops. Kill! Principal Zhu's voice came down. This time, he was truly enraged and vowed to teach the Eastern Wasteland monsters a profound lesson. Kill! All class holders roared and charged at the monster. Healers, heal the poisoned students. Lynn, you come with me. Lin Zhan pulled Lynn and then quickly rushed into the sky. He needed Lynn to join the battle of the 6-star class holders. Lin Zhan led Lynn to rendezvous with the Academy's mentors. With Lynn's support, the Dean of the Cleric Academy cast a purification spell on Lynn, finally removing Lynn's poison status. Kill! Lynn and the others shouted, then charged towards the 6-star monsters. With the enhancement of Lynn's formation, the mentor's strength saw a qualitative improvement. The 6-star monsters that were previously evenly matched with them were easily slain. Lynn was also unleashing formations, frantically bombarding the 6-star monsters. The sky was lit up in a rainbow of colors by the formation's light, and monsters continuously transformed into materials, falling to the ground. After pursuing the monsters 400 li deep into the eastern wilderness, the commander of the Desolate Suppression Army ordered a halt. Going any deeper would make it easy to be surrounded. He was very clear-headed. The class holders cheered wildly. They had fought a satisfying and exhilarating battle this time, they were so excited. Student Lin, your formations are so powerful. With their boost, I feel like I could solo a 7-star monster. The Dean of the Swordsman Academy exclaimed. Old Lu, only you can do it, not us? Lin Zhan glanced askance at Lu Jian. You, a shield warrior, are good at taking hits, but can you attack? Lu Jian retorted teasingly. Wanna spar? Lin Zhan rolled up his sleeves. No time to play with a brute like you, Lu Jian pouted. Alright, you two old men bragging in front of students, aren't you ashamed? The Dean of the Mage Academy scorned. Exactly, the Dean of the Priest Academy also showed disdain for Lin Zhan and the other. Lin received unanimous praise from the mentors, who were very fortunate to have recruited such a talented individual this year. However, the joy was ultimately short-lived. As they began to collect the remains of other class holders, each fell into deep sorrow. It was a great victory, true, but many compatriots still paid the price of their lives in this war. The Frontier Guard was responsible for clearing the battlefield, while other class holders collected the bodies of their friends and family. Many couldn't even find bodies and could only return to erect cenotaphs as memorials. By nightfall, everyone returned inside the city walls. Perhaps due to fatigue, perhaps due to grief, no one was in the mood to talk. Lin lay directly on the edge of the city wall, quietly gazing at the starry sky. Tonight's stars were particularly bright, perhaps the sacrificed individuals had turned into stars, watching over their compatriots. Yuding also lay down, her head resting against Lin's. She didn't speak, simply stayed with Lin. Having confessed her feelings, she had become increasingly brave. She hoped to stay by Lin's side always, no matter when. Lin reached out and stroked Yuding's beautiful hair. In these past 2 days, he had experienced 3 life and death crises, and his mindset had changed. Living in a chaotic world, death could come at any time. While alive, one should treat those around them as kindly as possible, otherwise, there might not be another chance someday. Yuding noticed Lin's small gesture, a smile touched her lips, and then she slowly drifted off to sleep. Lin also fell into a deep slumber, sleeping until the sun rose. The bright light pierced his eyes, and he slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw a perfect face. Yuding was already awake and had placed his head on her lap, quietly watching him. You're awake, Yuding smiled, showing no embarrassment at being caught peeking, as she was watching openly. If I didn't wake up, I'd be afraid you'd sneak a kiss, Lin joked. You wish, Yuding poked Lin's forehead, a blush spreading across her face. She had indeed had such a thought just now. Lin was simply too handsome, and she had confirmed her feelings with Lin, so the more she looked, the more her heart fluttered. Why are you blushing? Lin teased with a mischievous smile. I'm not talking to you, Yuding pouted, tilting her head up. Lin smiled knowingly and reached out to scratch Yuding's chin. You rascal, that tickles. Yuding pushed Lin's hand away. Ahem. A cough came from nearby. Yuding and Lynn turned their gaze, only to see a team of frontier guard patrolling this way. Seeing the two openly displaying their affection, the captain could only cough to remind them. "Get up quickly." Yuding blushed crimson, pushing Lynn up. It was so embarrassing. "Salute," the captain yelled, leading the way in saluting Lynn. Lynn was now a hero of the Federation, having killed the black-scaled king serpent and made a great contribution to the Federation. Soldiers respect heroes most. Lynn and Yuding quickly stood up and returned the salute. The sun shone on their faces, illuminating two resolute expressions. Chapter 51, Yuding's parents come knocking. Lynn and the others stayed in the military camp for another day. After the explorers' reconnaissance of the eastern wilds, the gathered monsters had dispersed, meaning the monsters' siege had passed. The official announcement lifting the Level 1 combat readiness status was met with cheers from the people of the Jiangnan Great District. Many set off firecrackers outside their homes, celebrating the victory of the great battle. Lynn, who had performed exceptionally well in this major battle, even made it to the front page of major newspapers. Various platforms scrambled to report on Lynn's deeds. The name Lynn was now synonymous with traffic. Even official media praised Lynn endlessly. Powerful formations, and indomitable will, killing over 300,000 monsters, including participating in the killing of over 100 rank 6 monsters and 1 rank 7 monster. What an immense achievement! Such an achievement would be a significant highlight even for a rank 7 class holder, let alone Lynn, who was still just a high school student. Although he had already been preemptively admitted by Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, as long as Lynn hadn't taken the national exam, he was still a high school student. A high school student, already having participated in 1 dungeon arrival battle and 1 monster siege battle, and having killed so many monsters. These various deeds made Lynn a new legend in the Federation. Regardless of whether the high school seniors of the Federation were willing to admit it, Lynn was now the most famous, the most contributing, and also widely recognized as the strongest among them. "Lynn, I'm going to see how strong you are." Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, wait for me. Is it better to meet than to hear about, or better to hear about than to meet? All will be revealed at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. I'm not thinking it over anymore. I'm directly accepting the early admissions from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. Prodigies from one school after another changed their original university choices because of Lynn. Their first choices had always been Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, but now that had changed. They were now going to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University to compete with Lynn. To be born in the same era as such a prodigy, if they can't cross paths, it would be a lifelong regret. Besides reports about Lynn's strength and achievements, there were, of course, many interesting anecdotes and some gossip about his life, among which the gossip about Lynn and Yuding was flying everywhere. After all, too many people were paying attention to Lynn. During the first siege, Yuding was literally hanging on Lynn the entire time, and videos and photos of it circulated widely online. Their sleeping together on the city wall last night was also captured and posted online, and many people are already shipping them. Most people were supportive, with only a small number expressing objections. The person with the strongest objections was Yuding's father, Mu Hansong. "Bastard, what's the relationship between this kid and Yuding? I'm going to find out right now." Mu Hansong slammed his AI terminal onto the table, growing angrier the more he looked, unable to bear it anymore. His darling daughter, actually clinging to a scoundrel, it's preposterous. And sleeping together on the city wall? Good heavens, wouldn't it be, in a few more days? He dared not imagine. All he wanted now was to go to Yuzhou City, bring his daughter back, and teach that kid a lesson. What relationship? Didn't the internet say? They're lovers, of course. Mu Hansong's wife added fuel to the fire from the side she had already started shipping them. Lynn was so excellent, being a son-in-law wouldn't be so bad.
Impossible. Yuding hasn't even graduated from high school, how could she be in a relationship? Mu Hansong couldn't accept it. He felt like his world was collapsing. Speaking of which, wasn't it the same for you and me back then?
Yun Tingting said with a sly smile.
Can the situation be the same? Mu Hansong retorted, annoyed. What? Your precious daughter would suffer a loss, but I wouldn't back then? Yun Tingting's eyes became dangerous. Mu Hansong's expression stiffened. This was a loaded question.
I'm going to Yuzhou City. Mu Hansong changed the subject.
I'm coming too. Yun Tingting stood up.
As the two stepped out the door, Yun Tingting cast a summoning skill, calling forth a large bird. This was a 7-revolved golden-winged hawk, a mythic great chief beyond common, fine, rare, exceptional, and epic. The wingspan, exceeding 100 meters, was incredibly visually striking. However, the people living near this golden-winged eagle were all familiar with it, so it didn't cause any panic.
Mu Hansong and his wife landed on the back of the golden-winged eagle.
You fly yourself, Yun Tingting said dismissively. The previous issue hadn't been resolved yet. Mu Hansong rubbed his nose, then pulled out a sword from his backpack, stepped on it, and swiftly shot south.
Lynn was unaware of all this. He and Yuding were having tea in the principal's office.
Since they had no place to stay in Yuzhou City, they simply followed the principal's invitation to the school.
Lynn, what are your plans for the next step? Principal Zhu inquired. I'm a bit lost right now.
I feel that if I enter the wilderness, all 7 revolved monsters will probably gang up and kill me, Lynn said helplessly.
You can't go to the wilderness for now. Just level up in dungeons during this time.
If you get bored, you can go to the arena dungeon for PK to practice fighting class holders. After all, it's not safe even within the Federation. The Archbishop will definitely target you, Principal Zhu said earnestly.
I understand, Lynn nodded. You two stay here for now. You can just go straight to the examination hall for the national exam. I have a house in Yuzhou City that I've never lived in.
You two can stay there, the principal said, taking out a key.
Principal, wouldn't that be too much trouble?
Lynn politely declined. He had quite a bit of money now, enough to buy a house. Yuding dared not speak beside him. The thought of her and Lynn staying in the same house made her heart pound rapidly.
Was this considered living together? Oh my, how embarrassing. What's the trouble? That community is home to the families of Yuzhou City Class Holders Association members, so safety is guaranteed. I wouldn't feel comfortable with you staying anywhere else. The principal tucked the key into Lynn's hand. Thank you, Principal.
Seeing that the principal had made up his mind, Lynn could only agree. The three chatted for a long time. Just as Lynn and Yuding were about to say goodbye and leave to farm dungeons, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, the principal said, a strange look appearing in his eyes.
Those two actually came.
The door opened, and 2 people entered Lynn and the other's line of sight. Lynn glanced at them and then looked away. He didn't know either of them. But Yuding was dumbfounded. Why were her parents here?
Principal, long time no see. Mu Hansong forced a smile. Although he was in a very unpleasant mood, he couldn't lose his composure here.
Principal, Yun Tingting also greeted. The sun hasn't risen from the west today, yet you two actually have time to visit me, the principal quipped.
What are you talking about, Principal?
I missed you so much, but I didn't come over because I was afraid of disturbing you. Yun Tingting said with a smile, while Mu Hansong could only force a laugh. Having reached middle age, he had almost lost the ability to express emotions.
Chapter 52. The chief is here too, Honorary Major. Dad, Mom, why are you here?
Yuding's tone carried surprise and a hint of embarrassment. She secretly peeked at Lynn, as if caught red-handed by her parents doing something bad.
What, you don't come home and we're not allowed to visit? Mu Hansong said with a stern face.
If we didn't come, your dad would worry you found another home.
Yun Tingting teased.
Yuding lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt. Judging by the prominence of her knuckles, she was squeezing very hard. The toe of her shoe arched slightly. She had practically dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment.
Meanwhile, Lynn re-examined Mu Hansong and Yun Tingting. He hadn't expected them to be Yuding's parents. He had a feeling that these two were mostly here because of him. Hadn't their eyes been fixed on him the whole time? "Hello, Uncle, Auntie." Lynn stood up and greeted them. He wasn't nervous at all. Having lived 2 lives and experienced life and death, his mindset was as steady as an old dog. "Hello, student." Yun Tingting greeted him. As for Mu Hansong, at that moment, he wanted nothing more than to string Lin up and beat him. Just as he was about to let out a cold snort, Yun Tingting's elbow nudged his waist, making him unable to do so. Yun Tingting knew her husband too well. It was always this bad temper of his. "If you two are here as guests, come in. If you're here for anything else, I won't welcome you." The principal's eyes gleamed with wisdom. He had pretty much ascertained the purpose of Mu Hansong's visit, so he spoke first to put them in their place. He was on Lin's side. It was a godsend for 2 of his beloved juniors to be together. "Principal, we are here as guests, of course." Yun Tingting pulled Mu Hansong over, then sat opposite Lin and Yuding. "Being a guest is fine, little Mu, pour tea for your parents," the principal said to Yuding. "All right, Grandpa Mu." Yuding picked up 2 teacups, rinsed them with tea, and poured a cup for each of her parents. Lin felt Mu Hansong's intensely scrutinizing gaze. He lifted his eyes, meeting Mu Hansong's stare. Mu Hansong was a 7 Revolutions class holder, and having held a high position for a long time, his imposing aura was something ordinary people simply couldn't withstand. A single look was enough to make anyone tremble. But Lin felt nothing. He had just killed a 7 Revolutions monster, so he wasn't particularly apprehensive about 7 revolutions. Lin's eyes were as unfathomable as an abyss. All of Mu Hansong's eye attacks were swallowed into the abyss, unable to stir even a ripple. This Lin is quite something, to be able to endure Hansong's gaze for so long, Yun Tingting thought to herself. She glanced at the dodging gaze of Yuding and was speechless. The guilty look was exactly like hers back in the day. "This must be student Lin, right? I've heard about your deeds. Your talent is excellent. You are the hope of the Federation. You should put more effort into your studies. The future of the Federation depends on young people like you." Mu Hansong said to Lin, emphasizing the words, "put effort into studies." Lin, of course, understood the underlying meaning of the other party. He smiled slightly. He wasn't someone who liked to have others arrange things for him. "Since I've joined Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, then everything is at Principal Zhu's command," Lin replied. "This little fox, pushing it onto me." Principal Zhu shot Lin a glance. Young people nowadays are not easy to fool. "Hansong, since Lin has joined our school, you don't need to worry about his studies. You are a graduate of this school. Do you have no confidence in our school's ethos?" the principal retorted to Mu Hansong. "Principal, I have 100% confidence in the school spirit of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University," Mu Hansong replied. He hadn't expected the question to ultimately land back on him. "This kid has too many tricks up his sleeve. He's not a good match," Mu Hansong thought to himself. The more he looked at Lin, the more displeased he became. At such a young age, he already knew how to pass the buck. "Yuding, you haven't been home for months. Don't you think about going back to visit?" Yun Tingting's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "I plan to go back after the national exam," Yuding replied. "If you want to achieve good results in the college entrance examination, you should train with me during this period. Your summon beast is excellent. If trained well, forming a strategy, being unrivaled in your peer group isn't impossible," Yun Tingting advised. "With Lin around, I can't be confident in being unrivaled among peers," Yuding shook his head, his tone full of regret. With Lin around, which young person would dare to claim they were unrivaled among peers? Had they even considered Lin's formations? Is he already admired? Mu Hansong felt an even greater sense of unease upon hearing Yuding's words. Admiration often leads to affection. "I've seen Lin's combat videos. He's indeed ridiculously powerful. But don't underestimate yourself either.
The potential of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic level lords is beyond your imagination, Yuding advised.
I will work hard, Yuding nodded. The five of them chatted at the tea table. Because the principal was there, Mu Hansong didn't dare to say many things he wanted to. He really wanted to question what kind of relationship Lynn and Yuding now had, but in the end, he didn't ask. Lynn planned to leave after 20 minutes, but before long, a knock came at the door again. A middle-aged man in military uniform strode in with a powerful gait. Everyone except Principal Zhu stood up to show respect. Because the newcomer was Major General Kong Yong, the commander of the Jiangnan Regional Wilderness Defense Army.
Major General Kong, Lin and the other three greeted him together.
Hello, Hansong, you two are here too? What a coincidence.
Kong Yong showed a surprised look.
We just arrived too. Mu Hansong smiled slightly. Kong Yong, how do you have time to visit an old man like me?
Principal Zhu scrutinized Kong Yong, feeling that Kong Yong's visit probably meant he had something up his sleeve.
Elder Zhu, it's only right for me to visit you. It's just that I didn't feel there was a suitable opportunity before, so it's been delayed until today.
Kong Yong chuckled, lying without even a blink of an eye.
You're full of tricks, don't tell me you think you can fool an old man like me? Principal Zhu's tone was teasing. I did come today for a matter concerning Lynn. It's good news.
In view of Lynn's outstanding performance in the battle, our military department has decided to award Lynn the honorary rank of Major. I am here to present the certificate. Kong Yong produced a green certificate from his hand.
You really know how to scheme.
You, young man, are actually using the military to pressure me.
Elder Zhu's eyes widened, about to get angry. Elder Zhu, what are you talking about? You are also an honorary lieutenant general.
You should know that this status is not a constraint, but rather an honor and protection. Kong Yong said with a smile.
All right, you all know what you're thinking.
Everything must be according to Lynn's own wishes, Principal Zhu reminded them.
Of course.
Kong Yong patted his chest to assure them.
Kong Yong handed the certificate to Lynn. From then on, Lynn had the additional identity of a major.
An 18-year-old major, Lynn was the first since the founding of the Federation. The profound honor of this achievement was self-evident. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Dungeon, easily achieving 30 consecutive victories.
After presenting the certificates, Kong Yong didn't leave immediately.
Instead, he sat down and chatted with everyone. He was also acquainted with Mu Hansong and his wife, as they were students from the same cohort. However, Kong Yong graduated from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. They had crossed paths in the college league and had also fought side by side after graduation.
Kong Yong's candid manner towards Lynn made Mu Hansong quite uncomfortable. Why was everyone so admiring of this kid? He was unconvinced. Kong Yong was the first to take his leave, as he was busy with military affairs.
Then Lynn also said goodbye. It was getting late, and if he didn't run a dungeon now, today's opportunities would be wasted.
Yuding also ran out after him.
Mu Hansong wanted to stop her, but Principal Zhu said that leveling up was the most important thing and told Mu Hansong not to interfere.
Mu Hansong could only reluctantly let Yuding leave with Lynn. Lynn and Yuding flew towards the dungeon hall, not too quickly. Lynn, I'm sorry for troubling you.
You don't need to mind my dad, he's always been a very stubborn person, Yuding said apologetically.
What's the trouble? I can understand Uncle Mu's feelings. After all, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her to get too close to boys either, Lynn said with a smile. Then, do you want to get close to me?
Yuding suddenly asked, her big eyes revealing infinite tenderness, a slight blush on her face. She didn't know why she suddenly asked such a silly question.
What do you think? Lynn flicked Yuding's nose. Yuding smiled happily and followed Lynn to the dungeon hall.
Lynn chose an NTH advancement dungeon with the most monsters, directly on hell difficulty.
After entering, swarms of ghastly ghouls rushed towards Lynn, their grotesque fangs sending shivers down one's spine.
All of them were elite monsters or above, with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs making up 2/10.
The first wave of monsters numbered over 200. An ordinary NTH advancement class holder wouldn't last a single round.
However, with one formation spell from Lynn, all the ghouls instantly fell, leaving behind only corpses and materials. Lynn walked towards the center of the dungeon, with ghouls constantly assaulting him along the way, but they were all sent to their doom by the mobile storm of destruction. The Dungeon Lord was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic Grand Chief, very powerful, but it couldn't even last 3 seconds against Lynn.
Truly pathetic. No rare materials dropped, which left Lynn a little disappointed. Solo clearing a hell-level dungeon only grants 1 level up. Leveling up is getting harder and harder.
No wonder there are many NTH advancement class holders, but the number of 5th advancement class holders suddenly drops by more than half. Lynn sighed with emotion. His current level had reached 133, and 5th advancement requires level 145. With only 10 days left until the national exam, Lynn estimated that relying solely on dungeon runs wouldn't allow him to achieve 5th advancement before the national exam. However, going into the wilderness now was tantamount to suicide. Although he was eager to level up, he also had to consider the situation. Considering the principal's suggestion, Lynn decided to engage in sparring PK to improve his combat experience against class holders. The Heavenly Tao thoughtfully set up a sparring dungeon for all class holders. All class holders can enter the sparring dungeon to match with opponents and engage in friendly combat. Even if they die inside, it's fine, they can recover after a 10-minute rest. The sparring dungeon was beloved by many class holders, who would enter to spar whenever they had time. Furthermore, if one achieved consecutive wins in the sparring dungeon, they would receive rewards from the Heavenly Tao. The exact rewards depended on luck, but the more consecutive wins, the better the rewards would surely be. Previously, a class holder who achieved 100 consecutive wins was rewarded with a very precious common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic material, whose value was incalculable. Lynn didn't directly enter the sparring dungeon. Instead, he planned to go in with Yuding, as she also needed to train her experience fighting against class holders. Many class holders surrounded Lynn, chatting idly with him. Their camaraderie had quickly deepened after fighting side by side, and although many of them were interacting closely with Lynn for the first time, Lynn's easygoing nature made it easy for them to get along with him. Soon, Yuding appeared at the dungeon entrance. Many people showed an inexplicable smile, thinking, "What a perfect match. We approve of this pairing." Lynn asked Yuding for her opinion on entering the sparring dungeon. Yuding replied that it was fine, and then the two of them entered the sparring dungeon together. Unlike other dungeons, the martial arts dungeon is a colossal space, no smaller than a large region, where class holders from across the Federation can enter from various dungeon halls. The moment he entered, Lynn experienced what a true sea of people was like. As far as the eye could see, there were only people. So many people, Yuding gasped, standing elegantly beside Lynn, attracting numerous gazes. Lynn was no different. As soon as he entered, many eyes converged on him. Both of them were celebrities in the Federation. Holy crap, it's Lynn! Lynn is here! Oh my god, my idol! Woo woo, my goddess! The atmosphere instantly ignited. It was already crowded, and with people frantically pushing towards Lynn, it became even more congested. Lynn set up a protective barrier, preventing anyone from getting within a meter of him, except for Yuding. "Lynn, I'm your fan. Can I get an autograph? Lynn, can we take a photo together? Goddess Moo, please sign." Looking at the flushed faces before him, red with excitement, Lynn could only lament that being famous wasn't always a good thing, as there was no privacy left. "Everyone, I'm here for a fight. I'll sign later if there's time." Lynn immediately chose to matchmake and quickly entered a closed space, where his opponent also entered simultaneously. His opponent was an NTH advancement swordsman, also a newcomer to the martial arts dungeon. The matchmaking system was quite reasonable. Novices matched with novices, veterans with veterans. As one accumulated consecutive victories, the opponents would progressively grow stronger. "Lynn!" The swordsman's eyes widened. Good heavens, what luck! To run into Lynn the moment he entered?
Could he even play anymore? Hello, Lynn greeted. Lynn, I'm your fan.
Please go easy on me.
I'll try my best. As the 3-second countdown ended, Lynn instantly cast a formation.
Before the swordsman's sword energy could even strike, he was swept away by lightning. With a flash of black in his eyes, he was already in the outer space. And Lynn secured his first victory, effortlessly. Then Lynn continued to matchmake, all against NTH advancement class holders, but none of them could offer any resistance against Lynn. Soon, Lynn achieved 30 consecutive victories. After his 30th consecutive victory, Lynn's opponent was kicked out, but he remained in the closed space. Lynn raised an eyebrow. This situation indicated that the heavens were about to reward him. Sure enough, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the enclosed space. Lynn, for achieving 30 consecutive victories, you were specially rewarded with the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grade material, Fire Feather. A feather burning with flames appeared in Lynn's backpack, and the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the space outside. Everyone knew Lynn had achieved 30 consecutive victories, and the atmosphere became even more explosive. How long had Lynn been here? Just a few minutes, and he already had 30 consecutive wins. Chapter 54, Charging for 100 Consecutive Victories. Lynn, however, didn't show much emotion. He didn't believe anyone in the same tier would be his opponent. His damage was difficult for even a 7th advancement monster to withstand. An NTH advancement class holder could only be instantly killed. Lynn's winning streak continued. Although his opponents became stronger and stronger, even including masters with 20 or 30 consecutive victories, they were still no match for Lynn. Formations were cast instantly, dealing over 100 million damage. Skills without significant damage reduction or substantial defense enhancement could only be instantly killed, with no logical explanation. He reached 90 consecutive victories. At 60 consecutive victories, Lynn received another reward of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grade materials, valued at over 100 million. He planned to claim the 100 victory reward tonight and see if he could receive a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic material reward. When Lynn achieved 60 consecutive victories, the news quickly swept across the Federation. More people flocked to the martial arts dungeon, all wanting to witness Lynn claim 100 consecutive victories firsthand. This was a major event. It had been a year since the last class holder achieved 100 consecutive victories. And that class holder had already reached the 6th advancement, joined the boundary-breaking army, and become a pillar of the Federation. No one doubted whether Lynn could achieve 100 consecutive victories. If Lynn couldn't do it, who could? This was a heaven-defying individual capable of slaying a 6th advancement assassin and primarily killing a 7th advancement black-scaled king serpent. Many class holders with winning streaks had entered. They joined the matchmaking, hoping to be matched with Lynn and compete against him. Some simply wanted to compete with a strong opponent, while others were simply unconvinced. No matter how much others praised him, they didn't believe they would be inferior. People with all sorts of intentions were present. The chosen ones of the NTH advancement gathered in the martial arts dungeon because of Lynn. Wherever Lynn went, he was a figure who stirred up trouble. Lynn had reached 90 consecutive victories. His 91st opponent was an NTH advancement sword master, who looked not much older than him, standing on a flying sword with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes blazing with powerful fighting spirit. Interesting, Lynn said, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing someone who could still exude such fighting spirit, he estimated their strength must be considerable. He preferred evenly matched battles. One-sided crushing victories made it difficult for him to improve. He only hoped this opponent could bring him some surprise. In the martial arts dungeon, the sky suddenly changed, darkening completely. Then a massive image appeared before everyone, showing two people standing opposite each other, Lynn and the Swordmaster. After 90 consecutive victories, the battle footage would be directly released by the Heavenly Tao, and all class holders who entered the martial arts dungeon could watch it. As soon as the news spread, more class holders flocked to the martial arts dungeon, and even many big shots above 6th turn came. They also wanted to witness Lynn achieve 100 consecutive victories with their own eyes. This is worth watching. Lin's opponent is Wei Chen, a third-year student from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. He's a reserve member of the school team and a talent. He had also achieved 90 consecutive victories before, but unfortunately, his streak was broken at 92 victories. A martial arts match between two talents. Now this is getting interesting. The class holders watching the match were very expectant. This time, the countdown was a full 10 seconds, allowing both parties to make ample preparations. Lynn, the outside world has always been spreading rumors about how powerful you are. I'd like to see if it's just empty talk. Wei Chen was very arrogant. Every student from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University is a top-tier genius, and they would not concede to students from other universities. You won't be disappointed, Lynn replied calmly. No matter who his opponent was, he felt no pressure at all. The 10-second countdown ended, and Wei Chen didn't attack immediately. Instead, he rode his flying sword, leaving his original position at maximum speed and casting his strongest defensive skill. Streaks of sword energy, like a peacock spreading its tail, firmly guarded his body. Any attack hitting the sword energy would be greatly weakened. He knew Lynn could instantly cast skills, and their damage was terrifying. He didn't want to experience being bombarded by lightning meteorites. My talent is extreme speed. Although it's only nth advancement, my speed has already surpassed Mach 2, and the speed of my sword energy has even exceeded Mach 4. As long as my turning speed is faster than his reaction, he won't be able to hit me, Wei Chen planned. His flight path was random, entirely depending on his mood. He doubted Lynn could predict it. Not bad speed, Lynn commented fairly. Then, he instantly cast 4 offensive grand formations, which completely surrounded Wei Chen from all 4 directions southeast, northwest, leaving him nowhere to escape. Damn it! How is this any different from cheating? Wei Chen grumbled, having no choice but to dive into one of the attack formations, intending to fly out as quickly as possible. But the moment his body touched the metal wires that could slice through air, he knew he was finished. The sword energy protecting his body was instantly shredded by the metal wires, and then his body became fragments in the next instant. Boo! In the arena dungeon, countless class holders simultaneously let out disappointed boos. Wei Chen was so confident, making them so expectant, yet he couldn't even last 2 seconds. How was he any different from those salted fish, useless people like them? Wei Chen appeared in the arena dungeon. The overwhelming boos made his already pale face even paler. He immediately chose to exit the dungeon, too ashamed to stay there, the mocking gazes of others making his face burn. Lynn continued to queue for matches. The next opponent was an assassin, also a well-known figure named Chowda. He was 2 years older than Lynn, hadn't attended university, and was the son of a large guild leader, having received excellent training within the guild. His face, too, was filled with a will to fight. Young people don't give up easily. As the countdown ended, Chowda immediately activated his stealth ability, then swiftly fled his original position. During the instant of activation, damage taken can be reduced by 90%. However, the timing is extremely difficult to master. Being even a split second too early or too late would fail, but Chowda seized that fleeting moment. Looking at his barely remaining sliver of health, Chowda felt a hidden fear. He had already cast his strongest defensive skill, etherealization, plus stealth, yet he was still nearly struck dead. It was too terrifying. However, before he could even celebrate, a formation appeared under his feet again. Thunderbolts struck down, instantly eliminating him. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun Lynn's formations. Lynn directly bombed the entire area where he was located. I'm totally convinced. Chowda appeared outside with a look of helplessness. Lynn was truly unreasonably strong. Sigh, with a Lynn like this, who can possibly rival him? I don't know. It feels like even the strongest people turn into noobs in front of Lynn. In front of Lynn, everyone is equal, everyone is a noob. The spectators sighed in unison. Lynn was so strong it was despair-inducing. Chapter 55, True Damage, 100 Consecutive Wins. At this moment, the principal and Mr. and Mrs. Mu Hansong had also entered the venue. It was the principal's suggestion. He knew Mu Hansong had an opinion about Lin and wanted him to witness Lin's excellence firsthand. Lin's performance satisfied him greatly. The long-debated claim of peerless among equals became undisputed with Lin. Lin truly was peerless among his peers. Student Lin's talent is incredibly strong. Even our little Ting might not compare, Yun Tingting exclaimed admiringly. She had also contracted common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords, but she didn't believe common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords of the same tier would be Lin's opponents. Perhaps only the legendary common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords could contend with Lin. His combat awareness is terrible. He's just relying on talent. Mu Hansong snorted coldly. No matter what, he would never have even a shred of admiration for the person who ran off with his daughter. You're just being sour. If you didn't have talent, would you dare say you could reach your current height? Yun shot her husband a sideways glance. Mu Hansong was speechless because his wife was speaking the truth. Following that, through 7 consecutive battles, none of Lin's opponents managed to make much of a splash. Only a swordmaster with a doppelganger talent took a bit of time. That swordsman could create 6 clones, and these clones could instantly appear within 1,000 meters. At the start of the PK, the swordsman instantly created clones, and then his main body immediately swapped positions with one of the clones. Lin's attacks landed on the doppelgangers, but they were just shadows and could not be destroyed no matter how they were attacked. But it was fine. Lin launched another attack at the swordmaster's true body, only for the swordmaster to instantly swap places with another doppelganger. He could swap positions with any doppelganger at any time, constantly shifting, making it impossible for Lin to hit him. Furthermore, he could control his doppelgangers to move quickly, not staying fixed in one spot waiting for Lin's attack. He also wielded flying swords to attack Lin, but his attacks were too weak and completely unable to pierce Lin's defense. I'd like to see where you can hide. Lin's eyes narrowed. He quickly spun around, memorizing the positions of all 6 of the swordmaster's doppelgangers, then instantly cast 6 formations, simultaneously attacking all 6 of the swordmaster's doppelgangers. The swordmaster's doppelgangers could only be a maximum of 1,000 meters from the true body, not exceeding Lin's understood attack range. When the 6 formations simultaneously landed their attacks, the swordsman could only admit defeat with a sigh of regret. Lin successfully matched again. After defeating this opponent, Lin would achieve 100 consecutive victories, unlocking an achievement that fewer than 10 people in the entire Federation had managed to reach. As his opponent appeared, many among the spectating class holders showed fanatical expressions, because Lin's opponent was also a very famous player, whose exquisite beauty made her unforgettable at a single glance. Lin was also a little surprised. He recognized this girl. He often saw her on short videos. She was already beautiful from a passerby's perspective, but now seeing her in person, he found her even more stunning. Shui Linxue, the school beauty of Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University. Lin thought to himself. This guy, staring so intently, what's wrong with me compared to her? Yuding secretly ground her teeth. She had stopped her PK to witness Lin's 100-win streak, and seeing Lin gaze at Shui Linxue, she felt very jealous. If Lin knew, he would surely cry foul. Anyone seeing a big star would instinctively take a second look. He had no other intentions. Junior brother Lin, you must go easy on me later, Shui Linxue said softly, gently toying with her beautiful hair, a captivating smile on her face that left many young men dumbfounded. I'm not careful with my hands, so you'll have to bear with it, Lin said with a smile. In a martial arts PK, there's no such thing as being gentle with pretty women. Even the most beautiful woman pales in comparison to common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials, unless she's his girlfriend or wife. Giggle giggle. Shui Linxue let out a bell-like laugh. It was the first time a boy had been so indifferent to her, and she found it very interesting. Shui Linxue was an NTH advancement elementalist, also a talent, extremely powerful, and had achieved 95 consecutive wins. Moreover, she was wealthy, her entire set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment almost blinding Lin. Her exquisite robe shimmered with a hazy red glow, and the red light emanating from her staff was even more dazzling. Her staff had been enhanced, providing a greater boost to her skills. And common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic sets have set attributes, as do common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapons.
Lynn wondered what attributes Shui Linshue's equipment had.
The countdown ended, and Lynn instantly cast 4 attack formations, enveloping Shui Linshue. A mage is squishy. If there were no surprises, she wouldn't last 2 seconds, even with a full set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, given how high Lynn's damage was.
Substitute doll. Shui Linshue also instantly cast a life-saving skill.
A puppet appeared where she had originally stood, and she was already 500 meters away, instantly having the 1,000-meter distance from Lynn. She raised her staff, and a house-sized fireball fell from mid-air, hurtling towards Lynn. At the same time, a massive ice arrow also shot towards Lynn. It seems the rumors about her talent significantly reducing skill casting time are true. Dual casting must be an attribute of her weapon, Lynn mused, simultaneously casting his defensive and amplification arrays. Fireballs and ice arrows rained down, failing to even breach his earth barrier.
What a despair-inducing defense, Shui Linshue sighed.
Even with her full set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic gear, she couldn't break through.
It was terrifying.
An array once again enveloped her, the dummy reappeared, and she was already 500 meters away again.
Ha!
Lynn was surprised.
She could cast the same skill continuously? Was there no cooldown?
This must be related to the attributes of her common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, Lynn guessed again. As Shui Linshue reappeared, her staff was raised once more.
True Pierce, Sword of Light. Shui Linshue cried out.
Her staff emitted a dazzling silver light, then a 10-meter-long light sword condensed and shot towards Lynn. The light sword pierced directly through the earth barrier, then through Lynn's armor, landing on Lynn. A damage number exceeding 1 million appeared above Lynn's head. Its true damage, impressive, Lynn gasped. However, with the blessings of the Divine Protection Array and the Ancient Tree of Life, his health had already surpassed 63 million. A mere million damage was nothing. Another array enveloped Shui Linshue, and again a substitute dummy took the fatal blow for her. She attacked Lynn again, but this time there was no true damage, and it didn't even break his defense.
When the array enveloped her again, her health instantly plummeted.
She could only cast her substitute puppet 3 times in a row. As Shui Linshue fell, Lynn successfully secured his 100th consecutive victory, and the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more. Chapter 56, Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Materials, Overcoming Challenges. Lynn, having achieved 100 consecutive victories, you were specially rewarded with the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade material, Array Rune Divine Stone. A stone covered in patterns appeared in Lynn's backpack. Lynn took it out and held it in his palm. The patterns exuded a mysterious aura, and Lynn felt a brief trance. As expected of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade material, it felt extraordinary just by looking at it. Just right for crafting a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapon. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapons can grow with their owner's level, and one is enough to last a lifetime. Lynn was in a cheerful mood. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapons possessed powerful attributes, each one a priceless treasure. Only a handful of people in the entire Federation owned common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapons. After the 100-win streak ended, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and Lynn was ready to go back and rest. He exited the combat space and reappeared next to Yuding.
He returned to the exact spot he entered from, which was very scientific.
As soon as Yuding saw him, she snorted, leaving Lynn bewildered.
"What are you doing?" "Oof ing and ha ing." Not understanding, Lynn asked directly. "Shui Linshue is pretty, isn't she?" Yuding asked, touching her 2 cute little canine teeth. "Not bad, I guess." Lynn nodded. His biggest virtue was his honesty. "Oh? Is she prettier or am I prettier? Yuding's gaze became increasingly dangerous.
Each has their own charms, Lynn said, dangerously testing the waters.
Die.
Yuding drew her fist back in a full arc and then punched towards Lynn's chest, but Lynn directly caught it with his hand.
Don't be silly, you're the prettiest, Lynn chuckled softly.
Humph, who would believe you, Yuding snorted, then exited the dungeon.
Lynn followed her out, not to chase Yuding, but simply because he wanted to go back, shower, and sleep.
Yuding was so sensible, she would adjust her emotions herself at least, that's what Lynn thought. Lynn escaped from the overwhelming fan mob and quickly headed towards the location the principal had given him.
The principal had let Lynn stay in his own home.
Yuding definitely wouldn't be coming tonight because she had already been taken by Mr. and Mrs. Mu Hansong for questioning. She was currently in a difficult situation, and if she were to live in the same house as Lynn, she would probably be taken back to the Demon Sea region overnight. The community was located in a somewhat secluded area, with both high-rise residences and villas. The principal's place was definitely a villa, and a very spacious one at that. The principal had already notified the management personnel here, so Lynn was escorted directly into the villa by the butler as soon as he arrived at the gate. The butler also left his contact information, telling Lynn he could reach out with any questions. The security here is really good, Lynn said, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the guards patrolling the garden.
It was 2 teams of 5-turn class holders, sufficient to handle most emergencies.
He took a shower, then slept soundly. The next morning, after breakfast, Lynn continued to the dungeon hall. He first cleared an NTH advancement dungeon on Hell difficulty, leveling up again by 1, reaching level 135, just 10 levels away from a 5-turn advancement. Then Lynn proceeded into the arena dungeon. This time, his matching interface had an additional option, cross-tier matching. This was a privilege for class holders with 100 consecutive wins. Only those invincible in their current tier were qualified to challenge higher tiers.
Lynn clicked it, and his body vanished, reappearing in the arena space.
At this moment, the sky above the arena dungeon changed again, projecting the situation of Lynn's match space.
Every cross-tier challenge battle would be live-streamed by the Heavenly Tao. No one understood why the Heavenly Tao did this.
Some powerful individuals speculated it was related to the mysterious and unpredictable concept of luck, but they couldn't be certain. They could only say that the Heavenly Tao must have its reasons for doing so, and there was no resisting it anyway.
Look!
Lynn really initiated a cross-tier challenge.
Do you think Lynn can still achieve 100 consecutive wins with a cross-tier challenge?
Good question. For anyone else, I'd say no, but for Lynn, I wouldn't dare.
The arena space once again filled with numerous class holders. All those available came in.
They all wanted to witness how far Lynn could go with a cross-tier challenge, and whether he could continue his 100-win streak.
The first opponent was a 5-turn axe warrior, whose 2 door-sized axes were quite intimidating.
TSK, classmate Lynn, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky to actually run into you, the axe warrior said with a bitter tone.
He felt destined to become a backdrop. Meeting is fate, please enlighten me, Lynn said cheerfully.
I dare not offer enlightenment, please show mercy, the axe warrior was very polite.
He wasn't young and deeply understood that showing off would bring misfortune. As the countdown ended, the axe warrior's first action was to leave his spot.
His speed was very fast and axe warrior's strength and physique are both powerful.
A wave of air erupted, and he had already appeared 300 meters away.
And his body was also protected by a layer of golden shield, which was his defensive skill. Red blood energy suddenly ignited all over his body. He had entered a berserk state, temporarily boosting all attributes by 300%. This skill was powerful enough. However, his speed and movements, no matter how fast, couldn't compare to an instant cast array. An array diagram instantly fell, and 10,000 bolts of lightning cleansed the space within a 200-meter radius. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket landed on his head, directly clearing his HP.
Lynn's skill damage easily exceeded 200 million, and he possessed advanced thunder element mastery.
The axe warrior couldn't form elemental suppression against him, and not being a talent user, was simply unable to defend against Lynn's attacks.
Damn it, might as well just wait to die. The axe warrior who came out was very depressed. No matter how much preparation you made, it still couldn't withstand Lynn's single blow.
High damage coupled with instant casting was simply unsolvable for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic class holders.
This damage is terrifying, it's enough to scare someone to death.
Forget about axe warriors, even a 5 revolution common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic shield warrior would only be instantly killed. Even if you were given time to cast all your defensive skills, it wouldn't stop it. Except for talent holders, everyone else is probably just cannon fodder. The spectators were deeply moved. Lynn was truly too defying.
Instantly killing people across ranks was unsolvable.
The next 29 battles gave the spectators a deeper understanding of Lynn's power.
He almost always won in an instant.
Only elemental mages who had learned the substitution doll or summoners who had learned the summon beast substitution skill could hold on for at most 1 second, and it was only 1 second, no more. With 30 consecutive victories, Lynn once again received rewards. This time, it was directly 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade materials, with a total value of over 500 million.
TSK set a small goal. First, earn 100 billion, Lynn thought with delight.
After achieving 30 consecutive victories, Lynn did not continue the challenge. He was going to the school to find the principal. He had no connections to find someone to forge the formation pattern divine stone into a weapon. Only the principal might know such a master refiner.
Chapter 57, it can be refined, but there are conditions.
Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon. Arriving at Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, students greeted Lynn along the way. Although Lynn hadn't officially enrolled yet, he seemed to have already become an old hand. He made his way to the principal's office with practiced ease, where the principal was chatting with a few students. Principal Zhu was very open-minded. All students could approach him with any opinions or suggestions they had for the school, and he would handle them according to the actual situation. Unlike many schools that monitor suggestion boxes, the principal's office was always open to teachers and students. Lynn looked over. He knew several of the students. They were members of the school team. Principal, senior brothers, senior sisters, Lynn greeted them. Junior brother Lynn, the school team members also responded with a smile. Have a seat, the principal motioned for Lynn to sit down. I will seriously discuss the proposed team roster with the other mentors. 4 years pass by so quickly, and you young people are already preparing to graduate. Thank you for your contributions to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, the principal said with satisfaction.
Principal, what are you saying?
It's us who should thank the school for nurturing us. It's all just what we should do. In the future, with student Lynn on the school team, it's time for our Jiangnan University to win the championship in the Intercollegiate League, Captain Meng Gao said with a light smile.
With student Lynn, our Jiangnan University will definitely dominate the Intercollegiate League for the next 4 years, said Wen Tao, the swordmaster, laughing cheerfully.
The other team members also smiled. They had already witnessed Lynn's power. Although the students from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University were monstrously talented, they still couldn't compare to Lynn. Lynn's existence shattered their understanding of class holders. It turned out a class holder could be so strong. Please don't flatter me anymore, or if I can't even get selected for the school team later, I'll be too ashamed to face the folks back home, Lynn said modestly.
You don't have to worry about that. We have already jointly recommended you as a full member. As long as the principal approves it, Meng Gao explained. This was the first time in many years that a freshman became a member of the school team at Jiangnan University, which was quite unprecedented. Regarding student Lynn, I and the other mentors have complete trust, the principal said, his gaze full of approval as he looked at Lynn. Thank you, principal, and all the senior brothers and sisters for your trust. If I can join the school team, I will do my best to help our university win the championship, Lynn promised. Great, everyone cheered in unison.
Meng Gao and the others said their goodbyes and left. Their purpose in coming was to discuss the next school team members with the principal, as they themselves would be graduating in half a month. Only Lynn and the principal remained. Lynn explained his purpose, and the principal directly contacted the Grandmaster Artificer he knew. However, the outcome of the conversation made the principal frown deeply and look displeased. That old ghost Lou, just refine artifacts and charge money, what's with all the preconditions? The principal couldn't help but curse. Principal, if the other party is unwilling, then never mind. I'm not in a hurry to use common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic weapons anyway, Lynn said, observing the principal's expression. He's not unwilling, he just has conditions. I think he's refined his brain silly with all that artifact refining, the principal condemned old ghost Lou again. Principal, what are the conditions? Lynn asked. If it wasn't too difficult, he was willing to give it a try. There were only 3 artifact refining grandmasters in the Federation, and he couldn't connect with any of them. The principal was his biggest connection now, so if it was possible here, he would try to make it work. You need to clear a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic dungeon. Clear 1, and he'll refine it for you for free. Clear 2, and he'll even cover the other materials, and you can come to him for artifact refining anytime in the future. The principal said, rubbing his forehead. A common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon, huh? Lynn's heart stirred. He knew about these dungeons. He had originally planned to challenge a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon after the national exam. Since the other party had this request now, he could certainly move his plans forward. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons are dungeons that contain common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic tier lords. In the entire history of Tianyuan Star, not many common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons have descended, only about 10 or so, and most of them have already merged with Tianyuan Star, becoming a part of it. The remaining ones have all descended upon Tianyuan Star within the last 50 years. For various reasons, the Breaking Realm Legion has not yet conquered these dungeons, so they have remained in their original dungeon state. Some dungeons are in the wilderness, protected by layers of monsters, awaiting integration with Tianyuan Star. 3 others are within cities, guarded by the Breaking Realm Army. The common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic monsters are too powerful. The Federation launched several Breaking Realm battles but failed, losing a large number of prodigies and incurring huge losses for the Federation. Among them are 1/5 turn dungeon, 1/6 turn dungeon, and 1/8 turn dungeon. Of course, Lynn's goal was set on that Tier 5 dungeon. The Tier 6 dungeon would be more manageable after he reached Tier 5. Principal, I accept these terms. My original plan already included conquering common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic dungeons, so it works out perfectly, Lynn said. Lynn, I advise you to go after you reach Tier 5. After all, Tier 5 dungeons are restricted to those below Tier 5, the principal said seriously. He didn't want Lynn to take unnecessary risks. Don't worry, Principal. I'm confident I can handle the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords of Tier 5 dungeons, Lynn said with a serious expression. He wouldn't joke about his own life. You decide for yourself, but staying alive is the priority, the principal advised again. I understand. The principal called the Grandmaster of Artifact Forging back, informing him that Lynn had accepted the terms. Lynn then bid farewell and left, preparing to go conquer the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic dungeons. The common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic dungeons have really become a burden on old Lou's mind, the principal sighed. Both of old Lou's sons had died in those dungeons. Lynn's existence gave him hope for conquering the dungeons, which was why he proposed such conditions. Just as he exited the school gates, Lynn received a message from Yuding, inviting him to lunch. Upon arriving at their meeting spot, Yuding had already ordered the food, and as soon as Lynn arrived, the dishes were served, which was very nice. Your aunt and uncle went back? Lynn asked. Yes, they went back. It's already quite something that 2 busy people could come for a day, Yuding said, with a hint of resentment in her tone. It's normal. The strong are always busy, after all, Lynn mused. He himself was getting busier and busier, and probably would be even more so in the future.
There was nothing to be done about it. Who could blame them for being born in such turbulent times? Are you just going to keep clearing dungeons and sparring from now on? Yuding changed the subject. No, I plan to go to Shingang City.
I'm going to clear out that common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon, Lynn said with a relaxed expression.
Just you? Yuding looked nervous.
She was very aware of how formidable the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon was. The monsters inside were exceptionally numerous and strong, and no matter how powerful Lynn was, his mana was ultimately limited. Chapter 58, Call to Arms, No Regrets Even in Death. I plan to issue a call for adventurers, Lynn said, revealing his plan.
Going alone would be too risky, mainly because he feared running out of mana.
I'll go too, Yuding was the first to volunteer. That could be very dangerous, Lynn reminded her. Don't worry, my strength isn't bad, I can take care of myself, Yuding was very firm.
All right. Lynn didn't say much. Nothing was 100% safe, and some things just had to be done by someone.
After dinner, Lynn immediately posted a call for adventurers on the class holder forum. I plan to go to Shingang City's White Tiger Dungeon at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow for a breakthrough battle. I am now issuing a call for adventurers and hope all compatriots will sign up enthusiastically. Lynn had already passed real name verification. Although he had never posted anything on the class holder forum, he had a massive following, exceeding 1 billion. As soon as the call for adventurers was posted, comments and likes skyrocketed. It quickly made it to the forum's front page, and a message pop-up was issued. Almost all class holders received the notification push the officials were getting involved. Count me in for conquering a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon. Damn it, I've had it with that white tiger for a long time. My goddess actually fell by its hand. This time, no matter what, I'm going with Lynn to slay it. Brother, I'm going to avenge you right now. The call for adventurers caused a huge stir in the Federation. Many young class holders flocked to Shingang City, all wanting to enter the White Tiger Dungeon with Lynn. Lynn and Yuding also took the high-speed rail that day to Shingang City in the Guanhai Greater Region. The Guanhai Greater Region borders the Jiangnan Greater Region. At the speed of the high-speed rail, Lynn and Yuding arrived in Shingang City at 4 p.m. Shingang City is a very prosperous metropolis, located in the central area of the Guanhai region. For the White Tiger Dungeon to appear in such a prosperous area, and for humanity to be helpless, was undeniably a very shameful matter. Monsters had not held back in mocking the Federation because of this. The moment Lynn and the other person stepped out of the high-speed rail station, they were met with a dense forest of long lenses and short lenses. All influential media outlets had arrived. However, they couldn't push their way through because the Boundary Breaker Corps had already formed a perimeter to maintain order. The moment Lynn arrived, they surrounded him, allowing no one to get close. After all, cultists surely wouldn't want Lynn to break the White Tiger Dungeon, so there was no telling what crazy actions they might attempt. Student Lynn, do you have 100% confidence in breaking the White Tiger Dungeon this time? Student Lynn, why not advance to 5 turns before breaking the boundary? Isn't it too hasty to do it now? Student Lynn, isn't this action too eager for quick success? Do you dare be responsible for the lives of other class holders? The reporters, separated by a human wall, interviewed Lynn. They urgently needed answers to many questions that the public also desperately wanted to know. Lynn motioned for the soldiers to make way for him, and he stood at the very front, facing the numerous cameras. He appeared composed, his expression calm and collected, and his poised demeanor slowly quieted the anxious crowd. Fellow reporters, fellow compatriots in front of your screens, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons are the shame of the Federation, and breaking them is imperative. We, class holders, should shed our blood and sacrifice our lives for the Federation. When facing the scourge of monsters, who dares to say they have 100% confidence? But some things require someone to step up and take responsibility. So many heroes have stepped forward before, and today it's just my turn. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Whether I am too eager for quick success or crave great achievements, history will judge. Those who wish to charge in with me, come.
That's all I have to say, thank you everyone.
After Lynn finished speaking, the soldiers once again surrounded him.
Well said. We class holders are never afraid of death. Today, let's go all out with Lynn, brothers. Gather at the White Tiger dungeon entrance. The class holders watching around applauded enthusiastically upon hearing Lynn's words. Lynn's words resonated with them. Class holders never feared sacrifice. The reporters were also moved, surprised that Lynn, a high school student, had already reached such a high level of ideological awareness. Lynn's statement quickly spread across the internet, giving the public a new understanding of him, a young man with a strong sense of responsibility and the courage to act. Lynn traveled by military vehicle all the way to the entrance of the White Tiger dungeon. The entrance was surrounded by a massive military camp, which served as the headquarters of the Guanghai region's Breakthrough Legion, established to suppress the White Tiger dungeon. The monsters in the White Tiger dungeon are very strong within their own tier, but outside, due to their level, they are not considered excessively strong. After all, the highest tier monster is only a tier 5. Even the White Tiger itself would be suppressed in front of a tier 7 class holder. Lynn was received by the commander here, who stated that they would fully cooperate with Lynn's breakthrough operation. Lynn was granted temporary command over all soldiers in the Legion. This authority gave Lynn confidence. Even if not many societal class holders responded to the call-up, he still had a backup plan. However, the number of class holders who responded to the call-up exceeded Lynn's imagination. A large number of class holders, all tier 5, had already gathered outside the military camp. They were all set to participate in this breakthrough operation. The operation was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, leaving Lynn only today and tomorrow to select personnel. Lynn planned to assemble a 10,000-person legion for the expedition, so he had little time for selection. With the assistance of the soldiers, Lynn began selecting candidates. Their equipment had to be at least of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic quality, and their weapons needed to be of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic grade to qualify. Talented individuals were given priority. The difficulty of breaking through the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon is partly due to the extremely powerful common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords. Another reason is the sheer number of monsters inside, with nearly half of them being common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs, and about 10% being common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grand chiefs, which is incredibly terrifying. The dungeon, capable of nurturing common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords, possesses profound foundations. Monsters multiply rapidly, and it has been 6 years since the last breakthrough. According to the exploration by the Breakthrough Legion, the current monster count inside is roughly 300,000. Among them, there are approximately 150,000 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic chiefs, and about 30,000 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grand chiefs. Previous breakthrough legions were always composed of 100,000 members. Only Lynn is confident enough to attempt the breakthrough with a legion of 10,000. The commander of the Breakthrough Legion urged Lynn to reconsider, but Lynn stated that he had already thought it through very clearly and that 10,000 people were sufficient. As long as his mana supply was guaranteed, 300,000 monsters wouldn't take him much time. Lynn, we're here. You wouldn't not welcome us, would you? Lynn was in the process of selecting candidates when 6 people approached him. It was Meng Gao and his 6 team members from the school's varsity team. The varsity team was at full strength, with 1 formation master. A 5th-tier formation master could already play a significant role. Brother Meng, what are you saying? You're most welcome. Lynn revealed a joyful smile. 6 talents, this was a powerful force. Meng Gao, long time no see. I didn't expect us to be fighting side by side again so soon. A slightly frivolous voice drifted over, and 6 class holders, all equipped with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, or mythic gear or better, gathered around. Li Wenkai, you've come too. Junior brother Lin, these are the main players from Southwest University's varsity team. Meng Gao first greeted Li Wenkai, then introduced him to Lin. Actually, no introduction was needed. Every varsity team member from a prestigious university was a celebrity,
and there was always news about them online, so Lynn recognized them all.
Chapter 59, Breakthrough Operation, Codenamed Tiger Hunt. Senior brothers and sisters from Southwest University, it's an honor to meet you. Lynn said enthusiastically. Junior brother Lynn, your name precedes you. I never expected to participate in such a big event so close to graduation. Our lives are in your hands. Although Li Wenkai's tone seemed indifferent, it contained profound trust. With your help, I feel even more confident. What a coincidence, I smelled a familiar scent from afar. A rough voice came again, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, so that's why I smelled a bear. Old bear, you're here too. Li Wenkai quipped. The newcomers were none other than the team captain from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, followed by 5 teammates. Since you're all here, how can I get by in the future if I don't show up? Xiongfeng said, arms crossed, his explosive muscles giving off a strong sense of security. Since we're all here, I guess that annoying guy is here too. Li Wenka pouted. No need to guess, they're already here. I just saw them. Xiongfeng shrugged. Although Li Wenkai didn't specify who he was talking about, everyone present knew very well that he was referring to the teams from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. Everyone there had been thoroughly beaten by them, and it was a feeling no one enjoyed. Li Wenkai, how much do you dislike me? Come on, tell me in detail. A pleasant voice came from behind them. Lynn looked over and saw a heroic woman approaching with 5 class holders. Her common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic gear gleamed with a red light, making her the most dazzling presence wherever she went. I didn't say anything about you. Li Wenka rubbed his nose, his head shrinking slightly as he recalled unpleasant memories. Coward. Xiao Lele cast a disdainful glance at Li Wenka. Li Wenka pretended not to hear anything. To respond meant to get beaten. Xiao Lele, being able to serve as captain of the school teams for Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, naturally possessed strength beyond question, unmatched by her peers. As an elemental mage, with the enhancement of a super talent, her strength was no less than that of a typical 6th advancement class holder. One skill could destroy half a street, which was truly terrifying. Lynn, I personally believe your decision to embark on this breakthrough mission is too hasty. I hope you are truly prepared, as every class holder is a pillar of the Federation. Xiao Lele's gaze was fixed on Lynn. If Lynn's eyes flickered, she would lead her team away. Senior sister Xiao, I never act impulsively. Lynn looked directly at Xiao Lele, his expression calm. That's for the best. Xiao Lele said no more. The school teams from the 4 universities gathering together quickly became a trending topic. The public was even more eager, believing that with such strong support, Lynn had a great chance of breaking through the White Tiger dungeon. Everyone, from top to bottom, was eagerly anticipating this event. Even Kyoto was very attentive to the matter, with many influential figures repeatedly instructing full cooperation with Lynn's actions. Although Lynn was only a high school student, his file was archived in the hands of numerous prominent individuals, and the Federation had long since placed Lynn on its list of strategic talents. Once Lynn enters Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University, numerous resources will be allocated to him. Of course, some bad apples were naturally unwilling to see Lynn break through the White Tiger dungeon. A series of conspiracies emanated from the headquarters of the cults, all aimed at sabotaging this breakthrough mission. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that all personnel lists were confirmed. Then, an entire night was spent honing their coordination in the combat dungeon. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd day, all class holders preparing to enter the White Tiger dungeon stood in formation in front of the dungeon entrance. The commander of the Breakthrough Legion there gave them a pre-battle send-off. This breakthrough operation is codenamed Tiger Hunt. I, along with hundreds of millions of federal citizens, await your return. Now, the Tiger Hunt operation officially begins. Warriors, you must win, the commander roared to the sky, his voice shaking even the clouds above. Victory! Lynn and the other warriors roared as they charged into the dungeon. At the same time, the exhilarating sound of trumpets blared in the barracks, unleashing the suppressed fighting spirit within their hearts. Under the protection of the 4 school team members, Lynn's first echelon marched proudly into the dungeon entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted with enthusiastic hospitality by the monsters, who had been waiting there for a long time. After all, the Federation had many spies, and there was always a way for information to leak in. As far as the eye could see, the sky and ground were filled with monsters, all of them tiger-type. Tigers are considered kings among animals, and tiger-type monsters are also kings among monsters, possessing extremely formidable strength. It was precisely because Lynn and his team were seasoned veterans with excellent psychological fortitude. An ordinary person, seeing the overwhelming horde of tiger-like monsters, would have their legs turn to jelly, let alone be able to cast skills normally. Attacks rained down from all directions as the poised monsters launched their assault instantly. God's Blessing Array, Earth True God's Blessing Array, Titan's Bulwark Array, Ancient Tree of Life's Blessing Array, Fallen Angel's Guardian Array. Lynn instantly cast the Amplification Array and the Defense Array. His defense skyrocketed, and his HP burst off the charts. Good heavens, my HP just broke 100 million. The Shield Warrior from the Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University teams gasped. He felt an unprecedented sense of security at this moment, daring to stand against even 7th advancement monsters. I'll go first, we'll take turns tanking. He cast Earth Protection, raising his shield, and a giant barrier protected everyone. His extremely high constitution brought super strong defense. Although the attack per second was very high, he could still hold on. Intellect Blessing. The Light Priest from the Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University teams cast an amplification skill on Lynn. With the blessing of his talent, his skill boosted Lynn's base intellect 6-fold. The Feast of Slaughter has begun. A ferocious grin appeared on Lynn's lips. Grouping together, are you? I'm only afraid you won't group together. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array. This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. A formation array etched with lightning patterns instantly unfurled, and the heavy dark clouds seemed to be able to crush the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts, thick as buckets, instantly tore through the clouds and descended, instantly obliterating any monster caught beneath them. Whether it was an elite chief, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief, or a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grand chief, it made no difference, they were all instantly killed. Although the video was shocking, experiencing it in person is truly terrifying, Li Wenkai exclaimed. He had no doubt that this lightning could destroy a 10-meter thick steel plate. Aside from the Shield Warrior, everyone else was also busy, starting to cast their attack skills. Splitting Light Sword Shadow. Wen Tao roared. 9 swords flew out of his backpack. The 9 swords split into countless sword chi, forming a sword chi dragon that swept into the monster horde. With a 40-fold strength buff, every strand of sword chi could instantly kill a monster. Rain of Light descends. Meteor Shower. Raging Wave Spell. Dark Vortex. The elemental mages raised their staffs, bursts of various colors erupted, an area of effect skills were launched one after another. Dense beams of light descended like rain, covering an area of 100 meters and piercing through monsters one by one. Meteors fell in chunks, blasting monsters into fragments. And a dozens of meters high wave continuously crashed into the rapidly approaching monster horde, its powerful force crushing all of the monster's internal organs. A dark vortex floated in mid-air, emitting a terrifying devouring power, swallowing monsters within a 100-meter radius, and then dissipating into dark elements in the air. The school team members from prestigious universities were already outstanding, not to mention having such powerful buffs from Lynn. Chapter 60, Anti-Magic Domain, Don't worry, I'm here. Ha, this feeling is incredible, it feels like we're crushing NTH advancement monsters, it's exhilarating. I've never felt so strong before. White Tiger, come challenge me. I feel like I could crush it with one hand. Everyone was filled with heroic spirit, strengthened dozens of times under Lynn's blessing, and this immense power gave them immense confidence. However, after a quick glance at Lynn's formation, their self-satisfaction faded. They were far too inferior compared to Lynn, their combined destructive power not even half of Lynn's. Inside the meteor fall formation, house-sized meteorites continuously plummeted, creating violent explosions upon impact with the ground, comparable to missile bombardments of the past. The ground vibrated wildly, as if an earthquake were occurring, and powerful shockwaves continuously swept through, scraping 3 feet of earth away. The world-ending storm swept across, and the monster's tough skin was torn to shreds in the blink of an eye, like paper. In the myriad demons' soul-reaping great formation, 10,000 hideous and ferocious demons fiercely tore at the monsters, even more vicious than the monsters themselves. Even the fearless monsters showed expressions of terror. The raging tide's array, with its colossal waves surging hundreds of meters high, churning and rolling forward, mercilessly crushed the monsters in its path, reducing them to dust before a historical tide. The Apostles' Doomstone array saw massive tombstones, dozens of meters tall, raining down from the sky, pressing monsters into the earth and turning them into piles of bloody pulp. There was also the Golden Spirit God's Blessing array, or golden elements condensed into sharp metallic threads, frantically slicing through the monsters within the formation. Corpses lay strewn across the fields, blood flowed like rivers, and the earth was stained red. Lynn's offensive formation transformed an area hundreds of meters in radius into a death zone, where any monster entering the formation could only become Lynn's experience points. As Lynn and his group advanced, class holders from the rear continuously entered, swiftly deploying according to the battle formation rehearsed last night. "Brothers, kill them all!" Lynn roared, radiating murderous intent, pushing the formation forward. Their plan was simple: strike directly at the heart of the dungeon and secure the dungeon core. Kill! 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 The class holders were in high spirits, and under the blessing of Lynn's formation, each of them transformed as if into a 6-turn class holder, possessing absurdly powerful strength. Lynn had carefully considered choosing 10,000 people. His formation's coverage spanned an area of 200 meters in radius, approximately 125,000 square meters. 10,000 people already pushed the limit, and any more would lead to overcrowding, making it difficult to maneuver. Countless skills devastated the land, leaving it scarred and desolate. Monster corpses carpeted the ground in a thick layer, as the class holders advanced irresistibly and unswervingly towards the dungeon center. At this moment, the class holders were brimming with confidence, because they were incredibly strong. With their mental power amplified 40-fold, they had no fear of running out of mana and could cast skills recklessly without worrying about mana consumption. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they might be able to clear the White Tiger dungeon with minimal casualties this time, resolving a major threat for the Federation. But without unforeseen events, it wouldn't be war. External enemies were not terrifying. Internal enemies were the true culprits in dismantling a force. Seeing the class holders' ferocity, the cultists who had infiltrated couldn't sit still any longer. "By the Lord, you infidels shall die!" An assassin suddenly pulled a scroll from his backpack and quickly tore it open. Immediately, a gray domain rapidly spread out, covering an area of 1,000 meters. The weapons in the class holders' hands were raised, but they couldn't activate skills. The mobilized elements rapidly dissipated, making further attacks impossible. "Damn it, an anti-magic domain! Bastard, you damn traitor! Damn it!" Many class holders completely broke down. Such a favorable situation was utterly ruined by an anti-magic field. Within the anti-magic field, elements enter a static state and cannot be mobilized. And a class holder's skill is simply the manipulation of various elements between heaven and earth to condense into various means of attack. Without the ability to manipulate elements, it's like a gun without bullets. Lynn's array was also instantly broken, which is the power of the anti-magic field. A field is a unique ability of an 8-turn class holder, and a scroll that can seal a field within it is something truly common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic. It requires common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade material, anti-magic divine stone, to manufacture. The entire Federation has only produced a few such scrolls, and it's impossible for them to circulate into the hands of cultists.
However, cultists worship evil gods and always have some extraordinary means to obtain precious treasures. This anti-magic field scroll probably came this way, but no one expected it to be used here. Kill them, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief level Black King Tiger roared, then led the charge towards Lynn and the others. They didn't use skill attacks because it was useless. Skills would automatically dissipate upon entering the anti-magic field. But in close quarters combat, they were 100% confident in themselves. How could frail humans compare to them in physical strength? Moreover, their numbers were more than 10 times that of the class holders. They could stomp a class holder to death. Go to hell, die for me. When Tao directly sliced off the cultist's head with a sword, blood splattering on his face, making him even more filled with murderous intent than he already was. Shield warriors form a human wall at the very front, swordsmen in the second row, squishies in the middle. Assassins are responsible for dealing with monsters that break through the first two lines of defense. Then the entire formation moves orderly to the rear, breaking out of the anti-magic field. Xiao Leilei's firm and powerful voice awakened the many bewildered class holders. Brothers of the shield battle, hold the line for me. Meng Gao shouted. Hold the line. The other shield warriors roared. Swordsman, kill one monster if it comes, kill a pair if two come. One Tao shouted. Kill. 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 The swordsmen responded in unison. Assassins, let the monsters taste how sharp our daggers are. Li Wenkai shed his usual flippant demeanor, now displaying the aura of a peerless assassin. Kill. 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 The assassins also raised their arms and roared. Yuding stood beside Lynn, calling back the Chaos Demon Ape and the White Flood Dragon to guard Lynn's sides. Don't worry, I'm here. Yuding squeezed Lynn's hand, giving him a reassuring look. Even if it meant giving her all, she would protect Lynn. Everyone else could be in trouble, but Lynn couldn't. He was the hope of the Federation. We will definitely win. Lynn's eyes were resolute. He was no longer a greenhorn but a seasoned warrior with excellent combat skills, not one to panic in the face of unexpected events. The entire squad retreated orderly to the rear. Except for Lynn and Yuding, the other class holders were all 5-turn class holders, moving very quickly. If unimpeded, they could all retreat 1,000 meters within 10 seconds. Lynn and Yuding weren't a burden either, with two common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords leading them. Their speed didn't falter in the slightest. However, the monsters were even faster. In less than 3 seconds, they had already launched a ferocious assault on the outermost shield warriors. Chapter 61, Bloody Battle, Unyielding Will. Monsters generally have higher 4-dimensional attributes than class holders, a fact determined by their racial talent. After all, monsters are typically huge, often over 10 meters tall, like a truck. Class holders can only compensate with equipment, but even then, they can't fully close the gap. The key to victory lies in the class holders' skillful use of abilities and their tactical cooperation. The shield warriors at the very front raised their shields to form a steel wall, firmly holding the foremost position. The monsters, like surging angry waves, continuously crashed against the shields. Hold the line. Hold the line. Hold the line. The shield warriors roared, their muscles tensing, blood surging, concentrating all their strength on their shields, facing the storm-like attacks of the monsters. However, monsters aren't mindless. They understand that shield warriors are the toughest defenders among class holders. Their primary targets are squishy ones like mages, priests, and formation masters. Leveraging their massive size and powerful leaps, many monsters sprang into the air. Even without being able to cast skills, they could easily leap dozens of meters. Monster after monster leaped, then plunged down, their ferocious fangs glinting chillingly, their brutal aura like grim reapers harvesting lives. Get back! Wang Wei, the shield warrior from the Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University's school teams, leaped directly into the air with his shield raised. The ground collapsed from the immense impact force. He collided with a 5-turn Black King Tiger mid-air, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Even relying solely on strength, they possessed thousands of tons of raw power. 1 point of strength equals 100 gene of force. Their strength already exceeded 20,000. There are no cultivators in this world, but if there were, shield warriors would be powerful physical cultivators. At the moment of impact, immense force was unleashed upon both. Wang Wei fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed, creating a large crater, while the Black King Tiger was also pushed back by him. Wang Wei pulled himself out of the ground, then continued to leap, continuing to charge at the monsters that had crossed the first line of defense. The shield warriors in the second echelon were doing the same thing as Wang Wei, using their bodies as cannonballs, determined to repel the leaping monsters. But there were simply too many monsters, and the shield warriors were clearly insufficient. Monsters still broke through the shield warriors' defenses and charged towards the class holders in the rear. All swordsmen, follow me and kill. Wen Tao and the other 3 swordsmen from the school team took the lead, drawing their swords and charging towards the monsters. Their swordplay was fierce, leaving wide gashes on the monsters with each thrust and cut. Without skills, they were still masters of swordsmanship. Kill! 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 The swordsmen fought valiantly, bathed in blood, absolutely refusing to let the monsters break through their defense line and harm the squishy classes behind them. In close quarters, both shield warriors and swordsmen sustained injuries, and some class holders even had their arms ripped off by monsters. But the intense pain only fueled their resolute fighting spirit. Even with only one arm left, or even half a body, they still fought to the death with the monsters. After realizing they couldn't survive, they chose to leap into a monster's maw, thrust a sword through its upper palate into its brain, and perish together with it. Lynn's eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous intent in his heart surged wildly against the monsters, and even more so against the cultists, these traitors who repeatedly harmed their compatriots, making them utterly despicable. With their numerical and physical advantages, even though the warriors and swordsmen fought valiantly, bathed in blood, they still couldn't block all the monsters. The monsters broke through their defense line and charged towards the rear. Assassins, the time has come for us to step forward. Li Wenkai's eyes glinted with cold murderous intent as he led the assassins to charge at the monsters. As assassins, assassination was their unique skill, but close combat was also their forte. Their extremely high agility made their figures like dancing night elves. As they moved deftly, their daggers left wounds on the monsters' tendons and bones, severing their tendons. However, assassins' defenses were not high either. Their leather armor offered only slightly better defense than cloth-armored classes. Assassins hit by monsters coughed up blood and flew backward, but they gritted their teeth and continued to block the monsters' advance with their bodies. They were unyielding. The monsters, like a torrent, continuously shattered the class holders' defenses. This torrent quickly became a river of blood, containing both monster blood and class holder blood. The monsters bypassed the assassins' defense line, their ferocious fangs already aimed at the squishy classes in the rear. Summoners, we are the last line of defense. Even if we die, we must stop them. Summoned beasts, charge! Yuding shouted, ordering her summoned beasts to meet the monsters head-on. Spell suppression doesn't force summoned beasts back into the summoning space, it merely prevents both summoners and summoned beasts from using skills. There were 300 summoners who entered the dungeon. Besides Yuding, all the others had 10 monsters each, totaling nearly 3,000 summoned beasts, forming the last line of defense, using their lives to block the monsters' advance. World-shattering ape, white dragon, protect Lynn at all costs, understand? Yuding secretly commanded her 2 summoned beasts. The world-shattering ape and white dragon showed hesitation. They wanted to protect their master, Yuding. Do you understand clearly? Yuding's tone carried a reprimand. Yes, master. The demonic ape and the white dragon nodded, their gazes fixed on the charging monsters. Although 3,000 summoned beasts were a considerable number, there were simply too many monsters. One by one, the summoned beasts fell into the monsters' hands, transforming into a true spirit and returning to the summoning space. While they could be resurrected, doing so required a heavy price. The summoners' faces were pale, and large beads of sweat streamed down their foreheads. The death of their summoned beasts inflicted immense damage upon them. Their souls felt as if they were being torn apart, and their brains seemed on the verge of exploding. Yuding could barely stand steady. Lynn, quick-witted, supported her, then held her and retreated.
It was close. They were about to exit the spell suppression field. Mages, it's our turn to step up. Xiao Leilei's face showed grim determination.
Mages would not shrink from battle either, even if many of them were women. They proved that women were just as capable as men.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
The mages roared in fury, preparing to use their bodies to block the monster's advance.
Mages excelled in intellect but were weak in strength.
Engaging in close combat with monsters meant forming a wall with their lives to protect their comrades behind them. Some of the priestesses were already sobbing uncontrollably. Their comrades had sacrificed too much for them.
Lynn didn't despair. He was calculating the distance.
So swift were the events that everything actually happened in just a few seconds.
If class holders and monsters were like their usual selves, a second would be enough for hundreds of attacks.
Seeing that there was about 100 meters left to exit the spell suppression field, Lynn shouted to the world-shattering ape, "Throw me out."
Chapter 62, White Tiger, each displays their powers.
The world-shattering ape understood. With one hand, it grabbed Lynn.
Lynn, in turn, handed Yuding to the white dragon for care.
Then, the world-shattering ape threw Lynn out like a stone. Lynn flew rapidly like a cannonball, then successfully burst out of the spell suppression field. Instantly, Lynn felt the active elements of various systems. He immediately turned around, and an attack formation erupted, enveloping the entire spell suppression field. The monsters still trying to rush into the spell suppression field were directly annihilated by the formation. The formation isolated the surge of monsters, and the monster tide was blocked. The shield warriors quickly re-established their defensive line, protecting the squishy class holders.
Damn spell suppression field, break for me!
Lynn manipulated the attack formation to continuously bombard the spell suppression field from the outside. A field could also be shattered, as long as the power was strong enough. If it were an 8-turn class holder casting a domain skill, Lynn might have been helpless, but the scroll cast domain was like rootless duckweed, instantly shattered under Lynn's powerful attack.
The dormant elements became active again, and the class holders, suppressed to the extreme, exploded.
Skills swept through, tearing apart all the monsters that had been in the magic nullifying domain.
Kill!
Lynn threw out all the amplification arrays and defensive arrays, sounding the horn of counterattack.
Kill!
The class holders unleashed all the killing intent in their hearts, constantly reaping the lives of monsters relying on their incredibly high attributes. Lynn controlled the arrays to move forward quickly, and the class holder formation also moved forward rapidly.
Mages transformed into mobile artillery, one area skill after another cast from their hands, destroying monsters and tearing the earth apart.
The swordsman's sword chi raged across the land. The sharp sword chi even cut the air into pieces, and at the same time, the bodies of the monsters were shattered.
Lynn's attack arrays even transformed into life-devouring black holes, rapidly harvesting the lives of these monsters.
Everyone was holding their breath today. They were determined to break through the White Tiger dungeon. Regardless of whether there were thousands of difficulties and obstacles ahead, they had only one belief: to charge. The monsters were slaughtered to the point of collapse. Even the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chiefs could no longer command them. The primal fear of death made them overcome their reverence for their superiors. With the monsters collapsing, the class holders, like a sharp sword, plunged directly into the heart of the dungeon. The White Tiger dungeon was vast, spanning over 1,000 li. Lynn and his team pushed 500 li before ordering a ceasefire for rest and reorganization. Although they had achieved significant results, there was no cheering among the crowd. Nearly 30% of their comrades were left behind forever near the exit. No one broke the silence, because at this moment, silence was power. They were holding onto their breath, and when the final moment came, this breath would become their strongest motivation.
No monsters dared to disturb them.
In the calm before the storm, the monsters were also accumulating strength to face this attack, which was 10 times more ferocious than ever before. Yuding sat beside Lynn, silently cheering him on. She knew Lynn was bearing immense pressure, carrying the lives of 3,000 compatriots forward. She squeezed Lynn's hand, everything understood without words. After 20 minutes of rest, as Lynn stood up, all the other class holders also stood up.
Move out! Lynn's voice, though low, possessed a powerful strength. The group formed a formation and advanced. There were no monsters blocking them along the way until they reached the center of the dungeon, where they saw dense crowds of monsters blocking their path. Leading them was the lord of the dungeon, the White Tiger. The White Tiger's body was over 20 meters long and more than 4 meters tall. Just standing there, it exuded immense pressure. Its white fur swayed in the wind, and the light hitting its fur shimmered with dazzling silver. The White Tiger's vertical pupils narrowed on Lynn. Although Lynn stood at the center of the formation, the White Tiger noticed him immediately because it sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. "Humans, do you know that this king is hungry and you've come to fill my belly?" the White Tiger growled, its tone filled with sarcasm, while a hint of reminiscence appeared on its face. The taste of humans was truly good. "White Tiger, this time next year will be your death anniversary." Lynn's voice was cold. He was determined to kill the White Tiger today. "Heh, ignorant human child." The White Tiger's expression was mocking. It had heard that phrase more than once, but the graves of those who said it were already overgrown with grass, and this time would be no exception. "Die!" Lynn instantly activated his offensive array, unleashing raging thunder, bombarding meteors, surging furious waves, world-ending storms, and slicing blades. The attacks, falling like a waterfall, instantly engulfed the White Tiger. Lynn's array sounded the charge. The class holders began to unleash their skills and charged towards the monsters. "Great God of Fire, Master of the Fire Element, your loyal devotee calls upon your power. Please send down disaster to punish these ignorant monsters." Xiao Lele chanted, raising her staff. The sky seemed to burn, turning fiery red. Dense fire elements gathered frantically, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly, scorching the ground. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and then everyone felt as if the world itself was shaking, the ground vibrating with immense force. Then, to the monsters' horror, the ground beneath their feet cracked, and scorching lava spewed out of the fissures, shooting hundreds of meters into the sky. Empowered by the fire elements, the lava's temperature had exceeded 100,000 degrees Celsius. Monsters splashed by the lava were instantly burned to ash. The lava eruption covered an area of 500 meters in radius, engulfing thousands of monsters in an instant. This was the terror of Xiao Lele. Her powerful talent, coupled with the augmentation from Lynn's array, caused her skill damage to explode. All the accumulated anger along the way was completely unleashed here, sending thousands of monsters to hell for atonement in one wave. "True God of Thunder, Master of the Lightning Element, your loyal devotee calls upon your power. Please descend with divine thunder and purge the impurities of this world." The elemental mages of Jiangnan University's team also unleashed powerful skills. Heavy dark clouds seemed to crush the sky, dense lightning elements gathered, then condensed into thunder that tore through the darkness, ripping the monsters apart. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique powers, at this moment of decisive battle, the class holders no longer needed to hold back. They all brought out their strongest abilities. The monsters were also fighting desperately. One after another, powerful skills rained down, attempting to completely obliterate Lynn and his companions. But under Lynn's augmentation, the shield warriors transformed into sturdy steel city walls. Barrier after barrier protected everyone. Their upright figures remained unmoving amidst the storm of skill attacks. If anyone wished to kill, they would first have to get past the shields in their hands. Chapter 63, Do you think you can kill me? Besides reserving 100 priests specifically to replenish Lynn's mana, the other priests were also buffing their teammates, making them even stronger. The assassins transformed into reapers, harvesting lives, appearing behind monsters and plunging daggers into their heads. The battle instantly entered a white-hot state. Today, only one side, class holders or monsters, would leave this place alive. The White Tiger immediately unleashed its maximum speed to escape the spot the moment the array descended. At the same time, it also activated its most powerful defensive skill. Yet, even with that, it still felt excruciating pain when the skill landed on it. It's important to know that common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grade lords possess powerful 4-dimensional attributes and extremely powerful skills. White Tiger, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level lord. Level 245. Attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit. Skills: fierce tiger charge, tiger roar shakes rivers and mountains, tiger devours heaven and earth, overlord body, power of gunmetal, Vajra body, war god possession. The white tiger activated its Vajra body. The metal elements between heaven and earth boiled, then fused into the white tiger's body, forging its body into a Vajra body. Even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grade weapons could be withstood by its physical form. When it unleashed the indestructible body, its physique instantly multiplied by 30, and its HP and defense also increased by 30-fold. Standing there, many 6th advancement class holders couldn't break its defense. Its strength was somewhere between a 6th advancement and 7th advancement common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chief, half a step into the 7th advancement. This was the terror of a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. But today, an NTH advancement class holder brutally tore apart its defenses, making it experience the agony of being devoured by 10,000 thunders. Boom! The white tiger used its tiger's charge skill, its speed breaking 6 times the speed of sound, carrying a violent blast of air that slammed into a shield warrior's shield. The immense force pushed the shield warrior back. The common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord was too strong even with Lynn's formation buff. He couldn't block the white tiger's attack. However, his extremely high defense and HP kept him out of mortal danger. Roar! The white tiger roared, and the sound wave exploded, as if a large yield missile had been detonated in the area. The ground shook, the air shattered, and the surrounding shield warriors were thrown off balance by the powerful shockwave, their bodies pushed backward. The white tiger's vertical pupils stared fixedly at Lynn, at the culprit who continuously inflicted damage upon it. Lynn's cold gaze also fell upon it. This white tiger had brought immense pain to humanity, and today he would put an end to it once and for all. He controlled the offensive formation to follow the white tiger, constantly bombarding it. So what if it was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord? It still couldn't withstand his barrage. "Human brat, do you think you can kill me?" the white tiger roared again. The metal elements between heaven and earth boiled, condensing into wisps of golden patterns. The white tiger was unleashing its Genjin power skill. Genjin power is an advanced form of the metal element, equivalent to a top-tier elemental power. Tiger devours heaven and earth. The white tiger opened its gaping maw, and simultaneously, a phantom image of a white tiger rapidly coalesced around it. A phantom white tiger, over 1,000 meters long, stood between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying aura. The phantom white tiger also opened its gaping maw, then lunged to bite towards the area where Lynn was, its giant mouth like a black hole devouring all things, instinctively instilling fear. Wall of Mount Tai. Mangao roared, holding his shield before the giant maw. Earth elements condensed into a 200-meter-high small mountain, standing before the maw, emanating an indestructible aura. Violent fluctuations erupted again, and the surrounding earth shattered inch by inch, unable to withstand such an impact. The wall of Mount Tai shattered, and Mangao plummeted to the ground at an extremely fast speed, his entire body blasted dozens of meters deep into the earth. The phantom white tiger's giant mouth continued to swallow towards Lynn, refusing to stop until Lynn was devoured. 1,000 mountain peaks. Wang Wei, the shield warrior from the Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University team, blocked the giant mouth. Earth elements quickly condensed again, forming layers of mountain-like shadows standing before the giant mouth. Once again, a violent shockwave swept in all directions, and Wang Wei was blasted underground. The white tiger now seemed to be mobilizing top-tier elemental power, and relying on the suppression of elemental power. Even with the terrifying attributes of the shield warrior under Lynn's buff, they still couldn't withstand its attacks. "Let me do it, Wall of Steel." The shield warrior of Beiyuan University's varsity team blocked the giant maw. Golden elements condensed into a thick wall of steel, protecting Lynn. The wall of steel was broken again, but it didn't matter. Shield warriors took turns blocking in front of Lynn. They could die, but Lynn absolutely could not be harmed. They had seen the hope of the white tiger being slain in Lynn, and this hope absolutely could not be shattered, at least not until they completely fell. Lynn was deeply moved.
Time and again, whenever he faced danger, his compatriots would stand before him, protecting him with their lives. Although the Federation had a few bad apples, the vast majority of people possessed sincere and dedicated hearts. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the future of the Federation, even their own lives.
Lynn controlled the formation, continuously bombarding the white tiger. The white tiger's HP was rapidly decreasing. At this rate, he had every hope of completely killing the white tiger. One after another, shield warriors fought with all their might to protect Lynn. Though there were 1,000 difficulties and 10,000 dangers, they would still go forth. The elemental mages also finished their incantations, casting various elemental barriers to block the giant maw. As for the assassins, they appeared behind the white tiger, unleashing control skills one after another, striving to interrupt the white tiger's skills. However, the white tiger possessed a super armor skill, and with the protection of Gangjin power, even strong control skills struggled to take effect. The swordsmen were also unleashing sharp skills, their sword energy engulfing the white tiger and leaving wounds all over its body. At this moment, everyone was united, their common goal being to completely take down the white tiger. The white tiger's HP had already dropped by 2/3. Lynn's damage was too high, and the damage from other class holders was also very high. If this stalemate continued, it would be the first to fall. After all, Lynn was now protected by layers of elemental barriers, not to mention Lynn also had the protection of defensive formations, making it impossible for the white tiger to kill Lynn in a short time. The white tiger moved swiftly, disappearing from its spot. With the power of gung metal activated, its speed increased even further, surpassing Mach 8, making it impossible for many to track its movements. Lynn's speed in controlling the formation's movement couldn't keep up, but it didn't matter. Lynn kept stopping the formation, then instantly casting again. Even if it was just attacking for a moment, he would eventually deplete its HP. Full charge, the white tiger commanded. Roar! The monsters went berserk, rushing towards the class holders one after another. Most monsters had charge skills, transforming into impact shells that slammed into the defensive barriers held up by the shield warriors. Full attack! Xiao Lei cried out, chanting a spell again. Her staff glowed with a deep blue light, and cold winds howled as ice crystals drifted down. She was preparing a powerful ice skill, a skill capable of changing the local climate. Chapter 64 I Have Faith in Lynn. When Xiao Lei finished chanting, the staff in her hand burst forth with a dazzling ice blue light. Frozen world! Xiao Lei uttered in a low voice. Where her staff pointed, ice elements quickly gathered, and snow descended, plunging the surrounding 500 meters into a world of ice and snow. Ice crystals fell on the monsters' bodies, solidifying rapidly and freezing them. Ice sculptures stood tall on the ground, transforming the area into an ice sculpture plaza. Brothers, hold on, victory is in sight. Manga shouted again, firmly holding his shield. Hold the line. The shield warriors held their shields with all their might, resisting the monsters' storm-like attacks, buying time for the mages. God of slaughter possessed, all of you shall die. The white tiger's eyes shot out crimson light, and a phantom figure wearing white robes and holding a long sword appeared above its head. Although it was just a phantom, the soaring killing intent was even more terrifying than the murderous white tiger itself. In front of this figure, the white tiger seemed like a mere innocent white kitten. The sky turned blood red, and drops of blood red rain fell from the heavens. When humans harbored killing intent, blood rain fell from the sky. Even battle-hardened class holders couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble at the sight of this figure, their hair standing on end, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What a terrifying figure. I wonder how powerful its true form must be. Perhaps gods truly exist in this world, Lynn mused. The shadow of the god of slaughter landed on the white tiger's body. The white fur on the tiger turned blood red, and its vertical pupils also became crimson. Its whole body exuded an overwhelming killing intent, and its aura surged. The trembling of its muscles caused high-speed vibrations in the air, emitting a sharp hiss. Furious Tiger Charge. The white tiger unleashed another skill. This time, its speed instantly broke through 10 times the speed of sound, covering over 3,000 meters in a second, making it difficult for Lynn's vision to track its figure.
A roar came from the outer perimeter, and a towering figure was sent flying backward, knocking down dozens of class holders along the way. The white tiger's current strength was too terrifying, exceeding the shield warrior's endurance limit. Roar! The white tiger roared again, its roar shaking mountains and rivers, devastating everything. The violent shockwave sent all surrounding class holders flying. The shield warrior's sturdy defense was torn open, and other monsters surged in, following their king to completely eliminate all invaders. Kill! The class holders also went wild. With the situation having reached this point, it was a test of courage. Today, they would see who could stand until the end. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Lynn didn't stubbornly use formation attacks on the white tiger. Instead, he used formations to cover the broken breaches, sending all the monsters that rushed in to meet their end. However, the white tiger was too fierce. All the shield warriors who rushed forward to block it were sent flying. It continuously unleashed skills, destroying the shield warrior's defense line. Other monsters were also wildly unleashing skills, targeting squishy professions. Half of the mages assist in defense. Xiao Lele commanded again. Having presided over many battles, she was experienced and changed tactics based on the situation at the first opportunity. Assassins, only control, don't kill. Try to control as many monsters as possible. Priests, unleash all your area of effect support skills, no need to save them anymore. Swordsmen, use defensive skills to assist the shield warriors in defense. Xiao Lele commanded calmly. Lynn admitted he wasn't as professional in this regard and didn't give random orders. He was only responsible for deploying array formations to seal off the surroundings. Any monster trying to charge in had to go through the baptism of his array. All common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs jointly cast defensive skills to block the kid's formation, the white tiger ordered again. Although it didn't possess high tactical acumen, it understood that only by blocking Lynn's defense could they have a chance to rush into the class holders' ranks and unleash slaughter. At the same time, it was continuously closing in on Lynn. All class holders in its path were sent flying by its skills, and the mage's elemental barriers were quickly destroyed. At this moment, it was like a god descended, unstoppable. The white tiger's murderous gaze remained fixed on Lynn. This time, it wanted to see who could protect this damned human kid. At this moment, at the entrance of the white tiger dungeon, 4 tall figures stood quietly, 2 figures at the very front, and 2 slightly half a step behind. Those slightly half a step behind were precisely the commander of the Guanghai Breakthrough Army Corps and the president of the Guanghai Regional Class Holders Association, both of whom were regional magnates with significant authority. But they still had to lag half a step behind, showing how high the status of the 2 people in front of them was. And one of them, Lynn was very familiar with, was none other than Principal Zhu, a principal of a prestigious school and an honorary lieutenant general. As for the other, he was a refined middle-aged man wearing thick glasses. Even though his eyesight had recovered after becoming a class holder, he still maintained the habit of wearing glasses. This was the vice president from the Class Holder General Association, responsible for overseeing the entire Federation's education sector. Today, these 2 came with deep expectations, hoping that the class holders who entered would return victoriously. Behind the 4 prominent figures stood numerous warriors from the Breakthrough Army Corps, and further back were an endless stream of class holders, all waiting for a result that would thrill them. Elder Zhu, do you think they can succeed? The vice president took a deep breath. Even though he had experienced much and seen many grand occasions, he still felt a hint of nervousness at this moment, because the outcome of this battle would have a profound impact on the Federation. Victory meant that common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons were not impregnable, and that the other 2 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons would eventually be broken by class holders, washing away the Federation's shame. Defeat would mean the Federation losing another batch of prodigies, a pillar of the Federation's future, and also a great blow to public confidence, plunging the Federation into gloom. President Xie, I have confidence in Lynn. Principal Zhu said solemnly. Lynn was a creator of miracles, and he believed that Lynn would create another miracle this time. Lynn is indeed a promising young man, President Xie showed an expression of appreciation. As the head of education, his greatest joy was seeing a continuous stream of prodigies emerge. The two stopped talking, choosing to wait in silence. As for the people in the back, many were so nervous they couldn't sit still. Many of them were relatives and friends of the class holders who had entered inside. They both hoped for their loved ones to return victoriously and become heroes glorified by their ancestors, and were also very worried that something might happen to their loved ones inside. Some even fainted from tension. Heaven and earth, I am willing to trade the rest of my arch-nemesis's life for Lynn and his team's success. Oh God, I'm willing to trade 3 roommates' lifelong single status for Lynn's success. Gods above, please bless Lynn and his team. Most people in the Federation did not believe in gods, but at this moment, they wished that immortals and gods truly existed and could grant their wishes. Chapter 65, You Think I Can't Kill You? Above the crowd, a reporter was holding a camera aimed at the dungeon entrance. This was a Kyoto TV reporter, live broadcasting the event. The number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 10 billion, and the entire Federation was closely watching this matter. Whether today would be a day to go down in history depended on whether Lynn and his team could emerge with the White Tiger's body. In the center of the White Tiger dungeon, the White Tiger had now arrived 10 meters in front of Lynn. 2 summoned beasts of its same rank, the Chaotic Ape and the White Flood Dragon, were blocking its path forward. Although they were only NTH advancement, their strength had been greatly enhanced under Lynn's formation buff. You two, as common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, have actually become human summoned beasts. You are a disgrace to the Ape Clan and the White Flood Dragon Clan. The White Tiger roared in fury, its dignity as a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord severely violated. How could noble common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, magnificent kings, become human stooges? We have different paths, so we don't conspire together. The Chaos Demon Ape unleashed its fists, sending punch imprints horizontally across the low sky, blocking the White Tiger's advance. The White Flood Dragon, meanwhile, manipulated the power of water elements, condensing them into a raging river to scour the White Tiger. However, due to their level, the power within them had not yet been fully unleashed, leaving a considerable gap compared to the White Tiger. Get lost! The White Tiger roared, an impact wave erupting, knocking back the Chaos Demon Ape and White Flood Dragon. Furious Tiger Charge! The White Tiger unleashed a skill, sending all the class holders blocking Lynn's path flying. Neither the Apostle's Tombstone, nor the Ancient Tree of Life, nor even super gravity could stop its advance. It slammed fiercely into Lynn's armor, and the tremendous kinetic energy sent Lynn flying. If not for the shield warriors standing ready behind him to brace the impact, Lynn would have been knocked out of the formation. Put! The immense impact caused Lynn to spit out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs churning. His armor was already shattered. The White Tiger's attack was too powerful. Tiger devours heaven and earth. A colossal white tiger phantom reappeared, but this phantom was blood red, emanating a brutal aura. The gaping maw opened, lunging to devour Lynn. The enormous bloody mouth swallowed even the light, intending to completely consume Lynn. Dream on! Wall of Mount Tai. Manga once again condensed a small mountain, shielding Lynn. 1,000 mountain peaks. Earth's guardian. Wall of steel. Titan's aegis. Immortal shield. Earth barrier. Manga took the lead, followed by other shield warriors, all concentrating their strongest defensive skills to block in front of Lynn. And one by one, mages also cast protective skills, layering defenses around Lynn. The wall of Mount Tai shattered, and Manga was pulled by the devouring force of the giant maw, his body heading towards the enormous mouth of the White Tiger Phantom. Demon Vine Entanglement. Xiao Leilei's staff emitted a verdant glow, and a thick vine extended, binding Mangao's body. Other elemental mages also cast control skills, immobilizing Mangao, then together exerted force to pull Mangao away. The giant maw continued to descend, breaching one defensive skill after another. The current White Tiger was too strong, it couldn't be stopped, simply couldn't. The mischievous ape and White Flood Dragon rushed forward again, simultaneously casting defensive skills to obstruct the giant maw's devouring, but still couldn't stop it and were pulled away by mages casting control skills. As the giant maw descended, Lynn felt as if he had entered a black hole. The world became pitch black, his vision completely stripped away. Others could be saved by mages because the white tiger wasn't targeting them, but Lynn was targeted by the white tiger and couldn't escape at all.
Lynn.
Yuding was extremely anxious, about to rush in to save Lynn, but was held back by a nearby class holder.
Her going in would only be suicide. Lynn. Many people gasped, looking distraught.
If something happened to Lynn, everything would be truly ruined.
Don't panic, I won't die that easily.
Priests, throw all your support skills at me. Lynn's steady voice calmed their anxious hearts. His current defense was over 100 million, and his health was over 100 million.
The white tiger wouldn't find it easy to kill him, especially since he was regenerating health every second.
The priests all raised their staffs, flinging all their auxiliary skills at Lynn, and Lynn was also swallowed by the giant maw of the white tiger's phantom.
Kid, won't you die this time?
The white tiger sneered, then opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing its phantom, and, of course, Lynn, into its mouth.
Lynn.
Yuding broke down, tears streaming down her face.
She was extremely worried about Lynn. Swallowed by a monster, was there still any hope?
Her body went limp, and the class holder holding her steadied her.
Trust Lynn, his array is still attacking, the battle isn't over yet.
The class holder supporting her said gravely. Yuding struggled to her feet, glancing worriedly at the white tiger's belly, then cast enhancement skills on the mischievous ape and white flood dragon, urging them to continue fighting. This was war. Even time for grief was a luxury.
Monsters wouldn't wait for you to cry, they attacked relentlessly.
The white tiger transformed into a streak of light and departed.
Lynn's array was still attacking in place. It had to take Lynn away. As Lynn moved 4 kilometers away, the formations of the augmented class holders were instantly cancelled due to being out of range, and the surviving monsters continued to attack the class holders. Form a standard combat formation, pay attention to your mana. Xiao Lele commanded again.
Although the monsters outnumbered them several times over, without the white tiger, they weren't despairing. Those who could enter were already excellent 5 rebirth class holders, especially these school team members, all of whom were talents, and when combined, they could unleash immense power. The situation inside the white tiger's belly was different from what Lynn had imagined. He thought he would enter the white tiger's stomach, but he found himself in a small space instead. This space was filled with sharp gangjin power, condensed into blades capable of easily shattering common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade materials, and they were slashing towards Lynn. Lynn threw out all his formations. The priest's auxiliary skills were still active, and at this moment, his power reached its peak. Being swallowed into the white tiger's belly was not a bad thing for him. The white tiger was too fast. Even if his instant cast arrays could attack it, the time was limited. But inside the white tiger's belly, it was different. He just needed to set up arrays with himself as the center, and no matter how fast the white tiger was, it wouldn't matter, as the arrays were already within its belly. The powerful gangjin power tore through Lynn's defenses, leaving deep wounds on his body. His HP was decreasing, and due to the suppression of the gangjin power, the healing speed of the God's Blessing array was greatly reduced, no longer able to keep up.
Lynn's expression was calm.
His HP was dropping, and so was the white tiger's. Moreover, he started at full HP, while the white tiger's HP was already less than 1/5. He had calculated that the white tiger definitely couldn't last as long as him.
Do you think I can't kill you?
A fierce killing intent appeared at the corner of Lynn's mouth. Today, he was going to slaughter a tiger.
Chapter 66, Triumphant Return, Federation Hero.
The white tiger also noticed this problem. It felt as if it had done something wrong. The small space within its body was indeed its most lethal area, but it couldn't stand against Lynn, a fragile heavenly origin master, whose skills were too powerful, with high defense, high HP, and even healing capabilities, making him an unkillable cockroach.
Roar!
The white tiger roared, and a repulsive force emerged within its internal space, attempting to eject Lynn.
Now you want to spit me out?
Too late. Lynn applied the super-gravity array to himself, anchoring himself within the space.
The array's attacks continued to rage, endless assaults drowning the white tiger. Both its body and internal organs were taking damage.
The white tiger rolled in pain, the agony in its internal organs almost causing it to faint.
Die for me, Gangjin power, explode. The white tiger went berserk, detonating the Gangjin power within its internal space. Even if it died, it would drag Lynn down with it. The Gangjin power went wild. The blinding golden light stripped Lynn of his vision, and then Lynn experienced the pain of 10,000 swords piercing his body. The rampant Gangjin power transformed into countless blades and swords, tearing through Lynn's defenses and penetrating his body. Lynn's HP was also rapidly declining, but the white tiger's HP was dropping even faster. The self-detonation of the Gangjin power left it severely injured, while Lynn's formations continued to bombard it. Finally, before Lynn's HP was depleted, he completely depleted its HP. The white tiger's body was torn apart, and its internal space was also destroyed, allowing Lynn to see the light of day again. He flew out of the white tiger's belly, and looking at the massive white tiger corpse, Lynn showed a hint of delight. One of the Federation's creators of pain had finally been slain by his own hand. He cast the blessing array of the golden spirit god, to cut off the white tiger's head, then quickly headed towards the center of the dungeon with it. His injuries were also healed by the blessing array of the heavenly god, though his equipment was torn to shreds beyond recognition. At the center of the dungeon, the class holders and monsters were still engaged in a furious battle. The land here was completely shattered, stained red with blood, both monster and class holder blood alike. Monsters, your king is dead. Lynn's voice swept across the sky, drawing the gaze of everyone, both people and monsters, to the white tiger's head. Good. The class holders cheered in unison. The white tiger was dead, the white tiger dungeon was about to be broken, and one of the Federation's shames had been erased by them. The pride and excitement in their hearts were beyond words. Roar! The monsters wailed in sorrow. Compared to the professionals' excitement, they were plunged into fear. Even their king was dead, how could they possibly stop that monster who resembled a demon god? The monsters scattered and fled, wishing they had 2 more legs. Kill! The class holders roared, continuously chasing and killing monsters with their skills, to thoroughly vent the hatred in their hearts. Lynn also cast arrays to continuously bombard and kill the monsters until not a single one was left in sight before he stopped. A figure unexpectedly crashed into Lynn's arms, hugging him tightly. Lynn, I was so worried about you. Yuding's voice was choked with sobs. She had been terrified just now. Looking at Lynn's blood-stained, tattered cloth armor, her eyes filled with heartache. Lynn must have suffered greatly. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Lynn patted the back of Yuding's head. The class holders who were about to come over and celebrate with Lynn all smiled. This scene, TSK. Ahem, do you two want a hug again later? Our compatriots outside are still waiting for our good news, Xiao Lele chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yuding released Lynn as if electrocuted, but she dared not lift her face from Lynn's chest. She had forgotten there were so many people there. How embarrassing. Xiao Lele, you're just pure jealousy, you single dog. Li Wenkai teased. Me, jealous? People line up from here to the capital to pursue me, unlike you, who no one asks about. TSK. Xiao Lele scoffed. You're full of crap. Li Wenkai exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Haha, got you riled up. Xiao Lele glanced at Li Wenkai askance. The others let out joyful laughter, and the worry on their faces dissipated slightly. Lynn took the dungeon core into his hand, then led everyone out of the dungeon. As for the materials dropped by the corpses inside the dungeon, members of the Breakthrough Legion would come in to collect them, and battle merits would be tallied according to their combat videos. Outsiders, even President Xia, with his composed temperament, were getting a little anxious. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag to relax himself. President Xia, you should have more faith in the young people of our Federation, Principal Zhu said. Old Zhu, are you still lecturing me? Your beard is almost completely pulled out. President Xia glanced at the half-missing beard on old Zhu's chin. Principal Zhu's hand, stroking his beard, paused, and a hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. How could he not be nervous? The young people inside were the future of the Federation. Especially Lynn, who believed he was the chosen one destined to end the dungeon crisis,
didn't know how long he would have to wait to encounter another if something unexpected happened to him. President Xie and Principal Zhu were both anxious, not to mention the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic people. Many were restless, sweating profusely, and on the verge of fainting. They had never been this nervous, not even on their wedding night. "Miss, please give me a hand, I'm about to faint," a young man said to the girl next to him. "Oh, okay." The girl naturally helped the young man. Some people around them exchanged glances, already feeling a bit dizzy, now feeling even dizzier. "Miss," a burly man looked at the girl beside him. "Get lost, I won't help you." The girl swept a disdainful glance at the man. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading, the rest is even more exciting. Many other men who tried to follow suit were also rejected, with only one successful attempt, by a handsome young man. "Brother, wanna buy a mirror?" a chubby young man sidled up to the rejected burly man. Go away, why would I buy a mirror?" The man was already in a bad mood from being rejected, and now someone was trying to sell him a mirror. "Just buy one. Look at it often, whether you have something to do or not, and you'll understand many things," the fat man said with a chuckle. "Nonsense, what can I understand by looking in a mirror?" The man's tone was impatient. "At least you'll understand why people refuse to help you," the fat man maintained his smile. Many people around them smirked. This fat man's insult was truly high class. The burly man also caught on, his eyes dangerously fixed on the fat man. "Fatty, I am an NTH Advancement Shield Warrior." "May I ask what advancement you are?" "I am but a humble NTH Advancement Swordmaster," Fatty replied, appearing calm and collected. "Then sell me a mirror." The man was tactful, might makes right. 1,000, please, Fatty said, pulling out a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic large mirror. "Why don't you just rob me?" The man got anxious. "Isn't this robbing you?" The fat man smiled. The man deflated. "Damn, today was really unlucky." Just as he was about to pay, he heard loud cheers from ahead. His gaze turned to the dungeon entrance, and his eyes first caught sight of the tiger's head, as large as a small car. Only then did he realize there was a person holding it beneath. Who else could it be but Lynn? Holy crap! The white tiger is dead. Lynn is awesome. The man strained his neck, cheering with all his might. Percent, Lynn is awesome. Lynn is awesome. After he started, people all over the mountains and plains simultaneously shouted this slogan, their voices so loud they seemed to shatter the sky. Then, every inhabited place in the Federation was shouting this slogan. The people watching the live broadcast were uncontrollably excited, roaring, "Lynn is awesome." At this moment, the entire Federation plunged into a frenzy. Many people rushed into the streets, roaring in celebration. Principal Zhu and President Xie finally let out their bated breath. They quickly went to meet Lynn, welcoming the Federation's hero, a hero who was merely a high school senior. Chapter 67, Grandmaster Artifact Forger Lu Tienda. "Lynn, congratulations on your victorious return. This is President Xie of the General Association," Principal Zhu said with a smile, introducing him to Lynn. Lynn tossed the white tiger's head onto the ground, his gaze turning to President Xie in surprise. Such a prominent figure had actually come in person. "Greetings, President Xie," Lynn said, greeting him. "A hero emerges from the youth. Lynn, you've done well," President Xie said, patting Lynn's shoulder, not bothering to conceal his admiration. "It's everyone's credit, the credit of those martyrs," Lynn said with a somber expression. Although this battle was won, the cost was heavy. Less than half of those who entered came out with him, mainly because the wave in the anti-magic field was too damaging. If not for that wave, the casualties would have been much fewer. Lynn's hatred for the cultists deepened further. The White Tiger dungeon has been breached. Their spirits in heaven will be greatly comforted. We, the living, must carry their ideals forward. Chairman Xie's eyes revealed a profound weariness. In these turbulent times, sacrifice was the main theme. People were sacrificing themselves every single moment. "Lynn, you've already done very well." Principal Zhu comforted Lynn. He understood that Lynn was only gradually beginning to experience war and couldn't yet accept its cruelty.
You are all heroes of the Federation. Attention, salute. Chairman Xia looked at the class holders following Lynn and took the lead in saluting Lynn and the other heroes. The atmosphere instantly became solemn.
Lynn and the others stood tall and returned a military salute. With the White Tiger Dungeon breached, the Federation, to celebrate this important day, announced a 3-day holiday, allowing the public to fully release the years of suppression they had felt from the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon. Many citizens brought flowers to the martyrs' cemetery not far from the entrance of the White Tiger Dungeon. These were all martyrs who had sacrificed themselves in previous attacks on the White Tiger Dungeon. 5 continuous mountains were filled with martyrs' graves. The pain the White Tiger Dungeon had inflicted on the Federation was immense.
Son, rest in peace.
The White Tiger Dungeon has been breached.
Your spirit in heaven can finally be at peace. Brother, your wish has finally come true. Rest in peace. Sister, may you reincarnate peacefully and go to a world without war.
The martyrs' cemetery was filled with flowers. People had not forgotten them. They were the heroes of the Federation. In the military camp, Lynn and Yuding discussed their experiences in the dungeon with Chairman Xie and the others. When they heard that the cultists had used an anti-magic field scroll, causing heavy casualties, the surging murderous aura made the air still. The heretic god cult deserves to die 1,000 deaths.
President Xie gritted his teeth. 3,000 prodigies died at the hands of monsters because of the cultists. He hated it. Principal Zhu's expression was also extremely angry. The cultists had harmed the Federation time and again, challenging the Federation's bottom line repeatedly. They deserved to die. The high-ranking officials of the Legion and the Regional Federal Association were also enraged, wishing they could grind the cultists to dust. However, the heretic god cult was hidden very deeply. Working closely with monsters, their base camp was deep in the wilderness, making it difficult to detect. With the White Tiger Dungeon breached, Lynn prepared to leave. He was going to the home of the Grandmaster Artificer with the principal to prepare for artifact forging. He now possessed 2 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. The White Tiger had dropped a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic material, the skin of the White Tiger. After Chairman Xie heard that Lynn intended to forge common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, he immediately allocated it to him first, to be deducted from his military merits later. Yuding did not come along. Her parents were already there. Yuding was taken away by them as soon as she exited the dungeon. Their daughter hadn't even discussed such significant matters as assaulting common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons with them. After hearing the news, they rushed over immediately. The artifact forging Grandmaster was in the southwest region, across the southern border region from the Guanghai region. The 2 chose not to take transportation. The principal carried Lynn, swiftly traversing the sky at speeds easily exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. In less than 10 minutes, they had arrived at the artifact forging Grandmaster's doorstep. Although called a home, it was actually an exceptionally large estate. Standing at the entrance, one could hear the continuous sounds of forging from within, accompanied by waves of heat. Forging and fire are inseparable. The gate of the estate bore the 6 large characters Lu's Forging Guild. This was the top forging guild in the Federation, without peer, as the other 2 Grandmasters of Forging were official personnel and did not belong to any guild. At the entrance were 2 teams of Tier 5 class holders stationed, which was only the overt force. Stronger forces were secretly guarding the place. Lu's Forging Guild was one of the wealthiest guilds in the Federation, powerful and with deep roots. Seeing Principal Zhu and Lynn arrive, a guard quickly ushered them in. The guild master had already given instructions: if Principal Zhu and Lynn came, they were to be immediately brought to him, and he was to be notified. Lynn and the other person followed the path towards the center of the estate, and before they even arrived, they saw a tall figure coming out to greet them. He had a very muscular build and dark skin, looking very healthy at a glance. However, his hair was already completely gray. Principal Zhu had said that both of his sons had fallen in the White Tiger Dungeon. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one, the grief was too profound to confide in others,
and his hair had turned white in just a few days. Today, Grandmaster Lu had shed his previous despondency, appearing energetic and spirited. Just today, the revenge for his two sons had finally been achieved. Although not by his own hand, it was enough that the white tiger was dead. Young friend Lin, I apologize for not coming out to greet you sooner. Grandmaster Lu was very enthusiastic, reaching out and shaking Lin's hand the moment he came before him.
Hello, Grandmaster Lu, Lin Wu greeted. A hero in his youth, indeed. Come, quickly, let's go inside and sit down. Grandmaster Lu pulled Lin towards the house. Old Lu, are you blind? Can't you see me?
Principal Zhu said indignantly. Old Zhu, make yourself at home.
Isn't coming here just like coming home for you? Grandmaster Lu replied without looking back.
Grandmaster Lu's house was not luxurious, it was a very common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic wooden cabin.
He liked this style of house. Grandmaster Lu took out his best tea.
Just opening the lid, the fragrance of the tea filled the room, invigorating everyone. You old rascal, you usually wouldn't spare a bit of this spirit yuan tea when I visit, but today you're being generous, Principal Zhu teased.
Is today the same as any other day?
I must properly thank the benefactor of our Lu family, Grandmaster Lu retorted with a pout.
Grandmaster Lu, please don't say that, Lin said modestly. I'm a straightforward person, young friend Lin.
You are a benefactor to our Lu family. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can send me a message, and I'll help without a second thought, Grandmaster Lu declared, thumping his chest. The promise of an artifact forging Grandmaster. If others knew that Lin had actually received Grandmaster Lu's promise, they would probably drool with envy. The status of a Grandmaster Artificer is comparable to that of a top-tier 7-star class holder, not to mention that Grandmaster Lu also commands a massive guild. For many, what would be an extremely difficult task is merely a word from him. Chapter 68, I choose to buy on credit.
Grandmaster Lu, this junior is truly flattered. If the need arises in the future, I will certainly trouble you. Lin did not refuse, he understood the weight of a Grandmaster.
Just as the three of them were chatting merrily, a young girl came down from the second floor of the wooden house.
Her gaze first landed on Lin. Peers always attract attention first. Her eyes showed surprise. Why is he here?
Then she noticed Principal Zhu, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Grandpa Zhu, you're here, the girl skipped down the wooden ladder. Qinger, you need to be careful, don't be so reckless, Grandmaster Lu quickly reminded her. Grandpa, I'm a class holder, I'd be fine even if I jumped down, Zhao Qinger said indifferently, her face beaming as she skipped over and sat down beside Principal Zhu.
Principal Zhu, why haven't you come to see me for so long?
Zhao Linger's tone was playfully coquettish, showing she was very familiar with Principal Zhu.
Didn't I just come to see you 2 months ago? Principal Zhu showed a kind smile. 2 months? How long ago was that? Look, half your beard is gone.
Zhao Qinger pointed at Principal Zhu's beard.
Ha ha. I plucked it myself. How is it? Handsome, right? Principal Zhu chuckled. Handsome.
Zhao Qinger gave a thumbs up.
Qinger, let me introduce you, this is. The principal's gaze turned to Lin. Grandpa Zhu, no need for introductions, this must be student Lin? I've heard so much about you,
I'm Zhao Qinger, the future legendary cleric. Zhao Qinger graciously extended her right hand to Lin.
Hello, student Zhao.
Lin reached out and gave a light handshake, thinking to himself how confident this girl was. Only an 8th advancement could be called a legendary.
Qinger, you can brag at home, but aren't you ashamed to brag everywhere? Grandmaster Lu said helplessly.
His granddaughter was good in every way, except she was too confident, and he blamed himself for spoiling her too much. He only had one daughter left, and all his affection went to her. Out of love for his daughter, he naturally doted on his granddaughter in every possible way.
Grandpa, who's bragging?
Just you wait, your granddaughter will one day become the Federation's new legend. Zhao Qinger puffed out her chest, looking very arrogant.
Alright, I've heard that a million times.
You're only at NTH advancement, still a long way off.
You should learn from young friend Lynn and be a bit more humble. Master Lu looked exasperated. One should be a bit reckless in youth, Grandpa. You're not young anymore, you wouldn't understand. Zhao Qinger wagged a finger. Grandpa is just old now, it's not that I was never young before. Grandmaster Lu's face darkened. Different eras are different, Zhao Qinger offered a pile of excuses. Lynn felt that Zhao Qinger was quite interesting, a very lively girl. Being friends with such a girl would certainly be fun, though Lynn had no other intentions. He wasn't the kind of person who fell in love with everyone he met. Grandmaster Lu was too lazy to bicker with his granddaughter and told her to make tea. Zhao Qinger was skilled at making tea, and spinning the teacup was quite amusing. The four of them chatted together, Principal Zhu and Master Lu conversing, while Zhao Qinger chatted with Lynn. Zhao Qinger was a curious cat, wanting to know everything, and she was particularly gossipy. Lynn, are you and Sister Yuding a couple? Zhao Qinger's eyes sparkled when she brought this up. Such gossip was too exciting, she really wanted to be the first to know. Dawn. Ah. Zhao Qinger clutched her head, crying out in pain. Grandmaster Lu's flick to her forehead almost brought tears to her eyes, it hurt so much. What are you thinking at such a young age? If you dare to date before you graduate from college, I'll break your legs, Grandmaster Zhao scolded. Grandpa, if I don't date, I don't date, but why did you hit me? Zhao Qinger said, feeling wronged. That's to teach you a lesson. Grandmaster Lu said with a stern face. Zhao Qinger was his precious darling, and if some scoundrel were to snatch her away, he'd be furious to death. Humph, I'll go to a faraway university, let's see how you'll control me then? Zhao Qinger mumbled. You can only apply to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University, so old Zhu can keep an eye on you. Master Lu's tone left no room for negotiation. Grandpa Zhu, you have to keep it a secret for me then, Zhao Qinger winked at Principal Zhu. Qinger, I can only say I'll try my best, otherwise I'm afraid your grandpa will smash up my school, Principal Zhu chuckled. Lynn, let's exchange contact information. Zhao Qinger's eyes nth advancement, she couldn't ask here, but surely she could ask online? Okay. Lynn added Zhao Qinger's contact information. After a bit of casual small talk, they moved on to serious matters, which naturally involved refining common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment for Lynn. Lynn took out the array pattern divine stone and the white tiger skin. Zhao Qinger touched them. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. Each one was a priceless treasure, and her eyes were filled with envy. This array pattern divine stone is naturally for forging an array book. What do you plan to do with this white tiger skin? It's such a large piece. My personal suggestion is to choose a top or pants. As for the belt, shoulder pads, and greaves, smaller pieces of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials can be used, inquired Master Lu. A top, Lynn had already decided on the way here. Let me tell you about the crafting plans. There are 3 in total. The first, I'll give you a list of materials, and you can purchase the other materials yourself. I'll simply charge you for the crafting fee, which will be exactly 1 billion after a 50% discount. The second option is for you to fully entrust me. I will provide the materials, and then give you a total price. The price will be around 4 billion, as many common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade materials are needed as auxiliary components. The third option is you can put it on credit. As long as you clear another common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon, I'll cover everything. Master Lu presented the 3 options, waiting for Lynn's decision. Good heavens, it truly lives up to being the Federation's top-tier equipment. Even with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials, the cost isn't something an ordinary person can bear, Lynn thought to himself. I choose to put it on credit. Lynn didn't hesitate much. He was confident he could clear a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon. Good, then you just wait to receive these 2 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic pieces of equipment. I will forge them to the highest standard, Master Lu smiled. This was the option he most hoped Lynn would choose. He wasn't lacking money at all. Earning a few hundred million more was just a minor difference. At his level, money was just a number. The things he truly desired were often difficult to purchase with money, such as clearing a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon. No matter how much money he offered, no one would dare to accept, because no amount of money was more important than one's own life. "Count me in next time," Zhao Qing'er exclaimed joyfully. "Dawn." Master Lu gave Zhao Qing'er another rap on the head. "Don't force me to ground you." Grandmaster Lu was unprecedentedly serious. He absolutely would not allow his family members to enter common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon again. There weren't many things he feared in his life, but his family entering a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeon was absolutely what he feared most. He couldn't bear it any longer. "If I don't go, I don't go then," Zhao Qing'er pouted, looking very wronged. Chapter 69, Continuing the Winning Streak Challenge. With the matter of the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment settled, Lynn and Principal Zhu also bid farewell to Grandmaster Lu and left. "Lynn, I'll come find you to play next time." Zhao Qing'er waved her hand. "Okay." Lynn replied, waving back, and then returned with the principal all the way to Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, Beiyuan Adventurer University. Crafting common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment was not easy. The two pieces would likely take Grandmaster Lu about a month. However, Lynn was not in a hurry. He was still very strong even without common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. The first thing Lynn did upon returning was to use up his dungeon entry count for the day. His level had already reached 142 when he cleared the White Tiger dungeon, and after running the dungeon, it reached 143. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to undergo his 5th advancement the day after tomorrow. With about a week left until the national exam, Lynn had a complete opportunity to become a 5 advancement Heavenly Source Master before the national exam. Since the founding of the Federation, no student had yet become a 5 advancement class holder during the national exam. Even those powerful second-generation individuals, with specialized teams leading them to level up in dungeons and the wilderness, didn't find it that easy to reach 5 advancement. NTH advancement was already difficult. Most were NTH advancement. At present, high school students in the Jiangnan region are already in despair over Lin's existence. Competing against Lin is simply too difficult. They are completely relegated to supporting roles. If Lin achieves a 5th advancement, their despair will only deepen. How can they even continue? Compared to him, they are useless, and their practical combat scores will likely be pitifully low. After all, in the practical combat exam of the national exam, the highest scorer receives full marks. Everyone else's scores are calculated by dividing their own score by the highest score and then multiplying by 100. With Lin's strength, his score will undoubtedly lead by a huge margin, making others' scores likely unbearable to look at. Yuding sent Lin a message, saying she had returned to the Mahai region with her parents. This was partly for her education, and partly to help her revive her summoned beasts. Once summoned, a summoned beast is bound for life, and this contract only dissolves upon the summoner's death. Therefore, Yuding had to revive those summoned beasts that had turned into true spirits as quickly as possible, otherwise, her strength would be affected. She was now left only with the Huncher Demon Ape and the White Jiao. Without Yuding by his side, Lin felt a bit unaccustomed. He could only continue his previous higher-tier challenges, aiming once again for 100 consecutive victories. Lin entered the martial arts dungeon. As soon as he arrived, he was enthusiastically welcomed by the class holders. Their fervent expressions were like those of devout followers seeing their true God. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Lin began a higher-tier match. His first opponent was a 5th advancement Shadow Priest. Shadow Priests are relatively rare. Most priests choose to become Light Priests during their NTH advancement, as Light Priests are purely support. Shadow Priests combine both support and offense, which for most class holders makes it a jack of all trades, master of none profession. Their support capabilities are far inferior to Light Priests, and their pitiful attack power doesn't even come close to a third of a mage's. Being balanced, in some aspects, means lacking unique characteristics and thus not being popular with the mainstream.
As the countdown ended, Lynn instantly cast a formation, and lightning struck, tearing the air apart.
Silence!
The shadow priest also raised her hand immediately, and a wisp of black light shot from her staff, quickly descending upon Lynn. All defenses were powerless against it. This was actually a true skill. The black light landed on Lynn, and his mana was suddenly sealed, rendering him unable to channel it.
All his formations vanished instantly.
Lynn was startled.
What a terrifying skill!
This skill was practically the bane of all magic-based professions. Without skills, their strength would be reduced to almost nothing. For example, the current Lynn, without his skills, was just a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic heavenly source mage.
However, Lan's sealed state only lasted for a second.
Lynn breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this skill wasn't that powerful.
If it could last for 3 seconds, it would be formidable.
He instantly cast formations again. Defensive, amplification, and offensive formations instantly fell into place. At this moment, the shadow priest had just finished casting her second skill. A gigantic shadow hand grabbed Lynn from beneath his feet.
Lynn's defense was likewise unable to stop it. This was another true damage skill.
If his predictions were correct, his opponent's talent should be related to true damage, a very terrifying talent that could achieve great things if used well. However, with the boost from the formations, Lynn's HP was too high. Although the ghostly hand drained over 600,000 of Lynn's HP, it was negligible compared to Lynn's HP, which exceeded 100 million. And this time, the Shadow Mage didn't have time to cast her silence skill to interrupt Lynn's attack, as casting the Shadow Hand skill required time. Lynn's attack landed just an instant before her ghostly hand finished casting.
He also couldn't instantly escape the attack range of the formation.
The lightning struck him, directly clearing his health bar. The Shadow Priest's gaze was regretful. She still had many tricks she hadn't used, but unfortunately, she had no chance.
Lynn's skill damage was too overpowered. One hit meant death. Lynn was also contemplating that class holders' talents vary widely. He must improve himself more comprehensively.
Since true damage skills exist, he must develop an absolute defense skill that, when activated, even true skills won't be able to break through his defenses.
Moreover, he deeply realized the importance of equipment. If his equipment was powerful enough, even if he couldn't cast skills, the equipment alone would be sufficient to protect him. After all, equipment above common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic comes with equipment attributes, which are similar to his traits and can be of great use at critical moments. Since I've started crafting equipment, I must quickly replace all my gear with common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. Lynn set a goal: with a full set of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment, even standing still, others would find it hard to kill him. The next opponent didn't cause Lynn much trouble.
As soon as the countdown ended, he instantly killed his opponent, once again securing 30 consecutive victories, and his cross-rank challenge also reached 60 consecutive victories. And Lynn once again received a heavenly Dao reward, another 3 materials of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic grades, which would sell for over 600 million.
After completing 30 matches, Lynn exited the arena dungeon.
He would play the remaining 40 matches tomorrow, allowing the news to spread for a while, which would attract more powerful 5th rank class holders to target him. He enjoyed fighting strong opponents, as it helped him better understand his own shortcomings. The dungeon was cleared, PK battles were fought, and the wilderness was temporarily off limits. Lynn seemed to have nothing to do, but in fact, he was busy. He was browsing posts about talent holders in the class holder forum, learning about various talents, treating those talent holders as imaginary enemies, simulating battles against them in his mind, thinking about how he would react if he encountered them. He really did discover some difficult talents, for example, a talent called damage reflection. If you attack them, you will also take the same amount of damage. Class holders with high damage are most afraid of such talents, fearing that attacking the opponent will lead to their own demise. Lynn's damage is so high that he would be a bit worried if he encountered such a talent holder. There was also a talent called strategic maneuvering that made him a little wary. This talent was truly powerful. Chapter 70, Impacting the 100 win streak across tiers. This talent could actually mobilize the power of other class holders for one's own use, much like orchestrating the power of a battle formation in novels. The owner of this talent was a division commander in the Breaking Boundaries Legion. He could combine the power of 1,000 class holders to unleash terrifying attacks. This division commander is currently only a 6th rank Heavenly Origin Master, but he has killed more than one 7th rank monster with his talent, becoming a terrifying existence for monsters, ranking high on their kill list. Of course, Lynn wasn't afraid of this division commander after all. There was no reason for the division commander to attack him. He was afraid that cultists might also have similar talents, and then an unexpected blow would be disastrous. There were many other powerful talents, and Lynn felt truly enlightened. Although humans do not have powerful physiques or skills inherited through bloodlines, the Heavenly Tao also provides compensation, and talents are this compensation. During the Federation's most perilous moments, it was mostly talented individuals who stepped up, helping the Federation overcome one difficulty after another. Esteemed Master, Ms. Mu the rich lady has sent you a message, the AI terminal, tossed aside, prompted.
Lynn tapped open the message page, and its content brought a knowing smile to his face.
The first message was a selfie of Yuding, facing the sun, exuding a youthful and radiant aura. She was wearing a small shirt on top and denim shorts below, perfectly embodying the word youth.
Does it look good?
This was the second message. Not just ordinarily beautiful, I'm absolutely mesmerized, Lynn replied.
Glad you know how to talk. Humph.
Of course, that pine tree next to you is indeed beautiful, completely to my aesthetic side-eye, Lynn chuckled as he replied.
Go die. Scorn. But it doesn't hold a candle to you, Lynn added again. I like to hear that, say more. Playful. Just copy and paste it yourself. Smirk. You scoundrel. Eye roll.
The two chatted casually until it was time to sleep, when Yuding sent Lynn a message, you idiot, I miss you so much.
Silly girl, I miss you too.
Lynn felt very sweet inside. This feeling of being cared for was wonderful. On the other side, Yuding, at this moment, covered her face with both hands, her whole body flushed, rolling around in bed.
Oh God, how embarrassing, how could she dare to say something like that?
However, a lot of sweetness also continuously surged in her heart. Lynn's I miss you too made her feel very happy.
Early the next morning, Lynn woke up shortly after 6 o'clock.
After washing up and eating breakfast, he came to the dungeon hall again. Along the way, there were countless people greeting Lynn. Lynn was already a hero of the Jiangnan district, having made very significant contributions during the monster siege. Now, he was even more a hero of the Federation, having successfully led the class holders to clear the White Tiger dungeon, an impact that was far-reaching. On one hand, it brought confidence to the Federation's citizens, showing that even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons couldn't stop the Federation. On the other hand, the dungeon hall now features daily common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic dungeons, meaning 5th turn class holders have the opportunity to acquire common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic materials from this White Tiger, adding a new acquisition channel for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic materials, which is truly remarkable. Although it's difficult, as the White Tiger dungeon's difficulty is exceptionally high, being able to repeatedly farm it means there will be an opportunity sooner or later. Lynn chose a dungeon named Undead Graveyard. Naturally it held difficulty.
Upon entering, countless graves were visible.
Lynn's arrival disturbed this silent resting place of the undead, and one by one, undead creatures emerged from their graves, numbering over 500. The higher the dungeon level, the more monsters it contains and the stronger they become, as higher level dungeons are more complete. An 8th turn dungeon is already very close to an entire planet's ecosystem. A chill kept assaulting Lynn's mind, but how could Lynn be frightened by such a scene? People fear ghosts because they lack confidence in their own strength. If one had 100% confidence in being able to subdue a ghost, would they still be afraid? Lynn had 100% confidence in his strength.
Thunder tore through the gloom, sending all the undead to hell.
Then Lynn made his way towards the center of the dungeon, with more and more undead surging towards Lynn, but they were just easy pickings. The lord of the dungeon was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic great chief.
Lynn instantly killed it before it even had a chance to act. Lynn's level rose to 144,
and by clearing one more dungeon tomorrow, he would complete his 5th advancement. Next up was challenging the cross-tier 100 win streak, with 40 matches remaining.
Lynn entered the arena dungeon.
Those 5th advancement class holders who had been waiting for a long time all initiated matches.
It was an honor to PK with Lynn.
If they could even win a single move or two, they would strike it rich, with countless guilds and corporations vying for them. The Shadow Priest from yesterday, who had silenced Lynn, had his doorstep trampled by people from major guilds and corporations, with increasingly tempting offers. However, ideals are grand, but reality is harsh. It was extraordinarily difficult to win even a single move or two against Lynn.
Many class holders were instantly killed before they could even react.
Lynn also reached his 90th consecutive win. After 90 consecutive victories, the opponents he was matched with were no ordinary competitors. They were all streaks, at least strong players with 90 or more wins. Normally, it would be difficult for them to gather like this, but because of Lynn, they were all here matching, just to encounter Lynn.
Lynn met his first opponent in an over-leveled challenge. It was a summoner. "Lynn, I've finally matched with you."
The summoner showed a joyful smile, having achieved his wish regardless of winning or losing.
"Hello," Lynn greeted.
At this moment, the audience outside the arena dungeon erupted in cheers. Lynn didn't know this summoner, but many of them did. This person was a disciple of the Yun family. For reasons unknown, whether due to bloodline or genetics, many members of the Yun family would advance to the summoner class during their class change. And they have a natural affinity for monsters. Their contracted summoned beasts are all of high rank. Many clan members possess summoned beasts of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic chief levels. After 10 generations of development, the Yun family has now become the largest summoner family in the Federation.
The Yun family's old ancestor is an 8th Revolution summoner, a towering pillar of the Federation.
"Student Lin, for the sake of my cousin Yuding, you must go easy on me," Yun Jilong said with a laugh. His family was the one to which Yuding's mother, Yun Tingting, belonged. Yuding becoming a summoner has a lot to do with possessing the Yun family's bloodline. "Cousin, don't worry, my array formations are very fast, you won't feel any pain," Lin said with a serious expression. "You rascal," Yun Jilong chuckled.
As the countdown ended, 10 summoned beasts appeared across the dueling arena. A 5-turn summoner can summon beasts to any position within 500 meters. Yun Jilong certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to summon all his beasts around him. Wouldn't that just be serving them up to Lin? Chapter 71. This is not a matter of aesthetics, but a test.
Indeed, the next instant, a formation diagram appeared beneath him, followed by dark clouds above.
The dark clouds were torn apart by lightning, and his body was engulfed in the thunder. Instant cast formations. It's truly hard to even get a chance to react. Star shift. Yun Jilong cast a skill, instantly swapping positions with one of his summoned beasts.
He survived, but that summoned beast was instantly torn to shreds.
Terrifying. Good thing I wasn't naive enough to use a life share skill. Which summoned beast could withstand such an attack? Yun Jilong thought to himself.
However, merely escaping the first wave of attacks was far from enough, because Lin had plenty of array formations that could be cast instantly.
"Go!"
Yun Jilong ordered all his summoned beasts to charge towards Lin. Powerful skills rained down, bombing the earthen barrier, but that was all they did. They simply couldn't break through its defense.
Truly despair-inducing defenses.
Yun Jilong felt helpless. Fortunately, he had a trump card, and he hoped it would work.
Six-tailed white fox, cast charm skill.
Yun Jilong commanded a fox with 6 tails. This was one of his common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic level summoned beasts, skilled in charm skill. When he achieved 95 consecutive victories back then, the 6-tailed white fox had played a crucial role. The 6-tailed white fox's tails began to sway rhythmically, its eyes turned emerald green, and 2 green lights shot out from its eyes, catching Lin's attention. Lin's gaze met the 6-tailed white fox's eyes, and his vision shifted. Lin found himself lying on a soft, large bed, covered by a soft pink duvet. Looking around, the entire room was pink walls, a pink wardrobe, pink dolls, and a graceful figure in pink pajamas with her back turned.
Where did I get taken? Wasn't I in a PK? Lynn was confused. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Lynn, you're awake. A figure in pink pajamas turned around, and the bright smile on her face made Lynn relax. The figure was Yuding, her pajamas so revealing they seemed almost transparent. Those who know. Good heavens, what's going on? Lynn felt a dryness in his throat. His body was in the prime of youth, and it was hard to resist such temptation. Yuding sat on the edge of the bed, turning slightly to look at Lynn with eyes as gentle as water. A mountain range from the side, a peak from the front. This poem immediately surged into Lynn's mind. Fool, do I look good? Yuding asked with a playful blink and a smile. It's not a question of whether you look good or not, Lynn said, his voice stiff. This was a test. Inside the sparring space, Lynn's gaze suddenly became blank, and he froze in place. He. Cousin Lynn, you're strong, but you've fallen into your cousin's trap. Yun Jilong revealed a pleased smile. Although Lynn's skill was still active, the duration of the skill was limited. Once Lynn's defensive skill ended, it would be his time to seize the fruits of victory. He folded his arms and waited quietly, looking completely confident. It wasn't easy to break the seduction skill of a six-tailed white fox, especially for a hot-blooded young man. He admitted that he couldn't break it himself, otherwise, why would his face be so pale? Damn, Lynn's been charmed. He's in trouble. The six-tailed white fox's charm is a sure kill for young people. TSK, the scene Lynn is seeing right now must be very stimulating. Brother, just listening to you, I feel like it needs to be censored. Many experienced individuals revealed knowing smiles. They had, after all, tried charm skills before, and could only say the memories were profound. That dummy, who could he be thinking of? Yuding was also in the sparring space. She understood charm skills and was 100 times curious about what Lynn was currently seeing. Could he be seeing me? Some images flashed through Yuding's mind, and her face instantly flushed. Time passed, and after half a minute, more and more people believed Lynn was going to lose this time, as he showed no signs of waking up. Many people showed expressions of regret. Their idol's winning streak was apparently going to end here. Some also showed a hint of relief Lynn wasn't invincible after all. Everyone has weaknesses, and Lynn's consistent victories had put too much pressure on them. But in the next instant, a formation diagram suddenly appeared under the feet of the smug Yun Jilong, and lightning tore through the darkness, tearing him apart in the process. He appeared outside, utterly bewildered. What just happened? The others were also bewildered. Lynn was charmed and woke up so quickly? Holy crap, as expected of my great god Lynn. His willpower is firm. Cough cough. Student Lynn, so fast at such a young age? After being charmed, besides the sage mode, I can't think of any other way to break it. My friend knows an old Chinese doctor who is very experienced in this area. I should introduce him to student Lynn. That friend is you, isn't it? Nonsense, it's just a friend. My friend's name is a Chang. Cough cough. Can you introduce him to my friend as well? Oh. The class holders' discussion was going increasingly off topic. This illusion, good thing my mental fortitude was strong enough, I was clear-headed enough, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Lynn exhaled. He broke through the illusion with his powerful willpower, completely contrary to what those uncles had guessed. He broke through so quickly. Is my appeal not enough, or was I not on his mind? Yuding's eyes grew dangerous. Indeed, you can never guess a girl's thoughts. Yuding's thoughts were in a state of constant flux. Lynn continued his challenge. The subsequent opponents were also strong, but they were quite predictable. They couldn't last more than 3 seconds in Lynn's hands before being instantly defeated. Lynn reached 99 consecutive victories and now faced his 100th opponent, challenged beyond his level. As soon as the opponent appeared, the spectating class holders outside erupted in cheers again. This class holder's fame was even greater than Yun Jilong's because he was the captain of the previous year's school teams from Federal University, Jiangnan Adventurer University, Southwest Adventurer University, and Beiyuan Adventurer University.
This title alone had made him a prominent figure. After graduation, he chose not to return home to inherit his vast family fortune, but instead formed his own mercenary group. His varsity teammates also chose to join him. They participated in breakthroughs and city defense battles, achieving illustrious military exploits. Moreover, he had also achieved 100 consecutive victories, a class holder with powerful talent and highly skilled in combat. He was Wei Xinghe, a battle swordsman adorned with a halo of glory.
Junior brother Lin, Wei Xinghe greeted Lin.
Senior brother Wei, Lin replied. He recognized Wei Xinghe. He often saw news about him in the past. Seeing you, I truly feel a pang of worry for the junior brothers and sisters at my alma mater. I hope they can be strong, Wei Xinghe remarked with emotion. If he and Lin were in the same cohort, he probably would have despaired himself. Senior brother Wei, don't worry, I will make them strong, Lin chuckled softly.
Chapter 72, Peerless Swordsman, 100 consecutive over-level victories. Ha ha ha. Wei Xinghe burst into laughter, already mourning for the junior brothers and sisters.
The two stopped speaking, quietly waiting for the 10-second countdown to end.
The atmosphere in the entire arena began to sharpen.
Wei Xinghe simply stood there, holding his sword, like a peerless divine sword ready to pierce the blue sky. His pupils were unlike ordinary people's, they were silver. 2 silver beams of light emanated from his eyes, like 2 streaks of sword light. His talent was already powerful enough to alter local features of his body.
The countdown ended.
Lin started with 0 frames, and the spot where Wei Xinghe stood was instantly engulfed by purple heaven divine lightning, heaven-shattering meteorites, and a dance of 10,000 demons. To show his respect for Wei Xinghe, Lin instantly cast 3 formations. Break! A furious roar erupted from the raging lightning, rolling flames, and frenzied demonic shadows. Then Lin saw 3 dazzling sword lights tear through the air, landing on the formation diagrams and slicing all 3 diagrams in half. Amazing, according to everyone's speculation, his talent possesses powerful anti-restriction capabilities, even able to break skills.
It's terrifyingly strong, Lin exclaimed in awe.
As Lin encountered more and more talented individuals, the pride he once felt from his cheat-like abilities gradually faded. A talent user's talent was also a form of cheat, and he hadn't yet reached a point where he could disregard all the heroes under heaven. Soaring Sword Chi. Wei Xinghe's face was solemn, his entire body radiating dazzling silver light, especially his eyes. If one looked closely, they could see tiny sword gleams swimming within them. Holding his sword in his right hand, he pointed it at Lin. A sword gleam, more brilliant than a dazzling meteor, descended upon Lin's earth barrier in the blink of an eye. The earth barrier vibrated violently. A profound power destroyed the elemental structure of the earth barrier, returning it to its raw earth element state. The grand formation of the earth god's blessing was directly broken.
Ban-breaking power was truly formidable.
The sword energy surged forward, piercing through the colossal apostle tombstone, tearing apart the branches of the tree of life. The 2 large arrays were broken once more, landing on the armor covering Lin's body. This was the armor refined by the Titan Bulwark Array, enhancing Lin's defense 40-fold. The sword chi struck the armor, causing it to vibrate slightly, but that was all. The power of the sword chi had been completely expended and dissipated. Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This power of breaking prohibitions had truly startled him, but ultimately, his defense proved superior.
Since the opponent couldn't break his defense, he was in an invincible position. As for the opponent being able to break formations, there would always be times when he couldn't react in time. Array after array was instantly cast by Lin's magic, one after another, at a rapid frequency. Satellite River, holding his long sword, continuously unleashed brilliant sword gleams, destroying each array. However, Wei Xinghe knew that constant defense would only lead to failure, so he decided to stake everything on a single struggle. The orange light emanating from his sword grew even more dazzling. This sword of his was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapon. When he achieved 100 consecutive victories, he used the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials rewarded by the Heavenly Daotic Commission, a master artificer, to forge this sword.
Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapons possess special attributes, and exceptionally powerful ones at that, even two of them. He wasn't without a chance. The first attribute of his sword was super critical strike. Every attack was guaranteed to trigger a critical hit, and the critical damage was 5 times the skill damage. Furthermore, there was a certain chance to trigger a super critical strike, where the critical damage was 30 times the skill damage. The second attribute was the protection of the sword god. When health dropped to 1%, the power of the sword god would activate to protect him, locking his health for 5 seconds. These two attributes can only be described as terrifyingly powerful. A 30-fold critical damage, once triggered, would instantly kill a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level chief of the same realm. Junior brother Lynn, let's see whom the god of destiny favors. Satellite River no longer chose to break Lynn's array. Instead, man and sword merged into one, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot towards Lynn. Thunder, meteor, demon soul, storm, raging waves. The terrifying skill landed on him. His defense couldn't block it at all. His health instantly dropped to 1%. A vast sword aura enveloped his body. No matter how Lynn attacked, he couldn't break through that vast sword aura. Lynn is terrifying. In just a moment, he's forced Satellite River to rely on the common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapon traits. What else can he do? His skills can't penetrate defenses, and breaking formations just leads to passively waiting for death. He can only fight with everything he has. He still has a chance. The other trait of his common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic weapon is truly amazing. I personally saw a 5-turn peak common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic level great chief get instantly killed by one of his swords. The hearts of all spectators were in their throats. They knew the moment to determine victory or defeat was coming, and it would be within a mere 5 seconds. It was truly nerve-wracking and exciting. Sword splits the river. Satellite River shouted loudly, his entire body radiating brilliant light. His common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic longsword thrust forward, sending a 1,000-meter long sword chi slicing across the low sky, carrying the sharpness that could cleave a great river, and landing on Lynn's defensive formation. The sword chi, possessing the power to break prohibitions, once again tore through one formation after another, closing in on Lynn. Lynn exerted all his strength to deploy defensive formations. If a formation was broken, he would simply deploy another. One formation after another was cast by Lynn, blocking the 1,000-meter long sword chi. Man and sword as one. Satellite River made a desperate move, activating his most powerful skill. He held his sword with both hands, becoming one with it, transforming into a sky-shattering sword chi that shot towards Lynn. At the moment it touched the earth barrier, a look of surprise flashed in Satellite River's eyes. A super critical hit was triggered. The sword light shimmered, tearing through the formations with its power to break prohibitions and immense strength, charging straight towards Lynn. This sword carried Wei Xinghe's unwavering belief in victory. Lynn continuously cast formations in an instant, blocking Satellite River's path. However, Satellite River's speed in breaking formations was too fast. In a mere breath, he had already arrived before Lynn. He, sword and man as one, thrust towards Lynn's chest. The damage of this single strike exceeded 100 million. Who could stop it? But soon, he froze. His sword pierced through Lynn's heart. Although Lynn's face was pale, he did not fall. Lynn gave him a smile. Didn't Satellite River know that both his defense and health had already surpassed 100 million? Although a 30-fold critical hit was powerful enough to break through his defense, it only took away over 20 million of his HP. He still had plenty of HP left. Sword Chi Storm. Satellite River cast his skill again. Countless sword chi transformed into a storm, sweeping over Lynn's formations, breaking them open. Without the formation's buffs, he didn't believe Lynn could withstand his long sword. But Lynn made him experience the terror of instantaneous formations. Breaking formations still required time, but Lynn only needed a thought to activate a formation, constantly maintaining the formation's buffs. Satellite River looked dejected. Lynn's defense was truly despair-inducing.
As the 5 seconds ran out, Lynn's formation directly took him away.
Lynn achieved 100 consecutive victories challenging opponents above his level, an unprecedented accomplishment.
Chapter 73, Stepping into Trouble. Lynn is awesome. Lynn is awesome. The entire martial arts dungeon echoed with sky-shaking roars.
Lynn did it, 100 consecutive victories challenging opponents above his level, the first person since the class holder system was created. Even in the future, there might not be another, as this difficulty was akin to ascending to heaven. The voice of Heaven's Tao sounded again, and Lynn smiled. The rewards were coming. Lynn has achieved 100 consecutive victories challenging opponents above his level. Special rewards include dragon horns, Juyan's hide, and vermilion bird feathers.
3 materials appeared in Lynn's inventory.
All 3 were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials, meaning Lynn could craft 3 more common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic pieces of equipment.
I'll have to bother Master Lu again.
I've already accumulated such a large debt, so it won't hurt to add a little more. I will conquer the remaining 2 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic dungeons within the Federation, Lynn thought to himself. Lynn emerged from the martial arts space, then received a message from Zhao Qinger.
Is Grandmaster Lu at the guild? You have to tell me first if you and Sister Yuding are a couple.
Zhao Qinger was particularly curious about this matter. Rumors were flying around online, but neither Lynn nor Yuding had personally acknowledged them.
She had also asked Yuding, but Yuding stammered and didn't answer.
After all, they hadn't confessed to each other yet, nor had they formally established a relationship.
How was she, as a girl, supposed to answer?
We haven't officially established a relationship yet, Lynn replied. He had a plan for this. He would formally confess after the national exam.
So, when do you plan to establish a relationship? Zhao Qinger quickly pressed.
You answer me first if Grandmaster Lu is at the guild.
Yes.
It's a secret, Lynn grinned mischievously, closing Zhao Qinger's message notification, letting her stew in her impatience. Then he bought a high-speed rail ticket to the southwest region. He wanted to personally deliver the 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. After battling Satellite River, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment and couldn't wait to wear his own common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. The principal isn't his driver, so he couldn't take him there every time. Flying there himself was too tiring. High-speed rail was more comfortable. As for airplanes, they were out of the question. There were avian monsters at high altitudes, making the risk too high. That day, Lynn arrived in Sun Moon City in the southwest region and then flew to the Lu family artificing guild. Zhao Qinger looked at Lynn with a resentful gaze. This guy actually didn't reply to her messages, how infuriating. Lynn ignored her and explained his purpose to Grandmaster Lu. Then, he took out 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials, which made Zhao Qinger incredibly envious.
Impressive.
To achieve 100 consecutive cross-tier victories, no wonder old Zhu Sizhu is chosen, Grandmaster Lu sighed. Lynn was the most monstrous young person he had ever seen, unbelievably strong.
It's all thanks to luck, Lynn said modestly.
You're just too humble, not at all like a young person. If you could combine your personality with Qinger's, it would be just perfect, Master Lu said with a faint smile.
Grandpa, my personality is perfectly fine, I don't need to combine it with anyone's. Zhao Qinger protested.
Stop being so narcissistic, Master Lu said, looking helpless. He really had no way to deal with his granddaughter. As Lynn bid farewell and walked out the guild door, Zhao Qinger chased after him and pulled him back.
Qinger, what's wrong?
Lynn asked, puzzled. Their relationship wasn't that close, so why was she pulling him? Grandpa said that since you visited twice, I should act as a good host and show you around Sun and Moon City properly, Zhao Qinger explained.
Lynn looked suspicious. Grandmaster Lu didn't seem like the type to consider such matters. Artificers' temperaments were similar to scientists, not really bothered by human relations.
Alright, my grandpa told me to buy the corresponding materials for your common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment. Here's the list.
I want to drag you along. We can buy half each.
It would take me ages to buy it all myself, Zhao Qing'er said with a bitter expression.
You, a young lady of your standing, need to do this?
Lynn was surprised.
What do you mean by that? I'm Grandpa's designated heir to the Lu's Alchemist Guild. How can I manage the guild if I don't understand alchemy materials?
Zhao Qing'er said proudly. Master Lu had long decided to hand over the guild to Zhao Qing'er. He had long harbored a desire to retire, but unfortunately, his two sons had already sacrificed themselves, so he had delayed until now. He was just waiting for Zhao Qing'er to be able to stand on her own in a few years, then he would hand the guild over to her. This was no secret. Master Lu had openly stated it before. All right, Lynn nodded in agreement. After all, it was for his own equipment. To reduce unnecessary trouble, Zhao Qing'er put on a hat, a mask, and sunglasses, completely obscuring her face. She was quite famous in the southwest region, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and crucially, very rich.
Far too many people had designs on her.
Lynn followed suit, covering his face, and then the two flew to the class-holder trading center. Lynn felt someone following them in the shadows, ever since they left the Artificing Guild. He guessed it was a bodyguard arranged by Grandmaster Lu for Zhao Qing'er. How could he let his precious granddaughter go out alone?
The two arrived at the trading center.
Lynn took a photo of the list and then bought the latter half. Each material had a maximum price indicated. Zhao Qing'er repeatedly instructed that if a price exceeded the limit, they should go to another shop, otherwise, they would be ripped off. Lynn bought items one by one, haggling with the shop owner for half a day over each one.
Only then did Lynn realize that spending money wasn't an easy task either.
After more than an hour, Lynn finished buying all the materials and found Zhao Qing'er sitting in the resting area waiting.
The two were ready to head back.
You're really slow. I've been waiting for half an hour, Zhao Qing'er said, scrunching her small nose. I don't want to either, Lynn spread his hands helplessly. Next time, learn from me. I'm best at bargaining, Zhao Qing'er said, lifting her chin, the word proud etched on her forehead. After leaving the building, Lynn planned to return directly to the Artificing Guild, but Zhao Qing'er said she wanted to get a bubble tea first and dragged Lynn to a bubble tea shop.
Why aren't you in class? Lynn asked, realizing it wasn't the weekend.
You're asking me? Because you have 3 days off for the Federation holiday, Zhao Qing'er rolled her eyes, leaving Lynn speechless. The two sat in a corner, with Zhao Qing'er incessantly asking Lynn questions. Lynn rubbed his forehead helplessly, thinking this girl was quite the chatterbox. A man and a woman in their early 30s sat at the table next to them. Lynn glanced at their hands, then looked away, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Their milk teas were quickly brought over. Zhao Qing'er kept talking without a pause while sipping her milk tea, continuously plying Lynn with questions. Lynn chatted intermittently, focusing on drinking his milk tea with his head down. A sudden murderous intent made Lynn's eyes narrow. He saw the couple next to them simultaneously draw their swords and stab towards Zhao Qing'er. As expected, there was a problem. Lynn instantly cast a defensive array and an amplification array, protecting himself and Zhao Qing'er. Chapter 74, Blood Serpent Cult, The Reason. Lynn had noticed earlier that both the man and woman were wearing gloves.
Who wears gloves in the middle of summer for no reason?
He felt there was something off about them, so he had been watching them out of the corner of his eye. When he saw long swords suddenly appear in their hands, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly activated the formations. He thought cultists had come to kill him, but to his surprise, the swords were aimed at Zhao Qing'er.
Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out.
Two daggers appeared out of thin air, blocking the swords of the two assassins. An assassin, cloaked entirely in black robes, appeared, holding a dagger in each hand. It was he who blocked their attacks. Take the young lady away, the bodyguard told Lynn, then attack the assassins, fighting 2 against 1. Zhao Qing'er frowned slightly, showing no sign of panic. She was already used to such incidents. I'll hold him off, you go kill Zhao Qing'er, the male assassin yelled to the female assassin. He then unleashed a skill, and streaks of sword energy appeared, surrounding the bodyguard.
Okay. The female assassin's longsword gleamed coldly, ready to use a skill to attack Zhao Qing'er.
Both assassins and the bodyguard were 6th turn class holders. The shockwaves from their weapon clashes swept outwards, more terrifying than missile bombings. Lynn instantly set all the customers in the shop, all items, and the bodyguard as friendly targets, placing them under the protection of his array. The shockwave erupted but was blocked by Lynn's array. Customers and staff shrieked and fled. Battles between class holders were a disaster for common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic individuals. No way! Seeing the female assassin about to attack Zhao Qinger, the bodyguard roared. A shadow detached from his body and blocked the female assassin. And he felt stronger than ever before. Lynn's amplification array was too powerful. He suddenly became dozens of times stronger. His main body and shadow directly knocked the two assassins' swords away, then two dagger lights shot out from the daggers, tearing through the assassins' defenses and depleting their health. He had thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, everything became simple due to Lynn's presence. "Mr. Lynn, please maintain the formation. I'll call for help." The bodyguard glanced at the chaotic crowd outside, feeling that going out was not the best strategy. The chaotic situation would give the enemy an opportunity, so he had to be extremely careful. As a bodyguard, he could die, but he couldn't make a mistake. "No problem." Lynn nodded. He also thought this was the best method. After the previous assassination attempt, he knew this was definitely not the time to relax. "Signal is jammed, be careful." The bodyguard's tone was grave. This proved that the assassins came prepared and would not give up easily. Lynn frowned. What a hassle. When would he finally get to live a peaceful life? "Watch out, assassins," the bodyguard coldly warned, sensing the aura of their kind. Figures, one after another, used their skills to forcibly penetrate Lynn's earth barrier and rushed in. The assassin class was most adept at penetrating defensive barriers. Zhao Qinger's shadow suddenly twisted, and a person drilled out of her shadow, stabbing towards the back of her head. But the bodyguard had long been on guard, blocking the dagger directly. Then, the bodyguards and Lynn's shadows also came alive, immediately stabbing towards Zhao Qinger. Their objective was very clear, to kill Zhao Qinger. "Humph." Lynn snorted, "Do they really think I'm not here?" A formation appeared, and lightning completely engulfed the area. The extremely high damage instantly tore apart the assassins who had entered the formation. What if they were 6-turn class holders? If they weren't talent users, they weren't enough to kill him. The scene instantly fell silent. Both the bodyguard and Zhao Qinger were stunned. They had both learned of Lynn's power online, but only after experiencing it firsthand did they gain a clear understanding of that power. 7 6-turn assassins, just like that, taken care of in an instant, without even time to react. Lynn's expression was calm. Damage exceeding 100 million was no joke. Lynn maintained the formation, preventing any further enemy action, but after a minute, no new attacks occurred. The enemy hadn't expected their thorough plan to fail, mainly because they didn't know Lynn would be with Zhao Qinger, as the two had never had any previous interaction. 2 6-turn dual swordsmen and 7 6-turn assassins. This was already a formidable lineup. Zhao Qinger's bodyguard couldn't have stopped them, but Lynn's presence changed everything. Zhao Qinger lowered her hand, which had been resting on the necklace around her neck. Lynn noticed her movement, speculating it was a life-saving trump card given to her by Grandmaster Lu. A Grandmaster's granddaughter certainly wouldn't be assassinated so easily. The sound of rushing air outside indicated the swift arrival of city police, prompted by the chaos and numerous public alarms. Seeing so many bodies, they knew this matter involved a great deal. Upon recognizing Zhao Qinger and Lynn, they understood its extreme significance and immediately reported it, alarming the Regional Class Holders Association. 2 figures descended into the small shop, followed by a powerful sonic boom. One of the arrivals was Grandmaster Lu himself, and the other was a middle-aged man of similarly imposing stature. A 7-turn axe warrior. This must be one of the foundations of the Lu clan's artifact forging guild, Lynn thought. The opponent wore a full set of 7-turn heavy armor, making their rank obvious at a glance. Seeing Zhao Qinger unharmed, Grandmaster Lu's heart finally settled, but the coldness on his face was like eternal ice. "Blood Serpent Cult, you are courting death." Grandmaster Lu stated in a deep voice, his eyes revealing intense murderous intent. The assassins' backs of hands were tattooed with a blood-red serpent, the symbol of the blood serpent cult. The gloves worn by the two sword fighters were also removed by the city police. Their backs of hands similarly bore the blood serpent tattoo, which explained why they wore gloves.
Grandpa, I'm fine.
Lynn killed these assassins so easily, Zhao Qing'er comforted Grandmaster Lu. Young friend Lin, thank you so much. Grandmaster Lu cupped his hands, about to bow, but Lin quickly stopped him. He wasn't accustomed to an elder bowing to him.
Grandmaster Lu, you mustn't. How could I stand idly by in such a situation? Lin said. Come back with me first. Grandmaster Lu led the way outside. The 7 revolving axe warrior used elemental power to swiftly bring Lin and the others back to the guild. Lin also learned from Grandmaster Lu why the blood serpent cult assassinated Zhao Qing'er. Grandmaster Lu's eldest son had killed the blood serpent cult leader's son, creating a blood feud between the two sides. Now that Grandmaster Lu's eldest son was dead, the blood serpent cult shifted their target to Zhao Qing'er. After all, Grandmaster Lu had always stayed in the blacksmith's guild, and his daughter was at the Class Holders Association headquarters, making it difficult to target her. Zhao Qing'er, however, needed to study and gain experience, unable to remain in the guild constantly, thus becoming the blood serpent cult's primary target. Chapter 75, 5th Reincarnation in Progress, Common, Fine, Rare, Exceptional, Epic, Mythic Lord Black Flood Dragon. Lin quickly bid farewell and left. Having now offended another cult, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Tomorrow, he would be able to undergo his 5th reincarnation. After that, he would have fewer reservations. Lin clenched his fist, thinking, cult, is it? We'll play slowly. Returning to Yuzhou City, Lin entered a dungeon early the next morning. After clearing it, his level finally reached 145, allowing him to undergo his 5th reincarnation. Lin stepped onto the class change altar and received 3 class change quests. The first quest, clear the Drought Demon Dungeon, requiring warrior difficulty or higher. The second quest, solo clear the 35th floor of the Tower of the Undead. The third quest, achieve 30 victories in the Arena Dungeon. No sooner had he accepted the quests than Lin had already completed the third one. He had already achieved 200 victories in it. Historical records count, that's great, Lin thought to himself. Entering the Drought Demon Dungeon and choosing Hell difficulty, he was immediately greeted by a large group of zombies. TSK, even scarier than zombies in movies, and they really stink. Lin felt a wave of nausea. The body odor of these zombies was incredibly strong, beyond imagination. Lin quickly held his breath, fearing he would vomit if he breathed again. The zombies leaped towards Lin, their hideous fangs glinting coldly. 10-centimeter long gray fingernails tore through the air. Zombie claws were no weaker than alloy. Lin had no time to waste on such disgusting monsters and directly used a formation to dispatch them. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array. Thunder poured like a waterfall, purifying the world. The supremely young energy of lightning was the natural nemesis of and evil creatures like zombies, granting a damage bonus to attacks. However, whether there was a bonus or not, it was all the same, they were instantly obliterated. An endless army of zombies swarmed towards Lin along the way, eager to taste his fresh blood, but Lin blasted them all into pieces. Arriving before the dungeon lord, a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier great chief named Hanba, with impressive attributes and skills, had no chance to show off in front of Lin and fell within 2 seconds. Collecting all the materials, Lin exited the dungeon and then entered the Tower of Undead. Although only a few days had passed since he entered this tower during his NTH advancement, Lin felt as if a long time had gone by, because too much had happened in those days. Lin fought his way through common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic monsters, elite chiefs, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic chiefs, and even common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic tier great chiefs posed no threat to Lin whatsoever. Among peers of the same rank, he was invincible. Reaching the 40th floor, Lin attempted to step onto the 41st floor. Just when he thought he couldn't enter, he actually did. Is the heavenly Tao so generous this time? Lin marveled, having expected another rank restriction.
From the 41st floor onwards, all monsters were above common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord tier. Lynn knew firsthand how troublesome common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords could be, but in a same-tier competition, he was confident in himself. He looked at his opponent, a completely black flood dragon coiled with its body, watching him with great interest. Black flood dragon, common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. Level 145. Attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit. Skills: dragon's breath, dragon's strangulation, blight of all life, heavy water impact, manifestation of heaven and earth, black dragon incarnation. Human, you are very brave. The black flood dragon was not in a hurry to attack. It had been a long time since it had seen a human, and it felt very fresh. I don't think I need any courage to face a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord, Lynn chuckled softly. Quite arrogant, but I like arrogant humans the most, they're fun to play with. The black flood dragon revealed a playful smile. At this moment, it had no idea what kind of person it was facing. I also like arrogant monsters, they're more fun to abuse. I hope you can last a bit longer. Lynn's expression was a half smile. Ha. Come on, unleash your formation. If I make a move, you'll have no chance. The black flood dragon was calm and composed, planning to let Lynn have 3 moves first. The smile on Lynn's face turned into a sneer. It was the first time a monster had dared to let him attack first. He didn't refuse, and his amplification, defense, and attack formations activated instantly. The purple heaven divine thunder tore through the dark clouds, descending with power capable of destroying everything. The scales on the black flood dragon's body stood on end, feeling danger, extreme danger. Dharma body manifestation, black dragon possession. It reflexively unleashed its 2 most powerful skills. Its body rapidly expanded, its size skyrocketing from over 20 meters to more than 200 meters, becoming a colossal behemoth that exuded immense pressure. A phantom of a black dragon, exuding an overbearing and destructive aura, appeared above it. Merely a phantom, it made people's minds heavy, feeling as if a large stone was pressing on their chests. The black dragon phantom descended onto the black flood dragon, causing its aura to rise by several levels. However, the surge of power throughout its body still failed to give it enough sense of security. When the lightning struck it, its tough scales shattered directly, its flesh and blood were torn apart by the lightning, and before the blood could even spray out, it was reduced to nothingness by the lightning. Aoo! The black flood dragon let out a mournful wail, in pain, excruciating pain, pain that permeated its very bones. Human, you shall die. The black dragon opened its maw and spat out a black stream of air dragon's breath, possessing terrifying corrosive power. However, the dragon's breath was blocked when it hit the earth barrier, and Lynn's defense made the black flood dragon feel a trace of despair. Dragon strangulation. The black dragon's body quickly coiled around the entire earth barrier, exerting force. It was confident that even a 50-meter diameter alloy pillar could be twisted into a pretzel, but the earth barrier still withstood its strangulation. Poisoning all life. The black dragon spewed a poisonous mist from its mouth. Its poison was so potent that a single drop entering the ocean could poison all creatures within a 10-mile radius, truly terrifying. Yet, even such powerful venom was firmly blocked by the earth barrier. Ow! Heavy water impact. The black flood dragon roared, mobilizing the power of water elements to form a dark river that continuously crashed towards Lynn. Heavy water, like Gangjin energy, represents the pinnacle of elemental power. The black dragon was now essentially harnessing top-tier water elemental force for its attack. Relying on the power of higher elements, it finally shook the earth barrier, and the earth barrier was destroyed, but that was all. The armor Lynn formed from the Titan's bulwark array firmly blocked the impact of the heavy water. At this point, the black dragon's HP was critically low. Ravaged by lightning, bombed by meteorites, devoured by 10,000 demons, swept by gales, impacted by raging waves, and sharply cut, it was covered in wounds, without a single intact piece of flesh. No! How can you be so strong? The Black Flood Dragon couldn't understand, not in 100 ways, how it, a dignified common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord, could be defeated so completely, without any power to resist. The Black Dragon fell, taking with it its pride and immense unwillingness. "I am invincible among those of my rank," Lynn said with a confident smile. Chapter 76, Rapid Rise in Rankings, Vermilion Bird. The Black Dragon's corpse quickly vanished. Monsters in the Tower of the Undead are all undead and dissipate upon death. Sigh, only 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade materials. How stingy. Lynn picked up the materials. What he needed now were common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. Lynn continued to step into the next level, his expression calm. Up to the 48th level, they were all common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords, and he was not afraid. The monster on the 42nd level was an ape covered in red fur, very tall, over 40 meters high. Lynn was a tiny speck in front of it. This is a Yuding. It is holding an iron rod in its hand. Some monsters also use weapons, and Yuding is one of them. Yuding showed a slight surprise when it saw Lynn. The Black Flood Dragon was actually defeated by this scrawny human. Impressive. It had no desire to communicate with Lynn. The massive iron rod in its hand smashed down towards Lynn's head, crushing the air. It could shatter a mountain several hundred meters tall with a single blow. Heavenly God's Protection Array, Earth God's Protection Array, Titan Bulwark Array, Ancient Tree of Life Array. 4 formations were instantly activated by Lynn. His physique surged, defense skyrocketed, and HP vastly increased. A thick earthen barrier and sturdy armor protected him, providing a full sense of security. The iron rod struck the earthen barrier, which vibrated but did not shatter. Yuding's eyes narrowed. What powerful defense! This is a tough opponent. Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Formation, Myriad Demon Soul Reaping Formation, Meteor Fall Formation, Apostles' Doom Monument Formation, Supergravity Formation, World Ending Storm Formation, Raging Sea Tempest Formation, Golden Spirit God's Blessing Formation. Attack formations were thrown out one by one from Lynn's hands. Thunder as thick as a water barrel cascaded down like a waterfall, house-sized meteors bombarded, huge tombstones suppressed, sky-reaching storms swept through, and 100-meter-high giant waves crashed. Yuding was instantly stunned by such violent attacks. Its HP was rapidly plummeting. Even with its most powerful defensive skills, it couldn't block Lynn's attacks. Then Yuding quickly left its spot. Its speed had broken through 8 times the speed of sound, its body moving in an irregular trajectory. Lynn continuously cast formations instantly, sniping at Yuding. Myriad Rod Shadows. Yuding roared, its iron rod continuously extending to 100 meters long. With one swing, countless rod shadows appeared, surging towards Lynn. Violent fluctuations erupted, the earth was continuously torn apart, and the terrain within several kilometers underwent significant changes. With their current strength, the aftermath of a casual battle could destroy an entire neighborhood. The earthen barrier trembled even more violently. This Yuding's strength was greater than that of the Black Flood Dragon. Common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lords also have differences. The previous White Tiger was a top-tier common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord, which is why it was so powerful. However, while Yuding was formidable, it still wasn't enough against Lynn. The opponent couldn't break through his defense, but he could easily make the opponent feel the pain of their body being destroyed. Yuding fell, becoming a stepping stone on Lynn's path to growth. Lynn was quite disappointed that it didn't drop any common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials. When Lynn cleared the 42nd floor, the central divine pillar of the dungeon hall erupted with rich purple golden light, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Lynn just broke the record. There's no chance to clear a dungeon today. Who could it be? I don't know. The mystery will be revealed soon. It's exciting to see the federal prodigies rise together. Someone breaks records every day. This year's senior high students are truly formidable. According to the roadside fortune teller, our federation is currently experiencing its peak of fortune.
Of course, otherwise, how could such a prodigy as Lynn emerge? While the class holders were eagerly anticipating, a name rapidly rose, appearing below the 4 characters Fort Tower of the Undead. 2 names familiar to everyone. Lynn. Damn, it's Lynn. He's entered the top 10 of the Tower of the Undead. Doesn't that mean he's already cleared the 42nd floor? Amazing. An elemental master soloing a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. These past few days, some people online were saying that Lynn broke through the White Tiger dungeon because of help from members of a famous school's team, and that they could do it too. Now they have nothing to say, right? You underestimate trolls too much. If you expect trolls not to troll, you might as well just go to bed. The class holders erupted, and news once again spread like wildfire. The information that Lynn had climbed to 8th place in the Tower of the Undead dungeon clear records quickly reached everyone's ears. However, they were soon baffled by the continuously refreshing trending searches: 5th place, 4th place, 3rd place. In just a few minutes, the top trending spot kept changing. Had they gotten it wrong? But the class holders in the dungeon hall knew there was no mistake, because Lynn's name was indeed continuously rising, and at a ridiculously fast pace. He had already climbed to 2nd place, with only one name ahead of him, that of the God of War. At this moment, Lynn had reached the 47th floor. Before him was a vermilion bird engulfed in flames. The moment he entered, Lynn's HP plummeted. The soaring heat scorched him, and his hair began to warp. Frightened, he quickly deployed a defensive array, which finally blocked the scalding heat. The vermilion bird, which had been dormant, slowly opened its eyes, sensing the presence of Lynn, the intruder. It had been here for 300 years. In those 3 centuries, it had encountered only one human, a very powerful one whose swordsmanship skill was superb and who had defeated it. It had thought that the human race here must be quite strong, but to its surprise, it hadn't seen another human come up since then. Today, it finally did, and a hint of pleasant surprise rose in its heart. A bird had been in this godforsaken place for so long it was boring. Today, it could finally have some fun. Its wings spread, and violent flames billowed, rapidly engulfing 1,000 meters of land. This was the power of a top-tier common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic lord. Even without using skills, the flames emanating from its body alone could burn creatures of the same rank to death. "Human boy, you mustn't die too quickly," the vermilion bird said excitedly. "I should be the one saying that to you," Lynn said with a smile playing on his lips. "Very good, I like your arrogance." Fireball barrage. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and fire elements became highly active, converging into house-sized fireballs that plummeted from the sky, covering an area of 300 meters. "Let you taste the power of water, raging ocean surge formation." Lynn let out a low cry. A formation diagram extended beneath the vermilion bird's feet, and then water elements rapidly converged, forming a 100-meter-tall giant wave that crashed down upon the vermilion bird. "This vermilion bird hates water the most," the vermilion bird shrieked. A swirling sea of fire erupted rapidly from its center, colliding with the raging wave. Those fireballs also landed on the earth barrier, and continuous massive explosions made the entire world rumble, plunging it into turmoil. Chapter 77, You're saying Lynn won't break the God of War's record, right? It must be said, Suzaku's attack was incredibly powerful. Even a 5 reincarnation talent couldn't compare. But against Lynn, the cheater, it wasn't enough. Although the earth barrier showed cracks, it simply wouldn't break. Meanwhile, Suzaku was greatly disheveled by the raging waves. The surfing extinguished the flames and then crashed into Suzaku, sweeping it away. Suzaku was furious. It spread its wings and soared high into the sky, dodging the pursuing tidal wave. Its gaze, filled with anger, fixated on Lynn. How dare this damned human injure it? But before it could vent its anger, a magic array quickly extended beneath it. Then, endless lightning ravaged the heavens and earth, tearing apart the flames, and feathers flew everywhere. Suzaku's body showed multiple scorched areas, its valiant image severely damaged. "Human, you have successfully enraged me. Southern brightness, divine fire, die." The temperature inside the space was rising sharply,
quickly breaking through 100,000 degrees Celsius. A sea of fire rapidly spread across the sky, then plunged down, completely engulfing the area where Lynn was located. The Southern Brightness Divine Fire, one of the Divine Fires. Although Suzaku was limited by its strength and couldn't unleash its full power, it was still exceptionally terrifying. The earth barrier shattered, and the Southern Bright Flame landed on the armor covering Lynn's body. The armor began to distort, and the intense heat couldn't be blocked even by the sturdy protection. Lynn's health was dropping. His fire resistance wasn't high, and the fire damage dealt a massive amount of harm to him, with hundreds of thousands of HP dropping every second. Moreover, because the Southern Brightness Divine Fire was a top-tier fire elemental force, causing elemental suppression, his health regeneration speed slowed down. This Suzaku was really something, Lynn thought to himself. The legendary divine beast truly lived up to its reputation. However, it wouldn't be easy to deplete his health entirely. It would take at least 2 minutes. How could Suzaku withstand 2 minutes of his bombardment? 10,000 demon souls ferociously gnawed at Suzaku, making it experience the pain of 10,000 demons devouring its body. Furthermore, the grand array of 10,000 demons claiming lives weakened all its attributes by 6%, making it even harder for it to cope. And the world-ending storm enveloped it, a giant tombstone suppressed it, and supergravity suppressed it, greatly reducing its speed, making it difficult to escape the covered area of the array. Lightning like a waterfall, meteor bombardment, furious waves crashing, sharp cutting. Suzaku suffered unprecedented torture. Its health rapidly decreased, dropping by 10% per second. It could at most last a few more seconds. Solar Nova. At the last moment, Suzaku unleashed its most powerful skill. The Southern Bright Flame enveloping Lynn rolled and condensed, forming a sun. Then, the sun emitted a blinding red light, releasing infinite light and heat. The sun exploded. Lynn felt as if the entire world had been destroyed. His defenses were completely breached, and he was thrown flying by the furious flames. His health plummeted rapidly, instantly dropping by half. But Lynn remained calm in the face of danger. He continuously cast defensive formations. Each time the flames broke through a formation's defense, they consumed immense power. By the time Lynn cast the defensive formation for the third time, the flame shockwave could no longer break through. Lynn stood still and unharmed, letting the flames rage outside, unmoving as a mountain. Meanwhile, Suzaku had completely fallen. It ultimately failed to drag Lynn down with it. As the flames transformed back into fire elements and returned to heaven and earth, Lynn's health rapidly refilled under the blessing of the Divine Protection Array. After picking up the 3 common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic materials, Lynn stepped towards the 48th floor. The God of War had stopped at the 48th floor. Lynn entered with high spirits, determined to conquer this 48th floor today. Outside, Lynn's name rose again, standing alongside the top names. Holy crap, Lynn is on par with the God of War. Tied for first, Lynn has already cleared the 47th floor. Good heavens, do you think Lynn won't break the God of War's record? That's the God of War we're talking about. I dare not think about it, but I think it's very possible. Anticipation was high, and class holders with some free time rushed to the nearest dungeon hall. They wanted to witness Lynn's name climb to the top with their own eyes. As for everyone else, they flooded into the live stream room of the central divine pillar, eager to be the first to know whether Lynn could truly displace the God of War's name. The thought alone was thrilling. Lynn stepped into the 48th floor and encountered the monster that even the Federation's God of War couldn't defeat. This was a Taotai, reputed to devour everything, to swallow heaven and earth. Just standing there, it gave off an incredibly evil aura. This was one of the 4 fierce beasts, and legend had it that every appearance inevitably led to widespread destruction. Taotai was also in slumber. It was too boring not to sleep. Lynn's arrival startled it awake. It opened its blurry eyes, and when Lynn entered its sight, it became incredibly excited, spinning in place. This action completely confused Lynn. Was it having an episode? Human, this king finally sees a human again. This king is so excited. The Taotia's entire body was brimming with excitement. Human, this time this king will not kill you.
I will keep you here to accompany me. Yes, it's decided happily.
The Taotai muttered to itself, probably having gone a bit mad from being trapped. I don't have time to entertain you here, Lynn said indifferently.
Who would want to spend time with a monster for no reason? That's not up to you. The Taotai revealed a playful smile. A mere human, could they really turn the tables on it? Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Array. Lynn didn't bother saying more and immediately used a skill to attack the opponent. Purple Cloud Divine Lightning.
Taotai exclaimed. This divine lightning awakened a deep-seated fear within its memory. It had been chased and struck by Purple Cloud Divine Lightning countless times during its wicked past. It suddenly realized that this kid in front of it might not be so simple after all.
Devouring Domain.
Taotai opened its massive maw, and a barrier instantly appeared, sealing all the Purple Cloud Divine Lightning within, allowing not a single bolt to fall. It actually took that without a scratch, quite strong. Lynn's expression also became serious. This was the first being that could take his skill without sustaining any damage. The four great fierce beasts truly lived up to their name in some respects. Their power was even greater than that of legendary divine beasts.
Meteor Fall Formation. Meteors descended, threatening to destroy heaven and earth.
One by one, flaming meteors plummeted, causing violent explosions upon hitting the devouring domain, much like an indiscriminate carpet bombing by missile formations of the past. Such terrifying power exceeded the devouring domain's capacity, and the domain shattered.
How could you instantly cast an array, kid? Taotai shrieked in surprise. It was truly bizarre. Was instant array casting something an ordinary person could achieve? You don't need to know that. Go ask King Yama, Lynn said with a faint smile. Chapter 78, Mind Control, accompanying Taotai for 400 years? Do you think this king wouldn't dare to ask him? Taotai showed an arrogant expression, looking as if it held no regard for the king of hell. Lynn dismissed it as bragging.
While common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and mythic lords were indeed formidable, they were incomparable to the legendary King Yama.
Devouring Black Hole. Taotai unleashed another skill, and a black hole appeared, absorbing all the light in the entire space, plunging it into darkness. Lynn's vision was stripped away, completely losing track of Taotai. Even the light radiating from the lightning was devoured. This devouring black hole was too powerful, no light could escape its consumption. This is troublesome, Lynn frowned. He couldn't attack if he couldn't see the opponent. The earth barrier vibrated continuously, a devouring force enveloping it, consuming the barrier by transforming it into pure earth elements. Lynn estimated that the earth barrier might not even last 10 seconds. However, he wasn't flustered. If the earth barrier broke, he could just cast another. He was more concerned that Taotai might be preparing some special tactics to catch him off guard. He could only maintain the amplification array and defensive array. He wasn't afraid of a war of attrition. His spirit power was greatly amplified and very high. Kid, you think I can't do anything to you just because of that turtle shell? Am I one of the four fierce beasts for nothing? Taotia's eyes showed a cunning look. It was behind Lynn, extending its claws to paw at the earth barrier a couple of times, assessing its defensive strength. Universal shift, kid, come out. Taotai growled. A vortex suddenly appeared under Lynn's feet. Caught off guard, Lynn fell into the vortex and reappeared outside the formation. He was about to cast an instant array, but was suppressed by a huge force. His mind went blank, and he fell into a dizzy state, unable to activate his skill. This time Lynn was truly nervous. Without the enhancement of the array, he was just a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic squishy, not even enough for a Taotai to devour in one bite. The devouring black hole was cancelled, and Lynn's vision returned. A ferocious face loomed before him, startling him. He, kid, you'll stay here with this king. With your current realm, living for 400 years isn't a problem. This king won't be so bored for these 400 years. The Taotai revealed an evil smile. Mental lock. The Taotai cast its skill again, and a black halo appeared, descending towards Lynn's head. Lynn wanted to dodge, but in his dizzy state, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the halo landed on his head and then entered his mind.
He opened his panel and found that his spirit attribute had turned gray. He could no longer mobilize his spiritual power. Even committing suicide would be difficult. Lynn's face soured. He realized he couldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. Though strong, he still had many flaws, and this Taotai had taught him a good lesson. The Taotai released its control over him, and Lynn's movements returned to normal, but he was now a lamb to the slaughter, as if grieving over a parent's death. Kid, you should be overjoyed to be able to keep this king company for 400 years. In the past, the entire Tianyuan star wouldn't have been able to fit all the humans who wanted to stay by this king's side. The Taotai showed a nostalgic expression. Those glorious years were truly missed. It's just a pity that times have changed, and its soul was actually dragged to this hellhole. Damn it! King Taotai, judging by your tone, you weren't in this place before? Lynn's expression shifted, wanting to glean some information. Of course not. This king was also raised by parents. I'm the only Taotai here, how could I just appear out of thin air? The Taotai glanced at Lynn. Then, king, where did you come from before? This king comes from the great. The Taotai promptly shut its mouth, a hint of reverence in its eyes. It almost let something slip. You kid, stop trying to get information from this king. Now quickly tell this king about the games you know, and this king will have some fun with you. The Taotai said grumpily. There's nothing here, how do we play? Lynn said, spreading his hands. You tell me, and I'll create it with elemental power, won't I? Then let's play Ludo first. Lynn thought for a moment, told the Taotai what he needed, and it really did condense dice, a board, and pieces using elements. This mastery of elemental power left Lynn astounded. He was absolutely incapable of doing such a thing. Lynn began to explain the rules. The Taotai understood after just one listen. Its intelligence was far higher than most people's. The two began to play. Lynn had good luck and was leading all the way. The Taotia's eyes NTH advancement, and it started to cheat, secretly using its power to make the dice land on 6. King Taotai, it's just a game, do you really need to cheat? Lynn said, exasperated. He was only sealed off from mental power, not incapable of sensing elemental fluctuations. Which I saw this king cheating? Taotai said without batting an eyelid, its face showing no blush. For a fierce beast like it, cheating wasn't even considered an evil act. Lynn didn't bother with it, and just continued rolling the dice. Of course, he wasn't really going to keep the Taotai company for 400 years. He wasn't completely out of options. He had already completed his class change quest when he cleared the 35th floor. He just hadn't clicked to complete it. The moment he completed it, he could successfully advance to the 5th turn on the spot. After the 5th turn, his skill could merge with new trait. He didn't buy skills, but he had skill upgrade books, so he could upgrade skills directly after the 5th class advancement. He silently clicked quest complete and instantly ascended to a 5-turn celestial origin master. System, 60 consecutive draws. Lynn thought to himself, having saved his trait drawing opportunities. Trait drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for acquiring absolute defense, mental immunity, true man for 5 seconds, true penetration. 60 traits in a row, and this time the traits were very user-friendly. Lynn could understand their functions at a glance, unlike before when he had to guess, which was too difficult. The 15 skill upgrade books in his backpack instantly vanished, and Lynn's 15 active skills upgraded to 5th advancement skills, allowing them to incorporate another trait. As for passive skill upgrades, they were more troublesome and couldn't be done with skill upgrade books alone. Lynn would have to plan for them later. System, merge, protection array of the true god of earth, with absolute defense. Lynn issued his first command. Fusion successful. Protection array of the true god of earth has upgraded to absolute defense skill. Lynn looked at the skill description, a smile playing on his lips. Protection array of the true god of earth deploys an array, condensing the power of the earth to form a barrier protecting oneself and friendly targets. The barrier's durability is 50 times the user's HP, covering a range of 400 meters. Instant cast, lasts 240 seconds, provides absolute defense, and cannot be directly penetrated by true damage skills. From now on, he would no longer fear true damage skills. His safety factor had risen another level, providing a solid sense of security.
Chapter 79, Breaking the War God's Record. System, merge, Titan Bulwark Array, with mental immunity. Lynn commanded again. Fusion successful.
Titan Bastion Array has gained the ability to be immune to mental control.
TSK, Taudai, do you think you can control me forever?
Lynn chuckled to himself. He would soon break the halo in his mind. Merge, Divine Protection Array, with True Man for 5 seconds.
Lynn understood that the stranger the name of a trait, the stronger its attributes. Fusion successful. Divine Protection Array gains the ability to lock HP for 5 seconds. Nice!
Lynn cheered inwardly.
Lock HP meant that when his HP dropped to 1, it would be locked, preventing him from being killed for 5 seconds. For a 5th advancement class holder, 5 seconds was enough to do many things, capable of saving his life in critical moments.
Merge, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Array, with True Penetration.
Fusion successful. Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Array gains the ability of True Penetration. 10% of skill damage is true damage, unstoppable by anything other than absolute defense. With true damage, I'm more confident facing 7-turn monsters. Lynn's smile widened. This wave of enhancements was truly formidable.
He merged all remaining skills with traits. 2, True Penetration, traits, and another merged with Meteor Fall Formation. Because he possessed advanced fire element mastery, merging with this skill yielded the greatest benefit. Other skills also received upgrades. Any that couldn't be instantly cast or required immobility were all upgraded to instant cast or free movement skills, which was crucial.
Lynn opened his panel, and his attributes were already excellent. Name, Lynn.
Occupation, 5th turn Celestial Sourcemaster.
Level, 145. Attributes, Strength, Intelligence, Constitution, Spirit. Attack, Physical Attack, Magic Attack. Defense, Physical Defense, Magic Defense. Free attribute points, 1400. Skills, Myriad Demon's Life Reaping Array. Traits, Lady Luck's Favor. With his current attributes, his skill damage could exceed 600 million. If not for the elemental level suppression, even 7-turn common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic grade chiefs wouldn't be enough for him to one-shot. Looking at the gluttonous beast before him again, Lynn wore a look of utter confidence. Boy, your smile doesn't feel good to this king. You are a prisoner. Who allowed you to smile like that? The glutton's face became ferocious. It was a fierce beast, unpredictable, and could get angry at any moment. When did I need your permission to laugh? I've had enough fun now, I'm not playing with you anymore. Lynn directly flipped over the Ludo board in front of him. Divine Protection Array was cast, and the aura in his mind shattered instantly. This skill would not be affected by control. A large number of array diagrams instantly covered the ground, engulfing an area of 400 meters in radius. Lynn's attributes soared, and lightning, meteorites, and storms appeared, instantly sweeping over the gluttonous beast. The gluttonous beast was stunned upon seeing the array diagrams, greatly surprised in its heart. How did its binding skill fail? It wasn't until it sensed a part of its power being released again that it understood Lynn had advanced and must have acquired new means to break its skill. It only reacted when the attack landed on it, instantly activating its defensive skill, but it was too late. With over 600 million damage, and several skills attacking simultaneously, even though it was now at the 5th turn realm, it couldn't resist. Its HP bar was directly cleared to the very bottom, with 1 drop remaining, but it didn't die. It also possessed a lock HP skill. Hey! I've experienced the joy of a sneak attack. Lynn was in a cheerful mood. If you can instantly kill with a sneak attack, who has the patience to slowly confront head-on? Although he failed to kill the gluttony, it only had 1 HP left. Once its lock HP state expired, a mere touch would finish it off. Bastard! Imprison! The gluttonous beast resorted to its old tricks, attempting to control Lynn. The black halo condensed again and descended towards the earth barrier. Mental skills are different from other skills. General defensive skills cannot defend against them. Just as the Taudai watched with anticipation, the confinement halo was blocked by the earth barrier. Absolute defense is no joke. Even spiritual skills will be blocked. Devouring black hole. Taudai once again unleashed this light devouring skill, and the light in the entire space was devoured again. However, Lynn's skill power was no longer what it once was. Even though Taotia's strength had also increased, its enhancement wasn't as much as Lynn's. The light of the purple heaven divine lightning couldn't be entirely devoured by the black hole. Through the faint light, Lynn saw Taotai. Taotai had teleported behind him and once again activated the Qiankuan transference skill. A vortex appeared beneath Lynn's feet, but Lynn didn't fall into it again. Absolute defense blocked the skill's effect. You son of a bitch! Taotai cursed, realizing that he now had no way to deal with Lynn. And he was still being bombarded by Lynn's attacks. 5 seconds later, Taotai, filled with immense defiance, fell to the ground and then dissipated. A stone emitting a faint glow dropped. An orange halo surrounded the stone, and Lynn's eyes gleamed. This was a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic material. It finally dropped. Devouring divine stone, a stone possessing powerful devouring energy. I can craft a 6th common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic equipment now. Lynn happily put it away. He looked towards the teleportation gate leading to the next floor, lifted his foot, and was about to step in. Above the 49th floor, only class holders above the 7th advancement are allowed to enter. The voice of the heavenly Tao entered Lynn's ears. Lynn could only shake his head helplessly and was then forcibly ejected from the Tower of the Undead. You son of a bitch, it's a weakened state again. Lynn was exasperated. He didn't exit voluntarily, so why? Rewinding to when Lynn killed Taotai, under the gaze of billions of eyes, on the central divine pillar, Lynn's name rose another step, successfully reaching the top, with the god of war's name below his. Lynn is awesome. Lynn is awesome. The entire Federation cheered, their loud voices echoing through the wilderness, making the monsters pause in confusion. They felt that the recent human mental state was a bit off. They'd shout out of nowhere, didn't they fear disturbing their neighbors' sleep? Everyone knew that a new era had arrived, and they had a new standard bearer. The god of war led humanity to successfully defend against monster attacks, safeguarding the vast federal territory, and Lynn's existence gave them hope of reclaiming lost lands and expanding their territory. How could they not be excited? When Lynn appeared outside, the class holders swarmed towards him. The fanaticism on their faces startled Lynn. He was afraid that those male compatriots might get too excited and give him a kiss, which would be disastrous. Chapter 80, Annihilating the True God Cult Branch. Lynn, can I get an autograph? Just sign it on my face. Lynn, let's take a photo together. Lynn, I love you. The fans went wild. Lynn struggled to make his way out, then hid at the Jiangnan University Chancellor's office. No matter how crazy the fans were, they wouldn't dare come here. But he soon realized he was wrong. The class holders outside might not dare to come here, but the senior students did. They flooded into the Chancellor's office, wanting to take pictures with Lynn, and a long queue formed outside. It was only when the Chancellor ordered everyone to gather with Lynn on the sports field for a group photo that the matter was resolved. Lynn, how does it feel to be famous? The Chancellor's expression was nostalgic, recalling how famous he had been in his youth, though he was far from Lynn's level. I don't know what to say. There's pride but also helplessness. Lynn shook his head. Once you're famous, many eyes focus on you. You must always be vigilant. It's not uncommon for prodigies to be destroyed by cultists manipulating public opinion, the principal reminded him. I understand. Fame and fortune are a double-edged sword. Lynn had a clear understanding of this. So many people were ruined by them. It's good that you understand, the principal said no more. Entering a weakened state meant he couldn't clear dungeons, and going out into the wilderness wasn't safe. Lynn planned to focus on researching class holder talents and discussing them with the Chancellor. However, one event disrupted Lynn's plans, an event Lynn was happy to participate in.
The chief of the Yuzhou City Police Department approached Lynn, saying there was an operation to eradicate a branch of the True Church and he hoped for Lynn's cooperation. Because the cult had been too rampant lately, the higher-ups issued a strict order to crack down on cults with full force. Thanks to the efforts of an undercover agent, a branch stronghold of the True God cult was finally located. Lynn immediately agreed. He was looking for revenge against the True Church. The reason for seeking Lynn's help was that this matter required high secrecy. Even within the city police department, only the chief knew about it, and the undercover agent reported directly to him. Only a small team would be dispatched for this operation. The chief was one of them, for others were transferred from the Wilderness Guard and the Breakthrough Army, and with Lynn, the array master, it formed a complete small team. The city police were not used because there were moles internally, and there was a fear of information leakage. Speed was of the essence. The chief and Lynn disguised themselves, then met the other four on a road. Without much exchange, the chief led them flying through the sky. The accompanying priest was a shadow priest, who cast a skill to conceal their tracks, and they arrived above a residential complex. The True God cult's branch was located within this community. As the saying goes, the greatest concealment is in plain sight. Each of these cultists had a legitimate identity in their daily lives. Without the trust gained by the undercover agent, it would have been difficult to trace them here. Lynn saw the constant flow of people below and immediately understood why the chief had brought him along. There were too many civilians, and with him, the array master, their safety could be maximized. This branch had 3 6-turn class holders. Any uncontrolled energy burst could destroy the entire complex, so Lynn had to be brought in. They are all inside now, plotting a terrorist attack. Tomorrow, Deng Qier is coming to Yuzhou for a concert, and they plan to carry out a terrorist attack at the concert venue. The chief's tone was full of murderous intent. It was a concert with tens of thousands of people. A terrorist attack, there would be a disaster. These cultists were truly deranged. Lynn and the other 4 soldiers radiated killing intent upon hearing this. The cultists deserved to die. Later, we'll directly breach from the balcony. Lynn, you cast a formation to suppress them and protect the surrounding buildings. We must ensure the safety of the citizens. The one in the black shirt is our person. Be careful not to harm him, the director reminded. Understood. Let's go. The director led the team to the exterior of Ichigo's balcony. Through the balcony, they could see 7 people drinking inside, appearing to be a common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, mythic gathering. Charge! The chief let out a low command, then led the team crashing through the glass into the living room. The sudden commotion startled the cultists, who then realized they had been exposed and were about to retaliate. At that moment, formation diagrams appeared one by one. They instantly felt immense gravity pressing down on them, then branches coiled around them, followed by demonic souls pouncing on them and tearing at their bodies. Their attributes dropped by 60%, completely stripping them of their ability to resist. The director and his team quickly dislocated the cultists' jaws and broke their limbs to prevent suicide. With Lynn's blessing, they felt stronger than ever, a feeling that was incredibly intoxicating. And going on missions with Lynn was fantastic. They had expected a fierce battle but didn't realize Lynn would control all the cultists instantly. You did very well, the chief said, walking over to the undercover agent and patting him on the shoulder. Chief, it's just doing my duty, the agent said, taking no credit. Be careful during the operation, the chief reminded. Understood, the agent left. His current identity still had great use, and it wasn't time to return to the team yet. Bastard, Zhang Ming, you deserve to die. How could one cultist not realize Zhang Ming was an undercover agent? Slap. The chief backhanded him, knocking out his teeth. He showed no mercy to cultists. Take them back first. The chief said, then took all the cultists back to the police station for personal interrogation. Colonel Su, I'll trouble you, the chief said to the shadow priest. All right. The priest cast a hypnosis skill and began to hypnotize the cultists. Their eyes became vacant, and the shadow priest signaled to the director that they could begin. Do you know the location of the True God cult's headquarters? The chief asked. No, the cultists answered in unison.
What about other branches? No.
The director frowned. The True God sect truly excels at secrecy. Even a class holder of 6th advancement cannot ascertain the locations of their headquarters or other branches. Will tomorrow's terrorist attack plan proceed? The director asked.
Yes.
The director and Lynn both frowned.
The people had already been captured. How could there still be an attack? How do you plan to do it? The cultists began to detail their plan, and the director took notes.
Overall, things went smoothly, but one cultist stated that the True God always had 2 backup plans, and they were only one of them. Furthermore, their primary target was Deng Chier. These words made Lynn and the others nervous.
Did this mean another group was planning a terrorist attack? And they currently had no leads whatsoever.
The director rubbed his forehead and handed the recorded clues to the 4 soldiers present. The remaining lower-level contacts were class holders below NTH advancement, which these soldiers could handle completely. Lynn was kept behind. The director wanted to discuss tomorrow's matters with him.
Chapter 81, The Superstar's Personal Bodyguard.
Student Lynn, there's something I need to discuss with you, the director said, choosing his words carefully. Director, please speak freely, Lynn replied. It's unlikely we'll apprehend the other group of cultists today, so there's a very high probability of a terrorist attack tomorrow. I'd like to ask you to go to the scene to protect the public, especially their main target, Deng Chier, the director instructed.
Can't the concert be cancelled?
Lynn looked puzzled. Student Lynn, this matter isn't something that can just be cancelled.
Many people from out of town have already arrived. How can we explain to them if we just cancel it? Moreover, simply avoiding the problem won't solve it, the director sighed. Lynn thought about it, and it made sense.
If he were a fan of Deng Chier, had painstakingly secured a ticket, traveled a great distance to get here, and was eagerly anticipating tomorrow, only for the concert to suddenly be cancelled, he would indeed be very annoyed. For the authorities, the explanation work would also be difficult. Would they tell the public that they knew cultists would launch a terrorist attack at the concert tomorrow? Then the public would ask, officials, you clearly knew this, and you couldn't handle it properly, resorting only to cancelling the concert? Is that how you do things? Lynn, Deng Chier is different from other celebrities. Almost all her income is donated to children's welfare homes. In these turbulent times, there are too many orphans. She holds a revered position in many people's hearts. We cannot let anything happen to her. Please do your best to protect her. This is my request to you, the director said solemnly. Director, you're too kind. I will protect her, Lynn solemnly promised. He knew Deng Chier, a celebrity deeply committed to philanthropy. Since her debut, almost all her income has been donated to children's welfare homes, totaling over 1 billion yuan. It's truly remarkable. I'll have someone take you to meet her first. The director took out his AI terminal and sent a message. Soon after, a valiant female city police officer in uniform knocked on the office door and entered. The director instructed her to temporarily serve as Deng Chier's bodyguard alongside Lynn, and then the policewoman left with Lynn. The policewoman asked Lynn to wait a moment while she changed into casual clothes, then she and Lynn headed to the hotel where Deng Chier was staying. Both were disguised so that outsiders couldn't recognize their identities. Deng Chier already had her own bodyguard team. The director sending Lynn was simply an added layer of insurance. After all, having experienced Lynn's formations, he deeply understood that Lynn was comparable to a 7th-turn light priest when it came to protection. Of course, 7th-rank light priests wouldn't come to be Deng Chier's bodyguards. They were strategic talents of the Federation, holding important positions. For Deng Chier's safety, the hotel owner stopped receiving outside guests for these 2 days, accommodating only Deng Chier and her team, and that too for free, as she was a loyal fan of Deng Chier. The policewoman showed her credentials, and then an assistant led them to the front of Deng Chier's room, where 2 squads of 5-turn class holders were stationed. The class holders rechecked the policewoman's credentials, and after confirming they were in order, they rang the doorbell. A young woman opened the door. She was Deng Chier's agent and led the 2 inside. Deng Chier greeted Lynn and the policewoman warmly, shaking their hands, then personally poured them each a glass of water. She's even prettier in person than on TV, Lynn thought to himself. Deng Xier was a very lovely girl, with 2 cute dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiled, which was quite charming. The policewoman explained their purpose to Deng Xier, while Lin remained silent throughout.
He was simply there to be a bodyguard.
Thank you to the city police department for your concern, you've worked hard, Deng Xier did not refuse.
You're welcome, Miss Deng.
All of us have seen your contributions to charity, and we will do our utmost to ensure your safety, the policewoman said solemnly.
It's merely a small effort. The conversation didn't last too long.
Deng Xier needed to discuss the specifics of tomorrow's concert with her manager, while Lin and the policewoman also stayed in the room. The director's mission for them was to provide close personal protection to Deng Xier.
Lin took out his AI terminal and sent a message to Yuding. Guess who I met? Ex-girlfriend? Yuding replied. You should know whether I have an ex or not, right? Pout. Who knows about you? What if you've been secretly fooling around outside of school?
I saw Deng Xier, your idol. I was going to help you get an autograph, but it seems it's not needed now.
What?
You saw Deng Xier.
3 exclamation marks showed how unsettled Yuding was.
She had always liked Deng Xier and was a loyal fan of hers. Yes, I took a task from the city police department to be her bodyguard, Lin replied.
Your business is really extensive.
You must get me an autographed photo, otherwise, next time we meet, you're finished.
Humph. Alright, whatever Miss Mu wants.
Deng Xier was busy, and Lin didn't disturb her. When the food was served, and Deng Xier called Lin to eat together, Lin knew his chance had come. Of course, everything could wait until after they had eaten their fill.
Lin and the policewoman took off their hats, masks, and sunglasses.
When Deng Xier saw Lin's face, her eyes widened.
Ah, Lin. You're Lin?
Deng Xier exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement. She was a loyal fan of Lin. She followed all his news. Lin was stunned.
Did seeing him warrant such excitement?
You're a big star, please be a little more reserved.
It's me, Lin nodded woodenly. Lin, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?
Deng Xier asked, her face full of anticipation.
Of course, Lin smiled. A photo was good, getting an autographed picture later would be easy.
Deng Xier quickly stood next to Lin, and her manager thoughtfully took out a camera.
Wait, I need to touch up my makeup.
Deng Xier hurriedly ran to the mirror, first styling her hair, then touching up her makeup before rushing back to Lin's side, pressing her small face close to his. The manager took several photos, and Deng Xier hugged the camera, grinning foolishly. She had actually taken a photo with her idol. She was so happy. She quickly printed the photo, then, holding it, asked Lin for an autograph.
After Lin signed it, her excitement was visibly evident on her face. Ah, thank you so much.
Deng Xier looked at the photos, unable to get enough of them.
You're welcome. May I ask, Miss Deng, if you could give me an autographed photo? Lin inquired.
That's absolutely fine, just call me Xier. Deng Xier ran back to her computer, opened her photo album, found her 10 most satisfactory candid shots, printed them, then signed them and handed them to Lin. Lin rubbed his nose, thinking that Deng Xier must have misunderstood they weren't for him, but he didn't explain.
As long as he could report back to Yuding, that was enough. Chapter 82, Being a Dance Partner? This is a challenging profession.
The 4 stayed holed up in the hotel until 7 p.m., then Deng Xier told Lin they needed to go to the stadium for rehearsal.
Lin nodded and, along with the policewoman, followed Deng Xier to the stadium. 2 teams of 5 class holders from outside also followed alone.
The group arrived at the hotel entrance, where a large bus was parked. Everyone boarded the bus and headed to the stadium. Deng Xier pulled Lin to sit in a row. Deng Xier had achieved fame at a young age and was actually only a few years older than Lin, so they had topics to talk about. Among the bodyguards, a swordsman looked uncomfortably at Deng Xier and Lin's close demeanor. The reason he took this job was to get close to Deng Xier, but their relationship had not progressed much. It was merely that of an employer and a bodyguard. But today, this kid from the city police department not only stayed in Deng Xier's room for most of the day,
but now he was also sitting so close to her, chatting and laughing. Deng Chier's visible joy made him extremely jealous. Why them? This was not the place for him to lose his temper, so he suppressed his jealousy and decided to go to the stadium to show Lynn who's boss. They arrived at the stadium smoothly, without encountering any attacks from cultists, which made many people breathe a sigh of relief. No trouble was always the best outcome. Upon entering the stadium, all the musicians, lighting technicians, and other staff members were already in position, and then the official rehearsal began. Having lived 2 lives, this was Lynn's first time attending a concert. Although it was just a rehearsal, the content was the same.